billions of dollars.
I don't know why I think the word polycule is so funny. But
Polycule.
that was what they what you call a relationship, like a poly, but closed, like polyamorous molecule put together.
Oh, I see.
So they were like, this is our polycule.
So there's 9 of them, and they're poly.
10 of them or whatever. Yeah, you call that a polycule. I thought that was funny. Like, that became like a meme in Silicon Valley for a while. I thought that was hilarious. You clearly want enough regulation that can't happen. But they're
well, I'm not against that happening. I'm against them doing what they did because of the money.
That's what I mean.
Polycule is kind of fun.
Well, go for it. No, I mean, you want enough thing that like FTX can't lose all of its depositors' money.
Yes.
But I think there's an important point here, which is you have all of this other regulation that people and it didn't keep us safe. And the basic thing, which was like, let's do that. That was not all of the crypto stuff people were talking about.
Yes. I mean, the real fascinating crypto is Bitcoin. To me, that's the one that I think has the most likely possibility of becoming a universal viable currency. And it's, it's limited in the amount that there can be. It's, people mine it with their own, it's like, that to me is very fascinating, and I love the fact that it's been implemented, and that at least I've had Andres Antonopoulos on the podcast, and when he talks about it, he's living it. He's spending all of his money. Everything he gets paid is in Bitcoin. He pays his rent in Bitcoin. Everything he does is in Bitcoin.
I helped start a project called WorldCoin a few years ago. And so I've gotten to learn more about the space. I'm excited about it for the same reasons I'm excited about Bitcoin too. But I think this idea that we have a global currency that is outside of the control of any government is a super logical and important step on the tech tree.
Yeah, agreed. Why should the government control currencies? The government should be dealing with all the pressing environmental, social, infrastructure issues, foreign policy issues, economic issues, the things that we need to be governed in order to have a peaceful and prosperous society that's equal and equitable.
What do you think happens to money and currency after AGI?
I've wondered about that because I feel like with money, especially when money goes digital, the bottleneck is access. If we get to a point where all information is just freely shared everywhere, there are no secrets, there are no boundaries, there are no borders. We're reading minds. We have complete access to all of the information of everything you've ever done, everything everyone's ever said. There's no hidden secrets. What is money then? Money is this digital thing. Well, how can you possess it? How can you possess this digital thing if there's literally no bottleneck? There's no barriers to anyone accessing any information, because essentially it's just ones and zeros.
Yeah, I mean, another way, I think the information thing makes sense. Another way is that, like, money is like a sort of way to trade labor, or to trade like a limited number of hard assets like land, whatever. And if you think about a world where like intellectual labor is just readily available and super cheap, then that's somehow very different. I think there will always be goods that we want to be scarce and expensive, but it'll only be those goods that we want to be scarce and expensive and services that still are. And so money in a world like that, I think, is just it's a very curious idea.
Yeah, it becomes a different thing. It's not a bag of gold in a leather pouch that you're carrying around. It's not going to do much good. But then the question becomes, how is that money distributed, and how do we avoid some horrible Marxist society where there's one totalitarian government that just takes it out? Yeah,
that would be bad. I think you've got to like. My current best idea, maybe there's something better, is I think you add like, if we are right, a lot of reasons we can be wrong, if we are right that like the AGI systems, which there will be a few, become the high order bits of sort of influence whatever in the world, I think you do need like not to just redistribute the money, but the access so that people can make their own decisions about how to use it and how to govern it. And if you've got that, and I have like rights to basically do whatever I want with my benefit, and if I come up with better ideas than you, I get rewarded for that by whatever the society is, or vice versa.
Yeah. You know, the hardliners, the people that are against like welfare and against any sort of Eugene, universal basic income, what they're really concerned with is human nature, right? They believe that if you remove incentives, if you just give people free money, they become addicted to it, they become lazy. But isn't that a human biological and psychological bottleneck? And perhaps with the implementation of artificial intelligence combined with some sort of neural interface, whether it's external or internal, it seems like that's a problem that can be solved. That you can essentially, this is where it gets really spooky, you can re-engineer the human biological system and you can remove all of these problems that people have that are essentially problems that date back to human reward systems when we were tribal people, hunter-gatherer people, whether it's jealousy, lust, envy, all these variables that come into play when you're dealing with money and status and social status. If those are eliminated with technology, essentially we become a next version of what the human species is possible. Like, look, we're very, very far removed from tribal, brutal societies of cave people. We all agree that this is a way better way to live. It's way safer. You know, like I was talking about this at a comedy club last night because my wife was. We were talking about DNA, and my wife was saying that, look, everybody came from cave people, which is kind of a fucked up thought, but everyone here is here because of cave people. Well, all that's still in our DNA. All that's still, these reward systems can be hijacked, and they can be hijacked by just giving people money. And like, you don't have to work, you don't have to do anything, you don't have to have ambition. You'll just have money and just lay around and do drugs. That's the fear that people have of giving people free money. But if we can figure out how to literally engineer the human biological vehicle and remove all those pitfalls, if we can enlighten people technologically, maybe enlighten is the wrong word, but advance the human species to the point where those are no longer dilemmas, because those are easily solvable through coding. They're easily solvable through enhancing the human biological system, perhaps raising dopamine levels to the point where anger and fear and hate are impossible. They don't exist. And if you just had everyone on Molly, how many wars would there be? There'd be zero wars.
I think if you could get everyone on Earth to Molly once on the same day, that'd be a tremendous thing. But if you got everybody on Earth to do Molly every day, that'd be a real loss.
But what if they did a low dose of Molly, where you just get to, where everybody greets people with love and affection, and there's no longer concern about competition. Instead, the concern is about the fascination of innovation and creativity.
Man, we could talk the rest of the time about this one topic. It's so interesting. I think if I could push a button to remove all human striving and conflict, I wouldn't do it. First of all, I think that's a very important part of our story and experience. And also, I think we can see both from our own biological history and also from what we know about AI, that very simple goal systems, fitness functions, reward models, whatever you want to call it, lead to incredibly impressive results. If the biological narrative is survive and reproduce, look how far that has somehow gotten us as a society. All of this stuff, all this technology is built and whatever else, that got here through an extremely simple goal and a very complex it's biological imperative to some degree and wanting to impress each other. So I think like evolutionary fitness is a simple and unbelievably powerful idea. Now, could you carefully edit out every individual manifestation of that? Maybe, but I don't want to like live in a society of drugs where everybody is just sort of like on Molly all the time either. Like that doesn't seem like the right answer. Like I want us to continue to strive. I want us to continue to push back the frontier and go out.
What up, Tim?
I think something's already done.
I was worried about you. Oh, well, you're so sweet for coming back to tell me that. I assumed everything was good with you, Gustav. I know you're a busy man. Thank you so much. You have a wonderful day, and we'll talk tomorrow, God willing.
Thanks, man. I'm so looking forward to great job.
Absolutely. Harry Potter Bomb Sonic 10, he knew to the moon. $10 easy. We might hit it too quickly. We're the best, baby. You take care. Mwah. I love you. Take care, Gustav. Ciao, baby. Shout out to Gustav.
People now in the Bigfoot field all around the country who are having bats, thunderbirds, lake monsters, and then things get really, in this book, creepy cryptids. Toward the back of the book, first, sort of an overall question. I think most people can accept there might be undiscovered species, maybe a large hominid that could account for Bigfoot cases, and even you're very careful in your book. There are misidentifications. Witnesses can be wrong. They can make mistakes about UFOs and creatures, things of that sort. You don't rule out that mistakes are made or accept everything as an alien species or a cryptid of some sort. But, when you look at the totality of the cases that you investigate, it's an amazing and truly bizarre, large, weird zoo of unknown animals or species. Are we talking about flesh and blood animals that have avoided humans for centuries, or is it a mixture of something more bizarre?
Well, I think it's a mixture, as you just brought up. I think there are other species that science has never been able to confirm so far around the world. We're finding new species of life forms every year. But a lot of these cases that I've been doing, and not just myself, there's other researchers who are getting similar type reports from other states, other countries, and it's been going on for a long, long time. And when we get into some of these reports, and some of them are extremely unusual, but they're real well documented. You've got so many credible people reporting these things. Why would a police officer, first responders, pilots, engineers report these things? They want no publicity. They're nothing to gain. I go with the public on these cases regularly, and so many people call in, even in recent months. I've had people calling in and maybe just hear their voice, just cracking because they're so shaken even to talk about it. I had one person call me crying on the phone and tell me that she experienced at least weeks. This is what's going on. And so many of these witnesses, experienced hunters and outdoorsmen who went out for years and years and never saw things of this one day, and their lives have changed. Because most of these people would never believe these things could exist, so they thought for themselves. But when we talk about this menagerie of strange things coming in, strange reports, it's impossible to have so many types of unknown species out there. But at the same time, you've got so many people from far distant areas that have no way of knowing about these other reports and the little details they're telling me and others that they're making these stories up. So the only thing that makes any sense right now is that this one we're finding more and more. And it's not just with the cryptids. There's similarities with many of the UFO cases I investigated, even in recent months where some of my colleagues did. And we're dealing with something that, for lack of a better term, again, I would say it's interdimensional. These things under certain conditions which we don't understand. But they come and they go, they're here and they're gone. They leave evidence at times. Animals react to it. And it's very, very strange what we're dealing with.
You have weird cases all over the Keystone State, but there's one name of a particular location that pops up over and over throughout your book, Creepy Cryptids. It's a ridge, and it reminded me so much of Skinwalker Ridge, that red dirt bluff above the Utah Ranch, except the one that you're describing is much bigger. We're going to go to a break in about 2.5 minutes. Give me the broad overview of this ridge and the wide range of activity that has been reported there.
Well, the Chestnut Ridge that you're referring to, it's a little less than 100 miles long. It goes through Westmore and Fayette, Indiana County, and southwest Pennsylvania. It extends out to a few miles outside of Morgantown, West Virginia. And for years and years, there have been all kinds of strange incidents along that road. However, there are certain geographical locations or properties along the ridge areas or nearby where, for whatever reason, this phenomenon seems to focus on. So you have certain properties, certain families, maybe, that the phenomenon has been around for years and years, or in some cases, it suddenly begins and continues. But this is what we're seeing in some of these locations. Similar to Walker Ranch, you're getting UFO sightings, these low-level orbs of light, strange screams of howls, mysterious creatures, global phenomena, all kind of ongoing things. And it's just an amazing thing what these people are telling us.
Is there something special about Chestnut Ridge, other than just the wide variety of activity that's been reported there? Is there something geologic or some historical anomaly that would explain why it's concentrated there?
We've been looking for years. I found that here's the pattern I found years ago. Many close-range, low-level UFO sightings and many encounters with Bigfoot type of cryptid often occur in the vicinity of energy sources. So you have numerous reports around power plants, and not just the pedestrians, such as power lines, use of water, gas wells, gas lines, radio and communication towers. It goes on and on and on. But I see it's up in the energy connection with a lot of the reports we see.
It seems like they are interested, whoever they are, wherever they're from, they're interested in monitoring human activity, UFOs, creepy cryptids as well.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And again, what we're seeing, even though we're raising years, we're definitely seeing an increase of need for return together. And we're doing
We'll definitely get into that. Talk to Stan Gordon about his new book, Creepy Cryptids. A lot of great stuff in this book. We're going to cover as much as we can. We'll go into the break with Scott.
Check it out. This is what happens when it's your birthday or something.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. You can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most exciting time of year, DraftKings is giving you customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download DraftKings Sportsbook and use promo code IHEART. Customers can get $5 to $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable. Treatment is so low it can't be measured by labs. Living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
The children of our nation know little to nothing about 9/11, but the Tunnel to Towers 9/11 Institute is righting this wrong by helping teachers educate kids in kindergarten through 12th grade. Their non-fiction first-person accounts are told through videos of the Discovering Heroes book series. The Institute offers full curriculum, a speakers bureau, a mobile exhibit that's an interactive museum with 9/11 artifacts, and Russell F. Siller Memorial Scholarships for kids and program recipients. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get a piece that contains a real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. And famous-sized bottles for juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This is a radio ad for Pixar. A prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema is not well controlled with complicated prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of the Pixar. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines.
Did you call me?
See for yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Ask your aging specialist.
What up, Ken?
Visit Dupixent.com. Call 1
Did you listen to it?
No, I didn't listen to any of it.
Without breaking a sweat.
I didn't listen to any of it.
It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh.
So you guys have a fight? Yeah, dude, you're not wrong. You could go. Unless somebody asks you for permission. Exactly. Right? Did you delete it? Wow. Because nothing's going on in there right now, so he was trying to stir some things up for himself. Right, yours is it's clean, it's professional. You don't want that. Right, well, I mean, it's not like you guys blocked each other. I'm sure you guys will be okay. He just had to learn that. He just had to learn that he can't post that stuff. I know, he just has to learn that you're serious, that he's not allowed to post that. Well, you can either do this. You can ban him from it, which, will probably cause some bad blood, or you just continue to routinely make him aware that that type of content is not appreciated in your Crypto Degens Lounge on Telegram. Right, I know. No, that's legitimate. Yeah, no. Exactly. No, you're absolutely fine. He was just playing around, and he realizes that you're serious about it. Yes. No, I'm going to tell him that you badmouth him and that you shit all over him. Okay. You didn't do that at all. No, I'm going to tell him what I'm going to tell him, which is this. Dude, don't post that stuff in the Crypto Degens Lounge because that's not for what it is. You've got your own Telegram, do whatever you want in there. If you want to post stuff that's charts related or meme coin related or NFT related, anything finance related, go ahead. That's what the DeFi Lounge is for. Anything sexually related or that gets off goes in yours. It's very simple.
Kids across America want to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. Every kid has we can start at school. It can be hard for them to focus. But one simple thing can help change all of this for a hungry child in America. Good healthy food and energy drinks. With help from kids.
Doug, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. I will. When I see him, I'll tell him. Because of new posts. I got you, Pimp. I got you. I know what you're saying. I got you. Dog, I gotta get your mind on something else. You wanna know something? No, and not that I. Did you get a confirmation? Okay, so. No, I haven't. I sent you a screenshot that says that there are no transactions. So what you need to do is until. Then do that. If it went through, yeah. All right, I can't do anything about that. You got to figure that one out on your own. Whether. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. If it went through, then show me the confirmation. It did? And it said you. It says it's still pending. Okay, so then it hasn't sent yet. I believe you. You don't have to take a photo. Take your time. You got it. I know it's a pain in the ass. That's cool. You're good. Where's Romeo? I knew he would be. Dog, you're gonna sleep so well tonight with that little dog. Oh no, you're right. Let me see.
Oh yeah, that's been going on for years and years. And what we're seeing in more recent years, well, let me give you another example. There's so many cases, and again, it's not just with UFOs, it's also with self-inflicted reports as well. And here's the case going back to my memories early.
I did receive your text message. It says,
About 2015, I should say. This was up in the Westmoreland County.
I need to create a PayPal account to accept your $200. We'll transfer the money back to your account. They don't accept it. Oh, okay. So I don't have a PayPal account, it's saying? Interesting, because I sent it. That's interesting, because I sent it from PayPal. If I don't accept it by like a month. I absolutely will. I don't know why it's not giving me the opportunity. I'm checking it out right now. Let's see what it says. It says pending. I need to create a PayPal account to accept your $200. We'll transfer money back to your account if they don't accept it by April 23rd. So I have a month to create a PayPal account, but I have a PayPal account. That's how I sent you the request. So, let's see. I don't know. I'll probably have to call PayPal tomorrow and ask them what that means. So we'll just, yeah, you absolutely did. I don't know why it doesn't. So here's the thing. I even set up my bank account. Let's see here.
UFOs seemingly generate or take advantage of weather conditions. So we have 4 black spheres that fly out of the cloud and come out. There's a large black orb sitting in the sky.
You confirmed it email.
In a snowstorm. It's not a balloon. It's not a plane. It's just kind of sitting there. And it seems like either they generate this weather or take advantage of this weather.
Well, these small spheres are very, very intriguing. I think, in fact, it's one of the most important part of the UFO mystery that most people are looking or not aware of. I was aware of these things back in 1960s.
Well, I'll tell you this. If I do, and I'm sure I will see, what's my man's name? Bitcoin Ask Vision. I'll make him aware. I'll make Bitcoin Ask Vision aware of what's going on, and hopefully that won't bother me. I think he'll understand it. He just needs some time, maybe. No way, really?
Pennsylvania, I think probably
You're not that fucking kid.
there were so many reports from
Right.
I'll tell you about a few if you want to hear about Georgia.
That's incredible that he had that kind of disrespect.
Again, I'm just picking some reports of this.
I don't know if it's that just spotty and it's long and shit, but
Which actually is an area
the thing is, it's like,
Pennsylvania. So there's
I'm going to DC and tell them,
for years and
you
years.
have fun all day, but when you post something around, everyone's looking. Everybody's looking at the post that you post.
2022,
You know?
around
And I don't like that because it's like, dude, like,
the witness had to look at his
you don't do it here. So this is where we need to have more fun. We talk about transgender shit, talk about all, we talk about all sorts of shit on here already. You know?
Right.
Away from the 12, 15 feet
But
away
that is,
from the
you know,
observers
what
when
you're
he
talking
noticed that huge object was on the ground.
but in the regular lounge,
The object
some
was
sleeping,
ground,
some
saw the
sleeping.
movie.
You see fucking big black dick and fucking shit, stupid shit like that.
The object appeared luminous but not bright, did not reflect any light. It did, however, cast a shadow. The spherical
I don't know,
object,
man.
this
You
is
know, that's
really odd, had a long, flat wing like a plane flying through it, like an aircraft carrier deck, extending out what looked like from the back to the front section. On the opposite side, there were spikes sticking out and going back. The object did not move or make any sound. And that was it. On there as well.
I agree. I'm trying to fix it now. I don't know what's going on.
it's awesome because I'm like, yo, I know I said
That's correct. We will figure it out.
oh, it's a porn, like, crazy.
Where are you?
In Oklahoma.
There you go.
I'm over here by, what's a big town? Dallas, Florida? What's I love it though. I love walking the sports.
Here, I figured it out.
Between him and the newspaper boss.
I think so. Just for a moment.
Next thing that happened was his wife told him sounds asleep on the porch in that cold weather, which you would never do. And he told her that he remembered that he was walking out towards the newspaper box and sees this ball of light between him and the porch. And he got extremely tired. He remembered this object was kind of making a slow circular motion, and he got so tired he fell asleep. And that's when he found him, and apparently he had a heck of a time trying to wake him up. So that was really interesting. But 3 days later, another report happened. So this was up in the Little Ohio. So this is close to the area of the Chestnut Ridge. So this is out towards Ligonier, PA, which also the Little Island has a lot of history. But this occurred outside of Ligonier, PA, in a rural area. The person involved here has one of these old historical homes with a very high ceiling. About 2:30 in the morning, she gets up to go to the restroom. When she comes out of the restroom, she notices in her living room about 5 feet away, and with a high ceiling, that up in there, several people over the ceiling was this deep blue color.
I'll be right back. I'm gotta confirm this just a moment.
There was something moving like a gray swirling mass that looked similar to one of those old obelisks. It was completely silent, but it was moving slightly up and down. She recalled taking one step towards it, and she felt like a little electrical jolt, like a little free jolt like you would get from electric fence. And she said that strange object was there for several seconds. She remembered she got extremely tired when she got near it, and she immediately went to sleep. She said the next day, she said, I was very, very tired. I was very, very groggy, but she said, I'm an insomniac. I don't fall asleep. For me to fall asleep that quickly was very strange. So that was a really intriguing at two very similar reports within days of each other. And over the last few years, there have been several instances of low-level UFO sightings
Rams, and other places like that, with these blue orbs, a little bit bigger than a softball, seemed like they were made out of glass, that had blue swirling liquid inside. They generated fear like way out of whack for what the witnesses should be experiencing.
I can't say directly associated with the orb, but I can tell you in areas that have a history of these occurring, where other things have occurred to people, hundreds reported, other witnesses have reported this overwhelming fear. All those people.
Thank you so much, Appel. I got it to work. Perfect. Absolutely. I think this was mutually beneficial. I can always use the money, and you could use the expertise. And boy, did we revamp your social media. Let's take a look at it now. Let's see if we've broken 100 yet. Just for a moment. We're gonna check it out. So if you're ever wondering, Rabbi, what are you doing to check this? I go to Google. I type in the exact phrase, which is cyberpunk. I'm sorry. Ryoshib.dex or Ryoshib.dex. Ryoshib.dex. Nope, just Dex. Ryoshib.dex is one word. And because it's coming out for Ryoshib, it's coming out for Dex, it's coming out for NFTs, it's coming out for everything. But we basically have to track it on one term for right now. And the easy one for us was Ryoshib.dex because it didn't have a lot of results. So we could track. We have 102 results right now. So if you want to know, we are over 100. We've got Reddit is the first, YouTube, then the website, the decentralized exchange, then Reddit again, then YouTube, then X, then your video on YouTube. If you look at our images, they're like all the things that I uploaded yesterday. Every single thing is a day ago, 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 a day ago. But that's all it needs. It's uploaded, and then so it populates on the internet. So basically, the longer it's on the internet, the more opportunities people have to click on it and check it out and get to your website. Well, it's pretty good. Yeah, but I mean, it's a good start. Yeah, I think this is mutually beneficial. But so, with that, 102 results. It was from 7. It was 7 results to 102. But I mean, the thing is, you're going to see exponential growth with that. It'll be like 300,000 in like a couple months. It'll be huge. Yeah. Because all of that will have time to permeate within the internet. So I tagged it all, so it's all really strong keywords. So when someone types in like cryptocurrency, there's a chance, or like they type in NFT, there's a chance, I'm not saying it's a great chance, but a chance that your NFT will show up in the Google results. When before it never would. No one would ever find your content, ever. Not in a million years will they find your content. But now it has a chance. Of anything, I agree. The quality that I did of the post is where I'm most proud of. I could have just gone in and been like, yeah, I created the accounts, but no, I mean, we uploaded video. Video is hard to upload. It's the most difficult thing to upload because it takes a long time. And it's all unique video that features your art, that has your website on it. On top of that, I tagged it all so that when people are searching for anything on YouTube, for instance, they might just type in decentralized exchange and you're going to show up because we tagged it correctly. No, that's fine. But it does, no. No, I mean, I'm more than that, to be honest with you, but I would let people know if they're interested that I certainly could help them, but Well, we might have to do that. Absolutely. Well, I'm excited for people to check it out. 202. Well, in like 72 hours. That's the thing. We did it very, very quickly. This wasn't even in your mind a week ago. And now you have a presence on every major social media platform, every single one. There isn't one that you're not. So that's really exciting. And that means that people who are randomly on Tumblr are going to find you. People who are randomly on Flickr. Like, you have to understand, I get such random people who come into my YouTube and I'm like, how'd you find out about me? They're like, oh, I saw that you had something on Adobe Creative Cloud that you posted about live streaming, and I came and checked it out. Or someone will be like, hey, I found out about you from Imager, and they'll learn and they'll type that to me on Twitch. You never know how you're going to cross-pollinate. But the more opportunities that you have to make impressions on the audience, the better opportunity that you're going to have to perhaps have a very successful project. Okay, well then we're gonna just do it now. I'm gonna find a. Why? What are you gonna do? You just fall asleep on Twitter space. Your microphone's not on. No one's gonna know. Okay. I understand. All right. No, I don't want you to fuck it up. And I gotcha. Well, you're not making sense. I can tell when somebody's just giving me excuses. You're like, I understand you don't want to do it, and I get that. That makes 100% sense. I understand, but I get what you're 20 hours a day. I get what you're saying. What you have to understand is I'm pretty slick, man. I understand what's going on. If you join it right now, you just said, I'm going to fall asleep, which is a good thing. You want to fall asleep. We want you to fall asleep as soon as possible. Well, wait. You being in a Twitter space isn't going to affect your alarm. These are two unrelated facts, but that's fine. I get it. So we don't have to go into Twitter space. That's absolutely fine. That was. That's okay. No, I don't want you to. Are you? You're good. Well, these things aren't always the most exciting thing, but they usually are pretty cool because you can interact with them. So it's not like a podcast. You can literally just talk to people. And that's what I'm saying. That's what you should do on Twitter Spaces. I gotcha. Did you arrange your Twitter account the way that you were supposed to? You didn't do anything that we discussed. You paid me, which is a huge thing. That's amazing. Oh, you're good. You're good. I got you. You're fine. You're good. You're good. You're good. When they unload you, you don't have to unload, right? You get to just sit there. I bet that's a great feeling when they're like, all right, you guys take care of this shit. I'm not doing it. You get to just hang out with Romeo, and then they unload you, and then, when you're done, you get to go, you can go eat, or you can go get your next load or whatever. That's a great feeling. I gotcha. What'd you eat? Is there? Do you like what is the name? Buc-ee's? Oh, I don't think they allow truckers at Buc-ee's in Texas. I hear they have good everything, but I don't think they allow trucks. What I think they may allow, I could be wrong, but yeah, something like that. But they're huge, aren't they? No, the Buc-ee's. Right. Well, they didn't want to. They didn't want to get the reputation. That's who filled up. I agree. No way. To fill up your vehicle is $900. Right now, you fill up for $900. Does the cost of fuel really affect the profitability, your profitability? And so you're watching it all the time. Right. And the $900 in fuel, how long can you go on 900? So if you can go like 1,000 miles. So you can tell if you have a heavy load, it eats through your fuel a lot better. That's fascinating. All right, Doug. Doug, I'm going to tell you this right now. You have more going on, I think, than any person I know, because your life is on the line. Like, if you fuck up, you die, or there's the potential, and that's really scary. Yes, you are. That's phenomenal. You must have started when you were like 18. That's amazing. Was it a good truck school? That's cool. All right, let's. You keep saying that. You keep saying that. Apollo, you said that 14 times in the last 2 minutes. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I understand what you're trying to tell me. You're trying to do all the things that we're trying to tell you to do. You're just balancing a lot because you've got a lot of responsibilities. I get that. Dude, Romeo is number one, baby. You don't show him on camera enough. That's your only downfall. No, I understand it. Not when you're driving. Have you ever turned on your camera? Well, hell, I've seen you. I know what you look like. So, I see. You don't dox yourself online? Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you this. We have the opportunity. You need to get some sleep, Bobby. And I do too. And so what we're going to do is you fall asleep in your cab, and I'm going to listen to Joe Rogan, and then you get up when you need to. So I'm going to play. I know, but as you do it, know I'm here with you. Romeo's here with you. And we're listening to, do you know who Sam Altman is? He was the CEO of ChatGPT. You know the thing that does all the writing for us? You know this? Okay, so that guy, his company is, he did an interview with Joe Rogan. You know who Joe Rogan is, right? Okay, so this is Sam Altman on the Joe Rogan Experience. And here they are talking about. Right. ChatGPT? Oh, yeah, I made an account. Yes. So basically, everything that's on, well, so in order to use ChatGPT, you need an account. You can't just walk into it like Google and type into it. You need to create an account. So the account that I made was Ryoshi Beck. And then all of the content that's within that account of the questions that I asked it were all related to cryptocurrency or the tagging of the content that we had for social media or that boilerplate text that we had it generate. Please do. You're good. Take your nap. I'm going to play this, and you just get comfortable, dog. Here we go. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. You stay here. Just mute yourself. You're good. Here we go. Sam Altman. Joe Rogan Experience. Joe Rogan and go outside. Check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
So, what have you done? Like ever? No, I mean, what have you done with AI? I mean, it's one of the things about this is, I think everyone's fascinated by it. I mean, everyone is absolutely blown away at the current capability and wondering what the potential for the future is, whether or not that's a good thing.
I think it's going to be a great thing, but I think it's not going to be a more great thing, and that is where I think that's where all of the complexity comes in for people. It's not this like clean story of we're going to do this and it's all going to be great. It's we're going to do this. It's going to be that great, but it's going to be like a technological revolution to be a societal revolution. And those always come with change. And even if it's like net wonderful, there's things we're going to learn along the way. Some kinds of jobs, some kinds of parts of our way of life, some kinds of the way we live are going to change, go away. And no matter how tremendous the upside is there, and I believe it will be tremendously good, there's a lot of stuff we got to navigate through to make sure. That's a complicated thing for anyone to wrap their heads around, and there's deep and super understandable emotions around that.
That's a very honest answer. It's not all going to be good, but it seems inevitable at this point.
It's definitely inevitable. My view of the world, when you're like a kid in school, you learn about this technological revolution and that one and that one. And my view of the world now, sort of looking backwards and forwards, is that this is like one long technological revolution. And we had, first we had to figure out agriculture, so that we had the resources and time to figure out how to build machines, the Industrial Revolution, and that made us learn about a lot of stuff, a lot of other scientific discovery too. Let us do the Computer Revolution, and that's now letting us, as we scale up to these massive systems, do the AI revolution. But it really is just one long story of humans discovering science and technology and co-evolving with it. And I think it's the most exciting story of all time. I think it's how we get to this world of abundance. And although we do have these things to navigate, there will be these downsides. If you think about what it means for the world, for people's quality of lives, get to a world where the cost of intelligence and the abundance that comes with that, the cost dramatically falls, the abundance goes way up. I think we'll do the same thing with energy. And I think those are the two sort of key inputs to everything else we want. So if we can have abundant and cheap energy and intelligence, that will transform people's lives largely for the better. And I think it's going to, in the same way that if we could go back now 500 years and look at someone's life, we'd say, well, there's some great things, but they didn't have this, they didn't have that. Can you believe they didn't have modern medicine? That's what people are going to look back at us like in 50 years.
When you think about the people that currently rely on jobs that AI will replace, when you think about whether it's truck drivers or automation workers, people who work in factory assembly lines, what, if anything, what strategies can be put to mitigate the negative downsides of those jobs being eliminated by AI?
So, I'll talk about some general thoughts, but I find making very specific predictions difficult because the way the technology goes has been so different than even my own intuitions, or certainly my own intuitions.
Maybe we should stop there and back up a little. What were your initial thoughts?
If you asked me 10 years ago, I would have said, first, AI is going to come for blue-collar labor, basically. It's going to drive trucks and do factory work, it'll handle heavy machinery. Then, maybe after that, it'll do, some kinds of cognitive labor, but it won't be off doing what I think of personally as the really hard stuff. It won't be off proving new mathematical theorems. It won't be off discovering new science. It won't be off writing code. And then eventually, maybe last of all, maybe never, because human creativity is this magic special thing. Last of all, it'll come from the creative jobs. That's what I would have said. Now, it looks to me like, and for a while, AI is much better at doing tasks than doing jobs. It can do these little pieces super well, but sometimes it goes off the rails. It can't keep very long coherence. So people are instead just able to do their existing jobs way more productively. But you really still need the human there today. And B, it's going exactly in that direction. You can do the creative work first, stuff like coding second, and it can do things like other kinds of cognitive labor third, and we're the furthest away from humanoid robots.
So back to the initial question. If we do have something that completely eliminates factory workers, completely eliminates truck drivers, delivery drivers, things along those lines, that creates this massive vacuum in our society.
So, I think there's things that we're going to do that are good to do, but not sufficient. So I think at some point we will do something like a UBI or some other kind of like very long-term unemployment insurance, something, but we'll have some way of giving people, like redistributing money in society as a cushion for people as people figure out the new jobs. But, maybe I should touch on that. I'm not a believer at all that there won't be lots of new jobs. I think human creativity, desire for status, wanting different ways to compete, invent new things, feel part of the community, feel valued, that's not going to go anywhere. People have worried about that forever. What happens is we get better tools and we just invent new things and want these things to do. And there's the universe up there. And I think, like literally, there's like space is really big, but also there's just so much stuff we can all do if we get to this world of abundant intelligence where you can sort of just think of a new idea and it gets created. But But again, that doesn't, to the point we started with, that doesn't provide like great solace to people who are losing their jobs today. So saying there's going to be this great indefinite stuff in the future, people are like, what are we doing today? So, well, I think we will, as a society, do things like UBI and other ways of redistribution, but I don't think that gets at the core of what people want. I think what people want is like agency, self-determination, the ability to play a role in architecting the future along with the rest of society, the ability to express themselves and create something meaningful to them. And also, I think a lot of people work jobs they hate, and I think we as a society are always a little bit confused about whether we want to work more or work less. But somehow, we all get to do something meaningful, and we all get to play our role in driving the future forward. That's really important. And what I hope is as those long-haul truck driving jobs go away, which, people have been wrong about predicting how fast it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. We figure out not just a way to solve the economic problem by, like, giving people the equivalent of money every month, but there's a way that, and we have a lot of ideas about this, there's a way that we like share ownership and decision making over the future. The thing I say a lot about AGI is that everyone realizes we're going to have to share the benefits of that, but we also have to share like the decision making over it and access to the system itself. Like I'd be more excited about a world where we say, rather than give everybody else like 1/8 billion of the AGI money, which we should do that too, we say you get like 1/8 billion of a 1/8 billionth slice of the system. You can sell to somebody else, you can sell to a company, you can pool it with other people, you can use it for whatever creative pursuit you want, you can use it to figure out how to start some new business. And with that, you get sort of like a voting right over how this is all going to be used. And so the better the AGI gets, the more your little 1/8 billionth ownership is worth to you.
We are brought to you by Roka. If you've been listening for a while, you may have heard me talk about Roka sunglasses. They are my absolute favorite. But today, I want you to know about the prescription eyewear. If you are active and have bad eyes, do not skip this shit. Roka is a brand based in Austin, Texas, and they have been making performance eyewear for Olympic gold medalists and world champion athletes since 2016. For the last few years, Roka has been building out a badass prescription offering and invested millions of dollars to build their own optical lab right here in Austin at their headquarters. All of Roka's frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers. Since they cut their own lenses, they can also work with extreme ranges that a lot of other brands can't offer. I've been wearing the readers and sunglasses for a few years now and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Roka fixed that problem where glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Rokas stay on your face, you can actually work out in them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Roka did that and actually made their products better too. No bullshit. Check them out. I can wear anything, but I choose to wear Roka, and you should too. Get 20% off your order with the code Rogan at Roka.com. That's ROKA.com. We were joking around the other day on the podcast where I was saying that what we need is an AI government. We should have an AI president and have AI
just make all the decisions.
Yeah, have something that's completely unbiased, absolutely rational, has the accumulated knowledge of the entire human history at its disposal, including all knowledge of psychology and psychological study, including UBI, because that comes with a host of pitfalls and issues that people have with it.
So I'll say something there. I think we're still very far away from a system that is capable enough and reliable enough that any of us would want that. But I'll tell you something I love about that. Someday, let's say that thing gets built, the fact that it can go around and talk to every person on Earth, understand their exact preferences at a very deep level, how they think about this issue and that one, how they balance the trade-offs and what they want, and then understand all of that and like collectively optimize for the collective preferences of humanity or citizens of the U.S. That's awesome.
As long as it's not co-opted, right? Our government currently is co-opted, that's for sure. We know for sure that our government is heavily influenced by special interests. If we could have an artificial intelligence government that has no influence, nothing has influence on it.
What a fascinating area.
It's possible, and I think it might be the only way, where you're going to get completely objective, the absolute most intelligent decision for virtually every problem, every dilemma that we face currently in society.
Would you truly be comfortable handing over like final decision making and say, all right, AI, you got it?
No, but I'm not comfortable doing that with anybody.
Right.
I don't. Right. I was uncomfortable with Patriot Act. I'm uncomfortable with many decisions that are being made. It's just there's so much obvious evidence that decisions that are being made are not being made in the best interest of the overall wealth of people. It's being made in the decisions of whatever gigantic corporations that have donated to whatever the military-industrial complex and pharmaceutical-industrial complex, and it's just the money. That's really what we know today, that money has a massive influence on our society and the choices that get made, and the overall good or bad for the population.
Yeah, I have no disagreement at all that the current system is super broken, not working for people, super corrupt, and for sure, like, unbelievably run by money.
Yeah.
And I think there is a way to do a better job than that with AI, just in some way. But, and this might just be like a factor of sitting with the systems all day and watching all of the ways they fail. We got a long way to go.
A long way to go, I'm sure. But when you think of AGI, when you think of the possible future, like where it goes to, do you ever extrapolate? Do you ever like sit and pause and say, well, if this becomes sentient and it has the ability to make better versions of itself, how long before we're literally dealing with a god?
So the way that I think about this is, it used to be that like AGI was this very binary moment, it was before and after, and I think I'm totally wrong about that. And the right way to think about it is this continuum of intelligence, this smooth exponential curve, back all the way to that sort of smooth curve of technological revolution. The amount of compute power we can put into the system, the scientific ideas about how to make it more efficient and smarter, to give it the ability to do reasoning, to think about how to improve itself, that will all come. But my model for a long time, I think if you look at the world of AGI thinkers, there's sort of two, particularly around the safety issues you're talking about, there's two axes that matter. There's what called short timelines or long timelines. To the first milestone of AGI, whatever that's going to be, is that going to happen in a few years, a few decades, maybe even longer, although this planet, most people are a few years, a few decades. And then there's takeoff speed. Once we get there, from there to that point you're talking about where it's capable of the rapid self-improvement, Is that a slow or a fast process? The world that I think we're heading, that we're in, and also the world that I think is the most controllable and the safest, is the short timelines and slow takeoff quadrant. And I think we're going to have, there were a lot of very smart people for a while who were like, the thing you're talking about happens in a day or 3 days. And that doesn't seem likely to be given the shape of the technology as we understand it now. Now, even if that happens in a decade or 3 decades, that's still like the blink of an eye from a historical perspective. And there are going to be some real challenges to getting that right. And the decisions we make, the sort of safety systems and the checks that the world puts in place, how we think about global regulation or rules of the road from the safety perspective for those projects. It's super important because you can imagine anything's going horribly wrong. But I feel cheerful about the progress the world is making towards taking this seriously. And, it reminds me of what I've read about the conversations that the world had right around the development of nuclear weapons.
It seems to me that this is, at least in terms of public consciousness, this has emerged very rapidly, where I don't think anyone was really aware that people were aware of the concept of artificial intelligence, but they didn't think that it was going to be implemented so comprehensively, so quickly.
Yeah.
So ChatGPT is on, 4.5 now? 4. And with 4.5, there'll be some sort of an exponential increase in its abilities.
It'll be somewhat better. Each step, from each half step like that, humans have this ability to get used to new technology so quickly. The thing that I think was unusual about the launch of ChatGPT 3.5 and then 4 was that people hadn't really been paying attention. And that's part of the reason we deploy. We think it's very important that people and institutions have time to gradually understand this, react, co-design the society that we want with it. And if you just build AGI in secret in a lab and then jump on the world all at once, I think that's a really bad idea. So we have been trying to talk to the world about this for a while. People, if you don't give people something that you feel here in their lives, they don't quite take it seriously. They're busy. And so there was this big overhang from where the technology was to where public consciousness was. Now, that's caught up. We've deployed. I think people understand it. I don't expect the jump from 4 to 4.5, which would be a lot. I don't expect that to be the crazy switch, the crazy adjustment that people have had to go through. It's mostly happened. I think most people have gone from thinking that AGI was science fiction and very far off to something that's going to happen. And that was a one-time reframe. And now, every year you get a new iPhone. Over the 15 years or whatever since the launch, they've gotten dramatically better. So iPhone to iPhone, it's a little better. But now if you go hold up the first iPhone to 15 or whatever, that's a big difference. GPT 3.5 to AGI, that'll be a big difference. But along the way, it'll just get incrementally better.
Do you think about the convergence of things like Neuralink and there's a few competing technologies where they're trying to implement some sort of a connection between the human biological system and technology?
Do you want those things to happen?
I don't until everybody does.
Right.
And, I have a joke about it. But it's the idea is once it gets done, you have to because everybody's going to have it.
So one of the hard questions about all of the related merge stuff is exactly what you just said. As a society, are we going to let some people merge with AGI, not others? And if we do, then, and you choose not to, what does that mean for you?
Right, and will you be protected?
How do you get that moment right? If we imagine all the way out to the sci-fi future, there's been a lot of sci-fi books written about how you get that moment right. To do that first. What about people who don't want to? How do you make sure that people that do it first actually help lift everybody up together? Yeah. How do you make sure people who want to just live their very human life get to do that? That stuff is really hard, and honestly, so far off from my problems of the day that I don't get to think about that as much as I'd like to, because I do think it's super interesting. But yeah, it seems like if we just think logically, that's going to be a huge challenge at some point, and people are going to want wildly divergent things, but there is a societal question about how we're going to, like, the questions of fairness that come there, and what it means for the people who don't do it. Super, super complicated. Anyway, on the neural interface side, I'm in the short term, like before we figure out how to upload someone's questions into a computer, if that's even possible at all, which I think there's plenty of sides you could take on why it's not. The thing that I find myself most interested in is what we can do without drilling a hole in someone's head. How much of the inner monologue can we read out with an externally mounted device? And if we have a imperfect, low bandwidth, low accuracy neural interface, can people still just learn how to use it really well in a way that's like quite powerful for what they can do with a new computing platform? And my guess is we'll figure that out.
I'm sure you've seen that headpiece. There's a demonstration where there's someone asking someone a question. They have this headpiece on, they think the question, and then they literally Google the question and get the answers through their head.
That's the kind of thing we've been in. That's the kind of direction we've been exploring.
Yeah. That seems to me to be step one. That's the pawn of the eventual immersive 3D video games. Like you're going to get these first steps, and they're going to seem sort of crude and slow. I mean, it's essentially slower than just asking Siri.
I think if someone built a system where you could think words doesn't just be a question, it could just be your passive rambling inner monologue, but it certainly could be a question. And that was being fed into GPT-5 or 6, and in your field of vision, the words in response were being displayed, that would be the poem.
Yeah.
That's still that's a very valuable tool to have.
And that seems like that's inevitable.
There's hard work to get there on the neural interface side, but I believe it will happen.
Yeah, I think so too. My concern is that the initial adopters of this will have such a massive advantage over the general population.
Well, that doesn't concern me, because that's like that's just like better, that's a better computer. You're not like jacking your brain into something in a high-risk thing. You know what you're doing, you don't want them to take off the glasses. So that feels fine.
Well, this is just the external device now.
Oh, I think we can do the kind of like read your thoughts with an external device at some point. Read your internal monologue.
Interesting. And do you think we'll be able to communicate with an external device as well, telepathically? Or semi-telepathically through technology?
I do. Yeah, I do.
I think so too. My real concern is that once we take this step to use an actual neural interface, when there's an actual operation, and they're using some sort of an implant, and then that implant becomes more sophisticated. It's not the iPhone 1, now it's the iPhone 15. And as these things get better and better, we're on the road to cyborgs. We're on the road to, like, why would you want to be a biological person? Do you really want to live in a fucking log cabin when you can be in the Matrix? It seems like we're on this path.
We're already a little bit down that path, right? Like if you take away someone's phone and they have to go function in the world today, they're at a disadvantage relative to everybody else. So that's like maybe that's like the lightest weight version of a movie you could imagine. But I think it's worth, like, if we go back to that earlier thing about the one exponential curve, I think it's worth saying we've like lifted off the x-axis already down this path, the tiniest bit. And even if you don't go all the way to like a neural interface, VR will get so good that some people just don't want to take it off that much. Right? And that's fine for them. As long as we can solve this question of how do we like think about what balance and power means in a world, I think there will be many people. I'm certainly one of them. Like, actually, the human body and human experience is pretty great. That log cabin in the woods, pretty awesome. I don't want to be there all the time. I'd love to go play the great video game, But like, I'm really happy to get to go there sometimes.
Yeah, there's still human experiences that are just like great human experience. Just laughing with friends, kissing someone that you've never kissed before, that you're on a first date. Those kind of things they're real moments. It just laughs.
Yeah.
Having a glass of wine with a friend and just laughing.
Not quite the same in VR.
Yeah.
Now, when the VR goes super far, so you can't, it's like you are injecting on your brain and you can't tell what's real and what's not. And then everybody gets like super deep on the simulation hypothesis or the like Eastern religion or whatever. I don't know what happens at that point.
Do you ever fuck around with simulation theory? Because the real problem is when you combine that with probability theory and you talk to the people that say, well, if you just look at the numbers, the probability that we're already in a simulation is much higher than the probability that we're not.
We also have a great collection.
It's never been clear to me what to do about it. It's like, okay, that intellectually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I think probably, sure,
right.
That seems convincing, but
now
this is my reality.
Yeah.
This is my life.
Yeah.
And I'm going to live it. And from like 2 a.m. in my college freshman dorm hallway till now, I've made no more progress on it.
What seems like one of those, there's no, if it is a possibility, if it is real. First of all, once it happens, what are you going to do? That is the new reality. And in many ways, our new reality is as alien to, hunter-gatherers 15,000 years ago as that would be to us now. I mean, we've already entered into some very bizarre territory where, I was just having a conversation with my kids who were asking questions about something. And, I always say, let's guess, what percentage of that is this? And then we just Google it. And then just ask Siri and we pull it up. Like, look at that. Like, that alone is so bizarre compared to how it was when I was 13 and you had to go to the library and hope that the book was accurate.
Totally. I was very annoyed this morning. I was reading about how horrible systems like ChatGPT and Google are from an environmental impact because it's, using like some extremely tiny amount of energy for each query. And, we're all destroying the world. And I was like, before that, people drove to the library. It's like, how much carbon they burn to answer this question versus what it takes now.
But that's just people looking for some reason why something's bad. That's not a logical, total perspective. What we should be looking at is the spectacular changes that are possible through this. And all the problems, the insurmountable problems that we have with resources, with the environment, with cleaning up the ocean, climate change. There's so many problems that we need this to solve all of it and everything else. And that's why we need President AI.
If AI could make every scientific discovery, but we still had human presidents, do you think it would be okay?
No, because those creeps would still be pocketing money and they'd have offshore accounts. And it would always be a weird thing of corruption and how to mitigate that corruption, which is also one of the fascinating things about the current state of technology is that we're so much more aware of corruption. There's so much independent reporting, and we're so much more cognizant of the actual problems that are in place.
This is really great. One of the things that I've observed, obviously many other people too, is corruption is such an incredible hindrance to getting anything done in a society to make forward progress. And, my worldview had been more US-centric when I was younger, and as I've just studied the world more and to work in more places in the world, it's amazing how much corruption there still is. But the shift to a technologically enabled world, I think, is a major force against it because everything it's harder to hide stuff. And I do think corruption in the world will keep trending down.
Because of its exposure through technology.
This episode is brought to you by 8 Sleep. From superstar athletes to tech billionaires, successful people always seem to have one thing in common: deep, restful sleep. And a lot of them get it using their 8 Sleep pod cover. I have an 8 sleep pod cover. I've had it for a while. It's a game changer. I love it. It keeps me I never sweat in bed anymore. I used to sweat in bed sometimes. It keeps it at the perfect temperature for you. And it's all down to features that are packed in it. It's got dual-sided heating and cooling, which is great if you're a couple. Like, if your wife wants to sleep in the warm spot, you want to sleep when it's cold or whatever, vice versa. It's perfect. Plus, its autopilot feature automatically adjusts the temperature to help you sleep deeper and longer. Don't believe it? Well, you can see for yourself with its tracking technology that reports on your heart rate and other key sleep indicators. And thanks to all of this, I'm having the best sleep of my life. But the best part is how little effort it took to set it up. It just fits over the mattress that you already have. It's time to bring high tech to the bedroom. Reclaim your sleep by going to 8sleep.com/JRE for $200 off the Pod Plus free shipping. That's 8sleep.com/JRE for $200 off the Pod Plus free shipping. We are brought to you by Roka. If you've been listening for a while, you may have heard me talk about Roka sunglasses. They are my absolute favorite. But today, I want you to know about the prescription eyewear. If you are active and have bad eyes, do not skip this shit. Roka is a brand based in Austin, Texas, and they have been making performance eyewear for Olympic gold medalists and world champion athletes since 2016. For the last few years, Roka has been building out a badass prescription offering and invested millions of dollars to build their own optical lab right here in Austin at their headquarters. All of Roka's frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers. Since they cut their own lenses, they can also work with extreme ranges that a lot of other brands can't offer. I've been wearing the readers and sunglasses for a few years now and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Roka fixed that problem where glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Roka stay on your face, you can actually work out in them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Roka did that and actually made their products better too. No bullshit. Check them out. I can wear anything, but I choose to wear Roka, and you should too. Get 20% off your order with the code ROGAN at Roka.com. That's ROKA.com.
I mean, it comes at a cost, and I think the loss, I am very worried about how far the surveillance state could go here. But in a world where payments, for example, are no longer like bags of cash, but done somehow digitally, and somebody, even if using Bitcoin, can watch those flows, I think that's like a corruption-reducing thing.
I agree, but I'm very worried about central bank digital currency and that being tied to a social credit score.
That's super against.
Yeah, that scares the shit out of me.
Super against.
And the push to that that's not for the overall good of society. That's for control.
Yeah, I think there's many things that I'm disappointed that the U.S. government has done recently, but the war on crypto, which I think is we can't give this up, we're going to control this, and all, that's the thing that makes me quite sad about the country.
It makes me quite sad about the country too, but then you also see with things like FTX, this can get, without regulation and without someone overseeing it, this can get really fucked.
Yeah, I'm not anti-regulation. I think there's clearly a role for it, and I also think FTX was a sort of comically bad situation. Yeah, we should.
It's like worst case scenario.
Yeah,
but it's a fun one.
It's totally fun. And
I love that story.
I mean, you clearly.
I really do. I love the fact that they were all doing drugs and having sex.
Yeah, no. And every part of the drama is it's a gripping story because they had everything there.
They did their taxes with what was the program that they used? QuickBooks. They did billions of dollars.
I don't know why I think the word poly polycule is so funny. But
Polycule.
that was what they like, what you call a relationship, like a poly but closed, like polyamorous molecule put together.
Oh, I see.
So they were like, this is our polycule.
So there's 9 of them, and they're
Or
poly
10 or whatever. Yeah, you call that a polycule. I thought that was this funny, like, that became like a meme in Silicon Valley for a while. I thought was hilarious. You clearly want enough regulation that can't happen. But they're like,
Well, I'm not against that happening. I'm against them doing what they did just a month.
That's what I mean.
Polycules kind of fun.
Go for it. No, I mean, you want enough thing that like FTX can't lose all of its depositors' money.
Yes.
But I think there's an important point here, which is you have all of this other regulation that people, and it didn't keep us safe. And the basic thing, which was like, let's do that. That was not all of the crypto stuff people were talking about.
Yes. I mean, the real fascinating crypto is Bitcoin. To me, that's the one that I think has the most likely possibility of becoming a universal viable currency. And it's, it's limited in the amount that there can be. It's, people mine it with their own computer. It's like, that to me is very fascinating. And I love the fact that it's been implemented. And that, at least I've had Andreas Antonopoulos on the podcast. When he talks about it, he's living it. He's spending all of his money. Everything he gets paid is in Bitcoin. He pays his rent in Bitcoin. Everything he does is in Bitcoin.
I helped start a project called WorldCoin a few years ago. And so I've gotten to learn more about this space. I'm excited about it for the same reasons I'm excited about Bitcoin too. But I think this idea that we have a global currency that is outside of the control of any government is a super logical and important step on the tech tree.
Yeah, I agree. Why should the government control currency? I mean, the government should be dealing with all the pressing environmental, social, infrastructure issues, foreign policy issues, economic issues, the things that we need to be governed in order to have a peaceful and prosperous society that's equal and equitable.
What do you think happens to money and currency after AGI?
I've wondered about that because I feel like with money, especially when money goes digital, the bottleneck is access. If we get to a point where all information is just freely shared everywhere, there are no secrets, there are no boundaries, there are no borders. We're reading minds. We have complete access to all of the information of everything you've ever done, everything everyone's ever said. There's no hidden secrets. What is money then? Money is this digital thing. Well, how can you possess it? How can you possess this digital thing if there's literally no bottleneck? There's no barriers to anyone accessing any information because essentially it's just ones and zeros.
Yeah, I mean, another way, I think the information frame makes sense. Another way is that, money is like a sort of way to trade labor, or to trade, a limited number of hard assets, like land, houses, whatever. And if you think about a world where, intellectual labor is just readily available and super cheap, then that's somehow very different. I think there will always be goods that we want to be scarce and expensive, but it'll only be those goods that we want to be scarce and expensive and services that still are. And so money in a world like that, I think it's a very curious idea.
Yeah, it becomes a different thing. It's not a bag of gold in a leather pouch that you're carrying around. Yeah, it's not going to demonstrate. But then the question becomes, how is that money distributed, and how do we avoid some horrible Marxist society where there's one totalitarian government that just takes it out? Yeah,
that would be bad. I think you've got to my current best idea. Maybe there's something better. Is I think you add if we are right. A lot of reasons we could be wrong. If we are right that the AGI systems, in which there will be a few, become the high order bits of sort of influence whatever in the world, I think you do need not to just redistribute the money, but the access so that people can make their own decisions about how to use it and how to govern it. And if you've got one idea and you get to do this, and I've got one idea, I get to do that, and I have like rights to basically do whatever I want with my part of it. And if I come up with better ideas than you, I get rewarded for that by whatever the society is, or vice versa.
Yeah. You know, the hardliners, the people that are against like welfare and against any sort of universal basic income, UBI, what they're really concerned with is human nature, right? They believe that if you remove incentives, if you just give people free money, they become addicted to it, they become lazy. But isn't that a human biological and psychological bottleneck? And perhaps with the implementation of artificial intelligence combined with some sort of neural interface, whether it's external or internal, it seems like that's a problem that can be solved. That you can essentially, this is where it gets really spooky, you can re-engineer the human biological system, and you can remove all of these problems that people have that are essentially problems that date back to human reward systems when we were tribal people, hunter-gatherer people, whether it's jealousy, lust, envy, all these variables that come into play when you're dealing with money and status and social status. If those are eliminated with technology, essentially we become a next version of what the human species is possible. Like, look, we're very, very far removed from tribal, brutal societies of cave people. We all agree that this is a way better way to live. It's way safer. You know, I was talking about this at my comedy club last night because my wife was we're talking about DNA, and my wife was saying that look, everybody came from cave people, which is kind of a fucked up thought. That everyone here is here because of cave people. Well, all that's still in our DNA. All that's still these reward systems can be hijacked, and they can be hijacked by just giving people money. And like, you don't have to work, you don't have to do anything, you don't have to have ambition. You'll just have money and just lay around and do drugs. That's the fear that people have of giving people free money. But if we can figure out how to literally engineer the human biological vehicle and remove all those pitfalls, if we can enlighten people technologically, maybe enlighten is the wrong word, but advance the human species to the point where those are no longer dilemmas, because those are easily solvable through coding. They're easily solvable through enhancing the human biological system, perhaps raising dopamine levels to the point where anger and fear and hate are impossible. They don't exist. And if you just had everyone on Molly, how many wars would there be? There'd be 0 wars.
I think if you could get everyone on Earth to all do Molly once on the same day, that'd be a tremendous thing. But if you got everybody on Earth to do Molly every day, that would be a real loss.
But what if they did a low dose of Molly, where you just get to, where everybody greets people with love and affection, and there's no longer concern about competition. Instead, the concern is about the fascination of innovation and creation and creativity.
Man, we could talk the rest of the time about this one topic. It's so interesting. I think if I could push a button to remove all human strife and conflict, I wouldn't do it. First of all, I think that's a very important part of our story experience. And also, I think we can see both from our own biological history and also from what we know about AI, that very simple goal systems, fitness functions, reward models, whatever you want to call it, lead to incredibly impressive results. If the biological imperative is survive and reproduce, look how far that has somehow gotten us as a society. All this stuff, all this technology, this building, whatever else, that got here through like evolutionary fitness is a simple and unbelievably powerful idea. Now, could you carefully edit out every individual manifestation of that? Maybe, but I don't want to like live in a society of drones where everybody is just sort of like on Molly all the time either. Like that doesn't seem like the right answer. Like I want us to continue to strive. I want us to continue to push back the frontier and go out and explore. And I actually think something's already gotten a little off track in society about all of that, and we're I don't know, I think like I I'll be older by the time I felt like the old guy complaining about the youth. But I think we've lost something, and I think that we need more striving, maybe more risk-taking, more like explorer spirit.
What do you mean by you think we've lost something?
I mean, here's like a version of it very much from my own lens. I was a startup investor for a long time, and it often was the case that the very best startup founders were in their early or mid-20s, late 20s maybe even, and now they skew much older. And what I want to know is, in the world today, where are the super great 25-year-old founders? And there are a few. It's not fair to say there are none, but there are less than there were before. And I think that's bad for society at all levels. I mean, like, tech company founders is one example, but like people who go off and create something new, who push on a disagreeable or controversial idea, we need that to drive forward. We need that sort of spirit. We need people to be able to, put out ideas and be wrong and not be ostracized from society for it, or not have it be like, something that they get canceled for or whatever. We need people to be able to take a risk in their career because they believe in some important scientific quest that may not work out or may sound like really controversial or bad or whatever. Certainly when we started OpenAI and we were saying we think this AGI thing is real and could be done, unlikely but so important if it happens. And all of the older scientists in our field were saying those people are irresponsible. We should talk about AGI. That's like, they're like selling a scam, or they're like, they're kind of being reckless and it's going to lead to an AGI winter. Like we said at the time, it was unlikely, but it was an important quest. And we were going to go after it and kind of like fuck the haters. That's important to a society.
What do you think is the origin? Like, why do you think there are less young people that are doing those kind of things now, as opposed to a decade or two ago?
I'm so interested in that topic. I'm tempted to blame the education system, but I'm sure that I think that like interacts with society in all of these strange ways. It's funny, there was this like thing all over my Twitter feed recently trying to talk about like what caused the drop in testosterone in American men over the last few decades. And no one was like, this is a symptom, not a cause. And everyone was like, oh, it's the microplastics, it's the birth control pills, it's the whatever, it's the whatever, it's the whatever. And I think this is like not at all the most important piece of this topic, but it was just interesting to me sociologically that there was only talk about it being about what caused it, not about it being an effect of some sort of change in society.
But isn't what caused it, well, there's biological reasons why, like when we talk about the phthalates, microplastic pesticides, environmental factors, those are real. And I don't I'm so far out of my depth and expertise here. It was just interesting to me that the only talk was about like biological factors and how that somehow society can have some sort of effect. Well, society most certainly has an effect.
Do you know what the answer to this is?
I don't. I mean, I've had a podcast with Dr. Shanna Swan, who wrote the book Countdown, and that is all about the introduction of petrochemical products and the correlating drop in testosterone, rise in miscarriages, the fact that these are ubiquitous endocrine disruptors that when they do blood tests on people, they find some insane number. It's like 90+% of people have phthalates in their system. And
I appreciate that.
yeah, we try to mitigate it as much as possible. I mean, you're getting it. If you're microwaving food, you're fucking getting it. You're just getting it. If you eat processed food, you're getting it. You're getting a certain amount of microplastics in your diet. And estimates have been that it's as high as a credit card of microplastics floating in your body. You consume a credit card about a week. Well, the real concern is with mammals, because the introductions, when they've done studies with mammals, when they've introduced phthalates into their body, there's a correlating, one thing that happens is these animals, their taints shrink. Like the taint of the mammal, when you look at males, it's 50% to 100% larger than the females. With the introduction of phthalates on the males, the taints start shrinking, the penises shrink, the testicles shrink, sperm count shrinks. So we know there's a direct biological connection between these chemicals and how they interact with bodies. So that's a real one. And it's also the amount of petrochemical products that we have, the amount of plastics that we use. It is such an integral part of our culture and our society, our civilization. It's everywhere. And I've wondered if you think about how these territorial apes evolve into this new advanced species. Wouldn't one of the very best ways be to get rid of one of the things that causes the most problems, which is testosterone? We need testosterone. We need aggressive men and protectors. But why do we need them? We need them because there's other aggressive men that are evil, right? So we need protectors from ourselves. We need the good, strong people to protect us from the bad, strong people. But if we're in the process of integrating with technology, if technology is an inescapable part of our life, if it is everywhere, you're using it, you have the internet of everything, it's in your microwave, in your television, your computers, everything you use. As time goes on, that will be more and more part of your life, and as these plastics are introduced into the human biological system, you're seeing a feminization of the males in the species. You're seeing a downfall in birth rate. You're seeing all these correlating factors that would sort of lead us to become this more peaceful, less violent, less aggressive, less ego-driven thing.
Which the world was definitely becoming over time. And I'm all for less violence, obviously. But I don't... Look, obviously testosterone has many great things to say for it and some bad tendencies too. But I don't think a world, if we leave that out of the equation and just say like a world that has a spirit that, you know, we're gonna defend ourselves, we're going to find a way to like protect ourselves and our tribe and our society into this future, which you can get with lots of other ways. I think that's an important impulse. More than that, though, what I meant is about, if we go back to the issue of like, where are the young founders? Why don't we have more of those? And I don't think it's just the tech startup industry. I think you could say that about like young scientists or many other categories. Those are maybe just the ones that I know the best. In a world with any amount of technology, I still think we've got it. It is our destiny in some sense to stay on this curve, and we still need to go figure out what's next and after the next down. next hill. And it would be, my perception is that there is some long-term societal change happening here, and I think that's what's happening too.
Right. It may make us less happy, but what I'm saying is if the human species does integrate with technology, wouldn't a great way to facilitate that to kind of feminize the primal apes and to sort of downplay the role?
You mean like should the AGI?
Well, maybe, I don't know, it's AGI, it's just an inevitable consequence of technology. Because especially the type of technology that we use, which does have so much plastic in it, and then on top of that, the technology that's involved in food systems, preservatives, all these different things that we use to make sure that people don't starve to death. We've made incredible strides in that. There are very few people in this country that starve to death. Yeah, it's not a primary issue, but violence is a primary issue. But our concerns about violence and our concerns about testosterone and strong men and powerful people is only because
we need to protect against
others same thing.
Is that really the only reason?
Sure. I mean, how many incredibly violent women are out there running gangs?
No, that part for sure.
Yeah.
Not very many. What I meant more is that the only reason that society values like strong masculinity?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a biological imperative, right? And I think that biological imperative is because we used to have to defend against incoming tribes and predators and animals. And we needed someone who was stronger than most to defend the rest. And that's the concept of the military. That's why Navy SEAL training is so difficult. We want the strongest of the strong to be at the tip of the spear. But that's only because there's people like that out there that are bad. If artificial general intelligence and the implementation of some sort of a device that changes the biological structure of human beings to the point where that is no longer a concern. Like if you are me and I am you and I know this because of technology, violence is impossible.
Yeah, look, by the time, if this goes all the way down the sci-fi path and we're all merged into this one single planetary universal whatever consciousness, then yes, you don't.
You don't need testosterone.
You need testosterone, but
especially if we can reproduce through other methods. This is the alien hypothesis, right? Why do they look so spindly and without any gender? They have these big heads and tiny
they don't need
mouths.
physical strength.
They don't need physical strength. They have some sort of telepathic way of communicating. They probably don't need sounds with their mouths. And they don't need this urge that we have to conquer and to spread our DNA. That's so much of what people do is these reward systems that were established when we were territorial apes.
There's a question to me about how much you can ever get rid of that if you make an AGI and it decides, actually, we don't need to expand, we don't need more territory, we're just happy, at this point, you get the whole thing all together, all our shit, we're happy here on Earth, we don't need to get bigger, we don't need to reproduce, we don't need to grow, we're just going to sit here and run. That sounds like a boring life.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree that that would be the logical conclusion. I think the logical conclusion would be they would look for problems and frontiers that are insurmountable to our current existence, like intergalactic communication and transportation.
What happens when it meets another AGI, the other galaxy?
What happens when it meets an AGI that's a million years more advanced?
Or that?
And what does that look like? Yeah, that's what I've often wondered if we are. I call ourselves the biological caterpillars that creates the electronic butterfly. That we're making a cocoon right now. We don't even know what we're doing. And I think it's also tied into consumerism. Because what does consumerism do? Consumerism facilitates the creation of newer and better things. Because you always want the newest, latest, greatest. So you have more advanced technology in automobiles, and computers, and cell phones, and all of these different things, including medical science.
That's all for sure true. The thing I was reflecting as you were saying that is, I don't think I'm not not as optimistic that we can or even should overcome our biological base to the degree that I think you think we can. And, to even go back one further level, like I think society is happiest where there's like roles for strong femininity and strong masculinity in the same people and in different people. And I don't think a lot of these like deep-seated things are gonna be able to get pushed aside very easily and still have a system that works. Like, sure, we can't really think about what if there were consciousness in a machine someday or whatever, what that would be like. And maybe I'm just like thinking too small-mindedly, but I think there is something about us that has worked in a super deep way. And it took evolution a lot of search space to get here, but I wouldn't discount it too easily.
But don't you think that cave people would probably have those same logical conclusions about life and sedentary lifestyle, sitting in front of a computer and not interacting with each other except through text?
Well,
I mean, isn't that like what you're saying is correct?
How different do you think our motivations are today, and kind of what really brings us genuine joy, and how we're wired at some deep level differently than cave people? Clearly, lots of other things have changed. We've got much better tools. But how different do you think it really is?
Are you surprised?
We are brought to you by Roka. If you've been listening for a while, you may have heard me talk about Roka sunglasses. They are my absolute favorite. But today, I want you to know about the prescription eyewear. If you are active and have bad eyes, do not skip this shit. Roka is a brand based in Austin, Texas, and they have been making performance eyewear for Olympic gold medalists and world champion athletes since 2016. For the last few years, Roka has been building out a badass prescription offering and invested millions of dollars to build their own optical lab right here in Austin at their headquarters. All of Roka's frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers. Since they cut their own lenses, they can also work with extreme ranges that a lot of other brands can't offer. I've been wearing the readers and sunglasses for a few years now and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Roka fixed that problem when glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Rokas stay on your face, you can actually work out in them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Roka did that and actually made their products better too. No bullshit. Check them out. I can wear anything, but I choose to wear Roka, and you should too. Get 20% off your order with the code ROGAN at Roka.com. That's ROKA.com. This episode is brought to you by Bond Charge. I've talked about them on the show before, but saunas are one of my favorite things to do, especially after workout. They're the best. And I have one installed in my house. We have one here at the gym. The benefits are amazing. They just help you relax and sweat and flush out all the bullshit and heat shot proteins. It's so good for you. But I also get that installing a sauna can get pricey, like thousands of dollars. So I want to introduce a great alternative that I found called Bond Charge's infrared sauna blanket. It's like a fraction of the cost of box saunas, and you can take it anywhere. Plus the exact same benefits like regular saunas. It works to raise your heart rate, burn calories, and just help you sweat and relax. You can even burn up to 600 calories in one session. Heat shot proteins, kids, are good for you. Order your own Bond Charge infrared sauna blanket today at bondcharge.com/JRE and use the promo code JRE to get 15% off. Plus, every infrared sauna blanket ships free. That's promo code JRE at bondcharge.com/JRE. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. I think that's the problem, is that genetically, at the base level, there's not much difference. And that these reward systems are all there. We interact with all of them. Whether it's ego, lust,
passion, fury, anger, jealousy, all these different things.
And you think some people will upload and edit those out?
Yes. Yeah, I think that our concern with losing this aspect of what it means to be a person, this like the idea that we should always have conflict and struggle because conflict and struggle is how we facilitate progress, which is true, right? And combating evil is how the good gets greater and stronger if the good wins. But my concern is that that is all predicated on the idea that the biological system that we have right now is correct and optimal. And I think one of the things that we're dealing with the heightened states of depression and anxiety and the lack of meaning and existential angst that people experience, a lot of that is because the biological reality of being a human animal doesn't really integrate that well with this world that we've created.
That's for sure.
Yeah. And I wonder if the solution to that is not find ways to find meaning with the biological, vessel that you've been given, but rather engineer those aspects that are problematic out of the system to create a truly enlightened being. Like one of the things, if you ask someone today, what are the odds that in 3 years there will be no war in the world? It's zero. Like nobody thinks, there's never been a time in human history where we haven't had war. If you had to say, what is our number one problem as a species? Well, I would say our number one problem is war. Our number one problem is this idea that it's okay to send massive groups of people who don't know each other to go murder massive groups of people that are somehow opposed because of the government, because of lines in the sand. It's an insane thing. Well, how do you get rid of that? Well, one of the ways you get rid of that is to completely engineer out all the human reward systems that pertain to the acquisition of resources.
So what's left at that point?
Well, we're a new thing. I think we've become a new thing.
And what does that thing want?
I think that new thing would probably want to interact with other new things that are even more advanced than it.
I do believe that scientific curiosity can drive hard, but that can be a great frontier for a long time.
Yeah, I think it can be a great frontier for a long time as well. I just wonder if what we're seeing with the drop in testosterone, because of microplastics, which sort of just snuck up on us. We didn't even know that it was an issue until people started studying.
How certain is that at this point that that's what's happening?
I don't know. It's a very good question. Dr. Shannon Swan believes that it's the primary driving factor of the sort of drop in testosterone and all the miscarriage issues. Low birth weights, all those things seem to have there seems to be a direct factor environmentally. I'm sure there's other factors too. The drop in testosterone, it's been shown that you can increase male's testosterone through resistance training and through there's certain things you can do. Like one of the big ones they found through a study in Japan is cold water immersion before exercise. It radically increases testosterone. So you could cold water immersion and then exercise. I wonder why. Yeah, maybe it's really find that. But it's a fascinating field of study. But I think it has something to do with resilience and resistance, and the fact that your body has to combat this external factor that's very extreme. It causes the body to go into this state of preservation, the implementation of cold shock proteins, and the reduction of inflammation, which also enhances the body's endocrine system. But then on top of that, this imperative that you have to become more resilient to survive this external factor that you've introduced into your life every single day. So there's ways, obviously, that you can make a human being more robust. We know that we can do that through strength training, and that all that stuff actually does raise testosterone. Your diet can raise testosterone, and a poor diet will lower it and will hinder your endocrine system. It will hinder your ability to produce growth hormone, melatonin, all these different factors. That seems to be something that we can fix in terms, or at least mitigate in terms with decisions and choices and effort. But the fact that these petrochemical products, like there's a graph that Dr. Shanna Swan has in her book that shows during the 1950s when we started using petrochemical products in everything, microwave, plastic, saran wrap, all this different stuff. There's a direct correlation between the implementation and the dip. And it all seems to line up, like that seems to be a primary factor.
Does it have an equivalent impact on like estrogen-related hormones?
It's a good question. Some of them actually, I know some of these chemicals that they're talking about actually increase estrogen in men. I don't know, but I do know that it increases miscarriages. So I just think it's overall disruptive to the
definitely a societal-wide disruption of the endocrine system in a short period of time. It's like a just bad and difficult to wrap our heads around.
And then pollutants and environmental toxins on top of the pesticides and herbicides and all those other things and microplastics. There's a lot of factors that are leading our systems to not work well. But I just really wonder if this, like, are we just clinging on to this monkey body? Are we deciding?
I like my monkey body.
I do too. Listen, I love it. But I try to be very objective. And when I objectively look at it in terms of, like, if you take where we are now and all of our problems, and you look towards the future, like, what would be one way that you could mitigate a lot of these? And well, it would be the implementation of some sort of a telepathic technology where, you couldn't just text someone or tweet at someone something mean, because you literally feel what they feel when you put that energy out there, and you would be repulsed.
Yeah.
And then violence would be if you were committing violence on someone and you literally felt the reaction of that violence in your own being. And you would also have no motivation for violence. If we had no aggressive tendencies, no primal chimpanzee tendencies.
It's true that violence in the world has obviously gone down a lot over the decades, but emotional violence is up a lot, and the internet has been horrible for that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna walk over there and punch you because you look like a big strong guy and gonna punch you back, and also there's the societal convention not to do that. But if I didn't know you, I might send a neat tweet about you, and I feel nothing on that.
Yeah.
And clearly that has become like a mega epidemic in society that we did not evolve the biological constraints on somehow.
Yeah.
And I'm actually very worried about how much that's already destabilized us and made us all miserable.
It's certainly accentuated and it's exacerbated all of our problems. If you read Jonathan Haidt's book, The Coddling of the American Mind,
Great book.
Yeah, it's a great book, and it's very damaging to women, particularly young girls. Young girls growing up, there's a direct correlation between the invention of social media, the introduction to the iPhone, self-harm, suicide, online bullying. People always talk shit about people when no one's around. I think the fact that they're doing it now openly to harm people.
Horrible. Obviously, I think it's super damaging to men too. Maybe they just talk about it less, but I don't think any of us are set up for this.
No one's set up for it. And I think famous people know that more than anyone.
We don't get used to it.
Yeah, you just get numb to it. Or if you're wise, you don't engage. I don't engage. I don't even have any apps on my new phone.
Yeah.
I've decided I got a new phone right now. Okay, nothing.
That's really smart.
No Twitter. So I have a separate phone that if I have to post something I pick up. But all I get on my new phone is text messages.
And is that more just to keep your mind pure?
Yeah. Not tap myself.
Yeah.
To just, how many fucking times I've got up to go to the bathroom first thing in the morning and spent an hour just sitting on the toilet scrolling through Instagram for nothing. It does zero for me. And there's this thought that I'm going to get something out of it.
I was thinking, actually just yesterday, about how we all have talked for so long about these algorithmic feeds are going to manipulate us in big ways. That will happen, but in the small ways already, where scrolling Instagram is not even that fulfilling. Like you finish that hour and you're like, I know that was a waste of my time. But it was like over the threshold where you couldn't quite. It's hard to put the phone down.
Right. You're just hoping that the next one's going to be interesting. And every now and then, the problem is every like 30th or 40th reel that I click on is wild.
I wonder, by the way, if that's more powerful than if everyone was wild, if everyone was great.
Sure.
You know, it's like the slot
You have to mine for gold.
Yeah.
You don't just go out and pick it like daisies.
It's like if the algorithm is like intentionally feeding you some shit along the way.
Yeah. Well, there's just a lot of shit out there, unfortunately. But it's just in terms of, I was talking to Sean O'Malley, who's this UFC fighter, who's, obviously a very strong mind, really interesting guy. But one of the things that Sean said is like, I get this like low-level anxiety from scrolling through things, and I don't know why. What is that? And I think it's part of the logical mind realizes this is a massive waste of your resources.
I also deleted a bunch of that stuff off my phone because I just didn't have the self-control. I mean, I had the self-control to delete it, but like not to stop once I was scrolling.
Right. Yeah.
And so I think we're just like, we're getting attention hacked in some ways. There's some good to it too, but we don't yet have the stuff in place. The tools, the societal norms, whatever, to modulate it well.
Right. And we're not designed for it. So this is a completely new technology that, again, hijacks our human reward systems, hijacks all of the checks and balances that are in place for communication, which historically has been one-on-one. Historically, communication has been one person to another. And when people write letters to each other, it's generally things like if someone writes a love letter or, they miss you, they're writing this thing where they're kind of exposing a thing that maybe they have a difficulty in expressing in front of you. And it was not, generally, unless the person was a psycho, they're not hateful letters. Whereas the ability to just communicate, fuck that guy, I hope he gets hit by a bus, is so simple and easy. And you don't experience.
Twitter seems to be particularly horrible for this as the mechanics work. It really rewards in ways that I don't think anybody fully understands. This like taps into something about human psychology. Where that's kind of like, that's how you get engagement, that's how you get like followers, that's how you get what the dopamine hits or whatever. And like the people who I know that spend all day on Twitter, more of them are unhappy about it than happy.
Oh yeah, they're the most unhappy. I mean, there's quite a few people that I follow that I only follow because they're crazy, and then I'll go and check in on them and see what the fuck they're tweeting about. And some of them are on there 8-10 hours a day. I'll see tweets all day long, and I know that person cannot be happy.
They're unhappy and they cannot stop.
Can't stop. And it seems like it's their life. And they get meaning out of it in terms of reinforcement.
They get short-term meaning.
Yeah.
I think maybe each day you go to bed feeling like you accomplished something and got your dopamine, and at the end of each decade, you probably are like, where did the decade go?
Yeah, some friend of mine was having a real problem with it. They say he would be literally walking down the street and he'd have to check his phone to see who's replying, and he wasn't even looking where he's walking. He was just like caught up in the anxiety of these exchanges.
And it's not because of the nice things people say.
No, it's all. And with him, he was recognizing that he was dunking on people, or seeing people respond to the dunking. Yeah, I stopped doing that a long time ago. I stopped interacting with people on Twitter in a negative way. I just won't do it.
Yeah.
Just even if I disagree with someone, I'll say something as nicely as possible.
I have like more of an internet troll streak than I would like to admit. And so I try to just like not give myself too much temptation, but I slip up sometimes.
Yeah, it's so tempting. Totally, it's so tempting. It's fun. It's fun to say something shitty.
I mean, again, whatever this biological system we were talking about earlier, that gets a positive reward.
Well, there's there's reactions. You say something outrageous, and someone's going to react, and that reaction is like energy. And there's all these other human beings engaging with your idea. But ultimately, it's just not productive for most people, and it's psychologically, it's just fraught with peril. There's just so much going on. I don't know anybody my age is all day long that's happy.
That's certainly not. I don't, like, I think I've watched it, like, destroys too strong a word, but, like, not off track with the careers or lives or happiness or human relationships of people that are, like, good, smart, conscientious people.
Yeah.
Just, like, couldn't fight this demon.
Yeah.
Like, hacked it.
And COVID really accentuated that because people were alone and isolated. And that made it even worse because then they felt even better saying shitty things to people. Yeah.
Worst things about you.
And then there was the psychological aspect of it, like the angst that came from being socially isolated and terrified about this invisible disease that's going to kill us all. And, and then so you have it like, and then you're interacting with people on Twitter, and then you're caught up in that anxiety, and you're doing it all day. And I know quite a few people, especially comedians, that really lost their minds and lost the respect to their peers by doing that.
I have a lot of sympathy for people who lost their minds during COVID, because what an unnatural thing for us all to go through. Isolation was just brutal. But a lot of people did. And I don't think the internet, particularly not the kind of like social dynamics of things like Twitter, I don't think that like brought anyone's best.
Yeah. Well, I mean, some people, I think, if they're not inclined to be shitty to people, I think some people did seek comfort and they did interact with people in positive ways. Yeah, see, there's plenty of positive. I think the thing is that the negative interactions are so much more impactful.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of people who use these systems for wonderful things that need to imply that's not the case, but that's not what drives people's emotions after getting off the platform.
Right. And it's also probably not, if you looked at a pie chart of the amount of interactions on Twitter, I would say a lot of them are shitting on people and being angry about
how many of the people that that use Twitter those 8 or 10 hours a day are just saying wonderful things about other people all day versus the virulent.
Very few. Yeah. Very few. I don't know any of them. I know. But then again, I wonder, with the implementation of some new technology that makes communication a very different thing, more current. Like, what we're doing now with communication is less immersive than communicating one-on-one. You and I are talking, we're looking into each other's eyes, we're getting social cues, we're smiling at each other, we're laughing. It's a very natural way to talk. I wonder if through the implementation of technology, if it becomes even more immersive than a one-on-one conversation, even more interactive, and you will understand even more about the way a person feels about what you say, about that person's memory, that person's life, that person's history, their education, how it comes out of their mind, how their mind interacts with your mind, and you see them, you really see them. I wonder if what we're experiencing now is just like the first time people invented guns, they just started shooting at things,
Yeah, if you can, like, feel what I feel when you say something, nice to me, or, like, that's clearly going to change what you decide to say.
Yes. Yeah, unless you're a psycho.
And
then what causes someone to be a psycho, and can that be engineered out? Imagine what we're talking about. When we're dealing with the human mind, we're dealing with various diseases, bipolar, schizophrenia. Imagine a world where we can find the root cause of those things, and through coding and some sort of an implementation of technology that elevates dopamine and serotonin and does some things to people that eliminates all of those problems and allows people to communicate in a very pure way. It sounds great. It sounds great, but you're not going to have any rock and roll. Stand-up comedy will die. No violent movies. There's a lot of things that are going to go out the window. But maybe that is also part of the process of our evolution to the next stage of existence.
The maybe. I feel genuinely confused on this.
Oh, I think you should be able to be.
We're gonna find out.
Yeah, I mean, to be sure how it's good.
Yeah.
That's the same.
So I don't even have like
Universe beyond belief. I mean, you from the. When did OpenAI? When did you first start this project?
Like the very beginning and of 2015.
And when you initially started this project, what kind of timeline did you have in mind, and has it stayed on that timeline, or is it just wildly out of control?
I remember talking with John Schulman, one of our co-founders, early on, and he was like, yeah, I think it's going to be about a 15-year project. And I was like, yeah, sounds about right to me. And I've always sort of thought since then, now, I no longer think of like AGI as quite the end point, but to get to the point where we like accomplish the thing we set out to accomplish, that would take us to like 2030, 2031. That has felt to me like all the way through kind of a reasonable estimate of the future of ours. And I kind of think we're on the trajectory I sort of assumed.
And what did you think the impact on society would be? Like, did you, when you first started doing this, and you said, okay, if we are successful, and we do create some massively advanced AGI, what is the implementation, and what is the impact on society? Did you sit there and have like a graph, like you have the pros on one side, the cons on the other? Did you just sort of abstractly consider?
We definitely talked a lot about the cons. Many of us were super worried about Installer, about safety and alignment, and if we build these systems, we can all see the great future. That's easy to imagine, but if something goes horribly wrong, it's something really horribly wrong. And so there was a lot of discussion about, and really a big part of the founding spirit of this is like, how are we going to solve this safety problem? What does it even mean? One of the things that we believe is that the greatest minds in the world cannot sit there and solve that in a vacuum. You've got to have contact with reality. You've got to see where the technology goes. Practice plays out in a stranger way than theory. And that's certainly proven true for us, but we had a long list of, well, I don't know if we had a long list of cons, we had a very intense list of cons because, there's like all of the last decades of sci-fi telling you about how this goes wrong. You're supposed to shoot me right now.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure you've seen the John Connor chat GPT.
I haven't.
What is it? It's like, John Connor from the Terminator, the kid, looking at you when you open up chat GPT.
Yeah, so that stuff we were like very clear in our minds on. Now, I think we understand there's a lot of work to do, but we understand more about how to make AI safe in the AI safety gets overloaded. Like, does it mean don't say something people find offensive, or does it mean don't destroy all of humanity, or some continuum? And I think the word is like gotten overloaded, but in terms of the not destroy all of humanity version of it, we have a lot of work to do, but I think we have finally more ideas about what can work, and given the way the systems are going, we have a lot more opportunities available to us to solve it than I thought we would have, given the direction that we initially thought the technology was going to go. So that's good. On the positive side, the thing that I was most excited about then and remain most excited about now is, what if this system can dramatically increase the rate of scientific knowledge in society? That is I think that kind of like all real sustainable economic growth, the future getting better, progress in some sense, comes from increased scientific and technological capacity, so we can solve all the problems. And if the AI can help us do that, that's always been the thing I've been most excited about.
Well, it certainly seems like that is the greatest positive potential of AI. Is to solve a lot of the problems that human beings have had forever. A lot of the societal problems that seem to be, that's what I was talking about, an AI president. I'm kind of not joking, because I feel like if something was hyper intelligent and aware of all the variables with no human bias and no incentives. No other than, here's your program, the greater good for the community of the United States and the greater good for that community as it interacts with the rest of the world. The elimination of these dictators, whether they're elected or non-elected, who impose their will on the population because they have a vested interest in protecting special interest groups and industry.
I think as long as the thing that I find scary when you say that is it feels like it's humanity not in control, and I reflexively don't like that. But if it's instead like it is the collective will of humanity being expressed without the mistranslation and corrupted influences along the way, then I can see it.
Is that possible? It seems like it would be. It seems like if it was programmed in that regard to do the greater good for humanity and take into account the values of humanity, the needs of humanity.
There's something about the phrase "do the greater good for humanity."
I know, it's terrifying. It's very Orwellian. Also, so is artificial general intelligence.
For sure.
Open the door.
I wish I had worked on something that was less more from.
But do you? Because it's
no,
really exciting.
I cannot imagine a cooler thing to work on. I feel unbelievable. I feel like the luckiest person on earth.
That's awesome.
It is not. It's not on easy mode. I'll say no. It's not my on easy mode.
No. I mean, you are at the forefront of one of the most spectacular changes in human history, and I would say more spectacular than the implementation of the internet. I think the implementation of the internet was the first baby steps of this, and that artificial general intelligence is the internet on steroids. It's the internet in hyperspace.
What I would say is it's the next step, and there'll be more steps after. But it's our most exciting step yet.
My wonder is, what are those next steps after?
Isn't that so exciting to think about?
It's very exciting. I think we're the last people. I really do. I think we're the last of the biological people with all the biological problems. I think there's
very excited about that.
I just think that's just what it is.
You're just fine.
It is what it is. I mean, I don't think you can control it at this point, other than some massive natural disaster that resets us back to the Stone Age, which is also something we should be very concerned with. Yes, it seems like that happens a lot. We're not aware of it because the timeline of a human body is so small. The timeline of the human existence as a person is 100 years if you're lucky. But yet the timeline of the Earth is billions of years, and if you look at how many times life on Earth has been reset by comets slamming into the Earth and just completely eliminating all technological advancement, it seems like it's happened multiple times in recorded history.
I always think we don't think about that quite enough. We talked about the simulation hypothesis earlier. It's had this big resurgence in the tech industry recently. One of the things, one of the new takes on it as we get closer to AGI is that, if ancestors were simulating us, the time they want to simulate again is right up to the, the lead up to the creation of AGI.
Yeah.
So it seems very crazy we're living through this time. It's not a coincidence at all. This is the time that is after we had enough cell phones out in the world, like recording tons of video to train the video model of the world. It's all being jacked into us now via brain implants or whatever. And before, everything was really crazy with AGI. And it's also this interesting time to simulate, can we get through? Does the asteroid come right before we get there for dramatic tension? Do we figure out how to make this safe? Do we figure out how to societally agree on it? So that's led to, a lot more people believing in it before, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And again, I think this is just where it's going. I mean, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a thing, but it's certainly better to live. I would not want to live in the 1800s and be in a covered wagon trying to make my way across the country.
Yeah, we got the most exciting time in history yet.
It's the best. It's the best, but it's also has the most problems, the most social problems, the most awareness of social, environmental, infrastructure, the issues
we get to go solve them.
Yeah.
And I intuitively, I think I feel something somewhat different than you, which is I think humans in something close to this form are going to be around for a lot longer than I don't think we're the last humans.
How long do you think we have?
Like longer than a time frame I can reason about.
Really?
Now, there may be like, I could totally imagine a world where some people decide to merge and go off exploring the universe with AI and there's a big universe out there, but like, can I really imagine a world where short of a natural disaster, there are not humans pretty similar to humans from today on Earth doing human-like things, and the sort of spirit of humanity merged into these other things that are out there doing a thing in the universe? It's very hard for me to actually see that happening. And maybe that means I'm like going to turn out to be a dinosaur and I'm horribly wrong. It's my fiction. But I would say I feel it more over time as you make progress with AI, not less.
Yeah, I don't feel that at all. I feel like we're done.
In like a few years.
No,
A few decades.
maybe a generation or two. It'll probably be a gradual change, like wearing of clothes. You know, I don't think everybody wore clothes and they invented clothes. I think it probably took a while. And someone figured out shoes. I think that probably took a while. They figured out structures, doors, houses, cities, agriculture. All those things were slowly implemented over time and then now become everywhere. I think this is far more transformative.
And it's part of that because you don't think there will be an option for some people not to merge.
Right. Just like there's not an option for some people to not have telephones anymore. It's like I used to have friends like, oh, you have email. Those people don't exist anymore. They all have email. Right. Everyone has a phone, at least a flip phone. I know some people that they just can't handle social media and all that jazz. They went to a flip phone.
I don't know if this is true or not. I've heard you can't like walk into an AT&T store and still buy a flip phone. I heard they just changed. You can't.
Oh, really?
Someone told me this, but I don't know if it's true.
Verizon still has them. I was just there. They still have flip phones. I was like, oh, you like this fucking little thing we just call people. I always like romanticize about going to that. But my step was to go to a phone that has nothing on it but text messages. And that's been a few days.
Feeling good so far?
Yeah, it's good. You know, I still have my other phone that I use for social media, but when I picked that motherfucker up, I started scrolling through YouTube and watching videos, and scrolling through TikTok or Instagram. I don't have TikTok, but I tried Threads for a little while, but all I was like, fucking goes down. So I went right back to X.
I live on a ranch during the weekends, and there's Wi-Fi in the house, but there's no cell phone coverage anywhere else. And it's every week I forget how nice it is and what a change it is to go for a walk.
Yeah,
No cell phone coverage.
it's good for your mind.
It's unbelievable for your mind, and I think we have like so quickly lost something. Like our service just doesn't happen in the neighborhoods anymore. You know, like but that like hours where your phone just cannot buzz.
Yeah.
No text messages. I think that's a really healthy thing.
I dropped my phone once when I was in Lanai, and I think it was the last time I dropped the phone. The phone was like, we're done. And it just started calling people randomly. Like, it would just call people, and I'd hang it up, and it would call the person, I'd hang it up, and I was showing my wife, oh, this is crazy. It's just calling people. And so the phone was broken. And so I ordered a phone. We were on vacation for like 8 days. And it took 3 days for Apple to get me a phone.
I bet you had a great 3 days.
It was amazing. It was amazing because when I was hanging out with my family, I was totally present. There's no options. And I wasn't thinking about checking my phone because it didn't exist. I didn't have one. And there was a alleviation of, again, what Sean was talking about, that low level of anxiety. This sort of like, that you have when you always want to check your phone.
Yeah, I think that thing, it's so bad. We have not figured out yet, like, the technology has moved so fast, biology moves very slowly. We've not figured out how we're going to function in society and get those occasional times when your phone is broken for 3 days, or you go for a walk in the service. But it's like I very much feel like my phone controls me, not the other way around. And I hate it, but I haven't figured out what to do about it.
Well, that's what I'm worried about with future technology, is that this, which was so unanticipated, if you imagine a world when would you imagine going up to someone in 1984 and pointing to a phone and saying, one day that'll be in your pocket, it's going to ruin your life? Like, what? Yeah, one day people are going to be jerking off to that thing. Like, what? One day people are going to be watching people get murdered on Instagram. I've seen so many murders on Instagram over the last few months. Really, I've never seen for a bad timeline. Me and my friend Tom Segura, every morning we text each other the worst things that we find on Instagram for fun. He's a comedian. Okay,
that's fun too.
Yeah, it's fucking just ridiculous. I mean, just crazy car accidents. People get gored by bulls, and like we try to top each other. So every day he's sending me the most. Every day when I wake up and I check Tom.
Can you explain what's fun about that?
Well, he's a comic, and I'm a comic, and comics like chaos. We like ridiculous, outrageous shit that is just so far beyond the norm of what you experience in a regular day. And also the understanding of the wide spectrum of human behavior. If you're a nice person and you surround yourself with nice people, you very rarely see someone get shot. You very rarely see people get stabbed for no reason randomly on the street. But on Instagram, you see that every day.
Do you think that meeting really did happen?
And there's something about that which just reminds you, oh, we're crazy. Like the human species.
Roman V.
There's a certain
What up, Tim? How you living, slump?
And just out there,
Roman.
causing chaos and jumping dirt bikes and landing on your neck and like all that stuff is out there.
Even to hear that makes me like.
Roman, can you hear me, baby? I asked how you doing. Are you looking like a pigeon?
Supreme Allied Commander, he would have had information from the World War II era and this president that he would be interested in. And of course, we know what his farewell address was. Beware of the military industrial complex. And I wonder how much the UFO experience and information that he gathered played a part in this declaration.
Well, it was underlined that Pentagon, that the Army started developing plans for fortified moon base. Fortified base on the lunar surface. And this wasn't just a contingent of astronauts living on the surface.
Roman V. Can you hear me, baby?
I know that happens, of course. And I know, like, not looking at it doesn't make it not happen.
Right.
But it makes me so uncomfortable, and I'm happy to watch.
Oh yeah, it makes me uncomfortable too. But yeah, we do it to each other every day. And it's not good. It's definitely not good, but it's also I'm not gonna stop. It's fun. But why is it fun? It's fun because it's my friend Tom, and we're both kind of the same in that way. Just look at that. Look at that. Yeah, look at this. And it's just a thing we started doing a few months ago. Just can't stop.
And Instagram has like learned that you do that, so just keep showing you more and more.
Instagram knows. My search page is a mess. When I go to the Discover page, oh, this is crazy. But the thing is, it shows up in your feed too. That's what I understand with the algorithm. It shows it knows you're fucked up, so it shows up in your feed of things like even if they're not people I follow, but Instagram shows them to me anyway.
I heard an interesting thing a few days ago about Instagram, which is if you use it at off hours, when they have more processing capability available, because less people are using it, you get better recommendations. So your feed will be better in like the middle of the night.
What is better though? Doesn't your feed
More addictive to you or whatever.
Right. So for me, better would be more murders, more animal attacks.
Sounds horrible.
It's horrible. But it's just, it seems to know that's what I like. It seems to know that that's what I interact with, so it's just sending me that most of the time. Yeah.
That probably has all kinds of crazy psychological.
I'm sure. sure it's also one of the reasons why I want to get rid of it. Move away from it.
Yeah, so maybe it went too far.
I don't even know if it's too far, but what it is it's showing me the darker regions of society, of civilization, of human behavior.
But you think we're going to edit all that out?
I wonder if that is a solution. I really do, because I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility. If we really truly can engineer it, like one of the talks about Neuralink that's really promising is people with spinal cord issues, injuries, people that can't move their body, and being able to hotwire that, where essentially it controls all these parts of your body that you couldn't control anymore. And so that would be an amazing thing for people that are injured, amazing thing for people that are, they're paralyzed, they have all sorts of neurological conditions. That is probably one of the first, and that's what Elon's talking about as well, one of the first implementations, the restoration of sight, cognitive function enhanced for people that have brain issues.
That's tremendously exciting.
Yeah.
And like many other technologies, I don't think we can stop neural interfaces, nor because it's the great good that's going to happen along the way. But I also don't think we know where it goes.
It's Pandora's box for sure. And I think when we open it, it's just, we're not going to go back. Just like we're not going to go back to no computers without some sort of natural disaster.
By the way, I mean, this is a great compliment. You are one of the most neutral people I have ever heard talk about the merge coming. You're just like, yeah, I think it's going to happen. It's be good in these ways, bad in these ways, but you seem like unbelievably neutral about it, which is always something I admire.
I try to be as neutral about everything as possible, except for corruption, which I think is just one of the most massive problems with the way our culture is governed. Then corruption is just the influence of money is just a giant, terrible issue. But in terms of social issues and in terms of the way human beings even think about things, I try to be as neutral as possible. Because I think the only way to really truly understand the way other people think about things is try to look at it through their mind. And if you have this inherent bias and this, very rigid view of what's good and bad and right and wrong, I don't think that serves you very well for understanding why people differ. So I try to be as neutral and as objective as possible when I look at anything. This is a skill that I've learned. It's not something I had in 2009 when I started this podcast. This podcast I started just fucking around with friends, and I had no idea what it was going to be. There's no way I could really know. But also I have no idea what it was going to do to me as far as the evolution of me as a human being. I am so much nicer. I'm so much more aware of things. I'm so much more conscious of the way other people think and feel. I'm just a totally different person than I was in 2009, which is hard to recognize. It's hard to believe. That is just an inevitable consequence of this unexpected education that I've received.
Did the empathy kind of come on literally?
Yes.
That was not a...
No, it came on first of all, it came on recognizing that the negative interactions on social media that I was doing, they didn't help me. They didn't help the person. And then having compassion for this person that's fucked up or done something stupid like this isn't something you could just don't come anymore. So there's no benefit there other than to give you some sort of social credit and get a bunch of likes. It didn't make me feel good. That's not good. But also a lot of psychedelics. A ton of psychedelic experiences from 2009 on, with everyone a greater understanding of the impact. I had one recently, and when I had the one recently, the overwhelming message that I was getting through this was that everything I say and do ripples off into all the people that I interact with. And that if I'm not doing something with at least the goal of overall good or overall understanding, that I'm doing bad, and that bad is a real thing. As much as you try to ignore it because you don't interface with it instantly, you're still creating unnecessary negativity. And I should avoid that as much as possible. It's like an overwhelming message that this psychedelic experience was giving me. And I took it because I was just particularly anxious that day about the state of the world, particularly anxious about Ukraine and Russia and China and the political system that we have in this country and this incredibly polarizing way that the left and the right engage with each other. And God, it just seems so just tormented. And so some days I think too much about it. I need something. Crack me out of this. So I took these psychedelics.
Are you surprised that psychedelic therapy has not made, from what you thought would happen in the early 2010s, are you surprised it has not made more progress sort of on a path of legalization?
No, I'm not, because there's a lot of people that don't want it to be in place, and those people have tremendous power over our medical system and over our regulatory system. And those people have also not experienced these psychedelics. There's very few people that have experienced profound psychedelic experiences that don't think there's an overall good for those things. So the problem is you're having these laws and these rules implemented by people who are completely ignorant of the positive effects of these things. And if you know the history of psychedelic prohibition in this country, it all took place during 1970, and it was really to stop the civil rights movement, and it was really to stop the anti-war movement. And they tried to find a way to make all these things that these people were doing that was causing them to think in these very different ways, tune in, turn on, drop out. They just wanted to put a fucking halt to that. What better way than to lock everyone who participates in that in cages? Find the people who are producing it, lock them in cages, put them in jail for the rest of their life, make sure it's illegal to arrest people, put the bus on television, make sure that people are aware. And then there's also you connected to drugs that are inherently dangerous for society and detrimental, the fentanyl crisis, the crack cocaine crisis that we experienced tonight. It's like all of those things, they're under the blanket of drugs. Psychedelic drugs are also talked about like drugs, even though they have these profound spiritual and psychological changes that they,
I remember when I was in elementary school and I was in drug education, they talked about, marijuana's really bad because it's a gateway to these other things, and there's this bad one, that bad one, heroin, whatever, and at the very end of the line, the worst possible thing is LSD.
They just take LSD and go, oh, they're lying.
Psychedelic therapy was definitely one of the most important things in my life, and I assumed, given how powerful it was for me, I struggled with all kinds of anxiety and other negative things to watch all of that go away, and I traveled to my country for a week, did a few things, came back, and totally different person. Yeah, it's I've been lied to my whole life. Yeah, I'm so grateful that this happened to me. Now, talked to a bunch of other people, all similar experiences. I assumed this was a while ago. I assumed it was, and I was very interested in what's happening in the U.S. I was particularly looking at where MDMA is outside of where I'm at. And I was all right, this is going to get through. This is going to change the mental health of a lot of people in a positive way. And I am surprised we have not made faster progress there, but I'm still optimistic we will.
Well, we have made so much progress from the time of the 1990s. In the 1990s, you never heard about psychedelic retreats. You never heard about people taking these vacations. You never heard about people getting together in groups and doing these things and coming back with these profound experiences that they relate to other people and literally seeing people change. Seeing who they are change, seeing people become less selfish, less toxic, less mean, and more empathetic and more understanding. Yeah, I can only talk about it from a personal experience. It's been a radical change in my life, but as well as, again, having all these conversations with different people. I feel so fortunate to be able to do this, that I've had so many different conversations with so many different people that think so differently. And so many exceptional people that have accomplish so many incredible things, and you can just sort of understand the way their mind works and the way they see the world, the way they interface with things.
It's awesome.
It's pretty fucking cool. And that is one of the cooler things about being a human, that you can find a way to mitigate all the negative aspects of the monkey body. And there are tools that are in place. But unfortunately, in this very prohibitive society, this society of prohibition, we're denied those. And we're denied ones that have never killed anybody, which is really bizarre when, Oxycontin can still be prescribed.
What's the deal with why we can't make, why we can't get these medicines that transform people's lives, more available? What's the deal with why we can't stop the opioid crisis? Or fentanyl seems like just an unbelievable crisis for San Francisco.
You remember in the beginning of the conversation when you said that AI will do a lot of good, overall good, but also not no harm? If we legalize drugs, all drugs, that would do the same thing.
Would you advocate to legalize all drugs?
It's a very complicated question. Because I think you're going to have a lot of addicts that wouldn't be addicts. You're going to have a lot of people's lives destroyed because it's legal. There's a lot of people that may not be psychologically capable of handling things. Maybe they already have, that's the thing about psychedelics. They do not ever recommend them for people that have a slippery grasp on reality as it is. People that are struggling, people that are already on a bunch of medications that allow them to just keep a steady state of existence in the normal world. If you just fucking bombard them with psilocybin, who knows what kind of effect that's going to have, whether or not they're psychologically too fragile to recover from that. I mean, there's many, many stories of people taking too much acid and never coming back.
So many great stories on this.
Yeah, these are
so many other really excellent books. And the dugout.
And powerful doesn't seem to begin to cover it.
Right. Yeah. But there's also, what is it about humans that are constantly looking to perturb their normal state of consciousness? Constantly, whether it's we're both drinking coffee, people smoke cigarettes, they take Adderall, they do all sorts of different things to change and enhance the normal state of consciousness. It seems like whether it's meditation or yoga, they're always doing something to try to get out of their own way, or get in their own way, or distract themselves from the pain of existence. And it seems like a normal part of humans. And even monkeys, vervet monkeys get addicted to alcohol. They get addicted to fermented fruits and alcohol. They become drunks and alcoholics.
What do you think is the deal with that?
Well, we're not happy. Exactly. And then some things can make you happy, sort of. A couple of drinks makes you so happy for a little bit until you're an alcoholic, until you destroy your liver, until you crash your car, until you're involved in some sort of a violent encounter that you would never be involved with if you weren't drunk.
I love caffeine, which clearly is a drug. Alcohol, I like, but I often am as, just don't like me, and I wish I hadn't had this drink. And then other stuff, I mostly would choose to avoid.
But that's because you're smart. And you're probably aware of the pros and cons, and you're also probably aware of how it affects you, and what's doing good for you, and what is detrimental to you. But that's a decision that you can make as an informed human being that you're not allowed to make if everything's illegal.
Right.
Yeah. And also, when things are illegal, criminals sell those things because you're not tampering the desire by making it illegal. You're just making access to it much more complicated.
What I was going to say is fentanyl's really great. I don't want to know.
Apparently it is. Yeah. Peter Berg was on the podcast, and he produced that Painkiller documentary for Netflix. Yeah. The docudrama about the Sackler family. It was an amazing piece. But he said that he took Oxycontin once recreationally. And it was like, oh my God, it's amazing. He's like, keep this away from me. It feels so good.
Yeah.
And that's part of the problem is that, it will wreck your life. Yeah, it will capture you.
But it's just so unbelievable.
But the feeling, how did Lenny Bruce describe it? I think he described heroin as getting a warm hug from God. I think the feeling that it gives you is probably pretty spectacular. I don't know if legalizing that is going to solve the problems, but I do know that another problem that we're not paying attention to is the rise of the cartels and the fact that right across our border where you can walk, there are these enormous organizations that make who knows how much money, untold, uncalculable amounts of money, selling drugs and bringing them into this country. And one of the things they do is they put fentanyl in everything to make things stronger. And they do it for like street Xanax. There's people that have overdosed thinking they're going to eat Xanax and they fucking die from it. So, yeah, they do it with cocaine, of course. They do it with everything. There's so many things that have fentanyl in them. And they're cut with fentanyl because fentanyl is cheap and insanely potent. And that wouldn't be a problem if things were legal.
So would you net out towards saying, all right, this is
I would net out towards that, but I would also put into place some serious mitigation efforts, like in terms of counseling, drug addiction, and Ibogaine therapy, which is another thing that's
someone was just telling me about how transformative this was for them.
I haven't experienced that personally, but Ibogaine for many of my friends that have had pill problems, and I have my friend Ed Clay, who started an Ibogaine center in Mexico because he had an injury and he got hooked on pills and he couldn't kick it. Did Ibogaine, gone one time done. 24 hours, super uncomfortable experience. It's supposed to be a horrible experience, right? Yeah, it's supposed to be not very recreational, not exactly something you want to do on the weekend with friends. It's something you do because you're fucked and you need to figure out how to get out of this fuckness. And that, like, we think about how much money is spent on rehabs in this country. Well, what's the relapse rate? It's really high. I mean, I have many friends that have been to rehab for drug and alcohol abuse, and quite a few of them went right back to it. It doesn't seem to be that effective. It seems to be effective to people, but people have, like, they really hit rock bottom and they have a strong will. And then they get involved in a program, some sort of a 12-step program, some sort of a Narcotics Anonymous program, and then they get support from other people, and they eventually build this foundation of other types of behaviors and ways to find other things to focus on, to whatever aspect of their mind that allows them to be addicted to things. Now it's focused on exercise, meditation, yoga, whatever it is. That's your new addiction, and it's a much more positive and beneficial addiction. But the reality of the physical addiction, that there are mitigation efforts. Like, there's so many people that have taken psilocybin and completely quit drugs, completely quit cigarettes, completely quit a lot because they realize, like, oh, this is what this is. This is why I'm doing this.
Yeah, that's why I was more optimistic that the world would have made faster progress towards acceptance of. There's so many stories like this. So I would say, like, all right, clearly a lot of our existing mental health treatment at best doesn't work. Clearly our addiction programs are ineffective. If we have this thing that in every scientific study, or most scientific studies we can see, is delivering these like unbelievable results, it's gonna happen. And I still am excited for it. I still think it'll be a transformatively positive development, but
it'll change politics. It'll absolutely change the way we think of other human beings. It'll absolutely change the way we think of society and culture as a whole. It'll absolutely change the way people interact with each other if it becomes legalized. And it's slowly becoming legalized. Like, think of marijuana, which is like, the gateway. Marijuana is now legal recreationally in how many states? 23. And then medically in many more. And, it's really easy to get a license medically. In California, you used to just, I got one in 1996. You used to be able to just go somewhere and go, I get a headache. That's it. Yeah, I get headaches. I'm in pain a lot. I do a lot of martial arts. I'm always injured. Some medication. I don't want to take your pills. Bam. You got a legal prescription for weed. I used to have to go to Inglewood to get it. I used to have to go to the hood to the Inglewood Wellness Center. And I was like, this is crazy. Like, marijuana is now kind of sort of legal. Yeah. And then in 2016, it became legal in California, recreational. And it just changed everything. I had all these people that were like right-wing people that were taking edibles to sleep. You know, like this is because now that it's legal, they thought about it in a different way. And I think that drug, which is a fairly mild psychedelic, also has enhancing effects. It makes people more compassionate, it makes people more kind and friendly. It's sort of the opposite of a drug that enhances violence. It doesn't enhance violence at all. It doesn't, like alcohol does that, cocaine does that.
To say things will make me very unpopular. I hate marijuana. It does not sit well with me at all.
What does it do to you that you don't like?
It makes me tired and slow for a long time after.
Well, I think also there's biological variabilities, right? Like some people, like my wife, she does not do well with alcohol. She'd get drunk off one drink. But it's biological.
Yeah.
Like she got some sort of a genetic, I forget what it's called, something about bilirubin, like something that her body just doesn't process alcohol very well. So she's a cheap date.
Well, all I meant is that genetically, I got whatever the mutation is that makes it an unpleasant experience.
Yeah, but what I was saying is, for me, that's the opposite. Alcohol doesn't bother me at all. Like I could drink 3-4 drinks and I'm sober in 20 minutes. And my body my liver just like a blast furnace just goes right through it. I can sober up real quick. But I also don't need it. Like I'm doing Sober October for the whole month.
Feels good.
Yeah, did shows last night. Good, no problems. Not having alcohol doesn't seem to bother me at all. But I do like it. I do like a glass of wine.
It's a nice thing at the end of the day.
Yeah, I like it.
Speaking of that, and psychedelics in general, many cultures have had a place for some sort of psychedelic time in someone's life or rite of passage. But as far as I can tell, most of them are there's some sort of ritual about it, and I do worry that. And I think these things are so powerful that I worry about them just being like kind of used all over the place all the time.
Yeah.
And I hope that we as a society, because I think this is not going to happen even slow, find a way to treat this with the respect that it means.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes.
Agreed. Yeah. I think set and setting is very important. And thinking about what you're doing before you're doing it, why you're doing it. Like I was saying the other night when I had this psychedelic experience, I was just like, sometimes I just think too much about the world, and it's so fucked. And you have kids, and you wonder what kind of a world are they going to grow up in? And it was just one of those days where I was just like, God, there's so much anger, and there's so much this and that, and then it's just, it took it away from me the rest of the day. But that night I was so friendly and so happy. I just wanted to hug everybody. I got it. I go, oh my God, that's not wrong.
Do you think the anger in the world is way higher than it used to be? Or it's like all these dynamics of social media we're talking about?
I think the dynamics of social media certainly exacerbate anger in some people. But I think anger in the world is just a part of frustration, inequality, problems that are so clear but are not solved, and all the issues that people have. I mean, it's not a coincidence that a lot of the mass violence that you're seeing in this country, mass looting and all these things, are being done by poor people.
Do you think AGI will be an equalizing force for the world or further inequality?
I think it depends on how it's implemented. My concern is, again, what we're talking about before with some sort of a neural interface, that it will increase your ability to be productive to a point where you can control resources so much more than anyone else. And you will be able to advance your economic portfolio and your influence in the world through that, your amount of power you can acquire. It will, before the other people can get involved, because I would imagine financially it'll be like cell phones. In the beginning, you remember when the movie Wall Street, when he had that big brick cell phone? It was like, look at him, he's out there on the beach with a phone. That was crazy. No one had one of those things back then. And they were so rare. I got one in 1994 when I first moved to California, and I thought I was living in the fucking
giant
thing. No, it was a Motorola StarTAC.
That was a cool phone.
I actually had one in my car in 1988. I was one of the first people to get a cell phone. I got one in my car, and it was great because my friend Bill Blumenreich, who runs the Comedy Connection, he would call me because he knew he could get a hold of me. Like, if someone got sick or fell out, I could get a gig because he could call me. So I was in my car. I was like, Joe, what are you doing? Do you have a spot tonight? And I'm like, no, I'm open. He's like, fantastic. And so he'd give me gigs. So I got a bunch of gigs through this phone where it kind of paid itself. But I got it just because it was cool. Like, you drive down the street and call people, dude, I'm driving and I'm calling you. Like, it was nuts. To be able to drive, and I had a little antenna, a little squirrely
With a little
pigtail antenna on my car, on the roof of the car. But now everyone has one. You know, you can go to a third world country, and you know, people in small villages have phones. It's super common. It's everywhere. Essentially, more people have phones than don't have phones. There's more phones than there are human beings, which is pretty fucking wild. And I think that initial cost problem, it's going to be prohibitively expensive initially. And the problem is the wealthy people are going to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And then the real crazy ones that wind up getting the holes drilled in their head. And if that stuff is effective, maybe it's not maybe there's problems with generation 1, but generation 2 is better. Well, there's going to be a time where you have to enter into the game. There's going to be a time where you have to sell your stocks. Like, you know, don't wait too long. Hang on there. Go. And once that happens, my concern is that the people that have that will have such a massive advantage over everyone else that the gap between the haves and have-nots will be even further, and it'll be more polarized.
This is something I've changed my mind on. Someone at OpenAI said to me a few years ago, like, you really can't just let some people merge without a plan, because it could be such an incredible distortion of power, and we're going to have some sort of societal discussion about this.
Yeah, that seems real. That seems like,
so at this point.
Especially if it's as effective as AGI is, or as ChatGPT is. ChatGPT is so amazing. When you enter into it information, you ask it questions, and it can give you answers, and you can ask it to code a website for you, and it does it instantly, and it solves problems that literally you would have to take decades to try to solve, and it gets to it right away.
This is the dumbest it will ever be.
Yeah, that's what's crazy. So imagine something like that, but even more advanced, multiple stages of improvement and innovation forward, and then it interfaces directly with the mind, but it only does it with the people that can afford it.
Yeah.
And those people are just regular humans, so they haven't been enhanced. We haven't evolved physically. We still have all the human reward systems in place. We're still basically these territorial primates, and now we have, you know, you just imagine some fucking psychotic billionaire who now gets this implant and decides to just completely hijack our financial systems, acquire all the resources, set into place regulations and influences that only benefit them, and then make sure that they can control it from there on
How
out.
much do you think this actually, though, even requires, like, a physical implant or like a physical merge versus just some people have access to GPT-7 and can spend a lot on the inference compute for it, and some don't?
I think that's going to be very transformative too. But my thought is that we have to think of what are the possibilities of a neural enhancement. And if you think about the human mind and how the human mind interacts with the world, how you interact with language and thoughts and facts, and something that is exponentially more powerful than that, but it also allows you to use the same emotions, the same ego, the same desires and drives, jealousy, lust, hate, anger, all of those things, but with this godlike power. When one person can read minds and other people can't, when one person has a completely accurate forecast of all of the trends in terms of stocks and resources and commodities, and they can make choices based on those.
I totally see all of that. The only thing I feel a little confused about is, human talking and listening bandwidth, or typing and reading bandwidth, is not very high. But it's high enough where if you can just say, like, tell me everything that's going to happen in the stock market if I want to go make all the money, what should I do right now? And it goes, and then just shows you on the screen. Even without a neural interface, you're kind of a lot of the way to the scenario you're describing.
Sure, with stocks.
Or with, like, you know, tell me how to, like, invent some new technology that will change the course of history.
Yeah. Yeah. All those things.
Like, I think what somehow matters is access to massive amounts of computing power, especially, like, differentially massive amounts, maybe more than the interface itself.
I think that certainly is going to play a massive factor in the amount of power and influence a human being has, having access to that. My concern is that what neural interfaces are going to do is now you're not a human mind interacting with that data. Now you are some massively advanced version of what a human mind is. And it has just profound possibilities that we can't even imagine. We can imagine, but we can't.
Yeah.
We can't truly conceptualize them because we don't have the context. We don't have that ability and that possibility currently. We could just guess. But when it does get implemented, that you're dealing with a completely different being.
The only true thing I could say is I don't know.
Yeah. Do you wonder why it's you? Do you ever think, like, how am I at the forefront of this spectacular change?
Well, first of all, I think it's very much like, I think this is, you could make the statement for many companies, but none is as true for as OpenAI is. Like, the CEO is far from the most important person in the company. Like, in our case, there's a large handful of researchers, each of which are individually more critical to the success we've had so far and that we will have in the future than me. But even that, and I bet those people, like, really are like, this is weird to be them. But it's certainly weird enough for me that it, like, ups my simulation hypothesis probability somewhat.
If you had to give a guess, when you think about the possibility of simulation theory, what kind of percentage do you?
I've never known how to put any number on it. Like, you know, it's every argument that I've written explaining why it's, like, super high probability. That all seems reasonable to me. It feels impossible to reason about, though. What about you?
Yeah, same thing. I go maybe, but it's still what it is, and I have to.
That's the main thing. Is I think it doesn't matter. I think it's like okay.
It definitely matters, I guess, but there's not a way to know currently, and also
what matters though?
Well, if this really is, I mean, our inherent understanding of life is that we are these biological creatures that interact with other biological creatures. We mate and breed, and that this creates more of us. And that hopefully as society advances and we acquire more information, more understanding and knowledge, this next version of society will be superior to the version that preceded it, which is just how we look at society today. Nobody wants to live in 1860 where you died of a cold and there's no cure for infections. It's much better to be alive now. Like, just inarguably. Right? Unless you really do prefer the simple life that you see on Yellowstone or something, it's like what we're dealing with now. First of all, access to information, the lack of ignorance. If you choose to seek out information, you have so much more access to it now than ever before.
That's so cool.
And over time, like if you go back to the beginning of written history to now, one of the things that is clearly evident is the more access to information, the better choices people can make. They don't always make better choices, but they certainly have much more of a potential to make better choices with more access to information. You know, we think that this is just this biological thing, but imagine if that's not what's going on. Imagine if this is a program and that you are just consciousness that's connected to this thing that's creating this experience that is indistinguishable from what we like to think of as a real biological experience from carbon-based life forms interacting with solid physical things in the real world.
It's still unclear to me what I'm supposed to do differently or think.
Yeah, there's no answer. Yeah, you're 100% right. What can you do differently? I mean, if you exist as if it's a simulation, if you just live your life as if it's a simulation, is that... I don't know if that's the solution. You know, I think...
I mean, it's real to me no matter what.
It's real. Yeah.
I'm going to live it that way.
And that will be the problem with an actual simulation if and when it does get implemented.
Yeah.
If we do create an actual simulation that's indistinguishable from real life, like what are the rules of the simulation? How does it work? Is that simulation fair and equitable and much more reasonable and peaceful? Is there no war in that simulation? Should we all agree to hook up to it because we'll have a completely different experience in life, and all the angst of crime and violence and the things that we truly are terrified of, there will be non-existent in this simulation. Yeah. I mean, if we keep going, it seems like if you just extrapolate from where VR is now. Did you see that podcast that Lex Friedman did with Mark Zuckerberg?
I saw some clips, but I haven't got to watch them.
Bizarre, right? So they're essentially using like very realistic physical avatars in the metaverse. Like that's step one. That's
maybe that's step 3.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a little beyond Pong at that.
Yeah, maybe it's Atari. Maybe you're playing Space Invaders now. But whatever it is, it's on the path to this thing that will be indistinguishable. That seems inevitable. Those two things seem inevitable to me. The inevitable thing to me is that we will create a life form that is an artificial, intelligent life form that's far more advanced than us, and once it becomes sentient, it will be able to create a far better version of itself. And then as it has better versions of itself, it will keep going, and if it keeps going, it will reach godlike capabilities. The complete understanding of every aspect of the universe and the structure of it itself, how to manipulate it, how to travel through it, how to communicate. And that, you know, if we keep going, if we survive 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and we're still on this same technological, exponential increasing in capability path, that's God. We become something like God. And that might be what we do. That might be what intelligent, curious, innovative life actually does. It creates something that creates the very universe that we live in.
That creates the next simulation, and then...
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's the birth of the universe itself, is creativity and intelligence, and that it all comes from that. I used to have this joke about the Big Bang. Like, what if the Big Bang is just a natural thing? Like, humans get so advanced that they create a Big Bang machine, and then, you know, we're so autistic and riddled with Adderall that we have no concept or worry of the consequences, and someone's like, I'll fucking press it. And they press it, and boom! We start from scratch every 14 billion years. And that's what a Big Bang is. I mean, I don't know where it goes, but I do know that if you looked at the human race from afar, if you were an alien life form, completely detached from any understanding of our culture, any understanding of our biological imperatives, and you just looked at, like, what is this one dominant species doing on this planet? It makes better things. That's what it does.
That I agree.
It goes to war. It steals. It does a bunch of things that it shouldn't do. It pollutes. It does all these things that are terrible. But it also consistently and constantly creates better things, whether it's better weapons, going from the catapult to the rifle to the cannonballs to the rocket ships to the hypersonic missiles to nuclear bombs. It creates better and better and better things. That's the number one thing it does, and it's never happy with what it has. And you add that to consumerism, which is baked into us, and this desire, this constant desire for newer, better things, well, that fuels that innovation because that gives it the resources that it needs to consistently innovate and constantly create newer and better things. Well, if I was an alien life form, I was like, oh, what is it doing? It's trying to create better things. Well, what is the forefront of it? Technology. Technology is the most transformative, the most spectacular, the most interesting thing that we create. And the most alien thing. The fact that we just are so comfortable that you can FaceTime with someone in New Zealand, like instantly.
We can get used to anything pretty quickly. You know, anything. I take it for granted almost.
Yeah. And, well, if you were an alien life form and you were looking at us, you're like, well, what is it doing? Oh, it keeps making better things. It's going to keep making better things. Well, if it keeps making better things, it's going to make a better version of a thinking thing. And it's doing that right now. And you're a part of that. It's going to make a better version of a thinking thing. Well, that better version of a thinking thing, it's basically now in the amoeba stage. It's in the small multicellular life form stage. Well, what if that version becomes a fucking Oppenheimer? What if that version becomes, like, if it scales up so far that it becomes so hyper intelligent that it is completely alien to any other intelligent life form that has ever existed here before, and it constantly does the same thing, makes better and better versions of it? Well, where does that go? It goes to a god. It goes to something like a god, and maybe God is a real thing, but maybe it's a real consequence of this process that human beings have of constantly, constantly innovating and constantly having this desire to push this envelope of creativity and of technological power.
I guess it comes down to maybe definitional disagreement about what you mean by it becomes a god. Like, I can totally. I think it becomes something unbelievably much smarter and more capable than we are.
And what does that thing become if that keeps going?
And maybe the way you mean it as a godlike force is that thing can then go create chaos in the universe.
Yes.
Okay. That I can resonate.
Yeah.
I think whatever we create will still be subject to the laws of physics in this universe.
Right. Yeah, maybe that is the overlying fabric that God exists in. The God word is a fucked up word because it's just been so co-opted. But, I was having this conversation with Stephen Meyer, who is, he's a physicist. I believe he's a physicist. And he's also religious. It was a real weird conversation. Very fascinating conversation.
What kind of
religion? In Christ. Yeah, he believes in the resurrection, which I found very interesting. But, it's interesting communicating with him because he has these little pre-designed speeches that he's encountered all these questions so many times that he has these very well worded, very articulate responses to these things that I sense are like bits. Like when I'm talking to a comic, and like a comic, like I got this bit on train travel, and they tell you the bit. Like that's what it's like. He has bits on why he believes in Jesus and why he believes. And very, very intelligent guy. But I propose the question, when we're thinking about God, what if instead of God created the universe, what if the universe is God? And the creative force of all life and all everything is the universe itself. Instead of thinking that there's this thing that created us.
This is like close to a lot of these religions. I think it's an easier thing to wrap my mind around than other religions.
And that is when I do psychedelics, I get that feeling. I get that feeling like there's this insane soup of like innovation and connectivity that exists all around us. But our minds are so primal. We're this fucking thing. This is what we used to be. And
what is that?
It's there's a guy named Shane Against the Machine, who's this artist who created this. It's a chimpanzee skull that he made out of Zildjian symbols. You left that in the back. It's just like this dope art piece. Cool. It's just cool. But I wonder if our limitations are that we are an advanced version of primates. We still have all these things we talk about: jealousy, envy, anxiety, lust, anger, fear, violence. All these things that are detrimental, but were important for us to survive and get to this point. And that as time goes on, we will figure out a way to engineer those out. that as intelligent life becomes more intelligent and we create a version of intelligent life that's far more intelligent than what we are, or far more capable of what we are. If that keeps going, if it just keeps going, I mean, Chat GPT, imagine if you go to Chat GPT and go back to Socrates and show him that, explain him that, and show him a phone, and, you know, and put it on a phone and have access to it. What have you done? What is this? Like,
I bet you'd be much more impressed with the phone than ChatGPT.
I think you'd be impressed with the phone's abilities to communicate for sure, but then the access to information would be so profound. I mean, back then, look, you're dealing with a time when Galileo was put under house arrest because he had the gumption to say that the Earth's not center of the universe. Well, now we fucking know it's not. Like, we have satellites, we send literal cameras into orbit and take photos of things.
No, I totally get that. I just meant that we kind of know what it's like to talk to a smart person. And so in that sense, you're like, oh, all right, I didn't think you would want to talk to a non-person and have them be person-like in some responses some of the time. But the phone, man, if you just like woke up after 2,000 years and there was like a phone, that would, no law with that. You didn't get to get there gradually.
Yeah, no, you didn't get My friend Eddie Griffin has a joke about that. It was about how Alexander Graham Bell had to be doing coke. And he goes, because only someone on coke would be like, I want to talk to someone who's not even here. That's what phone is.
Is that something coke makes you want to do?
I don't know. I've never done coke. But I would imagine it is. I mean, it's just
to me like it just makes people like angry and chaotic.
Yeah, a little of that, but they're also have ideas. You know? Yeah, I mean, but back to this, where does it go? If it keeps going, it has to go to some impossible level of capability. I mean, just think of that. I don't think it's What we're able to do now with nuclear power and nuclear bombs and hypersonic missiles. It's just the insane physical things that we've been able to take out of the human creativity and imagination, and through engineering and technology, implement these physical devices that are indistinguishable from magic if you brought them 500 years ago.
Yeah, I think it's quite remarkable.
And so keep going 100,000 years from now. If we're still here, if something like us is still here, what can it do?
In the same way that I don't think Socrates would have predicted the phone. I can't predict that.
No, I'm probably totally off. But maybe that's also why comments exist. Maybe it's a nice reset. Just like leave a few around, give them a distant memory of the utopian world that used to exist, have them go through thousands of years of barbarism, horrific behavior, and then reestablish society. I mean, this is the Younger Dry St. Theory. That around 11,800 years ago at the end of the Ice Age, and we were hit by multiple comets that caused the instantaneous melting of the ice caps over North America, and flooded everything. Is the source of the flood myths from the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Bible and all those things. And also there's physical evidence of it when they do core samples. There's high levels of iridium, which is very common in space, very rare on Earth. There's microdiamonds that are from impacts. It's like 30% of the Earth has evidence of this. And so it's very likely that these people that are proponents of this theory are correct, and that this is why they find these ancient structures that they're now dating to like 11,000, 12,000 years ago. We thought people were hunter-gatherers. And they go, okay, maybe our timeline is really off, and maybe this physical evidence
I've been watching that with interest.
Yeah, Randall Carlson is the greatest guy to pay attention to. Randall Carlson, yeah. He's kind of dedicated his whole life to it, which, by the way, happened because of a psychedelic experience. He was on acid once, and he was looking at this immense canyon, and he had this vision that it was created by instantaneous erosions of the polar caps, and that it just washed this wave of impossible water through the earth and just caught these paths. And now there seems to be actual physical evidence of that, and that is probably what took place. And that, we're just the survivors, and that we have re-emerged, and that society and human civilization occasionally gets set back to a primal place.
Yeah. Who knows? If you're right, that what happens here is we kind of edit out all of the impulses in ourselves that we don't like. We get to, that world seems kind of boring, so maybe that's when we have to make a new simulation to watch people think they're going through some drama or something.
Or maybe it's just we get to this point where we have this power, but the haves and the have-nots, the divide is too great, and that people did get a hold of this technology and use it to impress people who didn't have it, and that we didn't mitigate the human biological problems, the reward systems that we have.
I gotta have more, you gotta have less.
Yes, that's this sort of natural inclination that we have for competition. And then someone hijacks that.
I think this is going to be such a huge issue to get ahead of before the first people.
Yeah. What do you think about, like, when Elon was calling for a pause on AI?
It was like starting an AGI company while I was doing that.
Yeah. So didn't he start it, like, after he was calling for the pause?
I think before that, I remember. In any case,
Is it one of those you can't beat and join them?
I think the instinct of saying, like, we've really got to figure out how to make this safe and good and, like, widely good is really important. But I think calling for a pause is, like, naive at best. I kind of think you can make progress on the safety part of this, as you mentioned earlier, by sitting like younger and thinking, you've got to see where the technology goes, you've got to have concrete reality, and then what you like. But we're trying to, like, make progress towards AGI conditioned on it being safe, conditioned on it being beneficial. And so when we hit any kind of, like, block, we try to find a technical or a policy or a social solution to overcome it. That could be about the limits of the technology and something not working and, hallucinates or it's not being smart or whatever. Or it could be there's this, like, safety issue and we've got to, like, redirect our resources to solve that. But it's all, like, for me, it's all this same thing of, like, we're trying to solve the problems that emerge at each step. It's where we're trying to go. And, maybe you can call it a pause if you want, if you pause on capabilities to work on safety. But in practice, I think the field has gotten a little bit wander on the axle there, and safety and capabilities are not these two separate things. This is, like, I think, one of the dirty secrets of the field. It's like we have this one way to make progress. We can understand and push on deep learning more, and that can be used in different ways. But I think it's that same technique that's going to help us eventually solve the safety. All of that said, as, like, a human, emotionally speaking, I super understand why it's tempting to call for a pause. Happens all the time in life, right? This is moving too fast.
Right.
We gotta take a pause here.
Yeah. How much of a concern is it in terms of national security that we are the ones that come up with this first?
Well, I would say that if an adversary of ours comes up with it first and uses it against us and we don't have some level of capability, that feels really bad.
Yeah.
But I hope that what happens is this can be a moment where, to tie it back to the conversation, we kind of come together and overcome our base impulses and say, like, let's all do this as a club together. That would be better.
That would be nice. And maybe through AGI and through the implementation of this technology, it will make translation instantaneous and easy. So, well, that's already happened. Right. But, I mean, it hasn't happened in real time to the point where you can accurately communicate
Very soon.
Very soon. Yeah.
I do think, for what it's worth, that the world is going to come together here. I don't think people have quite realized the stakes. But this is, like, I don't think this is a geopolitical. If this comes down to, like, a geopolitical fight or race, I don't think there's any winners. And so I'm optimistic about people coming together.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, I think most people would like that. If you ask the vast majority of the human beings that are alive, wouldn't it be better if everybody got along?
Maybe you can't go all the way there set of rules, safety standards, organization that makes sure everyone's following the rules. We did this for atomic weapons and similar things in the world of biology. I think we'll get there.
That's a good example, the nuclear weapons, because we know the destructive capability of them, and because of that, we haven't detonated one since 1947. Pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Pretty incredible. Other than Tesla's.
Yeah.
We haven't used one in terms of war.
45 or 47.
When was the end of World War II? Wasn't it 47? When they dropped the bombs?
I think that was 45. I was wondering if there's more after that. I think it was
45. So from 1945, which is pretty extraordinary.
That's very remarkable. I would not have predicted that. I think I would teleport back to 45.
No, I would have thought, oh my God, this is just going to be something that people do. This is launch bombs in cities.
Yeah, I mean, I would have said, like, we're not going to survive this forever.
And there's a real fear of that.
For sure.
It's pretty extraordinary that they've managed to stop that. This threat of mutually assured destruction, self-destruction, destruction, universe. I mean, the whole world. We have enough weapons to literally make the world uninhabitable. And because of that, we haven't done it. Which is a good sign.
I think that should give some hope.
Yeah, it should. I mean, Stephen Pinker gets a lot of shit for his work because he just like sort of downplays violence today. But it's not that he's downplaying violence today. He's just looking at statistical trends. If you're looking at the reality of life today versus life 100 years ago, 200 years ago, it's far more safer.
I think that's a controversial thing. Like, why can't someone say, sure, we still have problems, but it's getting better?
Because people don't want to say that. They're, especially people who are activists, they're completely engrossed in this idea that there's problems today. These problems are huge. There's Nazis and there's...
But no one's saying there's not.
Right, no one's saying there's not. But just to say things are better today.
Yeah, I guess that's...
They just don't want to hear that.
Right.
But those are also people that are addicted to the problems. The problems become their whole life. Solving those problems becomes their identity. Being involved in solutions or what they believe are solutions to those problems become their life's work. And someone comes along and says, actually, life is safer than it's ever been before. Interactions
that's easily, I can see that was deeply known.
Yeah. But also true. You know, and again, what is the problem? Why can't people recognize the whole the primate brain? It's all the problems that we highlighted earlier. And that might be the solution to overcoming that is through technology. And it might be the only way we can do it without a long period of evolution. Because biological evolution is so relatively slow in comparison to technological evolution. And that might be our bottleneck, is that we just still are dealing with this primate body. And that something like artificial general intelligence or something like some implemented form of engaging with it, whether it's Neuralink, something that shifts the way the mind interfaces with other minds.
Isn't it wild? Speaking of biological evolution, there will be people, I think, who were alive for the invention or discovery, whatever you want to call it, of the transistor. They will also be alive for the creation of AGI. Like one human lifetime.
Yeah. You want to know a wild one? From the implementation from Orville and Wilbur Wright flying the plane, it was less than 50 years before someone dropped an atomic bomb out of it. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy.
That's that for you, right? That's crazy.
Yeah. Bananas.
I mean, 60-something years till end of it.
Nuts. Where's it going? I mean, it's just guesswork. But it's interesting, for sure. I mean, it's the most fascinating thing of our time, for sure.
It's fascinating intellectually, and I also think it is one of these things that will be tremendously beneficial. Yeah, we've been talking a lot about problems in the world, and I think that's just always a nice reminder of how much we get to improve. And we're going to get to improve a lot, and I think this will be the most powerful tool that we have yet created to help us go do that.
I think you're right. And this was an awesome conversation.
Thanks for
being here. I really appreciate it. And thanks for everything. Keep us posted. And if you create how, let us know.
experience.
Showing my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hey, Joe. How are you? Good to see you, buddy. It's very nice to see you. This is it's a hell of a setup. Thank you. I'm like in Austin, Texas. I've been here about 18 hours. And, it's 5 stars on TripAdvisor so far.
Did you do a set last night?
I didn't do a set, but I went to the club.
Yeah.
And the club is phenomenal. Like, it's almost like someone with an unlimited budget built a comedy club. That's what it felt like, Joe. I don't know if your business manager has a view on this.
Yeah,
I think it's something along the lines of,
I'm good at taking advice.
yeah, but it's so great, so set up from the comic's point of view.
Yeah.
It's like no food.
Yeah.
No food is a great choice.
Yeah.
Go to eat onwards.
Yeah, you have to eat food. There's so many places to eat on 6th Street. There's a nice pizza place right next door.
Your neighbors are going to love you as well,
Yeah.
because it's that thing if you go, yeah, it creates a bit of a community, and it's full. It's like packed with people, and
Yeah.
it's kind of, it's phenomenal. Great space.
Well, it's one of those Kevin Costner things, you build it, they will come from Field of Dreams.
Yeah, well, it feels kind of bigger than that as well in terms of, you've come out here, and what are you giving back? And comedy's giving you everything, as it has me, and you go, well, what can you give back? What
Yeah.
can you do for your community? And it feels like that's a great thing to do.
Well, it also seemed like I kind of had to do it because when I moved here, I had this idea that I'd just be able to do whatever local spots I could and go on the road, and I kind of could. But one of the things that I've realized is that comics need community. It's very important. Like, and that's one of the things that we really had at the Comedy Store that made the Comedy Store so special. Is that it wasn't just that it was a great place to work and come up with new material and work on it, but it was also a great place to meet other people that were doing the same thing.
It's interesting, comedy as opposed to acting.
Yeah.
Alan Havey said this great thing to me. He said, comedians, we're out for ourselves, but in it together. Oh, it's really interesting, that thing of like going, yeah, everyone's doing their own things. Comedy is not like acting. It's not a zero-sum game.
Right.
So you doing your thing, no matter how successful you are, has no impact on my thing. If anything, you pull me up.
Yes.
So comedy becomes like a bigger thing. If someone does fantastically and they're playing hockey arenas, then more people are pulled up through the clubs and the theatres into the arenas.
Sure.
It feels like we're living in a golden age for comedy. It feels to me like this is what it must have felt like to work in music or movies in the 70s.
Yeah.
It's like it feels like there's something culturally going on in comedy where it feels like it's got a value that's people need it. People need to go out and feel like they're part of a community. And I suppose when you think about what we're doing on stage, it is pretty special. We're letting people into our minds, and we go into their bodies.
Yeah.
We possess them. We change their physical state. It's extraordinary.
It is extraordinary. It really is like a drug. You're giving people a happy drug.
What it's doing, I mean, it's the endorphin, because you don't quite know when the punch is coming, and then the serotonin of laughter.
Yeah.
And the live experience as well. It's like the live experience is so incredible for comedy, even as opposed to music, because what you get when you go into a comedy club, you'll laugh 30 times more than watching the footage. And really, and props to Netflix. Netflix have been part of the reason comedy's having its golden age. And you go watching something on screen, it's like, that's how you find out what you want to go and see live.
Yeah, and live is so much better.
And because physically, it gets you in a different way. And you see people kind of coming in, their body language changes, their whole, they get into this kind of, this state with the performer. They breathe with the performer, they kind of roll with it. And it's so immersive. And you don't remember a word of what the comedian said. You remember how they made you feel.
Yeah, there's also the shared experience of being there with other people that really feels good for people when you're laughing with a bunch of people.
Especially in a world where the individual has become sacrosanct and the tribe has been left to the side. And people want to feel a bit tribal, they want to feel they're part of something. Why do people want to go to music festivals in South by Southwest and Glastonbury, and they want to go and see a comedy show? They want to be in a room with 1,000 people that all have the same sense of humor.
Yeah.
And feel a bit bonded.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's that, and there's also, with our art form, it's uniquely coming from one person. Where it's, unless you're a singer-songwriter, it's really not, or an author. Those are like probably the only other people. Any other mass form of entertainment that you're seeing a lot of different people collaborating, which is good. Like in a film, you have to have that.
But there's something about an individual's perspective. Someone going, what the fuck is this? And
I mean, for me, that thing of, stand-up is naturally progressive. For me, it's like stand-up is about, there's an Overton window about what, that theory of the Overton window, what is and what isn't acceptable to talk about publicly. Right. And comedy is always pushing the edge of that. Not just edgy comedy, I do quite edgy stuff. It's not about being edgy particularly. Even someone doing observational stuff, Seinfeld saying the world is crazy, nothing makes any sense, this is ridiculous. He says the thing, and it pushes, or someone talking about their relationships and their kids, it pushes what's acceptable to talk about in everyday life further, and it expands that window. And so we have more open, meaningful conversations. Like you go and see a comedy show, you have a much more interesting chat afterwards. You go to comedy on a date night, it becomes like a more interesting conversation because something the guy said sparks something. It pushes the conversation. It's naturally progressive.
Yeah, it is. And also in this day and age, it's one of the rare places where you can hear people speak freely about controversial subjects. And in my club, we lock up the phone so they're not self-conscious. And they're also not distracted. And then you don't have to worry about people filming clips.
It is weird, isn't it? The locking up the phones is such an interesting point. Because that's what people want.
Yeah.
They want that boundary of going, I'm in a live.
Yeah.
Like, there's lots of people that you would watch your favorite show, you'd watch whatever you like Game of Thrones or an MMA fight or whatever. And if you have your phone near you, there's a temptation to check the news and refresh and see what's going on. And to ruin the experience for yourself. But somehow being out in public, like, you're aware, like, it's performative being in a crowd. Like, we're not the only ones performing in a comedy club or in a theatre. The audience are performing. People, how are you doing? Like, you ask an audience, how are you doing? And they go, yay! No one says that one-on-one. No one says, hey, how are you doing, Joe? Yeah! You sound psychotic.
Right.
But in an audience, it's entirely acceptable to be that person. To dance, to clap along. You look strange listening to a band play live and just standing and listening. Like, and not dancing in the crowd.
Right.
And that thing about, it's performative being in the audience. Don't think you're the only one performing. They're all with you. They're all, the laughter is partly you're signaling. It doesn't mean that it's fake laughter, but you're signaling to other people that you've got it. And you're applauding when you kind of agree a little bit.
Yeah.
There's a rhythm to it. Being in an audience is a performance. And it's so fun to do.
Yeah, it is. It's my favorite thing to watch still. After all these years, I watched Christina Pazitsky last night. It was awesome. It was fantastic. Oh, she's so funny. But it's fun. It's fun to laugh. It's fun to see someone's writing and see like where they're going with ideas. And it's This episode is brought to you by True Classic. Finding premium basics online can be hard. From the material to the fit it's a constant struggle to get something that looks good and feels even better. And even if you do find great basics, they're usually super expensive. Thankfully, True Classic is here to help with clothes that'll give you the confidence to tackle those New Year's resolutions at an affordable price. Their activewear crew necks provide moisture-wicking, odor control, quick dry, and antimicrobial finish for maximum comfort. In fact, True Classic is so committed to their products, they even have a 100% perfect fit guarantee and easy returns. So, if you're ready to upgrade your closet, shop now with my exclusive link at trueclassic.com/Rogan and save up to 25% off your first order. That's trueclassic.com/Rogan. Make 2024 your most stylish year yet with True Classic. I've been talking about AG1 for years, and here's something fun. It's not always been the same AG1, and you know why? It's because they just keep making it better. These guys are dedicated to researching and testing and tweaking so it stays a nutritional powerhouse. They're in the lab, constantly improving, and I love that. Seriously, I trust AG1 because they know what they're doing. AG1 is tested for 950 impurities, way more than the industry standard recommendation of 10. Because what's not in AG1 is just as important as what is. There's a lot of supplements in the market, but AG1 is one thing that I choose to start my mornings with. Just stir it in, some cold water, and I'm ready to go. So if you're trying to figure out how to start optimizing your health journey,
It's AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Those travel packs are awesome. I use them all the time when I'm on the road. drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out.
It's also the same and totally different. It's a guy on stage with a mic, girl on stage with a mic, and it just, what's he doing with this? It's a totally different thing. It's that self-authored thing. I mean, the thing I'm working on at the moment, I'm slightly jealous of the club. I'll be honest. I sort of saw the club last time. I'm like, this is quite something to do, to set up a club and to have that community, and it's great. And I think that I'm working at the moment on I don't know whether it's a book or whether it's I think it might be like an online course, a comedy course.
And how to do stand-up?
How to write jokes, how to be a stand-up. That's great. I think here's my vision for it. I think we're going through a golden period, but maybe it's just beginning. Comedy's quite a new medium anyway. We get to be the Beatles and Rolling Stones, or certainly someone in our generation does. If you think about it, like George Carlin and Richard Pryor were John the Baptist. Or someone's coming through. It's like that thing about it feels like it's getting bigger and bigger. My vision is it gets taught in schools. So we teach music, and we teach drama and art. And I think stand-up comedy is an art form. And I think we need to get less magical thinking and more, okay, let's put down a language like music, you can write it. Let's come up with it. I mean, I'm working on like 50 joke types. Let's come up with a way of analyzing this and teach people how to do it. Because what does it give you? Like, if your kid does stand-up comedy, okay, well, they have to find their voice. They have to look at things from a different angle, a different perspective. It's about pattern recognition. These are all transferable skills, and it's about finding your voice. The reason every stand-up is interesting to watch is because it's individual voices. And really, what's growing up about? What's school about? Finding your voice, finding out what you're about, finding out who you are. Like, I don't think it's a dumb idea to teach stand-up comedy and to say, well, everyone should give this a go. People that have done, like a couple of people that don't see me live or whatever, tell me, I did like 4 or 5 gigs 10 years ago. But they enjoy stand-up comedy more than the average person. It's like someone who can play a little bit of guitar, and goes and sees and goes, well, this is right. They have an inkling of how good it is. Someone that does a little bit of jiu-jitsu, I imagine, goes and sees an MMA fight and goes, he's good. They've got like some idea. It's like that. They've gone from unconscious incompetence to conscious incompetence.
We've actually talked many times about putting together a course. And we've thought about doing it maybe at the club and, just having professional comics that are on their way up, that are just starting, and having like a workshop where we can talk to them about material, about the importance of editing, about getting to the point quickly, and how
it would be great, because how many comics do we know, guys that do this for a living and are doing great, that do have magical thinking? Well, it just comes to me, and I need to do this to make it happen. Like, understanding how to write music has never damaged anyone's creativity. So I think the idea of like analyzing it and treating it like a job, and how do you sit down and write something, go, well, I don't sit down and write, it just occurs to me, well, okay, but like, it's like, there's a great quote by Chuck Close, the artist Chuck Close, he's a great artist, pointillist, and he said, inspiration is for amateurs, the rest of us just go to work.
It's similar to Stephen Pressfield's work, War and Art.
Oh, I love that.
Fantastic book.
It's really something, isn't it? But I think I'm onto something here, because I think a lot of people want to do something creative with their lives. I think a lot of people want to, they like stand-up comedy. It's becoming a bigger thing. I think more people will want to try it. And just giving them the kind of the instruction manual early on. So, because what they're having to do is what we did. You watch a lot of comedy, and then you kind of reverse engineer what you hear people do. So you watch the greats, you watch Stephen Wright and Uma Phillips and Rita Rosa on Wanda Sykes and whatever you're looking at, and you go, okay, so they must have had the punchline first, and then they must have, if they were doing that wordplay, That's probably how they did it. Okay, so you can take all the structure, you can steal the structure, and then come up with your own content. It's a great kind of,
Yeah. Well, that's what a lot of people do in the beginning, right? They make jokes that are similar to a joke that someone they enjoy would write. Like say,
it's in their voice, it's in there. They find themselves kind of doing. And then there's different ages in comedy where certain people kind of come through and have a real effect on how everyone's performing.
Like David Tell.
Yeah.
Patrice O'Neal used to always say, let's talk about how many babies he had.
Yeah.
Like, and that so many comics copied his voice. And David Tell's like probably one of the bigger ones.
Well, I think he's been incredibly influential. It feels like he's got the props later on, but I mean, it kind of.
Plus, he's the worst at promoting of any. There's two brilliant comedians that are fucking terrible at promoting, and because of that, they don't get the credit they deserve. Colin Quinn and David Tell. Those are, in my opinion, those are the two that should be selling out arenas.
Yeah, I mean, Colin Quinn's solo shows. I think there's 3 or 4 now.
He just did one at the club a couple weeks ago, and the whole staff, everyone, the comics, the staff, everyone was raving. How brilliant his writing was, the timing. They said he put on a masterclass.
It's almost like everything he says is in that comedic. Yeah, he's been incredibly influential. I think he shows are fabulous. And then, at Tell, it feels like you haven't put out enough material. I'm kind of almost like, want to be morbid here, but David Tell's not going to live forever. And at some stage you go, there's not enough. I mean, there's Shanks for the memories, which is great. And there's lots of kind of appearances here and there, but it feels like I want more.
Yes.
Well, I love Bumping Mics. I thought Bumping Mics was like,
it's great.
That's another great, Netflix hats off, to give Jeff Ross and Dave, to make it kind of feel like it was in 3 parts, and it felt like a visit to New York. It felt really, and those shows, whenever there's a festival and those guys come and play, it feels like, that's the late night hang.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it's so improvisational. They're both so good off the cuff. But I think what Dave enjoys is just the work. I mean, when you talk to him, he gets up in the morning, or whenever he gets up, he goes to the coffee shop, smokes a cigarette, drinks coffee, and starts writing. Goes over the news, finds out what's going on. When he goes into a town, like say he's in Cleveland, what's going on in Cleveland? Oh, there's a scandal with the mayor. Oh, okay. There's something going on with the roads. Oh, okay. Then he starts writing things about it. The team sucks. Oh, let's write about that.
This is the life, right? It's the I don't know. Maybe he's as successful as he needs to be, because really, what's this about? Right. It's quite stoic. I think I've become quite the stoic one. I think the world ordered a stand-up comedian. I need to honor that.
Yeah.
I'm a stand-up, so anything that's not writing jokes or performing jokes is not doing the thing.
Right.
And the thing is all I care about.
I would add to that it's good to experience life too. And then I think one of the things that accentuates life is accentuating your perspective on things. And that comes from experiences. And there's one problem that some comics have, where they just perform and travel all the time, and a lot of their jokes, revolves around what they know.
It's hard. Work-life balance is very tricky. I've had kids quite late in life, and work-life balance is hard. It's difficult being a comedian. Here's the first world problem I have. Work is more fun than fun.
Yeah.
It's more fun than fun.
More fun than anything.
What are you doing on a night out?
Yeah.
We went and had dinner. Okay. Did 1,000 people clap to the restaurant? No, they didn't. Did you get a standing ovation as you left the restaurant?
Right.
Well, no, I didn't. And I thought I did very well at dinner.
I have often thought of how many people live from the cradle to the grave and never kill. And what a sad thing that is to never experience that. Just drawing the audience.
Here's the depressing thing. Some people live and die and they never hear their own voice. So maybe teaching stand-up comedy, I kind of think that might be the next thing. I'm 50 now. I feel like that might be the next thing of like going. I'm kind of looking for things that will make me feel like an imposter. I want to feel like an imposter. I want imposter syndrome. I like it. And I feel very comfortable in the theatre stage now, playing to 2,000 people. Great. I want to play arenas so I don't feel as comfortable. And I want to kind of become a bit of a teacher, because I think becoming a teacher, I think I'll go, I'm not good enough to teach anyone. kind of wind your neck in, you're being presumptuous. I think that's a good feeling to chase.
Yeah.
Because imposter syndrome is like the most normal thing in the world. As you level up through life, you should always feel like you're an imposter.
I've talked to virtually every great comic. They all have that.
Yeah.
They all have that moment in their life. They're like, when the people are clapping, and they're introducing their name, and everybody goes crazy. Wow.
Yeah. This is so I don't talk about that. Let's manage our expectations. It's a terrible thing when you get like when the applause is louder when you walk on than when you walk off.
Oh yes.
Like we've all had like okay, you were excited to see me, but the show wasn't really
right. Yeah. There's always that. It's also there's an incredible lack of documentation about the process of stand-up comedy. And it's one of the great things about podcasts is that it has served as an archive where you can. I mean, I've had dozens of conversations with great comics where I ask them about their process.
It is. I mean, partly that's the thing driving it. I mean, I think the podcast thing has taken off, and it turns out talking about comedy in the process is interesting. I think there's breadcrumbs there, like Steve Martin's book, Born Standing Up. I think that's if anyone's interested in the secrets of comedy, they're out there, and it's about $10.99 in all good bookshops. But it's that thing of like decoding that and making that kind of coming up with a language, coming up with something that you could go give a 14-year-old and they could write their own jokes, and they might not do this a career, but it might be a fun hobby to have. At the moment, comedy feels like it's for the professionals, and there's no amateur circuit. But like music, sports, you've got professionals, okay, you've got the greats, and then you've got people that just do it for fun. Yeah, why not have that going on? Why not have more comedians, more comedy?
Yeah, well, one of the things that we set up at our club is 2 nights of open mic night. So we have open mic night on Sunday and open mic night on Monday. And then we have the staff of the club, all the door people are all professional comedians who audition for that job with their act. So they are people that aspire to be professionals, and this is sort of like
I met a couple of them last night. I mean, it's kind of great that but the whole vibe of the place then is everyone is in service of this night, of this thing. A theatrical performance.
Well, it's the only art form that is consumed all over the world, loved by everyone, cherished by people, but does not have a direct professional path in order to be successful. It's not like music. You can learn how to play guitar. You can take online classes. You can figure out how to compose music. You can get together with bands and practice and put it together. There's a path. With stand-up comedy, it's just go up and figure it out.
Yeah.
Go up and figure it out. And it's very clunky, and it's a lot of wasted time. And I think a lot of that time can be sort of repurposed if we can give people more clear guidelines. There's no way anyone can tell you how to do your style, because your style is going to be different than Tony Hinchcliffe's style, it's going to be different than Dave Chappelle's style. Everybody's style and who they are and what they present to the
comedians is always my kind of theory. You can't watch them for an hour and not know who they are.
Yeah.
Even if I'm joke to joke. I just joke to joke on stage, and yet people know when I'm telling the truth and when I'm bullshitting and when it's real and when it's not real. People get a real sense of you through your act, through watching you. Do you travel around the world much? Do you obviously, so
I haven't been lately, but I did the O2 Arena a few months back. Actually, a year ago. Did it in October last year. Yeah. I did that just for fun.
I think I'm 40 countries in ongoing, and you go, what's happened the last 10 years? Like, the English language has become bigger, and the English language was big to begin with. But things like YouTube and Netflix has meant, because there used to be a thing in certain countries where they would dub every movie and every TV show into the local language, and they would get it a little bit later, and it wouldn't matter, and the local actors would do the voice, and the show would be a hit. Great. That's all gone now. In the age of kind of global connectivity, people know Game of Thrones was on last night, and the new specials Joe is out this evening. So they watch it sort of straight away, and they watch everything in English. YouTube doesn't bother translating things.
Yeah.
So everyone's English is kind of gone up again. So you can go to quite obscure places, and everyone wants to come out and see stand-up, and they all know who you are.
Yeah.
And they all listen. It's an amazing way to see the world.
It is. It is an amazing way to see the world, and it is interesting how comedy translates into these other places and how they absorb comedy. It's very different. Like I took Tony to Stockholm. We did last week. It was great. But he was like, dude, I feel like I bombed. I go, you did really well. Why? He goes, because there was like real quiet in between the jokes. I was like, that's interesting.
Yeah, you go to some places, though, and it's like,
They would laugh and then stop laughing.
Finland, Denmark,
Laugh and stop laughing.
and then at the end of the show, nuts,
Yeah.
because it's more like a theatrical performance. It's the thing that they've seen before.
Yes. I'm like, they laughed at all your jokes. He's like, yeah, I know, but it just like felt like it was disjointed. I go, you're just used to these rowdy American crowds that like there's always noise going on.
Like if you're used to playing with clubs as well.
Yes.
Yeah. I play mainly theatres, so if I go to a club, I'm very distracted. You're serving drinks.
Right.
Drinks. What's going on? What's happening here? Because you're not in that field. There's certain countries where you get a standing ovation, like Canada, America, Australia, love a standing ovation. They're getting up to leave anyway. They might as well. The UK, the risen Christ could come on stage and then go, yeah, I don't think. Well done. It's like, it's just not the thing.
Why
Well, maybe
is
it's
that? My friends from the UK that have come to America, one of the things they've all sort of said is that in the UK they kind of want you to not do well, whereas in America they sort of celebrate you succeeding.
I think culturally, if you think about what America is about, it really, I suppose it dares to dream. There's a bit of a tall poppy syndrome in the UK, where people do too well, it's like, well, let's cut them down to size.
Yes.
Whereas America is for dreamers, and they're going to do something, and it's exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, Austin's got a real feel at the moment for, that every city whispers to you.
Yeah.
So Los Angeles says be more famous, and New York says make more money, and Austin seems to be saying be creative and weird. And
They're happy we're here too. That's what's really cool. It's like they've embraced it because a scene moved into a city where there's 15 world-class comedians that live here now that didn't live here 2 years ago.
was Ron White the first?
Yes.
Yeah, Ron White's a guy that means nothing in the UK. Like, he's not famous in the UK. I can't see why. He's so good.
So good. And he's retired except for my club. So he's at the club all the time.
What, have you got Polaroids of him?
No, he loves me.
That poor man's trying to retire, and you keep on
He
dragging
doesn't
him.
really want to retire. He just wants to not travel anymore. And I said, Ron, you don't have to travel. You can get a new crowd every night of the week. Anytime you want, you can go up. And so he'll just text me, hey, you doing a show tonight? I'm like, fuck yeah, you coming? He's like, fuck yeah. Then he comes down, he's doing acid. He's an animal. He's so fun, and he's so good. And it's like, for him, it's taken all the negativity out of stand-up comedy, which is the travel, the weariness. He just leaves his house, drives 15 minutes, he's at the club, does a set, hangs out, we all party and laugh and have fun, and then he leaves. And so he's there 3-4 nights a week sometimes.
That's fantastic.
It's so much fun.
I like the travel, I've got to say. I like everything about. I think when you have a job and you're living your dream, you're doing what you want to do in life. I think it's on you to enjoy all of them. So the airport lounges and the delays and the early mornings and whatever, the flights, the whole thing, you have to embrace it all.
Good for you. I'm glad you take that perspective. That's very healthy. Yeah, that's what everybody should take.
But it's that thing, isn't it? That thing in life. Disposition is more important than position.
Yes.
How you are in your head. We all know billionaires that are miserable.
Yes.
And have people swimming the streets very happy.
Yes.
And it's that thing of like disposition and it seems to be, I know it's trite, but it seems to be the thing is gratitude.
Yes.
Gratitude is the cure for resentment.
Yeah,
There's so much resentment around.
it's such a maligned word because it gets attached to woo-woo bullshit and people wear wooden beads. And, it gets attached to posing. But I think it's
I think gratitude is kind of like people imagine it's about the thing, not the like the environment is the thing we should be grateful for. Like that we live in this time. That Steven Pinker Enlightenment Now. You sort of go, well, now I had a hot shower this morning. No one. Before 1930, no one had one. Right. People didn't know what hot showers were. They watched once a week in culture. Yeah. Good luck, everyone. I mean, everyone smelled disgusting. Like, the world that we live in now is so fucking great. Yeah. And I just don't appreciate it because we're so accustomed to it. Well, it's that, they call that, it's the hedonic treadmill. You get used to the good things really quickly. Yes. And so you're searching for more. But then you look around, it's an extraordinary... Well, the idea that like comedy is a thing at the moment. Imagine if we'd been born in the 1940s. Well, you go, not really. Comedy's not really. I guess we could have gone on before the band and said something, but it wasn't quite. But the people that started, the first people in America, Lenny Bruce, he was really the first to do our style of comedy. Yeah. It was our style of comedy where he's just talking about life. Everybody before that was like, two Jews walked into a bar, they buy it. You know, it was like set up punchline. I do it's very old timey, really, in a sense, because I do jokes, so they stand and fall. It's very high wire. It's binary. This is funny or not. There's no story behind it. Sometimes I do longer form. But really, it's quite like old school jokes. But Lenny Bruce, George Carlin, like people that started playing theatres and clubs and draw a crowd. So you weren't just. I mean, Pryor was the first one to really do it well. I never think Dick Gregory gets enough. He doesn't. People don't talk about what he did and part of the struggle. He's incredible. He's also the one that exposed the Kennedy assassination. Dick Gregory went on the Geraldo Rivera show 12 years after Kennedy was assassinated. You had conspiracy theories 35 minutes in. And I fucking every 20 minutes. Wait a second. So because I know he was, had a big part in the civil rights movement. Yes. And was incredibly right. It's kind of due a great documentary, like a proper Judd Apatow 3-hour Dick Gregory Here's Everything You Need to Know documentary. Yeah. I would love that. Yeah, I would love a documentary on him as well. We've sang his praises many, many times. Oh, they did? Okay. Oh, the one and only Dick Gregory, 2021. Wait a second, Showtime had a time machine, and they used it to steal this idea. Motherfuckers. I mean, he was fantastic in the Vietnam War. He was fantastic during the Civil Rights Movement. Get back to the Kennedy thing. So he went on the Geraldo Rivera show in 1975, and so this is 12. How old is Geraldo? He's old as fuck. Yeah. So we did back then. It was pretty fucking good now. So Dick Gregory went on, and he went on with the Zapruder film, and it was the first time the Zapruder film was ever exposed to the public. So Geraldo Rivera played the Zapruder film, and you see Kennedy grabbing his neck with a shot from the front. And Dick Gregory brought it on. Yes, Dick Gregory brought the film to Geraldo and played it. And our next guest is a comedian for a bit of life relief. He's going to show you the Zapruder film concert. How many appearances have you on video we talked about it? Okay, well, screw it. So he shows the video of Kennedy being shot, and then he goes, I'm going to be at the Laugh Factory at Miami Beach on Thursday. Come see me. The net effect of that is to the people watching. Well, I'm telling you right straight out that if you are at all sensitive, if you're at all queasy, then don't watch this film. Just put on the late night movie because this is very heavy. It's the film shot by the Dallas dress manufacturer Abraham Zapruder, and it's the execution of President Kennedy. And Bob and Dick, would you please narrate what we're seeing as we show this film? This is commercial footage leading into Dealey Plaza. This is the car on Main Street. So this film was taken by actual newsmen. This was spliced together with the Abraham Zapruder. Yes. All right. So this is the beginning of the motorcade. What you're seeing now is in slow motion, so that you can grasp what is happening. This is a film taken by Marie Lunchmore, that leads into the Zapruder film. It's for time continuity. The president is waving to the crowd here, and Jacqueline Kennedy, of course, is sitting alongside him in the open car. This is from where it makes this film. This is originally 8mm footage. they're heading now toward Elm Street. They're on Houston Street now. They're going to make a left-hand turn. It's on the corner where they're going to make the turn there, the depository was. And this is the Zapruder film.
Okay, so the cars are coming along now into Dealey Plaza.
Yes, these are the lead motorcyclists from Hurricane.
All right, now the president of Mrs. County is also Governor Connell.
Right. Now, before he goes behind the sign, the president is waving to the crowd. When he comes out from behind the sign, he is shot. Then Governor Connell is shot.
He's already been hit.
He's already been hit.
Now,
At the bottom of the screen, the headshot.
That's the shot that blew off his head. It's the most horrifying thing I've ever seen.
It's genuinely shocking watching it now, isn't it? Yes, it's genuinely shocking, but it was the first time people saw that his head moves back and to the left, indicating a shot from the front. And that fell against the narrative that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. There was a ton of eyewitnesses that said that they heard gunshots from the grassy knoll, and then there was also this ridiculous magic bullet that they had to attribute to Lee Harvey Oswald's gun because it had hit, one bullet had hit an underpass and ricocheted and hit a person. So they knew that one of the bullets that got shot missed Kennedy, hit the underpass, hit a curb, and ricocheted hit this guy, and he got brought to the hospital. So
How on earth do we not have an answer to this?
well, it seems they keep hiding the data. They won't release it. In 2017, they were due to release it. They wouldn't release it then. It was again, I believe in 2021 they were supposed to release it.
It's a very odd. Conspiracy theories are like they're sort of fascinating because they're simple solutions to complex problems. So a lot of them, I kind of go, well, I'm not sure whether there's any validity in that. It just seems like an easy solution to this thing, which is incredibly nuanced and complex. And the Kennedy thing, you go, well, how was the president got shot? Right. How could they have covered this?
1963. There was. I mean, there was no independent journals, there was no YouTube, there was no online commentators that weren't captured by the system. They weren't a part of an enormous structure like the New York Times or the Washington Post or whatever the fuck it was. Yeah. And the Zapruder film, again, had been archived for 13 years. Before it was, or 12 years. 12 or 13?
I didn't realize that. I assumed, stupidly, that he got shot and the film came out the next week.
No, it didn't.
Years.
Yeah, that, I believe was it 75 that came out?
It was like the frame 313 or something like that hadn't been seen. They did have it as a Zapruder film, and they posted a lot of it in screenshots and Life.
In Life magazine, because Life magazine owned it,
but they left some of it out.
And then somehow or another, Dick Gregory acquired it, and that was around 75. And that's when he aired it on television. And when he aired it on television, it just opened up everyone's eyes. They were like, well, anyone who'd ever seen anything get shot knows that when you get hit with something from the back, you don't go back towards the shot. The impact throws the head back. You see the spray of the bullets, and it appears he's getting hit multiple times from multiple angles.
What's your feeling? I mean, you've looked into it. You're a big conspiracy guy, but who do you think orchestrated JFK's?
That's a good question. I mean, Tucker Carlson came out on television and said that the CIA killed Kennedy. I think that's probably one of the reasons why he got removed from Fox. I don't know who did it. I really would be talking out my ass.
Conspiracies more broadly. You kind of go, well, it involves sort of cognitive dissonance.
Wasn't there a deathbed confession from E. Howard removed from Fox?
Well, what's your feeling? I mean, you've looked into it. You're a big conspiracy guy, but who do you think orchestrated JFK's?
That's a good question. I mean, Tucker Carlson came out on television and said that the CIA killed Kennedy. I think that's probably one of the reasons why he got removed from Fox. I don't know. I really would be. I would be talking out my ass.
A deathbed confession or something. Because I mean, conspiracies more broadly. You kind of go, it involves sort of cognitive dissonance.
Wasn't there a deathbed confession from E. Howard Hunt? Yeah, I think it was E. Howard Hunt.
Okay.
Who was one of the people that was supposedly on the grassy knoll. There's Woody Harrelson's father was supposed to be involved in this too. There was, according to the lore, the last confessions of E. Howard Hunt, the ultimate keeper of secrets regarding who killed JFK. And I think
that's how you keep a secret, not pipe.
I think on his deathbed he said that he was involved in
the conspiracy to kill the president. I don't know who was involved. I mean, I think it was probably a bunch of people. There's a lot of people that wanted Kennedy out there. I mean, he wanted some pretty radical changes. He wanted to disband the intelligence agencies. He thought that secrecy was abhorrent. He talked about it openly in this one speech that he gave about secret societies. And he...
Well, it's all that thing for me. I mean, I'm kind of thinking about maybe doing a bit about this, about saying, look, because it involves two choices. You've got to believe government there's a deep state, there's a super geniuses who cover these things up, fake moon landing, and also the government are idiots, they can't organize anything.
Well, it's different.
What I want to do is
the government. You can't say the government, right? Because the government is a blanket. That's like saying drugs. Drugs are bad. Well, I'm drinking coffee. It's not bad. Everybody drinks coffee.
But that thing of like going, what we need is some of those guys from the deep state over here for a week to deal with the irregular shit. We need someone on transit duties. We need someone from the deep state to look at hospitals.
Well, in a lot of ways, those are more complex issues than assassinating someone and covering it up. Because back then, again, it's not like information today where people have, like, everyone has a cell phone. Like, if the Kennedy assassination happened today, there would be footage from 100 different angles.
Yes.
There'd be so many people there, and it's amazing high resolution footage. It is amazing. But it was just because he was so important, and back then, there were a few people that were enthusiasts that had their own personal.
And the thing, I guess, with conspiracy is some of it's true. Like the biggest conspiracy I think probably of our lifetime was pedophilia in the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
It was like I remember that being talked about when I was a kid.
Wow, in the UK,
my mother was crazy.
Jimmy Savile.
Just
how
hiding in plain sight.
Crazy is that? And that guy looks like a pedophile.
Yeah.
He looked like such a fucking creep.
Here's the story I heard on Jimmy Savile, which is interesting. He had a big show on TV called Jim Will Fix It.
Yeah.
Which was him making dreams come true for kids. They'd write in with a wish.
Yeah.
And he'd make them come true. But he had that nickname before, so he was kind of a fixer. He invented the turntable, the two record players together, that turntable.
Oh, like for a DJ?
For a DJ, he invented the dual turntable. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much all bad. 99.9% bad, real bad. Yeah. Well, my joke about him, it's a very British joke, but Jimmy Savile, the only man in human history to have fucked more miners than Thatcher. Oh, that requires quite a lot of information about mining, Margaret Thatcher, what she did to the miners, and also, it's a long way to go.
It's a good joke, though.
Yeah. But he was hiding in plain sight and was part of the establishment.
Yeah.
But I think that thing of like going, the story I was told was that he was kind of connected very high up because of what he did in terms of fixing things. Like, so the guy that, are you familiar with the Perfumer affair?
No.
So it's the idea that the minister for, I think the Ministry of Defence was having he was having an affair with a lady who was also Christine Keeler, who was also having an affair with a Russian agent. And she had been procured by this other guy who then got assassinated. They then got assassinated. And so I think the story I heard was Jimmy Savile had a similar role for procuring certain things for certain people.
Interesting.
So I wonder what he was doing for the police or for the Secret Service that gave him that ability,
that immunity.
Totally.
Well, that's what's the really scary idea, is that there's a ring of people that are pedophiles. That's what terrifies people. That there's a ring of powerful people. That's the, if you want to go full QAnon tinfoil hat, that's.
But I think that is like, I presume Jimmy Savile was acting alone. I mean, I presume that's.
But why?
But why cover it up?
I don't know. I mean, what if other people were also involved? What if other people were also doing the same thing?
It's terrifying.
I mean, there's a similar case in America with Sandusky. Jerry Sandusky. He's the coach that did a lot of things with kids and worked with kids, and everybody had this image that he was this great guy. It turns out the entire time he had been molesting kids.
It's pretty horrific.
Yeah, it's horrific, but that's often the role they play. The role they play as
they have to get into predator vision when they're close to.
Yes, which is like Boy Scout masters and priests.
Which is, it's a terrible thing because it's something like the Scouts, which is very good for kids. go and play together and learn those things and those skills. It's a great organization, and yet that's absolutely fucking ruined it. That's the first thing you think of now.
Yes.
When you think of the Scouts.
Well, the Catholic Church is the greatest example of that, right? I mean, you cannot say Catholic priest without someone thinking pedophile. There's no other occupation on earth that has such a connection to pedophilia.
Yeah. And so someone was telling me about the history of the Catholic Church and what happened, and the idea of the thing that turned the Catholic Church back was the plague.
Really?
So the plague hit in the Middle Ages, and before then, the priest was the smartest guy you'd ever met. Smartest guy in the town became a could read. This guy could read. This guy can read.
Right.
It's just shapes on a page to us, but like had access to books, was reading. Was the most erudite, brilliant guy. The bishop was even smarter than that. The Pope was a genius. So the plague happens, and the plague wipes out, I think it's a third of the European population, but it might be more than that. And it wiped out a third of the regular people, but it wiped out 90% of priests, because priests have to give last rites. So they were around the plague more than regular people. I need the last rites of dying, okay, then he dies. So the barrier to entry for getting into the priesthood went through. You've got to be great to, you seem to have all your own teeth and you can string a sentence together, you'll be great. So all of that stuff that comes after, downstream of that, like the plenary indulgences, this thing where you could buy your way into heaven in the Middle Ages, you could sort of pay someone to go, yeah, you make sure I'm okay when I get there. That kind of nonsense came along afterwards when it did all kind of corruption. Yeah, the corruption of the...
Interesting. I had heard that it was connected to celibacy, and that initially there was no celibacy clause. They weren't supposed to be celibate.
So it was that thing of they wanted to be more like Christ. So they he was celibate, and so they went, well, I'm going to be, one priest said, well, I'm going to be more like him, live like Christ. I'm going to be celibate, not have a wife. And then that kind of took off as an idea.
That's interesting, because what I heard was that
in the Anglican,
they were banging all the women. Because the priests were rock stars. I mean, if you have a community where the priest is literally connected to God, and he's a biological male, and he's horny, and these women worship him,
and it's
came to them from...
It's the original show business.
Yes.
I mean, if we are in the 13th century, 100% priests. Or I can get up in front of these people and talk to them for an hour a week.
Right.
Done.
Right.
Yes. Put me down for one of those.
Right. They'd seek guidance from you, you'd get all these accolades, and apparently they were allowed to have sex with women, and they were fucking everybody. Yeah. Just like rock stars, because they were probably the most popular people in the town.
The other thing that ties, that's very interesting, the other thing that ties it to, there's often been, and it's a very unpleasant thing, there's often been a conflation between homosexuality and pedophilia, which is it's just fucking nonsense.
Right.
It's nonsense, but it keeps on kind of rearing its head in a weird way. But there is something with the Catholic Church where it's hard to remember how vilified gay guys were a generation ago, let alone 2 generations ago.
Yeah, so very recently, I mean 90s.
It's crazy. Yeah. So there's a weird thing where, okay, so let's say you're a gay guy in 18, 19. You knew you were gay when you were 14, when everyone else is getting married and going off, and you go, right, okay. The priesthood was a smart move. Because you won't, I don't have to get married. And I know I'm not about that, so I'll join the priesthood. So you join the priesthood, you were a gay guy. There were other gay guys that had the idea. Great. Right. Now, here's the weird thing. Pedophilia was the same level of sin in the eyes of the church. At that level, so one covered for the other. It was all, you were all damned to go into hell. It was all terrible. Which is obviously some fucking nonsense. But, yeah.
Well, there's a different attitude towards same-sex minors and adults that is with some people in the gay community. In fact, there was a law that they were trying to pass in California where they were saying that the age of consent being 18 was in somehow or another anti-LGBTQ. because some young men sought mentors in older gay men, some young men who were gay.
That sounds like
was it Klein, is that what his name? There's a politician in California that was very controversial because he was promoting this.
very controversial because he's promoting pedophilia. Yes, yeah, that's going to be controversial.
Well, I think his idea was like 16 and 17-year-old boys, and that should be okay. Which is, it gets very sketchy.
That sounds. It also. So winding back, here's something that we could do. Right, here's something we could start a campaign for. Those laws about, the age of consent in the UK is 16. Those laws should be for 17 and 18-year-old boys.
Yes.
They shouldn't apply to us.
They shouldn't apply to a 55-year-old man.
So Romeo and Juliet law, I think they have in certain states where you go, yeah, that's the age of consent, is 16. And that guy who's 17 and is a boyfriend and then come off the school together, that makes sense. And then at 18, maybe, okay, go around whatever you're going to do.
I remember
That would make
when I
a lot
was
more sense.
18 years old, when I turned 18, my girlfriend was a year younger than me, and she was 17, and I was terrified that I was going to go to jail because I was a legal adult and she was still a child.
Right.
Even though we started dating when I was 16, or I was 17 and she was 16, and then when I turned 18, I was like, oh my God, like, can I get in jail for this? I remember thinking that. Like, is this illegal? Because it kind of technically is. I think if you're dating a girl like that, this is 1985. So Gavin Newsom signed a law that could give judges a say on whether to list someone as a sex offender for having oral or anal sex with a minor. The bill would expand discretion currently granted judges in statutory rape charges as promoted by bringing fairness under the law to LGBTQ defendants. The current law, in place for decades, permits judges to decide whether a man should be placed on California's sex offender registry if he had voluntary intercourse with someone from 14 to 17 years old and was no more than 10 years older than the person.
Right, I don't want to come to your show and be all controversial, but I think broadly speaking, don't be a pedophile.
Right, I think that's a good thing to say. But that discretion says only apply to a man who had vaginal intercourse. The new law permits judges to use the same discretion when the case involves voluntary oral or anal sex. The measure won't apply when a minor is under 14, when the gap is larger than 10 years, or when either party says the sex wasn't consensual. The law does not change the age of consent in California, which is 18. Adults caught having sex with minors will still face statutory rape charges. Yeah, Scott Wiener, that's the guy. San Francisco Democrat. So this guy,
Great name.
yeah. Isn't it funny those Wiener guys keep getting in trouble with Anthony Wiener, Scott Wiener? It's like this simulation theory. It's a gene versus problem. But this guy, like, there's photos of this guy at gay pride parades, like wearing a dog collar, like, he's.
That's. I got zero problem with that. I got a problem with him saying.
The law ends discrimination by treating LGBTQ young people the exact same way that straight young people have been treated since 1944, Wiener said in a statement, adding, today California took yet another step towards equitable society. So what that seems to me is like there was a law already in place giving judges discretion, but it was only for vaginal sex, and he thought that it should apply to oral and anal sex. Yeah. It seems like the law is the issue, right? Because 10 years old, if someone's 26, another person's 16, or 15 and 25. That's great. It's the reason why it's 18. Like, 18 is like reasonable.
Yeah, and I think you have to give people agency at some point. At some point you have to give people agency. You're allowed to make your own decisions.
Right.
Do what you please.
Yes, I mean, you are certainly a young person at 18, but if you're a young man at 18 and you decide to have sex with a man who's 30 years old, like, that's completely reasonable.
I think it's also, try telling an 18-year-old they're not
right.
So sure. I wonder in the future, because the mind, your brain isn't fully developed. I think it's 25.
Well, 25 is the age your frontal cortex is fully formed, I believe, as a male. I think for females like mentally mature earlier than men too. There's some age it is, but they're generally smarter than men.
I wonder in a generation's time will everyone go, Sorry, you were fucking a 21-year-old. I wonder will it ever go the other way?
That seems silly. That seems, especially men and women. I mean, if it's a 21-year-old man and a 30-year-old woman has sex with you, she's going to be brought up on charges. That's insane.
Yeah. You had that great bit about it.
Yeah. I said there's no sexual equality when it comes to child molesting.
Yeah.
I said because a grown man can molest a 16-year-old girl, but a grown woman can't really molest a 16-year-old boy. She can only let him fuck her. Like, what's the worst thing that happened? You found out about something awesome early? Like, poor Billy got his dick sucked by the hot teacher. He's never going to recover.
It's very good. We're not denigrating the suffering.
No.
But it's always like Dimitri Martin had a great line on that as well. He said something about some guy that loved his teacher, and Dimitri said, he died. He got high-fived to death.
I think that was Zach Galifianakis.
Was that it?
I think so.
I think it's Dimitri.
You might be right.
I mean, those guys are both phenomenal writers.
I think it might have been Galifianakis. But either way, great joke. But it's high five to death. But it's a difference. There's a difference, and it's also the difference in how we. It's unfortunate, but there's a prejudice about women having sex versus men having sex. That a woman is being taken advantage of by the man, like that they don't have agency, whereas the man is the pursuer and the predator. And so there's an aspect of that goes along with it, that a male, like we don't think of a 16-year-old boy having sex with a hot 30-year-old woman as like that boy being molested. We just don't.
Yeah, well, that's why I suppose, increasingly, we will. I'm giving it a lot of thought, but it does strike me that thing of like agency and being 18 and being a grown-up in society.
Yeah.
I suppose the problem is that thing. What's that book? Is it Jonathan Haidt? The cobbling of the American life. The idea of going, if there's no freedom for kids anymore, like you're not allowed to go and play on your own, you're not allowed to leave the house and mess around, and the only freedom you have now as a kid is online. So you're not allowed to go and experience that thing of being out in the world.
It's a danger. Yeah, and knowing what's safe and what's not safe, and having experiences with people that are sketchy.
So then, if you don't get any of that until you're 18, and then suddenly you get all of that, but you've not been drip-fed it.
Right.
Like that thing of like, I don't know what your childhood was like. We were pretty, grew up in Slough, sort of working class, to the west of London, and we were nice little kid. We would go out on bikes in the morning, and you would come back for your dinner. You would just be out for the day. I don't think.
Yeah, my childhood.
I don't know if that exists.
No, that's like almost like child abuse. It's almost like neglecting your parental duties. Just let your kid just roam out of the house and come back at 10.
14-year-olds used to be babysitters. Now 14-year-olds need babysitters.
Yes.
And I don't think anything's changed about humanity. So I think the idea that you have agency at 18, but like it goes from 0 to 60
yes.
in one day.
Right.
That's good. Like the drinking age is 21 here, it's 18 at home. But you go, well, actually, kind of everyone assumes in the UK you can drink a little bit of 15 in the park with your friends.
And it's also the different levels of experience of people that are 16, 17 years old. Like when I was in high school, the first girlfriend that I had, she had a single mom, and she was essentially on her own and left to roam around from the time she was very young. She had been going to concerts when she was 12 and 13 years old. And she'd already had sex before I had. Like, she was a year younger than me when we met. I was a virgin, she wasn't. And so it was, she was more worldly and mature than I was. Like, she knew how to go to concerts. She knew how to get backstage.
The idea that we're saying, an age like 18, every 18-year-old, that's just a...
This episode is brought to you by fast-growing trees. If you want to know what you're putting in your body, growing your own food is a great place to start. But listen, starting a garden doesn't have to be intimidating. I'd like to recommend Fast Growing Trees, one of the biggest online nurseries in the U.S. with more than 10,000 different kinds of plants that will be shipped to your door in just 1 to 2 days. That includes lemon, avocado, olive, and fig trees that you can grow inside your home. I love that you don't even need to have a lot of land to work with these guys. And if you don't have the greenest of thumbs, don't worry. Fast Growing Trees has a 30-day Alive and Thrive guarantee, plus free plant consultations.
I think it's great that they'll help you with every step from finding the best plants for your garden to designing the layout and talking you through plant care. Truly, this is where your self-sustainability starts. And right now, they have some of the best deals online, like up to half off on select plants. And listeners to our show can get an additional 15% off their first purchase when using the code JRE at checkout. That's an additional 15% off at fastgrowingtrees.com using the code JRE at checkout. One more time, fastgrowingtrees.com, code JRE. Offer is valid for a limited time. Terms and conditions may apply.
Yeah, solid state. Everyone's the same. Everyone's different. Everyone comes to it from a very different perspective. Sure, different speeds. It's funny. I mean, there'll be young people listening to this as well. It's that thing where it seems like such a race when you're young.
Yeah.
To kind of to get there, to do everything, to be grown up, and you feel like you need to make all the decisions.
Yeah.
You're 19, so I got a bunch of college degree. What am I going to do? What am I going to? It's a panic.
Well, that's what's so predatory about America, because that's when student loans come in, and you get shackled up with these student loans that you can never get out of debt with. Student loans in America, I don't know how you have it in the UK. We get free health or free education, right?
No, we used to have free education. So when I went to college, it was free. You had to pay for your kind of bed and board, and it was free. I went to university, I got a free education. It feels ridiculous that we let that go. And maybe it's like, okay, so if it's too expensive, then I can see an argument to say, well, on academic merit, we cut the number of places until we can afford for it to be free. Yeah, and it's free for everyone.
Well, it certainly benefits the greater good of society to have more people educated. And what greater thing to spend tax dollars on than to educate the population? It's fantastic. How would you make an argument against it? And with the predatory loans in America, the way it works is, like, say if you start a business and you take out a big loan to start a business and your business fails and you're, hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, you can go bankrupt. Yeah. And then you're absolved of that debt. If you get a student loan, you are never absolved of that debt. You must pay that debt, and the interest keeps increasing over time.
You know what I'm hearing? But we need to get into the student debt business. This
it sounds like you can't win.
You think you're making money in comedy? On podcasts? Please. The real money is in student debt.
And it's pushed on people because everybody feels like they have to go to college or they're going to be a loser. And there's people right now in America that are getting Social Security money, and their Social Security money is getting docked because they owe student loans. So you're at the end of your life.
Someone made a point recently about a college degree now is a luxury good. It's like a Louis Vuitton handbag. So you get a luxury good. But what can you do with it? What's the benefit? Because it really depends on what you agree, right?
Yeah, some things like your medical degree. Yeah, you don't need a degree.
Engineer. Right. But if it's just an arts,
gender studies.
Then you go, well, what are you going to do with that? Like, the map is not the territory.
Yeah.
Who would you rather employ? Someone with an MBA or someone who's got 2 failed startups? Failed startups, please. Someone that's been in the trenches and tried it and done it. So I think that thing of, I don't know what advice you would give an 18-year-old today, but
it would really depend upon what they want to do and what they mean. I'm the worst person to give that advice because I knew because of my childhood and the way I grew up, very unstable, divorced parents, stepdad, moved to a new place all the time. I was terrified of rigidity. I was terrified of a job. I really felt like a loser because I felt like all these people can keep jobs. Why do I hate them so much?
And because it's interesting what I see in you, and I don't know you that well personally, but I see your work, and the thing flowing through it is discipline. Discipline and freedom seem to be the 2 things. You go, yeah, and obviously those things have been separated in our minds.
Yeah.
Discipline and freedom, I'm not saying they're exactly the same. Discipline gives you freedom.
Yeah, that's Jocko Willink. That's what he says.
Discipline equals freedom. Exactly right. So you like you go, well, with martial arts,
yeah,
all discipline. Stand-up, which I know is all discipline. everyone's ideas. Everyone talks a good game. It's in the execution.
Yeah.
It's in doing it. So that thing of like going, couldn't hold down the job. But I mean, you're pretty good at showing up to stuff.
Well, I realized later that it was just I wasn't interested in those things. And what I was terrified of is being forced to do something that I wasn't interested in forever. And I saw so many people that they would just wait till they got home every night and just get drunk and then do it all over again in the morning. And then their bodies were deteriorating and they all wound up getting cancer and getting sick and they all died young. And it was sad and depressing.
It's work to live as opposed to
Yes.
live to work.
Yes.
So your thing is, it's work is the fun stuff. It's all the stuff that you're passionate about. You try and make that your career. That's very good advice for anyone that's young listening to this. Like, what are you interested in? What do you pay attention to? Do that. Because that 10,000 hours thing, it slightly loses what could you stand to do for 10,000 hours?
Right.
10,000 hours is the minimum. I don't think there's any mastery in 10,000 hours.
Right.
But I think
They
that's
become professional at 10,000 hours.
yeah.
Well, with me, when I got into martial arts, then I realized, like, oh, I'm not lazy. I'm just not interested in those other things. And then when I got into martial arts, I was extremely disciplined, like fanatically. Like I trained every day. I literally lived at the gym. I taught.
You preach to the choir. You can't beat your environment.
No.
And that thing of like finding your tribe, finding your thing. So a lot of people that are lost just haven't found their tribe, their thing.
Well,
it's hard if you haven't found it yet because you kind of go, well, it's easy for you to say you found it.
I was also not around people that were following their passions. Everyone that I was around was working. We lived in a blue-collar community, and it was surrounded by a white-collar community, and there's people that are all worked really hard, got a very good education, got a respectable job, either as a doctor or a lawyer, an accountant or whatever, and they had a wonderful home, and they worked well. But I looked at them as like these deteriorating vessels of flesh that were barely getting by in the world, and I didn't want to do what they were doing. And I didn't know until I got into martial arts that there were people that were doing different things, and that they were surviving and thriving and teaching something that they loved. And so that was my path. My path was competition and teaching.
It's interesting, the teaching thing, because if I think of your stand-up career, you've done what you've done in stand-up, and now you're building a club, and you've lowered a rope, you're pulling people up.
Well, it was also, I learned how to talk in front of people, because I was painfully shy and socially awkward as a kid. Like I'd have like anxiety going to a bank teller. I thought I was gonna have to talk to the bank teller. I remember that. Like, what's wrong with me? I remember being like 16 years old, having to deposit a check and just being so nervous getting up to the teller.
Yeah, and I don't think that's you. I think that's age 16.
Yeah, I think
being a teenager is about being slightly uncomfortable in your own skin and deciding who you're going to be.
Yeah,
I'm worried for the future generations coming up now because of Facebook. Because something like Facebook connects you to your past in a way that we don't have. So I reinvented myself a couple of times.
Yes, me too.
Like I was 16 and I moved schools. And it seems like a trivial thing to move school from one grammar school to another grammar school. And who cares? But it just allowed me to kind of go, I didn't really behave that well at that school. I kind of messed around.
Yes.
I was a ne'er-do-well. And then I got to the new one and went, I think I might go to Cambridge. I think I might be really academic. And I went, okay.
Right.
Okay, yes.
Right. No, that's Jimmy. He's a fucking loser.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. When I go back towards my, when I would go back to my town that I grew up in later in life, if I'd visit, I would get nervous. And when I go near my high school, I'd feel terrible. I used to have nightmares that I'd have to go back to school. I didn't really graduate, and I'd have to go back.
It's a lovely feeling in stand-up. Like, I was a couple of years in and I realised I'm never going to need my resume again. It's done. No one's ever going to care about my exam results again. No one will ever. Yeah. It's a very freeing thing to go.
Sure.
That was great, but none of that matters anymore.
Yeah. And I wasn't interested in academic things at all. I read a lot, but everything I read was fiction. And I would only read because I was on the train getting to the Taekwondo school.
I used to read fiction voraciously. And when I started doing comedy, I stopped. And I just didn't read the stories anymore.
Interesting.
Now I read non-fiction voraciously, but I like non-fiction, but I don't feel like I need stories because I'm doing something creative.
Yeah.
It was that part of me that wanted that. It's like I got an outlet now. I found the outlet.
Yeah.
Which is, God, you'd love that for everyone.
I would love that for everyone. I would love it for everyone to be able to do something that excites them. Whether it's making tables or knives or building houses, like whatever the thing is that really gets you. And it's unfortunately a lot of people don't find that.
Yeah. It's hard to find. I mean, it's a life's journey. There's two great adventures in life. One is finding what you want to do, and the second is doing it. And tragically, most people don't get to do either. Right? You want that for everyone.
Well, especially if you get captured early, and that's what I was talking about with the student loan thing. You get trapped in debt, and then you're on this path to a career, and then if along the way someone says, "Hey, you ever thought about doing comedy?" And you're like, "Oh, I'm so tired. I'm here. I just want to go have a meal and go to sleep." And you're thinking about, finding a woman, settle down, and having kids.
I used to work for a big oil. Oh, really? When I was in my mid-20s, I worked for Shell Oil. I was in marketing with Shell. And I very nearly bought a place. I very nearly bought a flat. And that thing of the things you own end up owning you. Yeah, I think I'd still be there. And it would have been a good life. I mean, not this life, but it would have been good. But that thing of the good is the enemy of the best. And I think people now, out of 18 to 21, going, you should be taking risks, big swings.
But you should also be surrounded by people that are also doing the same, so you can learn from each other. If you're a lone person on an island out there taking risks, it's very difficult to assess whether or not you're on the right path or whether or not it's viable. Yeah, one of the beautiful things about stand-up and one of the things I love about the club is all these young risk takers are around people that are the same, and they're maybe 10 years ahead of them. And we talk all the time. I ask them, like, you doing gigs? Are you doing road? Like, what's going on? How you doing? Like, are you
How many gigs? That's always the thing.
How often do you write?
I always think that thing of going to young comics. How many shows? Because it's like airline pilots. We're not airline pilots. It's not really about how many years you can do something.
Right.
It's about, when you talk to an airline pilot, they tell you how many hours they got in the sky. Yeah. When I feel like hours on stage, how many shows you done?
Yes.
That's the thing. I'm like 250 on the year.
Yeah.
And I feel like, okay, I'm in a groove.
Yes.
Like, it's that thing of like, you're match fit for this thing.
One of the things that we found in LA is that, like, when I was doing the Comedy Store and the Improv and the Ice House and going back and forth and doing, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then I go on the road Friday and Saturday, you get this groove where you just kind of know how to make something funny, and so it's easier to create new material as well. You get this, you hit this vibration, and then if I had to take time off, it's one of the things that I found that was terrifying during COVID is I took 4 months off, because everything was shut down, and I came to Texas to do shows. I first did the Houston Improv, and that was in July. So March, everything was shut down. In July, only Texas and a couple other places were allowing you to do shows. And I came out here to do shows, and I had to listen to recordings. And
so 4 months.
Yeah.
Cry me a river. We did about a year and a half.
In the United States, they did it. Most places did that. In New York, you had to be vaccinated to go to the clubs. That was like a year later. Los Angeles was a year and a half.
The gratitude is it brought you to Austin.
Yeah.
It brought you to this place. You set up your own club. You've got this community around you. People that come out with you. It feels like it's the silver lining on that terrible time.
Well, it wasn't a terrible time. It was a time of change. And it was also a time of realization that, oh my God, the power went out.
I guess that Jimmy Savile guy's got more power than you think.
It's still recording. It seems like the mics are still on.
Yeah.
It is the circuit breaker or something, except for my main audio is still recording. So the video is still recording? Yeah. Wow. Interesting.
It's fun.
It's 2.5. What is
my
heads? You think it's a circuit breaker?
I think it's the deep state.
We're back. Yeah.
I think the deep state.
You guys are talking too much shit.
Yeah.
Like we said on the Kennedy message.
Oh, I tell you what, the other thing I was going to say.
I said it? Okay. Should we pause?
Awesome. Well, I mean, we really want to. We can have a conversation even if I'm not recording. You know that, right? Maybe I'll take a peek. Shall I take a peek?
Yeah. Just take a peek. Sounds good. All right. It's very fun.
What were we chatting about?
I don't remember. People following their dreams, how difficult it is,
It's hard.
et cetera.
Taking risks.
Yeah, it is. It's like, it's so confusing as a young person where the path's not clearly laid out. You don't know what choice to make, and one choice could be disastrous, one choice could be advantageous.
Well, I think it's one of those things in life. There's certain professions, and I hope comedy in a generation becomes like being a musician. You can see what to do. But it's not like being a doctor now. It's a very hard thing to do to be a doctor.
Yeah.
But you always know what the next step is. With being a professional comedian, it's sometimes very difficult to know how to get to that first rung in the ladder.
Yes.
But taking the risk, taking a shot, like that thing of like taking risks on things that are reversible as opposed to irreversible.
Yes.
Having a kid, irreversible decision. If you have a kid, it's a big commitment. That's forever. Great. There's lots of things people worry about, like giving up their job. Just give up the job.
They're so terrified that someone else is going to get ahead of them. There's other folks that are in the same position, and you're going to take 2 years off and come back, and they'll be your boss now.
Well, that's the thing I wish I'd heard it earlier in life. That thing of like, you're only in competition with you last year. I'm trying to work on this thing. I was chatting to my friend Chris Williams, who does that. He's amazing. We're chatting about like, I think there might be a book idea in this. Like, I'm trying to live for me in 24 hours time. I'm trying to do things today that I'll be happy I did tomorrow. It's that very simplistic, short time scale, like living for the future self.
Yeah.
Like you can give yourself gifts in the future. So I'm now like trying to do a thing like this, just super simple, trying to try new jokes to every single show. Doesn't matter where I'm doing a gig, doesn't matter how big the gig. Get out a notepad and do jokes.
Yeah.
At the end of 90 minutes, do some new shit and see what works. Because that's the thing that makes you, I'll have to write some new stuff today. Right. Have to have some stuff to do tonight. And I should have to. Forces you to that thing of like, I'm not going to eat that because I'm going to feel terrible tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think like the future is, I didn't get that until recently. There's an interesting thing about God is the future. God is an analogy for the future. Work hard now for a better life in the future. So that was, I have a good life here, so paradise. But that lesson is the whole of self-help, is the whole of, hard choices now, easy life later.
Yeah, but there's also this thought that one day you're going to get somewhere and you'll have, air quotes, made it. And that's not real either. Well, even though if you're successful, you're still just on this path.
But getting there isn't half the fun. It's all the fun.
Yeah.
It's that thing of like going, why do I want to put together a course on stand-up comedy? Why do I want to go and play arenas now?
Yeah.
Isn't it enough? Yeah. Well, no, because I want to feel outside my comfort zone. I want to feel like I'm beginning again. I want to feel like I'm on a road going somewhere again. And when I get there, there'll be another place to go.
Yes.
So that thing of like going, you built this thing. There'll be a next. There'll be something else you need to do. It's also, I don't know how to pronounce it. I think it's either Telic or Telic, but there's Telic and anti-Telic. That's how I'm saying it. I've only ever seen it written down. But that thing of like tasks without end and tasks with an end. Tasks with an end, kind of depressing. I mean, they're great. You're in the trenches. You're doing something together. You finish
Yes.
It's kind of depressing. Like finishing school is kind of But a task without end, like being a stand-up comedian, trying to be a better stand-up comedian. So if there's a Mount Rushmore of comedy, we could be two faces on that. We're not. We could be. At some stage.
Yeah.
That feels like it's the never-ending task of going, could you be better at this? Yeah. Because there are people doing it better than me.
Yeah, and that's one of the beautiful things about people that are doing it better. It's so inspirational.
I love it. I mean, that thing of like, you go and see any show.
Yeah.
If it's terrible, you get something from it. If I go and see a show and it's genuinely terrible writing, but he sold it. All that performance, I could learn something. It's often the people you dismiss early on. Like, if someone wants to be a professional comedian and they go, I don't like that comedian.
Yeah.
I go, you ready to be a professional? Like, care what you like. What did you learn? It's
right.
Can you see what they did? Can you see? It's often the thing that you're bad at is the thing that they do so well. It's like for years I didn't really get charming because I work on charisma. So charming for me is like I didn't have anything.
Right.
But then you look at charm, you look at how people, because I think those words are conflated in our worlds, right? Charm and charisma. But like Donald Trump is charismatic. Yes. Obama is charming. Charisma is you come to me. Charm is I come to you. Obama's look at his speech pattern, his head to the side. He's like this super welcoming. We're going to find common ground here. Trump is, you can, no matter what you think of them politically, one is the other. Angelina Jolie is charismatic. Jennifer Aniston is charming. They both get to fuck Brad Pitt. They're both good things. But knowing what you are strikes me as a very important part of, again, another reason to study stand-up comedy is like, you find out who you are, you find out what your voice is, what do you work on? What's your thing? If I try and be charming, it comes across as smart because I don't have that gear.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. And I think there's also, this real unfortunate aspect of stand-up comedy where people don't like when other people are doing well. There's some people that don't like comics that don't like other people doing well. It's almost like they wish that they were the only one doing well. There is that strange issue.
I mean,
stupid.
Like, there's a little bit of that occasionally, but I mean, beyond a certain level, look around. If you're making a living as a stand-up comic, congratulations, you made it. If you're not as rich and famous as you think you should be, well, you don't even know what game you're playing. We're all in this. We're all doing the same job. It's all incredible. The idea that we're literally living off our wits.
Yes.
It's how
few of us there are.
I mean, there's no one doing this. That's why I think it's like virgin territory. It's like, imagine if there was like 100 musicians that have released an album. That's how many people with like a special that's gone global.
Yeah.
Maybe 100. It might be more, might be 200 or whatever, but it's not many. You kind of get to be the first in. This is the ground floor. And that thing of, and when you think about humanity, I read this book recently, David Deutsch, The Beginning of Infinity, and it's like blew my mind. It was the idea that there's been 100 billion people so far, right? There's 9 billion people currently close to, and there might be trillions in the future. There might be because we found this meme that is the scientific method, and maybe we could go interplanetary, and maybe humanity could expand beyond this universe. Maybe we could get somewhere. Maybe physics delivers, and we get to a new place. And it's going to be generation upon generation upon generation. Well, we're still at the ground level of this thing where people find a voice and find a perspective on things, and it's called stand-up comedy. It's kind of an American medium, and it's new. This is what it must have felt like in the jazz clubs in the 30s. This is, how exciting is this? Like, when someone says to me, oh, that comedian, he's playing a bigger room than me, and he's sold out faster.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck off. You can fuck all the way off. You get to do this. Who gets to do this?
Yeah, it's so silly.
Like, I mean, there's people listening to this podcast with real jobs who are working to live. And God fucking bless them.
Yeah.
And I hope for them, all of them, no matter what age they are, that thing of like they get to do something that fulfills them, that makes them truly happy. And they get to do something to be. It's to be, not to do.
Yeah.
You are a stand-up comic, that's your job, that's your role, and you meet all these other incredible people along the road, and they're so different.
And that thing that you're doing is a vehicle for developing your human potential. As you get better at that thing, when you understand what it takes, you can apply that to all aspects of your life.
Yeah, I wrote like a self-help book based on stand-up comedy.
Really?
Yeah, like they did that. Well, they paid me to write an autobiography basically in the lockdown in the UK. We had choices. Our managers all called us and they said, look, you can start a podcast or you can write a book. And I took the gentleman's option. I wrote a book. Good luck with this. Let's see if it works out. I wrote a book, and I wrote like this before and after, I called it. And it was like a self-help thing of going, well, what stand-ups taught me? Because it did make me a better person. It's like, if you think about what's the core skill, it's pattern recognition. Oh, that's strange. I've noticed the pattern. Like, jokes are very simple. And like, the rule of 3 jokes is the shortest pattern you could get. And it's all pattern recognition, noticing difference. And it rewards, what does it reward? Verbal dexterity. I mean, we both avoided any hard work in our lives through verbal dexterity.
Yeah.
We can do it.
It's amazing.
Long way it lasts. I never done a day's work.
I've done a lot of days work, which is one of the things that makes me appreciate it.
Yeah, it's interesting that thing. I worked till I was maybe 25, advertising and marketing or whatever, and I do still think it's a very valuable thing.
It is, because it makes you realize what you don't want to do.
Yeah.
I did a lot of construction jobs when I was a kid, and that will wake you up to what real hard work is. I spent an entire summer building a wheelchair ramp at the Knights of Columbus Hall. So the entire summer I carried cement bags and pressure-treated lumber. And it was in the hot sun in the summer. And I would get out of there and I'd go to the gym at night. I was exhausted. I couldn't train. I was so tired. And I would just every day.
You'd go to the gym at night after carrying cement bags?
Yeah, I had to. I was training. I was competing still. So I was still fighting. And so I was good.
That feels like a training sequence from Rocky. Is that the one with the Russian?
Well, yeah.
He's training in high tech. You've gone back to logs.
Yeah,
cement.
It wasn't making me stronger. It was making my resolve to not work stronger. It was making me realize there's got to be another way. I can't do this because this was physically exhausting and boring. It wasn't something I enjoyed doing. It was boring. It sucked. We were in the sun all day, and also I was not good at recognizing that you had to stay hydrated, take vitamins, take care of your body. I was like eating Subway sandwiches, drinking Coca-Cola.
Yeah, but that's what your 20s is for.
Sure, yeah.
And no one seems to know that early on. No one seems to grasp that. It doesn't matter how much you tell young people, they go, hey, I'll be fine.
Yeah, you have to learn. But those hard jobs made me realize, like, this could be your life if you don't take the chance, if you don't really go for it.
But it's that thing if you go, someone told me this thing recently about the difference between ambition and entitlement. And it's, okay, so it's what you are now and where you want to be. And if you want to do something about it, and you're going to do something about it, that's ambition. And if you think someone else should, that's entitlement. And giving people agency, high agency people, giving them like the power to do that is what the whole school system should be set up to do.
Yeah, teaching people the difference between those things and that you are not doing enough. You may think that you're doing enough and that you shouldn't be receiving more, but you get what you deserve for the most part.
Well, I mean, that's very Canaan, it's very biblical. It's very Cain-enabled. It's the idea of, Cain's sacrifice wasn't enough. And then he's bitter and resentful of that. And that resentment thing is like, it's a great line of resentment. Like, if you think, I'm jealous of another comedian doing better, cry me a river. But that thing of like resentment is, you think someone else has ruined your life.
Yeah.
Right. Someone has. It's you.
Yeah. It's that quote, all criticism is a tragic result of unmet needs.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Give me a second with that.
Yeah. It's more complicated than that. The actual quote is longer.
Go on, what's the one? That's fantastic.
But it's perfect. That snippet of it is absolutely perfect. Because that's what a lot of the reason why most people criticize is because they feel like someone has something they don't deserve. And they wish that, obviously there's criticism for people that are doing something terrible or doing something badly or just ruining something.
Well, I had
for sure, but
I had this theory about envy and jealousy. And I don't know which word you use for which, but for me, I would say envy is very good, jealousy is very bad. So envy tells you what you want. Like, what's the most fundamental question in life? Is what do you want?
Right.
Because no wind is favorable if you don't know what direction you're going in.
Yes.
So say envy. Sometimes you see someone on stage and you go, I want that. I want to be the guy on stage.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so now we know what we want. We're going to move towards that, and who knows how, but we're going to try.
Yes.
Okay. Jealousy is when you don't want someone else to have what they've got.
Right.
That's not anything. That's just
you recognize this bad feeling, and the bad feeling is the jealousy. The bad feeling is you wish you had what that person has. So instead of looking at the reality of your existence in your life and whether or not you deserve it, or whether you put the work in, whether or not you've achieved a level of proficiency that would allow you to get that, you just want it and they have it and you're mad at them because they make you feel bad. It's like dumb guys that wind up hating women because they keep getting rejected. So they associate women with negative feelings and bad feelings because these women reject them, so they decide to hate women.
rather than just becoming
becoming someone would want to be attracted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone who was worth being around. Someone who would want to have a relationship with.
Yes, I mean, kind and caring.
Yeah.
So we think women are looking for kind and caring men, and men are looking for people with big tits. But that's because all women are kind and caring. Well, the vast majority of women are kind and caring.
Much more than men.
So we don't need to have that as our primary. Okay, let's look for that. It's like, people talk about toxic masculinity, but it's an easy fix, isn't it?
Yeah, and then
Be a man should be a gentleman.
Yes.
Done.
Then you'll do very well. And then there's also this thing where you can kind of bypass that if you're extraordinarily successful. Like if you're a billionaire, people will just seek you out, and they'll even accept a certain amount of personality flaws and physical flaws because you just have this extraordinary wealth. So there's people that just go in that direction. They just try to achieve this like undeniable material success.
Yeah, I don't know where that gets. I mean, millionaires do seem to be giving away their money
left and right. The number one reason why women get rich is divorce.
But I mean, but actively, the altruistic thing of like they're giving away their money, they're trying to do something. Yeah. But the idea they're giving away their money, and you go, well, that's interesting. Like, what matters? Because money is money is a magic lamp, right? It is the quote. Like, you have to know what to wish for. For me, wishing wells work, but wishing wells work before you think they work. You throw the coin in, and you make a wish, and that's what deciding what to wish for is how they work. Knowing what you want in life strikes me. That's what we were talking about earlier. That first adventure in life, finding out what you want, who you want to be.
Yeah.
And you kind of it's hard. That's like it's the hero's journey for everyone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the real tragedy when people don't find the thing. And some people never find a thing.
There's other. I mean, listen. There's different lives that you can lead. I mean, for me, I had kids pretty late in life, but I do feel like it makes every other status game look petty.
Yes.
It's suddenly you go, I thought I had skin in the game. I thought I was risking everything, leaving my job to become a stand-up comedian.
Right.
I didn't have any skin in the game. It was only me.
Right.
And now I've got my girl, I've got my kids. I go, now things could go south. Now I've got stuff that's
right.
So I thought I kind of gamed the system, but actually I was playing a very low-stakes game. And so that thing of going, listen, if you're working in a job you hate, you're feeding your family, fucking fair play to you.
Yes.
You're doing great.
Yes. You're succeeding.
Yeah.
But, if you want a dream, if you have a thing that you're striving for, and you don't chase it, that's a terrible way to live your life, to wake up one day and realize that you didn't go for it, you didn't take the chances, you didn't follow this thing that has been always in the back of your mind, just talking to you.
Yeah. I made like a list years ago of people that made it late in life. Like they're like Morgan Freeman and Samuel L. Jackson. They didn't have their leading roles till they were in their 40s. It's a good list. It's a good list. I put it in the book, and it's like I found it quite like calming for going. It's not a race.
Yeah.
Like most comics don't do their best work until they're in their 50s.
Yeah.
It's not kind of a young man's game. I find that very comforting.
Yes.
It's like most of the stuff that it's not just stuff you watch, stuff you rewatch. Oh, that's great. That's a great bit.
If everything goes well, your perspective will be enhanced with every day you're on this planet and every life experience that you have and that you learn from. And that will enhance your ability as an artist to express yourself. You'll know more, you'll understand more, you'll understand yourself more, you understand how other people see you. You'll understand how to get these ideas into people's heads better.
It's interesting that thing of like going, another reason to teach them the idea of knowing how you're perceived in the world is such an underrated skill. Because knowing how you change the atmosphere when you walk in a room. Like, it's often the way with like, if you ever noticed, there's like very, very beautiful people, like super symmetrical, beautiful people who tend to speak very slowly. Never been interrupted. No one's ever interrupted that. What? Sorry.
Right.
You're a Asian provocateur model. What?
Right.
much.
Yeah.
Hanging on every word. I speak very quickly because but you've got that thing of like, you don't quite know. I'm sure Marilyn Monroe, you just thought that's how people, when you walk in a room, everyone turns around and looks.
Yeah.
That's how rooms work. Because she never gets to experience the world through someone else's eyes.
Isn't that Socrates? Was it Socrates that said beauty is a short-lived terror?
Oh, that's good.
That's a good one.
That's good, yeah.
It's just, you dominate with symmetry, and you don't really have to be that interesting if you're gorgeous.
But listen, people that are gorgeous and this thing, lean into it. You might as well use what you've got while you've got it.
I mean, yeah, you gotta invest in the golden ticket.
Yeah,
if you're smart, you invest in all those
well,
other
it's
things.
interesting how we think people that are born beautiful, lucky, she's just lucky, it's easy for her or him, it's easy because they're born beautiful. We never say that about smart people. We never think that was easy for Joe Rogan. He was born really smart and inquisitive. Yeah, it's easy for him to write comedy because he's got that noggin on it. So it's easy. No one ever thinks that. People go, well, no, he did the work. And that's the great illusion of our culture. There's two great lies. One is talent, and one is hard work. And they're both lies, and we know they're lies. That's how good Michael Jordan is without hard work.
Yeah.
No one. Yeah. I mean, he had all the talent in the world, physical prowess, and obviously not everyone can do that. So it's a mix of the two. It's always going to be that. I talk about it as edge. What's your edge in life? What could you do better than anything else? You have to do it the best in the world, but what's your thing that you bring to the party? What's the thing that you... Here's a great question. What do you find easy that other people find hard? It's interesting, you talked about being shy when you were 16.
Yeah.
And yet you've lent into it to a degree where your whole life is putting people at ease and welcoming them and talking to them.
Yeah.
And you were nervous talking to a bank teller. I was entirely dyslexic as a kid. I couldn't read until I was about 11. And I spent my life now reading autocue. I was so terrified of reading out loud.
How do you fix this? How does dyslexia manifest itself?
I don't think it's a real thing. Right? Well, because you can't take a blood test for it, so it's a way of thinking.
So what did you see when you said you couldn't read to the what did you see?
When I write, so people, I think when you write, when most people write, they sort of just write the word. I need to think of every letter in the word as I write. And so as I read individual words. So I'm quite, I read pretty slowly even now, like compared to, I don't know what my reading age is, but it's definitely not commensurate with where I should be. But I managed to kind of get the system. You find your way around it.
Did you take lessons?
No. I went to Cambridge. I did very well academically.
Right, but how did you overcome?
You just basically, I figured out early on that pattern recognition thing of going, okay, I need to get A's in my levels, like whatever you call the end of school. I need to graduate with I need to do very well. So I found the brightest guy in the school, and I said, "Can I read your essays?" He said, "Yeah." I read what he'd done, and I didn't copy the essay, but I copied the structure. And so I kind of learned to go, okay, well, in academia, what do you need to do to kind of game the system? And how can I get around it? And it's just that thing you go, well, you have to. I think there's a fair bit of acceptance in it. You have to go, my mind works a bit differently to other people's. I'm not as gifted in that, so it's going to take me longer to read something.
What do they say? What is dyslexia? Like technically, like when they give you a definition of it, like what's the root cause? Google dyslexia.
Look all over it.
I would Google it, but I wouldn't be able to spell it. I have to get a thing like with spell check on my computer. It will just go, huh?
Right, what are you trying to say?
I don't even know what you're shooting for there. Right. Give me a clue. Put it in a sentence.
It's
like it's no idea.
I know that you do get that little red squiggly line into your words. I mean, oh, thank goodness.
I say I wrote a book. I co-wrote a book.
Yeah.
With my spell check. Yeah. Without spell check, it's not anything. Spell is this.
Yeah, for sure. But it's oftentimes where I just typing text.
Learning disability. I was in like special ed till I was all the way through sort of primary school.
It happens because of disruptions in how your brain processes writing, so you can understand it. Most people learn they have dyslexia during childhood, and it's typically a lifelong issue. This form of dyslexia is also known as developmental dyslexia. Dyslexia falls under the umbrella of specific learning disorder. This disorder has three main subtypes: reading, dyslexia, writing, dysgraphia, and math, dyscalculia.
Yeah. So, I think it's one of those things where I don't think that's helpful. For me, I don't think it's helpful that I don't think the label ever helped me. I remember getting properly diagnosed at university just so I could get a free laptop. And then we give you an extra half an hour in the exam. But my written word isn't, I'm not great at cursive.
So it's interesting. The slowdown process can affect everything that follows. That includes slowed reading because you have trouble processing and understanding words, difficulties with writing and spelling, problems with how you store words and their meanings in your memory, trouble forming sentences to communicate more complex ideas. Dyslexia is uncommon overall, but widespread enough to be well known. 7% of the population worldwide.
I'd say that's pretty widespread.
Yeah, it's pretty widespread.
Yeah.
May affect up to 20% of people worldwide.
Yeah.
Wow. What causes it? Okay, what's the symptom?
What we got?
Genetics. It's highly genetic and that's old genetics. It's good. I wonder what it is about genetics that cause it. A child with one parent with dyslexia has a 30 to 50% chance of inheriting it.
Well, I wonder what the advantage was. There's always a Darwinian advantage somewhere.
Well, it says if you have dyslexia rather, you're neurodivergent. Your brain formed or works differently than expected. Research shows that people with dyslexia have differences in brain structure, function, and chemistry. So a bunch of things that can happen: infections, toxic exposures, and other events to disrupt fetal development and increase the odds of later development of dyslexia.
Oh, we did fine. Here's my thing. I don't think it's helpful to have. I mean, I went to arguably the best university in the UK. I guess Oxford would have issues with that, but I think Cambridge was great and did very well academically. And it was hard. It was harder for me to do than it was for my friends that were just naturally gifted academically. But I really wanted that thing. And what was the driver to get that thing? Well, the driver was the humiliation of being in a special ed class and not being able to read out in class. And having, I remember my friend telling me the stories of what was happening in Lord of the Rings. Because I couldn't read it. So I was going, wow, what happens? I've been really excited by that. So that thing of that poor kid feeling less than, going, well, I need to get this academic achievement to do something. So you going up to the bank teller, shyly at 16, the gift that shy kid gave you was the drive for this. So it's all gratitude. It's all like, well, great. What are you motivated by? Not everyone's motivated towards something. Sometimes it's just away from something. So if you grew up and you weren't wealthy as a kid, it was great for us because it was pre-internet. So I grew up in Slough and we didn't have many foreign holidays. Fine. My mother was fantastic and it was a great childhood. And I didn't have to look at everyone else's childhood on my phone. I didn't have to look at what everyone else had. I just knew the people around me and we were all kind of in the same boat. It was lovely. I kind of think that comparison is the thief of joy.
Yeah,
it's just so true.
Yeah, it really is. And you can, instead of having that experience, you can compare and be inspired. That's just a switch that you have to make in your mind, and that's the difference between being jealous and envious, right? If you're envious, you can use it as fuel.
Disposition is more important than position. If you keep going back to kind of gratitude, like, okay, we're fine. You can kind of do anything.
Yes.
Because it's quite empowering as well. That thing of it's just a happy mood to be in.
Yeah. Yeah, you can choose to interface with life in a more positive way. And, sometimes people need things that happen to them, near-death experiences, tragedies, psychedelics, something that snaps you out of this state that you're in, this groove that's been deeply cut into your consciousness and the way you approach life. It's something different that sort of allows you to see, okay, I can make this different, and that would help me achieve what I'm trying to achieve in life. And then as you do that and apply it, you see the results that are positive, then you gain momentum in this very good direction.
For me, I think grief is a huge driver. Like that great, there's lots of great quotes that was the same with me, but that thing of every man has two lives.
Mm-hmm.
And he's first, and the second begins when he realizes he only has one.
Yeah.
It's like you go, that for me, I remember hearing that going, oh yeah, this is it. There's no rehearsal. So I think that thing of when you were a kid, you're kind of living sort of for someone else. You're sort of trying to impress your parents or someone at school, or there's that kind of weird mimetic desire for I want what they've got. Mm-hmm. You know, they've got those trainers, so I want those training shoes. I want, you know, they've got that car, I want that car. You're in competition with the world to kind of keeping up with people.
Yeah, and then there's people that tell you the direction you are supposed to go in, and they're angry at you if you don't follow it. If you have like very controlling parents, that can be a real issue. You have to figure out a way to snap out of that. You know,
it's very hard, isn't it? Because you know, different people like childhoods. This is a real tough love thing. This isn't popular, but there has to be a statute of limitations on childhood trauma. Because for an 18-year-old to tell me I'm not doing so great because my mom's a narcissist.
Right.
Yeah. Man, it's been really tough. If a 40-year-old tells me that, though, right, time to get away. Yeah, but at what stage is there should there be a ceremony at 25 where we go, okay, everyone, that's all done. It's your responsibility now.
Well, that's a good point, what you just said, because that's, I think, one of the things that we're missing that has always existed in cultures is a rites of passage. Some sort of a ceremony that allows you to recognize that you are now held to a higher standard. You are in a new stage of existence, and that this stage requires you to now you are a man, or now you are a woman. And now you have to take agency over your own life, and you have to take responsibility for your decisions. And you have to think of yourself as an adult now. And, you know, there's some people that are 35 years old who are still living with their parents, and they're still fucking off, and never really matured and became a man. They got stuck in this.
And listen, it's all very well for us, the rich comedians, to say, but it's a tough love thing. If you're listening to this in your mother's basement, it's not from a place of malice that we're saying this. It's like saying it's a place of love, going, you know, take responsibility and do something. Because if you're 35 living home or 40 living home, you've still got 30 great years.
Yeah, you can get out there.
Get out there. Like, if you're a 40-year-old single man and you're a good guy, there's a woman going, where is it?
Yeah, you can still make it, but that's the thing too. Right?
It's hard though, because you're in that groove, and you're coming from behind, and you might feel like one from front. So
it's just hard to internalize that, right, for a lot of people. And there's books on that, right? There's books that you can learn a better way to think, and a better way to approach things. I mean, there's a lot of inspirational books that are nonsense. You know, there's a lot of people that write books about going for it, chasing your dreams, but addressing the root cause of each individual psychological roadblock that you have in your mind, and you can learn from those.
I found CBT very interesting. Cognitive behavioral therapy.
Oh, okay.
So they have these kind of list of, you can pull it up, just a list of thought patterns. Is brilliant for just like you think actually the problems in the world today can be solved with a good session of this. It's like just like things like magical thinking. Some people just do magical thinking, or they, it's kind of they just put up their own. Well, if I do this, then that. It's kind of weird cycles of thought, and just being aware of it seems to change it. Yeah, CBT kind of thought patterns.
When did you get involved in that?
Well, here's a weird thing. I got into kind of West Coast kind of human development, human potential movement through Shell oil. So I was working for a big oil company, and there was a training budget. Now, I wasn't on the oil rigs. This will shock you. I was in the office. I know I seem like a real alpha dude, but I was in the office pushing paper, talking about marketing and adverts. And so they had a training budget for everyone. So we used our training budget to go and do courses. So we did a lot of neurolinguistic programming, and we did a lot of kind of CBT type stuff. Talking to people. It was all about kind of trying to what are you going to do career-wise, and what's happening within the corporate structure. But for me, it was like I found it such a pleasing. I kind of lost my faith in my mid-20s. maybe very slightly earlier, and then it was like this sort of replaced that in terms of like it's a way of seeing the world. So the central, I mean, NLP's got its critics, but the idea of going, the map is not the territory. How you see the world isn't how the world is. It's just how you're seeing it, and you can see it differently. You can change the world, or you can change your perspective on the world. And it strikes me one of those is a lot easier. It's not easy, but it's a lot easier than the other one.
Yeah, a lot easier.
And it was very freeing. Okay, it's all or nothing thinking, catastrophic thinking, overgeneralizing. Yeah, these are all great. Most people go.
What's the top? Jimmy, scroll down. Okay. So all or nothing thinking extremes. For example, something is either 100% good or 100% bad.
So the boyfriend doesn't call you back. Oh, he hates me.
Right.
He hates me then. Okay, it's over.
Catastrophizing follows that. Catastrophizing possible conclusion.
Yeah. So I mean, stand-up comics that we know. It's the all or nothing thinking. It's my career's in the toilet. I'm useless. When you've had a bad show,
Seeing a pattern based on a single event, overgeneralizing, mental filter, only paying attention to certain types of evidence that doesn't count.
Yes. What's an interesting thing that, like, when you think politically, if you're having a political conversation, then I was like try and ask, what would you need to see to change your mind? And if they don't have an answer, it's a matter of principle. Because they're not willing to listen to reason.
Right. They're ideologically bound.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say the thing about your show, coming on here, whatever, I see your show along, and the openness is fantastic. The openness to what you got. Tell me. It's like, it's such an unusual thing because most of what we have in our society, everything seems very. Looking at America as a visitor, thanks for having me. It feels like there's a cold civil war where people are on this side and this side. And I can ask you your opinion on any one of 5 issues, and I can tell you what you think about everything else. And that's a bit depressing. I wouldn't be surprised. Like individuals, it's almost like kind of joining a political party. It strikes me is a little bit ordering from the set menu at the Chinese restaurants. If you've never had Chinese food before, okay, I'll go with that. The set menu, you tell me. Right. But like a political party, you agree with them about everything. Right. That seems far-fetched. I don't agree with anyone about everything. Right. Yeah. It would seem crazy.
I've learned how to do that, though. I was most certainly in that camp at one point in my life. And then doing this podcast and having this incredible opportunity to talk to so many different people that are brilliant, and so many different people that have completely different perspectives. And my genuine curiosity as to why they think the way they think, and learning how to not judge them because the way they think is different than my thoughts, but instead to try to put myself in their mind and try to see from their perspective, and also give them the most charitable take on them that I can.
It's the other question before you get to any kind of political debate with anyone. First question: do you believe people can change? And if someone goes, no, they are what they are, then why are we even talking?
Well,
forget that.
That's such a silly perspective that so many people share.
But it's that thing of like going, if you had the same political views that you had when you were 21, right, or now 45, you haven't been thinking much. Right. You've just been rearranging your prejudices.
Yeah, and
that's not thinking.
Yeah, your bias.
Like, what was the last thing you changed your mind about? Is such an interesting question.
Yeah.
What was the last thing, the big thing you went, I used to think that, and now I think this. And it's a really interesting question. What would yours be? What was the last thing that you...
The medical establishment. I used to think that medicine was there purely to heal people and make people better, and that all doctors were on board with that.
What do you think?
Now I think they're captured by an enormous industry, and that this enormous industry, first of all, starts with dictating where funds go. So there's one group that decides what studies are going to be run, what tests, what research is going to be funded. And so all of those doctors that receive that funding have to step in line. Then you have the enormous impact that we have in this country of pharmaceutical drugs are allowed to advertise on television. We're one of 2 countries in the world. New Zealand. Yes, that's it.
Why isn't that just...
New Zealand's far more restricted than America. America's insane.
But it's something about it. There's a lot of comedy routines have fallen out. That's the good that's coming. Let's be grateful. And your sound effects sound worse than the thing.
Right.
The idea of like, that's such an easy fix.
It's not.
And it's just, you are talking about the biggest industry in the world.
Yes.
It's bigger than anything else.
And then there's also, like we're talking about this oversimplification, they make a lot of amazing medications that have helped so many people, that have prolonged lives, saved lives, helped people. But
I invest a lot of my money in cancer.
it's great.
But there's that thing of like going, well, whatever you give to charity in a year, whatever that sum is, and, you know, go with God, good luck. But whatever you give to charity won't be as much as you invest. For most people, right? Whereas you're incredibly altruistic.
Right.
So invest in something that's worth something. Yeah. So that idea, if you go, well, it's also the medical establishment. There's lots of problems, but when you're sick,
Yes.
who are you gonna call?
Yeah.
It's your only option, and it seems to be.
Yeah. It's just disturbing to realize that they've been captured. The media has been captured so hard, and that was a real revelation that I was very uncomfortable for me to accept. And a lot of the information that I got from that was from doctors, from heterodox doctors that would explain to you the problems in the system or how they're discouraged. Doctors that were fortunate enough to go independent.
What's the interesting thing about your show is the thing about the Overton window and how much you're willing to push. Because when you said it's a lab leak, you were in trouble. And then 18 months later, it goes, yeah, it probably wasn't that late.
Yeah, but I wasn't saying it because I was guessing. I was saying it because brilliant people were willing to stick their neck out, who were actual experts in viruses, and they understood, studied it, they understood it.
But in this forum, you said it, and it moved the conversation forward. You saying that moved the Overton window of like, actually, I think it might be okay to say that. I think it might be okay to talk about that. Like, so I think if you want to know where real power is in any community, you can't be criticized.
Yeah.
And that thing of like, okay, well, that's interesting. That's interesting. Well, sorry, we're not allowed to discuss this.
Right.
Sorry, that's not right. That's right. I want to have a conversation about it.
And as a comic, isn't that the one thing that we always try to hit on?
Like moths to a flame.
Exactly. What do you say? I can't talk about that. Well, why? Well, what about this? And like, what's this? Oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist.
What does a comedy live between? I think it kind of operates somewhere between public and private discourse. So when you watch the news, a lot of talks like that.
Right.
And they don't even think that. Right. And then a private conversation in a bar, in a car, in bed, talking about stuff, question things.
Yeah.
And it feels like comedy is in there. It's a public sphere where you can have those conversations.
Yes.
And you can push things. And it's like, why are people drawn to comedy? Why is there so many comics coming up? Why are people so interested in going around and seeing shows? This is what's going on. I mean, I think that thing of, I agree with what you're saying about, okay, so captured seems like it's very strong language. Where you go, and there's so many incredible doctors out there, and nurses out there, and physios, and the medical professionals, and researchers. There's so much incredible work going on. And I don't know, I mean, if Peter Attia and David Sinclairity can believe, maybe we'll all live to be 120, 130. They're finding these things in the research in metformin and rapamycin and all this kind of incredible stuff. And it's exciting. It's great, but also there's something else going on as well. But I try and see I've got a very positive disposition. I try and see the good.
I do too. I think generally people overall are good. The problem with being captured is when your livelihood depends upon you towing the line, and then everyone does it. That gets really scary for the general population that's ignorant to what's really going on. Yeah, especially when it deals with something like them prescribing pharmaceutical drugs. I mean, the opioid crisis in America is sort of the greatest example of that. I mean, that
I can't see an argument for. I mean, it's incredible because it didn't happen anywhere else.
Right.
It's not like you can go, well, look at the UK, and Germany, and France, and South Africa, and Australia. Look at all these other places. They all had an opioid crisis. No, just here. And predicated on kind of an assumption that there should be no pain.
Yeah.
That's what it was. But that was the root was no one should be in any discomfort ever.
Right.
And isn't that kind of the issue with the world? Whatever I mean, listen, I don't want to be mean to people, but what are comics good at? Well, very good at being uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Dying on stage. They call it dying for a reason.
Yeah.
You know, it's dying. Bombing. It's called bombing.
Yeah.
Because the sound, it's like after you see a movie and they see Black Hawk Down and the bomb blast goes off and everyone's ears are blown out. It's just nothing. It's just fucking nothing. Like, but being uncomfortable is like, what are you unwilling? What discomfort are you unwilling to experience?
Yeah. And conversely, the other side was killing. Killing, like,
yeah, I got him.
They kill them. You get off stage, they're roaring with laughter and they cheer.
Got him. Yeah.
They kill them.
And they experience the audience of being in there.
Oh, it's the greatest experience for me as an audience member. To this day, the thing that I love the most is being in the audience with someone that's just fucking. Whether it's music or comedy, it's the same thing for me. This is this beautiful experience of someone just. I went to see Post Malone recently in Houston, and it was a fucking incredible show. God damn, it was good. It was so good, so much energy, and the lights and the sound, and his passion for it, and the crowd loved him. And I left there, I felt like I was a better person. I left there, I was like, God, I just got elevated.
I find if you see a great band like sort of Killers recently, I went to see them in Edinburgh.
They're here real soon.
I love those guys.
Yeah,
Rabbi is the best. But that thing of like, you see a great band, it kind of anchors you. Like you feel 17 again. There's something in you that just, this is just, it's that kind of spirit of it.
Yeah.
It's I mean, it's the great thing about music. It's non-verbal communication. It's sort of think of it as such, but it just comes into that thing of, here's an interesting thing, right? So we want old music, new movies. And it's primitive mind, higher mind. So the primitive mind wants to do things again and again, eating, fucking, listening to the same song. You want to do these things again and again and again and again and again. That's the primitive mind. And music taps into that somehow. It somehow kind of gets into your system. And that thing of like those, like your favorite album, I don't know what your favorite album is, but I know it came out when you were 18. I know at 17, 18, when you first got a driver's license, that first sense of freedom, that album that you had on in the car, for me, it would be the Stone Roses, whatever it is for you. But it would be from that age, with 95% of people. I mean, I listen to a lot of new music, I'm kind of obsessed by it. But there's something about the new tune, and yet movies, we want new stories, because it's for the higher mind. I was chatting to my friend Johnny McDade recently, who's a songwriter, and we're chatting about story songs. He's got this idea to write songs with stories, to kind of connect. Try and connect the two.
Yeah.
It's an interesting concept.
Well, that is one of the reasons why country music, new country music in this country is taking off. Yeah, because it's stories.
Yeah.
Like, they're almost all the songs are about someone's life and some story in their life or some passage in their life or some moment where everything changed.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's like country is, it's kind of, it's rock and roll without the irony. It's really interesting, but it hasn't got that. It's very emotionally raw.
Yes.
Like, if you've ever been around, I've written a couple of songs with friends, or that thing of like, it's very exposing.
Yes.
In a way that the jokes you can kind of hide behind a little bit. I'm just messing around here. But the exposing kind of nature of going, no, this is heartfelt, this is what I feel. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And it's really someone showing their neck.
Yeah.
It's like when you connect to that, when you hear a song that goes, well, that's exactly how I feel.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing, like there's certain emotions that I can only, like grief, I think is one of them. I often have a thing with songs. When like a song will come on the radio, and the grief that comes over you, you remember exactly where you were when you heard that song with the person. It's really beautiful music. It's extraordinary. Especially, I mean, I can play guitar a tiny bit, but the idea of like the master of these guys, And there's so much great stuff.
There's so much great. It's constantly being created. There's constantly new music that's coming out.
I feel a bit like bad for musicians now in terms of going. There's a lot of comedians filling arenas, and it's only getting bigger, and theatres and comedy clubs and lots of comics are very evenly spread. It feels through. It feels like music has gone the way of film. It used to be 100 movies came out every year, 200 movies. And yeah, sure, one did better than the others. It's a big hit. But lots of movies did okay. Now it feels like less is made. And they all, the top 10 or books, the top 10 books. We sell as many books now as we sold in the 80s. We sell as many records as we sold in the 80s. But 10 artists sell all of them. It's not spread. And I think it's because the corporations got involved. So think about 70s cinema now. Incredible. I just read the Quentin Tarantino cinema speculation. I'm only watching 70s movies now. It's so impassioned hearing him talk about the movies that he loved.
Yeah.
He kind of went through the books.
It's infectious.
Oh, it's like passion, the genius.
He is an amazing guy to talk to. I mean, his mind is so fascinating. The way he approaches the art form, it's so different than anything else. And also, his films are grandfathered in. Like, there's a hyper violence in his films that would be like really criticized today if it was a new film. There's like male on female violence. There's a scene in. I was talking about the scene from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood where Brad Pitt kills one of the Manson girls by smashing her head against the mantelpiece. It's like, Jesus Christ, it's so wild.
Yeah.
But
that movie was
incredible. All of the whole movie.
I don't know if that movie is the same for people that didn't know the story, because I was so tense watching the movie, going, oh, I know what's going to happen. Oh my God, I can't believe it. And then it doesn't happen. And you go, oh, it's the same Glorious Bastards.
Yes.
So fantastic. But at that point I was making about like, right, okay, so 70s cinema was like kind of, yeah, there was a studio system, but it was a bit independent. The corporations hadn't got hold of it. And in the 80s it became packaged and
the algorithm hadn't been created yet.
And now you go, what? There's great cinema being made. There's wonderful movies and filmmakers out there telling proper stories, but a lot of movies now, the big ones, are children's movies. Yeah. Anything with a good guy and a bad guy, and no nuance.
Well, in this country, the biggest movies are superhero films.
And they're great. And they're really enjoyable.
They're enjoyable.
But it's one thing, but it's not One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Right. It's not Taxi Driver.
I didn't realise until Milos Forman died. I read the obituary of Milos Forman, and I had to watch One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I went, oh, it's about capitalism and communism. I didn't get it. I felt like such a dummy. I went back and watched it again. Well, I think he came from what was Yugoslavia, and obviously the book existed, the King Casey, and then when he made the movie, for him, it was about the communist system versus the freedom of. I watched it as a young man, and I watched it again maybe 3 years ago. Oh my God. That movie is...
It's a phenomenal movie. I need to watch it again. I haven't watched it in decades.
That thing of like, if you keep kind of communism, capitalism kind of in your head of like, what's the subtext of this? It's just...
Well, I got some time this weekend. I'll watch it again.
Oh, it's really rewarding.
There's a few of those films that I really need to go back and watch again. And then I said Taxi Driver because that's another one that I've been really thinking about watching again. There's a few of those old films.
Well, you know this theory on... Lindy books.
I know that term, but I forgot what it means.
Okay, so it's the idea like the lifespan of something is the life. So most of what's consumed in our world on phones, most of what people are looking at was produced in the last 24 hours. And will be gone in 24 hours. No one ever says this. No one ever goes, oh, you've got to see this TikTok from 2 years ago. It's my favorite. It's never been said. No one's had that conversation.
Right.
So it's all disposable. What stood the test of time? So it's books is the first thing, right? So you go, well, these books are great books. And they've been around for 100 years. Or they've been, George Orwell or Dostoevsky or those great books. Why have they stood the test of time? Margaret Atwood, whatever it is, whatever the great book that you enjoy. Why is that stood the test of time? That's worth reading. That's worth giving your time to. What's the record that's been around and people still talk about now? What's the thing that you could listen to and you go, oh, this is really gonna be brilliant. I know this is good. And I kind of find that an interesting idea with like cinema. We're all so drawn to the new all the time that we never go back and go, oh, what great.
Yeah.
Especially for in our industry, in comedy or whatever, we are, you know, shout out to Dick Gregory, but like going back and watching people that invented what we do. And like, I find that the frequency has changed in comedy. Like the laughs per minute has just increased. You watch stuff from the 70s and 80s, it's not quite the frequency. And I think it's that thing of the comedians who are working with an audience that haven't seen this before. That it's the audience that have come with us.
Yeah.
Those comments were, I mean, Richard Bryan's as good as anyone working today. But his gags per minute was led by waiting for the audience to catch up to the ideas.
Yes. Yeah. I think people are very educated about comedy now. One of the beautiful things about this club is that I see that a lot of these people are really hardcore comedy fans.
I met guys on the plane out. I met some guys in the airport lounge who were flying out from Newcastle in the north of England to come to the club tonight.
Yeah.
And that was their holiday. They saying, I'm going to Austin, Texas to go to Joe Rogan's club. Because they asked me what I was doing. I said, I'm going out to do Joe Rogan. And they went, oh, we're going to the club as well. Why aren't you going? I went, well, I'm doing the podcast. What a fucking big deal.
Yeah, it's become comedy tourism here. It's really nice.
Yeah.
It's nice too because I don't have to travel. I've been able to do a lot of shows and just people come to us.
Rereading books, watching old movies. I don't think you can see the same movie twice.
Right.
It's like you can't stand in the same river twice. Different river, different man.
Right.
People think different river. It's a different man.
Yes.
Like if you saw Watch Over the Good Business 20 years ago and you rewatch it, you go, oh, this is just phenomenal. And really, what do you remember?
Yeah.
You kind of remember maybe one or two kind of snippets of the scene, something visual, but like rereading old books, it's tough, especially with non-fiction, you kind of go, oh, I'm getting totally different things from it this time.
Yes, because you have a different perspective, different person, different information that you have at your disposal.
Have you got that imprint?
Yeah, what is that?
It's like it does visuals on books. So if you've read a non-fiction book like Black Swan, it does like it's like the I don't know what you call it here, like the short version, the York Notes, we call it in the UK, Cliff Notes on the book. Fantastic things that you've read years ago, and you kind of go, oh yeah, no, I remember that. It's all the kind of salient points from the book. It's really interesting to kind of re-look at stuff, but it's also great for looking at stuff and going, I don't need to read that. You know, some self-help stuff, that's nothing. And then some of them you kind of look at it and go, oh, I think I should read that. That's going to be my thing. It's great, like quick check. Yeah, I love those things. Like Blinkist, I love as well. You know, kind of just when they do okay, this is what the book is, but go and read it if you.
Right. Yeah.
At the end, you can click and buy it.
And sometimes it's good to read something like that after you've read it, just sort of refresh those ideas in your head. Because it's very, acquiring information is one thing, but retaining information is another.
Well, it's what no one talks about. People are obsessed by diet, right? Because they want to get more trim or better shape or fitter or whatever. You think about what you put in your body. And then you say, well, I watched 8 hours of Love Island and Married at First Sight. Well, that's McDonald's and Subway. That's not. I mean, great. So once in a while, come on, delicious. Treat yourself.
Burger.
Great. Yeah.
Once in a while, watch 90 Day Fiancé.
Yes, once in a while. Yeah. But what's your regular diet? What's the thing you're putting in your body? So this show for a lot of people is food. You know, food for thought, literally,
and for me as well.
But you go, well, that thing about going, well, what are you reading? What are you taking in? Are you just watching the same stuff again? That thing of like listening to new music, I think is like, because it does open up a different pathway.
Yes. Yeah, it definitely does. Yeah, and old music sort of refreshes these old pathways. I saw the Rolling Stones recently at the there's a racetrack out here, Circuit of the Americas. They did this outdoor concert. It was enormous.
Right.
It was incredible.
Security wasn't done by the Hells Angels.
No, not this time.
Not this time. They learned from their mistake. Guys, we're giving you one more try. But if anyone dies, there's going to be trouble.
You know what I started rereading recently? Is Hells Angels. Hunter S. Thompson.
Or is it? I've never read it.
It's incredible.
Because that's that movie coming. There's the new. I watched the trailer for the new Tom Hardy. Have you seen? Let's put it up.
Is that about the book?
No, it's
It's about Hells Angels.
It's I think it's called. Is it called Motorbikers or Motorbike Riders? Bike Riders. It looks phenomenal.
The movie's incredible, or the book rather is incredible. It's Hunter S. Thompson, the beginning of his career, when he was first experimenting with this gonzo journalism thing, which is like he's essentially using fiction and nonfiction together, you know, and he made up a lot of things. Apparently, he pissed a lot of the Hells Angels off because a lot of what he did was like very similar to what he did was.
What's their motto? The Hells Angels motto is two can keep a secret if one is dead. Guys, we're trying to attract new members. Team meeting.
Well, he also goes into the roots of what like how they got established. And it's a lot of people that were disenfranchised from the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
They were just shell-shocked.
PTSD and
they couldn't fit in with society anymore. And then they found this wild group of people that also couldn't fit in with society. And they found a brotherhood, much like the brotherhood that they had in the military.
I met a guy when I was doing a gig in, just trying to think where it was. It was I think Hamilton in New Zealand, where they have kind of biker gangs, and they've got some.
Oh yeah.
And I was, they've got big biker gangs in New Zealand, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And have you played New Zealand?
No.
Oh my, well, you gotta go. I mean, it's phenomenal, phenomenal place. New Zealand, Australia. I was there for 3 months this year. It's the best. The audiences, wonderful people. Anyway, I'm there, I'm on stage. I'm chatting to a guy in the front row. What do you do? Oh, I'm in the Hells Angels. And the guy kind of looked kind of scrawny. I said, what do you do? He said, accounts.
Accounts?
It's the accounts guy.
Wow.
It's the accounts guy.
He told you he's in the Hells Angels?
Yeah, he was, I think he may have been a fucking idiot. But he was, well, full disclosure, he may have been a fucking idiot. But he was wearing the biker thing, he had the biker tats, but really scrawny guy.
Wow.
I just love the idea. Someone joined the biker gang and gone, right, what am I doing? Am I in charge of
You guys need shell accounts.
Am I getting the crystal meth? Am I running the hookers? Am I transport? Am I protection?
Right.
No, we need someone to do double entry bookkeeping because this is getting out of hand. There's no toilet paper. Someone's doing the admin for It's a weird thing of guys. Someone's doing that for the Hells Angels.
I guess they have to, or else it'll fall apart.
Office admin.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Those sort of groups of people that are outcasts in society have always been attracted to people.
Well, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Outcasts in society that all come together and find a brotherhood. Just open a comedy club.
Yeah.
It's the same thing of back to that Alan Haley. It's we're out for ourselves, but in it together. It's who said it to me? Like Wilma, in a room of 3,000 people with one person facing the wrong way. Right. That's a lovely. That's all great. I think common to people that could fit in, but chose not to. Most comedians I know, you go, well, high school, I was in like 4 different groups, or university, 4 different friendship groups, and kind of kept them kind of separate from each other. I don't know why, but I was kind of attracted to that kind of having my own stuff. I was in like the question for comedians. If I meet someone I don't know, I wanted to know which one of your parents was sick. I think, I hit the bullseye 90% of the time. Because for most comics, someone was physically or mentally sick, and you had to make it okay. You had to have the ability to change the mood in the household. Yeah. To make things okay. To be fun. Just that thing of raising the tension. What's being funny? What are we doing? It's funniness has a root in our evolution. The people go, laughter is 1 million years older than language. It's a different part of the throat you laugh. I've got a weird laugh. I laugh when I didn't know now, but even regular laughs, it's 1 million years older than language. And really, if you talk to Robin Dunbar, I did a documentary with him, who's the guy that came up with the Dunbar number. Of like, how many friends can you have? Because he talked about it a lot on social media. So silverback gorillas can have about 60 in a pod. It's called a pod of gorillas. So silverback gorillas get about 60 in the group, and they group each other. And then it gets to 65, and there's 5 guys going, "We fucking know that guy. Start our own pod," and they start their own pod. Now, that doesn't sound very interesting, but human beings, because we had laughter, it was remote grooming. So we could have bigger pods. We could have 150 people in our little groups. And 150 people allows specialization. And specialization allows civilization. So it's an incredibly important thing. And really, when you think about what most laughter is, it's this thing where you go, "I'm not a threat. Everything's all right. We're all fighting. We're all good. We all get it." Like other animals, when we show our teeth, it's trouble. And we do it to show that it's okay.
Right.
It's in the spirit of play.
That is fascinating. The teeth thing, right?
Yeah.
How wild is that? That we are so far removed from using our teeth as weapons that when we show our teeth, it's like, it's a fun.
But it's also, it's in the spirit of play.
Yes.
Because it's the same as like what tickling is. If you tickle someone in the street, try it. They're not going to laugh. A random stranger in the street, try and tickle. It has to be playful. Both people have to be involved.
Yeah.
Like a little play fight.
Yeah.
It's testing the boundaries of what's okay.
Yeah.
And laughter does the same thing. Laughter's like, I think that thing about what it does, it like rewards pattern recognition, verbal dexterity, and it allows us to get on in bigger groups. The importance can't be overstated.
And you unite people in some strange way. People with completely different opinions about things. It's one of the things that I've said that's amazing about comedy as well, is that you can go on stage and have an opinion, and I could be in the audience and I have a completely different opinion. I don't agree with you at all. Like, I don't agree with this guy. But if you go on stage with an opinion, you make me laugh. You have somehow or another, you've injected that idea into my mind, and now I have to consider how the irony and how the comedic value of you expressing that opinion.
Unfortunately, you're not the first guy to notice this.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Hitler knew it, and that's why Cabaret is such a great piece. Because those clubs, those cabaret clubs in Germany, and if you laugh with someone, it's like
How did Hitler use that?
he shut down the clubs. He shut down all of that. Have you never seen Cabaret?
No.
Oh, you've got to see Cabaret. So these incredible German clubs. Well, Cabaret, like the movies, Liza Minnelli, 72 maybe, and that's sort of the musical run. Yeah, so these clubs, it's like the end of it is like the heartbreak. I'm kind of ruining the ending, but it's these clubs in Germany in the 30s are like these incredible, full of life, magical people, and lots of Jewish people in those cabaret clubs telling jokes and being funny and whatever. And the Nazis realized, well, if you laugh at those people, you can't hate those people. If you laugh with someone, like, what's that great phrase, like anti-Semitism cannot survive a Shabbat dinner. It can't. Like, if you've got Jewish friends and you laugh with them, you go, what are you talking about, anti-Semitism? But if you can make them seem like other, then it's very dangerous. So that thing of going, the nailing the landing of Cabaret, seeing one Alan Cummings doing Cabaret in London, and these people that you've seen singing and dancing and living their lives, and then at the end of the show, they're in pajamas and there's no force. And you realise they all got wiped out. It's like, wow.
What's really horrific about human beings is how we see our lives. And how we have sort of dismissed that as an artifact of time. It's not possible today.
It's very scary. I think people give themselves, not everyone, but people sort of think, well, if slavery was going on today, I'd fight it. And if Hitler was around today, I'd fight it. You go, but he is. And there is. There's 40 million slaves currently in the world.
Yeah. More slaves in the world right now than during 1865.
It's horrific. And You look at North Korea. If you want to see
That's the best example.
if you want to see a state where, we have very little news from there, very few people get out, the ones that do. It's George Orwell's 1984. It's happening right now.
Somewhat.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of thought that was like an interesting idea on America's original sin is slavery, and there's no way to change the past. But one thing you could do, if you can't work out reparations, and people don't seem to be able to work out what to do with that, but one thing you could do is make America's foreign policy, why don't we just stop slavery? You couldn't get behind that.
Right.
Globally, to say you've got an incredible military, there's injustice going on in the world. That idea of being the world's policeman, I don't know, I mean, freeing slaves, who could disagree with that?
Well,
who's putting up a case against it?
the problem is that you're addressing the way the United States interfaces with the world as if we're just trying to do overall good. That's not really what happens with this whole empire building thing. What's really going on is controlling resources and coming up with some reason that you have to intervene in order to acquire these resources or control these resources or protect your resources.
I think it's, you know what I think that is? Short money. Short money, because what's a resource? There's things that are resources now that won't be in 20 years. You know what the biggest industry in the world was in 1903? Beavers. Very close. I'll give you pass you, I'll give you a C. Whaling was the biggest industry in the world in 1903, and whaling disappeared overnight. Like in a year and a half, it was gone. Those towns were just emptied because the whale oil wasn't required anymore. Because suddenly we discovered petrochemicals. Petrochemicals was really the thing. Yeah, the whale oil, electricity, Edison, all of that stuff, Tesla. Yeah, that's really interesting how that industry just fell away. It's like the story of horse manure in New York City. Do you know this?
No.
So horse manure, you know why the brownstones have got steps up to the front door? You ever wondered about that? Why is the ground floor not on the ground floor? Why is it upstairs? Why? Horseshit. Really? There was horseshit everywhere. They've always got those metal scrapers by the side of the to get the horseshit off. You know the old movies they always talk about smelling salts. There's a lot of references to smelling salts. Yeah, the smell was horrific. If a horse died in the street, you had to wait for it to atrophy to cut it up and take it away. New York was the sound, cobble streets, metal wheels on the cars, horses everywhere. So they made a law to say, right, horses, we're going to put a tax on. Made another law the next year, we're doubling the taxes. Right, we're going to do a thing with, we're going to say, if you have a horse, then you have to do this, you have to do that, whatever it was. Kept on. And what stopped it? Henry Ford. Cars came along, all gone. There's 5 of them left in Central Park.
Right.
All gone in no time. Whaling disappeared overnight. That thing of like, what's a resource now? America trying to get resources overseas. I mean, I don't sound like a Boy Scout. I think freeing slaves would be a much better thing to do than trying to get control of an oil field somewhere where you go, that's not going to be a resource in 10 years' time.
Yeah, the problem is it's a resource now. It's a phenomenal one in terms of the amount of money that you can acquire.
I mean, cobalt wasn't a resource 20 years ago.
Right.
Now we really need cobalt. And suddenly, I mean, the things that are happening to get it are just horrific.
Yeah, I had Siddharth Kara on the podcast. He's a journalist that went to the Congo to document this and brought back video footage.
The Democratic Republic of Congo. Any country with democratic in the name, that's a fucking red flag, isn't it? That's a red flag. They go, hey, we're democratic. Are you though? Are you?
Yeah.
It's hell on earth out there. It's happening right now. I heard that thing about people saying, well, I would go and make a difference. Well, there's stuff going on there if you want to get involved.
Well, what's so ironic is that it's one of the most horrific conditions that human beings are imposed. It's imposed upon human beings, but yet it is required in order for you to have a cell phone and complain about the injustices in the world. Every single person that has one of these things, you have in it minerals that were carved out of the ground by people living in the most insane conditions.
Child labor, slavery. I mean,
slavery, and not just that, like people with babies on their back that are breathing in this cobalt dust, horrific health consequences, everything, all the above. Abject poverty, no electricity.
Here's the big thing in the world. I mean, again, gratitude. Go back to gratitude. We don't let them anyone listening to a podcast is, we're doing great. What can we do about it? I don't know. I mean, this is part of the anxiety of the modern world because we're surrounded by problems, talk about problems that we have no agency there.
Yeah.
We can't sort of do anything. But it's, I don't know. I mean, it's what's going to be the next resource because environmentalism is clearly their right.
Yeah.
These fossil fuels needs to stop. But we've already got the downside volatility from splitting the atom. We've already got all the weapons. We can already destroy the world. We've got all of that. Why are we not building that? And the tests have been done, right? There's nuclear submarines. You know the ranges on a nuclear submarine? That's what it said. It's unlimited. It's unlimited. They can go forever. I mean, it's crazy. Why isn't every town powered by one of those?
Yes. Well, people have this bad taste in their mouth because of the few disasters that have existed when nuclear power was not.
Fukushima, right?
Yeah.
What's the death toll on Fukushima?
It's very low.
I think it might be nothing.
I think it's one person. But the toxic environmental effect of them not being able to shut down that reactor is pretty devastating.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's not as devastating as fossil fuels. So it's as opposed to what is always very
burning coal.
Right. So burning coal, endlessly burning coal.
Yeah.
And anyone that says the environmental problem can be fixed by us cutting back is living in a dream world.
Right.
Because you go, well, you can't deny, like, that we owe a debt to future generations. And we owe a debt to people that are in different jobs than us. Like, there's no way you can say with good conscience, well, you need to cut back China and India. Most people in the world, a third of the world don't have flushing toilets.
Right.
Like, they're living in poverty. So the idea that they won't need energy is insane. And we've nailed the technology. And we just never, we got nervous.
Well, this is worse than that. Germany shut down their nuclear power plants. People shut them down because there's this negative connotation, this negative association that people have with nuclear.
Well, I mean, I don't know about. I'm not an expert, but Fukushima, I think, was a 40-year-old technology.
Yes.
There is new tech in that.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I can't understand why, like the big oil companies, why is it something like, instead of just going, you've got to, every time there's an oil spill, you've got to clean up the seabirds better, or, you know, the Gulf of Mexico disaster was horrific. What happened? You go, why don't you just say you've got to invest half of your profits in nuclear? And take it private. Private seems to get things done quicker than governments.
Yeah. The real problem is there's still an insane amount of money to be made from fossil fuels. You know, there's a desire for it and there's a market for it. And people are already making money doing it.
I don't know, but okay. So if you want ants, put down sugar. The incentives need to be there. So let's put down some.
BP could be the next traditional oil major to invest in the quickly evolving nuclear fusion sector. I'm joining a list of companies including Chevron, Eni, and...
But that happened after I said it, right? I said lots of months ago. Change the date, Jesus. That wouldn't. I think that's kind of because those guys, you go, would you buy stock in Shell Oil today? I wouldn't. Because if you're buying stocks and you say, look, I'm going to leave my kids a bunch of stocks and shares, what do I think is going to be there in 30 years' time?
Yeah.
I'm sure, and I don't know whether it'll be like someone gluing themselves to a jumbo jet. I think it's going to be someone goes, there's more money to be made, like in New York with Henry Ford, and like the whaling industry. You know, those guys want to make money. They worked for Rothschild.
Well, obviously they realize that as well, which is why they're investing so much.
I love the idea of that. We could be a generation that goes, look, did you see Oppenheimer?
Yeah, I've seen that. It's amazing. Is it out on iTunes yet? Can you get it in? That's the problem. You gotta go to a movie theater.
But it's worth going to a movie.
No, I'm sure it is.
I think with Christopher Nolan movies as well. You kind of go, it's a bit like Tarantino or Kubrick, like that thing of like, you know, when movies you go, I wish I'd been there to see Kubrick movies on the big screen back in the day. I've seen the last Tarantino. They're going really clearly to Once Upon a Time in America, going, well, how many movies has this guy got left? Maybe 3 or 4.
Right.
Because they take a long time to make one. I think he said one. Please. Make more. But sitting in the movie theater, I haven't seen this movie. It's my first time seeing it. I know I'm going to see it 4 or 5 times. And, it's such a...
Yeah, it's the way it's meant to be seen.
It's so special.
With the sound and the immense screen. Yeah. It's the way it's meant to be seen.
It's incredible. It's incredible. I think the Nolan things as well, for me, I mean, whether you've got favourites or not, they're visually, just, it's stunning.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm definitely going to see it. I just going to the movie theater. Last time I went to see a movie, I brought my kids to see Barbie, and there was a group of people just talking out loud. Right. And someone had to shut them up, and just a lot of people were frustrated before they shut them up. And, it's like that thing.
It's tricky now. Like, do you intervene or not?
Right.
And you can see fights. Yeah, people get fights, and it's not worth getting in a fight over. But you go, especially if you're sort of telling someone off and going, oh, guys, sometimes you get it in comedy shows where you go, I've done it before, where we went to see a show in the West End of London, and a lot of people at the show had never been out to the theatre before because it attracted a broader audience. And so people on their phones and people kind of chatting a little bit, but you kind of went, okay, but they're learning this thing. Like, no one's expected to get it the first time. But you go, there's a certain etiquette to this. It's like you go to a comedy club, the first time you're there, you might think, because you're used to watching it on Netflix. So you think you're chatting on your phone, and then you're told the second time, you know what's going on. Like, it feels like something. Would you tell it? I mean, in an American theatre, I wouldn't. You got open camera here. I wouldn't take a risk.
Yeah, it does happen. People definitely get in fights in the movie theaters. That's why some people are just very rude. They don't give a fuck about other people's experiences, and that's the sort of agreement that you make when you go to a movie theater, is that you're going to be polite and you're going to sit there and enjoy the film, and you're not going to disrupt it for other people. So
I think people are fundamentally good.
Yes,
and I think that thing of they not realise that, and they're embarrassed because they got caught out. Like, sometimes, 14, 15-year-old kids might just, they're in their thing, and they're fronting. Great. I think most grown people go, oh, shit, sorry.
Yeah.
But then you can't say that because it's that weird status game you get into. That kind of, did you read that Will's Store book, The Status Game?
No.
Really good. Really interesting about, there's kind of a weird status game going on in every interaction in life. This is premise. Yeah, there is, there's that weird thing when you go to a coffee shop, you order a coffee, and someone comes in after you, and they get served their coffee before you get yours. Oh, God, what the fuck is going on here? Right. That weird reaction of going, you're never going to see them again. You don't know who this is. And somehow yet you're annoyed and perturbed by that because our egos are quite fragile. But realizing we're in those status games all the time. So that thing of why fights in cinemas, because there's a weird status game going on with a perfect stranger you're never going to see again. Just
silence.
But that thing of chats on martial arts or whatever, and I think that thing that teaches kids should really be, again, we should teach comedy in schools. I think martial arts would be a great shout. Because the guys I know that have done that very rarely get into fights.
Yeah.
It's very rare.
It would stop bullying, believe it or not. It sounds counterintuitive, but most bullies bully because they're insecure and they want other people to feel bad so that they feel powerful, because they don't feel powerful. And if you could just teach them martial arts, they wouldn't do that. Most of them. There are a few that would. Yeah, but that's always just going to happen. There's just such a spectrum of psychological issues that some people have. Yeah, but most people, if you talk about martial arts, the difficulty of doing it, first of all, it drains all of the anxiety and stress out of your body because it's so physically demanding. So you're more calm and peaceful because of that.
You think about why I suffer a little bit with anxiety, not so much the last while, but I have done it historically. And it's that anxiety. What is it?
Yeah.
Well, you're trying to solve a future problem. Now, something that hasn't happened. It's like the counterfactual in your head.
Yeah.
Something that's an imagined problem, and you're trying to solve that. And your mind, if you have a creative mind, is whirring away.
Yes.
Trying to do that. And you're trying to.
You're obsessing on.
Yeah. You're obsessing about this thing. And so giving yourself something to do with the moment. If you have to bench press something, I'm afraid it's very difficult to worry about the imagined future problem.
Right, you're in the moment.
Yeah,
Yes.
and presume even more so. I've never done martial arts, but even more so if someone's got you in a headlock. I mean, so
100%. Yeah. And it teaches you discipline. There's a lot of things that, bullies need and people that are insecure. I mean, one of the more
that's a very interesting perspective there to go. Because our thing is, on dealing with bullying, it's the people that are bullied come forward and tell someone. But actually, that's a very interesting point, because upstream of that is the bully. And what the fuck is going on there? Like,
most of them are abused.
You'd be much more upset to hear that your kid is a bully.
Yes.
That is being bullied. I mean, they're both bad.
Yeah, they're both bad.
They're both bad, but if your kid's a bully, it's like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
He's a dick.
When you've raised someone who's victimizing
something bad happened to your kid is bad.
Yes.
Your kid doing something bad is worse. I would argue. So that thing of going, how do we do something for them?
Right.
So if you listen to the young people listening, if you have that in you, go to that.
Yes.
Go to discipline.
Yes. Yeah. And learn how to conquer those demons. And most bullies have been abused. The vast majority have been physically abused. Something happened to them, and now they want to impose it on other people.
It's very sad.
It's very sad, and it's causing so many suicides and so many people's wrecked lives. I met people that have never gotten over experiences that they had in grade school.
Yeah. It's an epidemic. I mean, that's the suicide epidemic is so bad, and it's that line. It's a permanent solution to a temporary problem. It's just the lack of perspective. It's the lack of being able to see.
Yeah.
You want this feeling to end, not life, right? This feeling, and this too shall pass. You'll get through it. There's another side to this.
Yeah.
The perspective is just, but in that moment, it's so locked in. It's just, it's a horrible place to find yourself.
It is, and it's so difficult to understand someone else's perspective too, because we all have a certain amount of discomfort in our lives, a certain amount of anxiety, a certain amount of depression. And with some people, it's just insurmountable.
Yeah, I think it's that thing of like how difficult is it for them. And you kind of can't understand. We've had quite a lot of friends in the comedy world that have taken their own lives. I always think the surprising thing is how few people in comedy haven't. It's like we should see what comedy does for people, because a lot of people are drawn to it. They're drawn to that light because of the darkness, and it's amazing actually what the cathartic nature of what we do. And sadly, some people still do.
Yeah, it's so devastating. So many people have overwhelmed with the first person.
I don't think as well. I don't think you can make the pain go away if you commit suicide. All you can do is dissipate that pain. And the people that you love,
they'll experience that pain.
They get it. Like it's like it's an energy force that goes, okay, it's got to be felt by someone. That's just insane.
Yeah, I first experienced suicide when I was on news radio when I was in a sitcom. One of the writers, who's a good friend of mine, killed himself. He's going through some apparently called his wife on the phone and shot himself in the head while he was on the phone with his wife. And knowing that was just so devastating. It was just so horrible because he was such a great guy. What was he called? What was his name? Yeah, Drew.
I always think it's nice to, that old thing of like you die twice. You die, and you die the last time someone says your name. Yeah, so it's nice to remember Drew. Shots I wish he hadn't, but it's that thing. It's nice to remember. Horrible pain to go through. It's
so confusing though. You love a guy and you think he's a great person and you really love being around. You're happy when you see him, and then either whatever the hell they're going through is just in their mind.
But that, like, the most important relationship you're going to have in your life is the relationship you have with yourself. And the way some people treat themselves and their internal dialogue and how they speak to themselves, like they would never treat another person like that. Right? It's awful. And like that circle of compassion that they had, the good to everyone else in their life. and yet they can't be good to themselves. They can't include themselves in that group.
Yeah.
They're somehow just a voice.
Yeah. That's, there's a lot of factors too, how they grew up.
Well, I mean, there's environmental, but also there's genetic things. I mean, some people have a predisposition towards depression. I mean, I also think there's that thing of like, there's things that get conflated, like depression and sadness. Like in my mid-20s, I thought at the time I was depressed. When I was working for a food company, I hadn't started doing comedy yet, hadn't found what I wanted to do in my life. And I thought I was depressed, and I wasn't. I was sad. And being sad is somehow less socially acceptable than being depressed. But being sad is great, because when you're sad, it's like circumstantial. I don't like the circumstance that I find myself in.
Yes.
You can do something about that. Yeah. If you have a depression and a serotonin imbalance in your head, that's a hard fucking road.
It's a hard fucking road.
It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, I do hear great things about. I mean, I've got a mutual friend of ours that was clinically depressed for 25 years and is better because he did some ayahuasca. Yeah. It's extraordinary. I think that's the other thing maybe we'll see in the next 10 years. That the medical establishment, someone up high in Pfizer is going, do you know what? I think we could cure this. You know, that thing of whatever's in ayahuasca, I don't know what it's made from, but someone's going to be going, okay, that experience that people are having, like the microdosing mushrooms that they're giving to veterans and having incredible results with PTSD, and, you know, reintegrating those guys is phenomenal. I mean, it's an amazing kind of, it feels like that will be, we talked about the Overton window a bunch of times today, but that thing of like pushing, this conversation of pushing what is acceptable to talk about, what people can do.
Yes, and that is a great example of the Overton window, because that was not acceptable to talk about just a few decades ago.
Just a few years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, really, after Timothy Leary, it all got shut down and kind of, okay, the classification of drugs went crazy. It strikes me that you know that William Gibson, sci-fi writer?
I've heard of him.
He said this brilliant thing. He said, the future is here, but it's not evenly distributed.
I've heard that about the apocalypse.
But the idea that you go, okay, well, the apocalypse comes to us all.
Yeah, well, the apocalypse is here. It's just not here.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean,
It's in the Congo.
Yeah. But,
Yeah.
but that idea of going, we kind of have best practice in everything you care about somewhere in the world.
Yes.
So, like, Portugal is my favorite example of it. So, Portugal, Lisbon, the drug laws. Lisbon used to be the roughest town. One of the roughest towns in Europe. It was like, it's a port city. It was a big heroin town. It was rough. And I think 15 years ago now, they legalized all drugs.
Yes.
And here's the thing. That's where the story ends for a lot of people. But that's not what happened. What they did was they legalized all drugs. They figured out how much money they were spending on the war on drugs. And they spent it all on rehabs and education and
I find out that argument about America. I mean, that's the cure to the fentanyl crisis. Is if they legalize drugs in America and put all the money that they're like,
people don't want to be on it. They want to be in rehab. So you go, all of the DEA law enforcement stuff goes into therapeutic things. Like, no one says to get addicted to mushrooms and ayahuasca. Once you get the message, you hang up the phone. Right, so that thing of like, whatever the method is that works for you, it might be 12-step. It could be some psychotropic, whatever it is, whatever works for you. But imagine research that could go into that with that budget. And you go, look, you're not going to win the war on drugs. You don't even, like, there's prisons, high security, category A prisons, and they've got drugs in them. You can't even keep the drugs out there. Good luck with the borders. It strikes me as like you go, just admit you're not going to win that fight.
right.
And what are we going to do with that best practice of going, well, that's going on in Portugal now. They've done a 15-year test case. We know it works. In Lisbon now. Have you been to Lisbon? No.
Yeah.
Food is, I mean, maybe the Portuguese. It's fabulous. It's such a great city. Such a great city. Lisbon and Porto. I mean, I don't really know the rest of Portugal that well, but they're both phenomenal places to play gigs, and they love stand-up comedy. It's just
crazy that little country was like conquering the world at one point in time.
Sorry, I'm from Great Britain. Hi. Yeah, you gained it. We had a great run.
It wasn't bad.
I tell you what, we used to own this. Sort of crazy.
Yeah,
Crazy, right?
it's crazy. It's crazy how empires rise and fall, and that's one of the things that people are wondering currently about America. If we're in the last throes of the dying empire.
Well, I got a hot take on this, please. I don't think they did. So I don't think the Roman Empire fell. I think it became a church. I think the Rome fell, but the Roman Empire became the church. Where's all the money from the Roman Empire? In the basement of the Vatican, is where it is. Yeah, that's. I don't think the British, the Vatican.
Yeah,
It's incredible.
bizarre.
It's a city within a city.
The wealth, the sheer wealth in art is overwhelming.
Yeah.
Like St. Peter's Basilica, when I walked in there, my mouth was open the entire time I was there. Like, you just can't believe the amount of craftsmanship, the architecture, the art, the painting.
Well, I mean, if you think about culturally what happened, every song, every painting was about God until 100 years ago. And now, every song's about love. I think they're talking about the same thing, but that's me being an old man. So, Roman Empire became a church, British Empire became a bank. So we gave our empire back. We said, oh yeah, sorry about that. You can have that back. We gave, Saudi Arabia back and all these other places that we sort of were taking the resources. And then they had their own money. And then we went, oh, well, what are you doing with that money? Because we've got this thing called the City of London money. I tell you what, it's your money, but we're going to hold it. We'll have it over here. It's okay. Yeah, fine, great. So we still got that thing of and culturally, I think, America is. America's it's an extraordinary place. It's kind of based on this amazing premise. It strikes me that America is it's better now, objectively, than it has ever been, and subjectively, worse than it's ever been. So you go, the experience, it seems bad, but objectively, when you look at the metrics, it's good. So that's kind of Steven Pinker thing. But I mean, subjectivity is important. Like people feel like they're at war, and actually, this is the land of milk and honey. It's and I think it's still got a bit of that thing of like Austin, Texas maybe has it as much as anywhere. It's whispering, go be yourself.
Yeah.
The pursuit of happiness.
Yeah.
It's still got that kind of that dream.
Well, I'm always fascinated how people from other parts of the world see it. That's what's interesting. And someone comes here and they just look around. Like I had the trigonometry guys here the other day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Francis and Constantine. And when we were here and we're coming to the club, they're like, man, this place is incredible. Like just the freedom that you guys have, the wildness that's in the air. Like it's so intoxicating and exciting. This is something that's really happening.
Well, it's a beacon. It's always been a bit of a beacon, America, because it's kind of founded on an idea. And, it's that, the devil's in the detail. So I was thinking of the Statue of Liberty. There's a thing in Paris, in the Musée d'Orsay. There's the model. They made a model of because it was crowdfunded, the Statue of Liberty. It was a gift from the people of France and the people of America. Right, kind of post-revolution, it's a good idea. We'll get them something nice. We'll get them a nice statue. So they funded it, and the French people gave money. And the thing, when you see the model of the Statue of Liberty, you realise she's not just carrying a torch; she's walking forward. And she's moving forward, and it kind of changes it. Yeah. It's there'll be. I think there's potential for. I think America hasn't seen its finest stage. I would hope.
Yeah, I would hope as well.
I mean, Britain has to find a new place in the world. Brexit and everything happened. We need to find its purpose. I think with people, with nations, with the world, it's like finding purpose is very important.
Yeah.
And what's the next, purpose going to be? How are we going to fit in? What's our place going to be?
Yeah. Same thing. Perfect.
Fun talking.
Fuck yeah. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Oh, tell everybody about your tour.
Oh,
The big tour.
shilling a tour. Yeah, okay. Hi. My name's now. I know we talked a lot about suicide, but I'm a really funny guy. Can't be like, that's a gear change, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you care to buy the best, come and see me live. I'm a one-liner guy. I'm very edgy. I'm on Netflix. Check me out before you come to the show. It might not be for you.
It might be. You're a very funny guy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Bye, everybody. This episode is brought to you by Mizzen and Main. No matter where you're listening, no matter what job you have, the clothes you wear to work say a lot about you. And if you're wearing a boring, stiff, uncomfortable dress shirt, well, now might be the time to ditch some of your old styles, and that's exactly what Mizzen and Main is for. I love their shirts. I wore them on 2 stand-up comedy specials, on my Netflix specials. They're super comfortable. They feel just as good as they look. You can see it hanging in your closet and genuinely get excited to put it on. So replace your dated, boring styles with clothes that you actually want to wear to work. Put on Mizzen and Main and dress for the job you have. Plus, you can forget dry cleaning your dress shirts in 2024. Mizzen and Main has the world's most comfortable, machine-washable dress shirts. They're lightweight, breathable, moisture-wicking, wrinkle-resistant. You just crumble them in a ball and stuff them in your bag and pull them out and wear it. It looks great. Most comfortable shirt on the market. Looks and feels amazing for whatever you do, wherever you wear it. Shop now at MizzenandMain.com and save 20% off when you spend $130 or more using the promo code Joe Rogan. This episode is brought to you by 8 Sleep. From superstar athletes to tech billionaires, successful people always seem to have one thing in common: deep, restful sleep. And a lot of them get it using their 8 Sleep pod cover. I have an 8 Sleep pod cover. I've had it for a while. It's a game changer. I love it. It keeps me from, I never sweat in bed anymore. I used to sweat in bed sometimes. It keeps it at the perfect temperature for you, and it's all down to features that are packed in it. It's got dual-sided heating and cooling, which is great if you're a couple. Like, you know, if your wife wants to sleep in the warm spot, you want to sleep when it's cold, or whatever, vice versa. It's perfect. Plus, its autopilot feature automatically adjusts the temperature to help you sleep deeper and longer. Don't believe it? Well, you can see for yourself with its tracking technology that reports on your heart rate and other key sleep indicators. And thanks to all of this, I'm having the best sleep of my life. But the best part is how little effort it took to set it up. It just fits over the mattress that you already have. It's time to bring high tech to the bedroom. Reclaim your sleep by going to 8sleep.com/JRE for $200 off the Pod Plus free shipping. That's 8sleep.com/JRE for $200 off the Pod Plus free shipping. Like fucking we're really committed to inches. You know what? But we really committed to yards. Yards important to you. Why isn't it meters? The whole world's meters.
At least we're all going USB-C now, right? That's the one thing that is straws.
But they had to get threatened by Europe to go to USB-C. Yeah. Apple loves their walled garden. They're so good at it. They're the best at it. They really are. That company is amazing at what it's done. Because it's taking something that everyone has, a cell phone, and making it so if you have theirs, it's significantly better. You can send each other videos. You can do the FaceTime. It's native to the phone. You don't have to download anything. It works on everybody's phone now. It even works on an Android phone. You can AirDrop. And then if you get a new phone, all your shit just transfers over instantly. And if you are a comic and you have your notes on your phone, oh my God, it's so sweet. You just like, oh my God, I lost my phone. I lost my notes. No, I didn't. Log on, bang, new phone, bang, there's your notes. You know, they're just so good. I don't know. Android has a lot of those features. I know it does.
Usually before.
Don't get mad. Yeah, they're better than ever. that innovation. They're the first to make foldables. They have legit foldables. Now you're showing me yours the other day.
Pixel. Yeah.
Dude, that is sweet.
Yeah.
Dude, that is fucking sweet.
Apple needs to jump on that. You know they will. In like 2 years, they'll have a foldable. I bet.
Then they'll be way behind the curve.
Yeah, but they won't have the crease in it. I bet that's the big thing.
I gotta tell you, it bummed me out when I found out Samsung was faking those pictures. It really bummed me out.
Yeah, because you actually told me about it, or you sent me one.
Yeah,
and
you were like on vacation.
That made me buy the Galaxy S21 or whatever it was at the time. I was like, I have to get this. And it's still, it's still fine, I guess.
The camera's incredible. The camera's amazing. It's a very, very, very good camera. But so is the iPhone camera. The only thing that the Samsung camera legitimately does do is it zooms in way better. Like, they can zoom in from, like, it's crazy zoom. I know it's electronic. It's like optical up to a certain extent. Yeah, then it goes, what does Apple's do?
Apple's is 5 and it zooms in, but the megapixels are bigger on the Galaxy S23 and stuff like that, Ultras.
Right, but I mean, where are you looking at your phone with your pictures for the most part? You're looking at them on your phone.
Right.
So how much of a difference does that make?
It's not that big of a difference. It's the quality of the lens and stuff. Like the new iPhone is like 48 megapixels, but their new zoom is this new zoom lens is 5 optical now. But so many of the tests show like the quality of the two. The Galaxy S23 Ultra, it's like almost exactly the same. It's like twice the megapixels. So megapixels doesn't really matter anymore. It's actually the detail up to a certain point of megapixels.
But doesn't megapixels matter? Say like if you want, like one of the things, Sony has one of the most interesting phones. Because Sony is out there wilding. And what Sony's done is they said, look, no one's buying this, but we're just going to make a phone with the craziest fucking camera we can put on it with the most professional features. Like a guy like you or Jamie. Jamie really knows how to work a camera. And a lot of people that are like legit photographers, they love that Sony phone because you go into it, it's like a computer. There's so many features, so many options. What's it called?
The new one. It has like the same kind of setup as like they're like professional camera lens, like the Megas and stuff like that.
Yeah, MKBHD. Yeah, he went over it. Yeah, and he was just talking about like, who's this phone for? Because the camera's incredible. It does so many things. It's all the options are. It's for someone who really understands settings, and you really want to go. And you can make movies with that, man. Like legit movies with that phone.
Well, what's funny though is that's just software for the most part. And you can actually download programs on your iPhone and do exactly the same.
Oh,
stuff.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not the quality of the camera.
I mean, the lens is great and stuff, but I would really like to see it versus the new iPhone. I bet the iPhone's probably better.
Interesting. So if you used a similar program.
Yeah, it's like a camera raw. I forget the name of that.
Do you use one of those, Jamie? You ever use one of them cameras?
I'm taking a photo like that, I wouldn't use my iPhone. The iPhone is just like when I'm at the concert, try to do the best thing I can real quick. Yeah. The correct thing suggested that camera is always the one cam on you, not the one the line, whatever.
What is the most useless film footage of all time that people never watch? Fireworks. Thank you.
Unless it's exaggerated or something, but unless it's like a self-during here on 4th of July, these people were with me, that was a song playing.
Yeah, no, that's kind of cool.
That's other than that, you never want to watch it.
You can buy legit fireworks in Texas. And my poor boy Marshall, who's the sweetest, he is so scared of lightning and so scared of thunder and fireworks. He won't sit still. Like we try to just watch TV with him, and he's just jumping up on the couch with you, jumping on the ground. Like, dude, settle.
Yes,
it's okay, buddy. I thought that if he sat next to me and I pet him, he would be cool, but nope. He's like, I gotta get out of here, we're getting bombed. Yeah. Fireworks. And he wasn't like that before. I don't know what set it off. Moving to Texas set it off. Well, I think it's because people are doing them on my block.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have lightning really.
Yeah. Right. Bro, we get some lightning out here.
It's different, right? It's not regular lightning. It's kind of like war lightning or something. It's scary.
It's real. It's real. It's the shit that the people on the face of the covered wagons when they try to make their way across here. Yeah. Terrifying. A lightning hit right across from my house. It cried. It was like I saw the bolt through the sky. The sky lit up, and instantly you heard boom. And I was like, whoa, it's right there.
I sent you a photo of it was down the street from my house, and that whole house blew up from it. This thing of like the whole thing.
Oh, that's right. You know who almost got hit? Forrest Galante. Yeah, I saw the video. He was in a river, and he might like a foot away from him, 2 feet away from him. He would have been dead. And this fucking dude goes, you know who he is? He's a wildlife biologist. Look at that, right behind him. Show that again. They're senters.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, Select Quote could save you more than
So he's out there in the water.
life insurance. For your free quote, go to
Nothing.
SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. Select Quote. We shop.
I'm waiting.
Yeah.
There it is. Boom. Oh, shit. So where did it hit?
Yeah, I made a longer video about it.
He says I got hit by lightning.
He says he felt it.
Well, of course he felt it. It's probably right next to him. I mean, if you stand in water. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's in the water. Does the water conduct the electricity? It has to be a certain.
Yeah, it has to do right. I remember growing up, they're like, don't take a shower when it's working on the phone for whatever reason, but I guess it could go through.
Well, obviously, when people kill people, they throw a toaster in the bathtub, right? Those things people do. Or kill themselves.
Yeah.
Or
Can you imagine?
throw a toaster in the bathtub. But I wonder, like, it's got to be at a certain point it doesn't work anymore, right? Otherwise, it kill everything in the river. Yeah, it killed the whole ocean. Right? So that's gonna be like a distance where it doesn't do it anymore.
Yeah.
You don't have sound? Right. You want to reboot? Okay. You have to reboot just a little. Yeah, it's that's a fucked up movie. My friend Rabbi got hit by lightning when he was a kid.
Really?
It fucked him up. He said, yeah, I think he fucked up his hearing for a long time, and you know, he woke up outside and realized what had happened.
It's always weird when people get hit by lightning multiple times. It's like, how is that possible?
I wonder what that is. Do you think some people are just like, there's something about them where God's like, get the fuck out of here?
Or they're just idiots. They're always like out in rainstorms holding like umbrellas.
There was one dude, I think he had a record. He got treated, but he got hit by lightning like 6 or 7 times. Like something wrong.
Yeah. They can, within like a week, there's some people like this.
You must be thinking God's trying to get rid of you. Yeah. That's a crazy way to die. A bolt of electricity coming out of the heavens. Like back in the day. Imagine being like back in the Roman days and not knowing what the fuck's going on. And you see someone get hit by lightning. Because they had swords and shit. I hereby take this land. Taking shit.
And that's how He-Man became.
They probably thought back then that the gods were angry at that person. I mean, how many guys were holding up a sword and they get hit by lightning?
I'm sure it's lots.
I don't know, thousands.
They're always on mountains, you know.
What a way to go. No wonder what they had, like, God of Thunder. You know, they thought, like, the gods made decisions to take someone out. What a fucked up God that would be. Is that really what's going on? Just floating.
Let's get started with some of the stories coming
blows you up.
24
Did you see that kid that got electrocuted? There were 3 kids sitting on a train track, and one of them like leans back, and then leaned back and he hit the 3rd rail.
Oh my God!
And then his girlfriend looked over and sees him go like this and grabs him, and then she gets him.
Oh my God! Did they all die?
Last I heard, they both went to the hospital, so I don't know. But the video is disturbing because the kid just kind of lays back. I
don't even want to see that.
Yeah. It's hot. It's a haunting video for sure. And yeah, there's electricity videos, like the people, like the power line guys in this video.
The Dodgers' Shohei Ohtani said to make a mistake about the gambling scandal that led to his interpreter being fired.
Surprised it doesn't happen.
Baseball said a formal
There was one where I was watching a guy
investigation
who was some other country, they're speaking different languages, climbing up, trying to fix something on a power line, and he got zapped. He just fell. He just fell backwards like 50 feet. He watched him fall. Fucked up way to go. Well, we're about power. Like electricians. Boy, you better know what the fuck you're doing. That's why building regulations are so goddamn important. When people are like, we need less regulation. No, you don't. No, you need building regulation, dude. Have you ever had a problem problem where builders built something in your house squirrely? Yeah. It's real. There's some squirrely dudes out there. They don't pay attention to the regs. They don't look at how they're making things, whether or not they're doing it correctly or doing it in a dangerous way. People are goofy. There we go. Now we go.
Start playing your Mariah Carey song.
Jimmy's playlist gets revealed. It's all Taylor Swift.
The USC and UCLA women's basketball teams made it to the second round of the women's NCAA.
Did you go to ACL this weekend?
No, of course not. But I've been seeing a lot of concerts lately. And Austin is such a great place. In terms of like how many artists roll through here. I used to think, like God, if you live there, like you'd have to go somewhere to see everything. No, everything comes here. Yeah, everything comes here. Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle, every fucking band, Roger Waters. We've seen so many concerts here. It's been incredible. Zach Bryan. There's so many concerts. So much going on here. Jelly Roll was here the other day. Oh yeah, he's just the best. I love him. He's so sweet to everybody. He's just all hugs and love. The moment I met him, they told me that Jelly Roll was going to see Ron White, and I happened to be at the club. I was working that night. I was being like a manager. It was like when the club was sort of making sure everything was cool. And I went to say hi to Ron, and they said Jelly Roll's here. And I'm like, oh man, I go meet him. And whenever you meet someone famous, you're like, it's cool. Right? He's like, my man, because he's big. I'm like, oh, I thought you did.
Yeah, that's how I was with Post Malone. I actually said out loud to my girlfriend months before I met him. I was like, that's one of the top 5 guys I want to meet in person, just hang with. Cut to months later, me and him are at Mitzi's, and we're drawing dick. We're having a dick off, drawing who can draw the best dicks. He was great at it.
He's so cool. He's exactly how you hope he is. He's so cool. He's such a kind person. He's so nice. He's so talented. He's so fun. And when I told him we did the podcast, I'm like, you want to go see Kill Tony? He's like, yeah. I go, you want to go on stage? Let's do this. I do this. I go, fuck, come on, man. Let's go. Let's fucking do it. He's like, all right, let's fucking do it. And he just hops up there for Kill Tony. He had no idea what Kill Tony was. And he stayed. It was great.
I thought he was going to be in and out like 10 minutes.
He was. This episode is brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook. College basketball fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook. To celebrate the game's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a chance to score big. You can bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets. Only with DraftKings Sportsbook with the code Rogan. The crown is yours. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Must be 21 or older. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. He was great.
Yeah, he was amazing.
And he was like supportive of people. That dude who sang opera.
Yeah.
How good was that guy? That was incredible. Like, bro, bail on the jokes. Or work that into your act somehow.
Yeah.
Like a guy like that with great jokes. And he did have some great jokes.
Yeah, he's funny.
That fucking opening 1 minute that he had was solid. That's when they put him up against Hans. They were gonna have like a joke off. And apparently Hans smoked him.
Yeah.
And I was like, I hope that guy didn't just burn out his best material that 1 minute. He probably did. Because it was a solid bit. Yeah. I don't want to give it away, but it's a solid premise. Good bit. And I was thinking, like, if that guy hit punchlines and then sang, oh my God. Like, work it into the punchlines? Yeah. Like, like saying, I used to be an opera singer, and sometimes people are so fucking stupid. I just want to sing at them. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't have a thing where, because his voice is insane. Like, when he did that, like, someone has a hidden skill like that, you think, what? You can play guitar? And you see them fucking, I never thought that. Like, that guy, like, who expected that? To come out of that guy. You expect that a comic. He's a comic. He's probably fucked off most of his life. Probably had a problem with drugs. Maybe he's got a few DUIs. Maybe just trouble with the law, maybe sold drugs when he was younger or something. There's always like something cooking comes. We see someone who's a trained opera singer. Yeah. Again, that would be like how you rebel if you're, you're like singing in class. I don't like to talk about farts. You like get to this point where you're just like, I mean, if you like live rigidly, like if they impose, like that was always a thing. High school. When I was in high school, there was girls that went to this all Catholic school, all girl Catholic school, high school. Those girls, everybody knew it. It was like an open discussion. Like it was Catholic over there. Because they were just kept from boys and told like stay away from boys, and they were never around boys during the day. It was all day. It was just girls. All just talking about boys. And when those girls would go to parties and like meet guys, they're like aggressive. They like wanted to hook up with guys. It's different. It's like and the other girls were like these fucking Catholic school girl sluts. Like, isn't it crazy? Which is that's one of those religions where they put the fucking brakes on you. They tell you, you're a sinner. You go to hell for this. Don't fuck around. I found a song from 1970. That's a Jesus song, a pro-Jesus song, and it fucking jams, dude. It's pretty interesting. Listen to it, yeah, it's. I'll tell you the guys. My playlist is so long. I keep on saying publish this on Spotify. I swear to God.
Publish your playlist.
Yeah, read your playlist. Sure.
By the way, listen to Post Malone's cover of Nirvana. He just played a bunch of Nirvana songs like during COVID. That's how I found out about Post. Some of the best Nirvana covers I've ever heard. I think he kills.
He covers Sturgill Simpson too, man. Yeah. Like he's doing at Stagecoach, which is the thing that is connected to Coachella, the country music. He's gonna do a whole country set. Shit. Yeah. Oh, dude, he's so talented. He's so talented. Like when we went to see him live, we went to Houston to see his music concert.
We did.
Yeah. Wow. Fucking amazing energy that guy has. It's like he just fucking goes for it. And the show is so good. The show's so solid. So exciting. It just really makes you want to do better. You see someone just crush it like that, you're like, God, I want to fucking kill that. Everything I do, I want to do that. You get that song? Yeah, listen to this shit. This is from, I think it's from 1970. Larry Norman.
Take a look at what you've done to yourself. Wow. Put the bottle back on the shelf. Yeah, finger from your cigarettes. Your hands are shaking while why don't you go to Jesus? He got the answer.
Listen to this. No, listen to this. It's good, man. The lyrics are good. And it's also, you have to look at it, you're in a time capsule. It's 1970.
Gonna be on Valentine's Day. You're still looking for the perfect man. Think all else set you free. You'll be dead before you're 33. Shook till you're happy to sing. Broken needle in your pain. Why don't you look into Jesus? You got the answer.
Good song, right?
Yeah. There's all this stuff religious. I don't know. According to Wikipedia, he's one of the pioneers of Christian rock music.
But this is good, dude.
Yeah, this is good.
Say you want to be a superstar, but you never hung around enough to find out who you really are.
Yellow fingers from his cigarettes.
Shooting each other, taking out and saying, it's good. Gonorrhea on Valentine's Day. That's a good fucking song. And if again, 1970. I've heard of churches, they're like rock and roll churches. Like there was this gal that I knew that worked for Fear Factory, and she was into like this rock and roll church. Like she had one countries. But she was of a different religious persuasion, and then she got into this like heavy Christian church that was in town, where the guy was like a cool guy, young guy. I go, was he fucking everybody? And I'm like, I know how those go. Like, he's a cool guy. He's a cool guy who likes rock and roll. He also likes Jesus. Like, we're always hoping for me. We're always hoping for the guy that's really on one side. That's really it. It's just really about Jesus and love, and he's not trying to fuck anybody. But that guy has not shown up yet. Like, almost all those guys, you know, like the guy was showing his dick when Justin Bieber, remember? We called that guy out a long time ago. We called that guy out a long time ago. He's too hot. He's too hot. Like, he's too hot, he's too charismatic. Like, why so hot? Why so charismatic? You know, maybe you're trying to develop a cult where, like, all other cults, you get to back everybody. Because it's like every one of them. David Koresh, Waco. Like, I mean, I'm sure you can go down the list. It's like every one of them becomes like the one the whole house for the first thing. Guys, fucking everybody. I should have moved it a better story. They're both good stories. The location we have now is absolutely perfect. But that location would have been dope too. You just would have had to drive there with people. And also we would have had to go to a restaurant there. We had a good setup. There was too much shit. It was not set up. Like, it was a lot of problems. Problems to the point where like, this could take this could be a lot of issues that I didn't want to disclose. It was enough where I could get it out. But then when the mothership spot, the Ritz, opened up, I was like, oh my god, this is a theater from 1927. And then when we walked into it, it was like the theater was like, this is the spot. Like, it was talking to us. It sounds so kooky, but that place, like, one of the reasons why I think it's so fun is because the building wants us to be there. The building's happy. That building was lonely. It sat there for years, unoccupied. The draft house closed down. Nothing to do there. And, you know, the Queens Stevie Vaughn used to play there. Probably missed the fun, the live crowd. It's like when we first opened it up. It's felt like the building was
It's always been there entertaining people, music, movies, comedy now. Like, it's literally never been that like negative energy there.
Well, it was a porn theater.
That's even better.
It was back when dudes didn't have VHS tapes. They would go somewhere and whack off. You can't imagine if you go to the porn or you get into a movie theater with a ring car on.
Do you remember that place in San Francisco where it was a movie theater? There was all these people sitting there. We were at cops once and we just went into this weird, like, there's like, I think, connected to a strip club or something, but they had this whole section, and I think it was me and Ari. I thought you were with me, but we went around this corner and it was like a straight movie theater, and people just sitting there, like 4 people watching horror.
They had one of those in West Hollywood that was open pretty recently, up until like it was like the 2000s. Because I remember we would always laugh at the titles. The titles were hilarious. The titles of these fucking movies were amazing. I don't think so. But like, that's one of those things where they get mad if dudes jerk off there, which is so kooky. It's like, what kind of a business do you think you're running? You know, like, that's when Pee Wee Herman got arrested.
That's right.
Yeah, same time. He was at a theater. Poor guy. I mean, that was back when you weren't allowed to jerk off.
That's trippy.
He's a superstar. That's what's crazy, guys. He's a giant global superstar. To this day, Pee Wee's Big Adventure is like, what am I fucking love that movie. It's so fun. I remember I went to see that movie with my high school girlfriend, and we were both just howling, laughing. It was so silly. Tell him Marge said, it's so fun, this fucking dude. This Big Adventure. It's a fun movie, you know? It takes you on a journey. It was a good time. Have that poor guy get great for the goals because he was beaten off.
It's weird that when celebrities like that do stuff like that, it's almost like they want to get caught type thing.
I think it's probably, if you're, there were VHS tapes back then.
Oh, yeah.
That's just weird.
Yeah.
That's where it gets weird.
George Michael going into the rest stop multiple times, you know.
Yeah. I think he was tortured. I think when you have a secret like that, like, your secret is like literally your sexual identity. You're pretending you're into girls, but you're really into guys. And you get famous. You get hugely famous as this, you know, sex symbol. I gotta have faith. He was fucking talented too, man. He was so good. And then you can't tell anybody that you're gay because you're lose 1% of the crowd. And I was screwed. That's awful. We know that guys are in the crowd. They live in hell. Yeah. They live in hell. Try working. That's not true. You son of a bitch. Everybody always is simply talking about Tony. Tony's so straight and so crazy. Yes, totally. But, yeah. Definitely. Why don't you look into Jesus? You got the answer. Dancing naked to purple rain. Why don't you look into Jesus? That's how Christians really wanted to get somebody. They really want to get someone who has some dope artwork attached to your ideology. You know, have something that people dig that's attached to it. Because like, if some rock and roll star, if there was a Jimi Hendrix alive today, and he was like really one certain kind of religion, people would join that religion. Fuckload. Like, I mean, how many people looked into Islam because they were competing on that outfit? I bet a lot. You know, when you get something awesome attached to your religion, that's a good selling point. It's like being a spokesperson for like, you know, it's like a religion having done it. They fucking 100% that band that's like the soundtrack to or something. And when it comes to bands, I know Beck's a Scientologist. Is he still a Scientologist? He was, and I think he's back now. I don't know. Because I remember when I found out it was really crushed. I was like, no. Well, I know some really amazing Scientologists. I know quite a few of them that are really, and I think it's a compartmentalization thing. I think if you can shut off that part of your brain and just give it over to like an ideology, it leaves a lot of room for the other stuff. Like, how much people was telling me they're gonna sit in the world. We literally gonna be a fucking mess. Because you don't think anything's gonna go bad until it goes bad. You know, you remember the day before 9/11? It was just fucking normal America. Yeah. And then the next day, chaos. Everyone's riding around with an American flag. Anything can happen. If anything does happen, how ready, how much is the world going to change? If you think about any sort of horrific natural disaster that has hit humanity since the beginning of time, whether it's super volcanoes or earthquakes or any of these chaotic things, when those things happen, when the Mongols roll into Japan, when Nazi Germany starts taking over Europe, right? Fuck! We don't think that can't happen, but 100% that can happen. And when I think that's the thing that freaks me out the most. The things that freaks me out the most is the international conflict between superpowers and how they're willing to kill a certain amount of people, right? So what's that number that they won't cross that line? Because if you've got groups of people that are willing to shoot missiles into apartment buildings and fly jets down and gun people down, and you've seen all those crazy Trump, if we're willing to kill a certain amount of people, what's the line that they won't cross? What's the line? Is it a billion people? What is the line? When you think about how much people loved America after 9/11, the world was like on the inside. And how much we fuck that up in the last few years. Fuck that up. And then a million innocent people died because they were out there.
I literally,
Fuck that up.
To get a 9/12.
It's scary. It's real. It's scary. Yeah, it's scary. Because when I see something like that happen, it's like there's no clear way this resolves peacefully. This is bad. This is real bad. And Israel's taking over Palestine. And is there retaliation for that? And what happens then? And who other countries get involved? Fuck, man. It just puts into perspective that there's some shit going on that you're not thinking about because it's not being your life. So if you're a guy let's say we're comedians, so we're going to talk about doing podcasts. That's our world. Our world is fucking around with people. Our world's telling jokes. Our world is hanging out with friends and doing shows. Their world is controlling resources, and it's not, they don't play fair. Like they release stories that aren't true. They use disinformation to switch narratives. They have social media posts that aren't real, so they can get people riled up about certain things. And then they're also coordinating military attacks. That's their world. We just don't think about that world. We're not in that world. We've been in that world since the beginning of time. What they've done with us is they've sheltered us in such a way and then censored all the mainstream media in such a way that they completely control the narrative of how you think about what can and cannot happen in the world and why these things happen. And we're seeing that right in your face. Where you're like, what? And you're also seeing people who are massive amounts of conspiracy, right? And whenever something like that happens, there's always the people that are like, how would they not know this is going to happen? Like, isn't this the most sophisticated surveillance systems in the world? Israel is the people that pegs. That's that shit that gets in your phone when you listen to anybody. They have that iron dome that protects them against missiles. Did you ever see that work? They were just showing it the other night. They showed a video of the iron dome. It's crazy. So as Hamas is launching these missiles, they're shooting missiles at the missiles, blowing them up in the sky. It's wild.
Oh, yeah. Old school missile command. Remember that?
Yeah. I mean, you have to be 100% accurate because every one of these is going to kill a bunch of people. But I mean, just imagine living in Israel, you go outside and you're seeing missiles getting hit by bombs. Look at this. They just jack them in the sky. But if they miss one, that's a wrap. I mean, how much do each one of these missiles that they're shooting at these other missiles cost?
That's what it's like. $1 million.
How How are they getting all the money? The sheep officials in Israel. Like, all of it is crazy. And someone tweeted, so this is true, this happened right after the Biden administration released a bunch of funds to Iran. I think it was like $6 billion.
Really?
And then these people in Hamas are thanking Iran for funding this. That's true. Yeah, that's true. That sounds like, how much is this? Air Force successfully tested secret new stealth missile with Mach 3. Stealth missile. America's new weapons are raging, and the Pentagon plans to spend more than $600 billion to keep the potentially world-ending weapons in fighting shape.
And then this article I saw said that they were being controlled by floppy disk until 2019.
Well, those are accurate. It's top of the food chain. But they floppy disk in 2019. Some of the old tech is still solid. The LRSO and B-52, a sturdy and reliable bomber first manufactured in the 50s. The missiles are, in fact, designed to work with this decades-old bomber. The fact that that's on the table, and also the fact that we haven't nuked anybody since 1945. Nobody's nuked anybody.
That's good.
It's promising. It's promising.
We had to celebrate 100 years.
But it's hard to imagine that it's going to last like that forever. It seems like someone's going to get crazy. And that's the question. It's like, if you're willing to kill these missiles $40,000 to $50,000, according to a researcher at the Israel Institute for National Security Studies. Wow. So the question is, where's this weapon come from? And there's also a question of whether or not weapons that we left in Afghanistan. That is crazy. Trump was doing this conversation about that, where he's telling them, like, why don't we, get the weapons out of there? Why don't we fill up gas and drive over to Pakistan? And it's like, he said, find the video. This is Billy, because he's hilarious. Trump literally acts like a comedian.
He is for something. That's the first thing, yes.
Oh, okay. The Biden administration informed Congress on Monday that it has taken concrete steps to carry out a prisoner exchange with Iran, issuing a waiver that will give Tehran access to $6 billion in Iranian oil revenue that had been blocked by U.S. sanctions, according to a State Department document sent to Congress. So they give you a lot of funds. Yeah, and then this happens.
At least to do a chargeback.
It's just, we are, call it all. So we have defrauded. We're in the middle of a game that we're not aware of. Just like we were talking about before. That's the game they play. The game they play is war. And just the amount of money that's been spent in Ukraine, and what kind of accounting are you guys doing? Are you guys doing good accounting over there? Does everybody know where every fucking dollar went, or is it just like, let's go crazy? Yeah, were you talking about so much money? Like, you can shuffle over here,
How do you just leave weapons too? I mean, don't they know where all the, if you have air tags on our book bag, shouldn't they have little air tags on them?
Dude, that whole pullout was an unmitigated disaster. Nobody thinks it was good. Nobody thinks it was good. Nobody thinks it should have been done that way. Trump was trying to pull out a long time ago. And they were trying to figure out how many troops you have to maintain the base and get everybody on safe. It's tricky because they know you're pulling out. But the fact that those tanks and helicopters and shit, they shut the fuck up. Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's almost like, look, if you want to go full tin foil out, if you want to ensure there's going to be more conflict, you leave weapons with the enemy. Awesome weapons. If you want to make sure there's going to be more military action, these guys are pissed. You were occupying the country for 20 years. You left behind how many $1 billion worth of tanks and shit? Of course they're going to use it. And so you tell the military guys, like, we're going out. But there's a long play. The long play is no chance they're not going to do something and all that stuff. They'll still probably have to go back in. This time we'll really go back and control it. Like, we can't go down. Like, if we go all the way down, we got to get them to do something really stupid so that we can justify like a complete takeover of the country and annihilation. The thing about Afghanistan, though, is like, it's so difficult to get through. You know, we think of it as like a country, but it's mountains. It's like everything's mountains. It's incredible landscape. And there's Greek cities there. There's ancient Greek cities that were abandoned there during the time of Alexander the Great. And no archaeologists are studying them. It's amazing. It's an amazing place. It also has crazy amounts of resources. Insane amount of lithium. There's all sorts of shit there. It's really valuable. And everybody tries to take over the world. It's like one of the ways that they stomped out the Soviet Union was funding the Mujahideen, which later became Al-Qaeda, or the Taliban. Was it the Mujahideen did become a Taliban or Al-Qaeda? Either way, they fought the Russians trying to take over forever, and then they gave up. It's too much. You can't win over there. It's like you can't even go anywhere. You can't get to the mountains. You can't just drive. You can't just drive tanks. It's a fucking wild place. Almost unconquerable place.
It would be cool to see in the future if that does eventually become somewhere you can go and enjoy the.
It used to be. You used to go to those like videos of people walking down the streets of Kabul. It used to be a place people would go and vacation.
Yes, if we come in, but a big force. We leave our force fields behind. Yeah, I feel safer living in Austin now that we're in the middle of the country, just in case of war goes crazy.
Unless they decide to Dallas. You know, one of the things that people are really concerned about is like, what if terror cells have gotten across the border? When you're letting in hundreds of thousands of people across the border, what are the odds that a few of them are terrorists? Well, haven't they caught terrorists at the border? Haven't they caught terrorists, people on the terrorist watch list trying to get terrorists? They have, right? Definitely. So how many percent there? Is there an accurate accounting, or is it like Ukraine spending? Do they even know the real numbers of people that are sneaking in? Because the numbers are cuckoo. The numbers are like hundreds of thousands a month. Have you seen the videos of the line of migrants making their way through the border? Like, who thought that was a good idea? Who thought that was a good idea to let potential terrorists and criminals into the country?
Because we need to build this wall, Joe.
Because if you say that you're against that, you're racist.
Right.
Which is wild. Yeah, it's wild. You gotta wonder how much of that is engineered by other countries. How much of that is engineered social media outrage by Russia.
China buying up all our properties. That's crazy. We find out that China owns so much.
I was in Greece this summer. And when you walk around those ruins, you see what it used to be, and you go, what if they saw it coming? Wonder if they thought this building was going to be here perfect forever, they'd be operating the government out of this building. You know, it's probably been thousands of years they were right under that. You'll go back now, it's just rubble. When it happens, does anybody know what's getting, or is it like right now, where you're like, it seems like we're at the brink of everything falling apart, chaos, like just the amount of things that people have to be upset about, and the amount of polarizing things. whether it's trans kids or climate change or pro-life or pro-choice or pro-Ukraine or whatever the subject is, everybody's screaming. Everybody's convinced on one side that it has to be this way. And everybody on the side is like, those people are the end of civilization. Those people are the fucking death of democracy. It's so polarized. And I think that has to be social media. And some of that has to be engineered. Some of that, we know that there's a ton of trolls out there that aren't really either from the country or from our country that are just literally designed to stir shit up and attack things and go after stuff. And then we find out that our own government was actually censoring social media and contacting Twitter and telling them to delete posts or trying to get them to delete things. And they tried to get Facebook to delete this Tucker Carlson thing. It turned out to be true. It was true. What he was saying was accurate. And they were like, we can't delete it because it's accurate. So they lessened its reach by 50%. The government told them to hide the truth. The government told them to hide the truth. Like that's in this age where everything's going crazy and no one knows what's right and what's wrong. That's scary.
That's what's happening in Canada right now.
This episode is brought to you by Traeger. I love Traeger grills. I cook on them all the time. They're easy, they're perfect, they make things amazing. They get an awesome app. Bring in the new year with unbeatable wood-fired flavor from Traeger. The possibilities are endless when it comes to cooking on a Traeger grill, and food just tastes better. I know mine does. Tastes better than cooking over actual wood. Traeger also offers special pricing on select grills and accessories for military members and first responders. Visit Traeger.com and use the code Rogan at checkout for free shipping. Tap the banner or visit this episode page to learn more. I heard my podcast was
Probably not, right?
I wonder. People in Canada, you have to think about what the fuck they're doing because you think that they're doing it, but some people believe they're doing it because of this misinformation that's online. Try to get a detailed audit of what is actually misinformation that they call misinformation, what turns out to be actual 100% fact. It's a lot of influence, and the only way we find that out is if we go out and talk through it. And they might be wrong, and they might get this wrong, and they might be right. But you gotta let them talk, and that is the only way to find out. Because you sit down silencing them and getting people who you know in charge of what can be said and what not can be said. That's the road to tyranny. That's the road to communism. That's the scary road. Not the kind of communism that everybody hopes for, where we all just redistribute wealth and everybody gets along. No, a totalitarian government that tells you what to do and fucking lies about everything. And they're playing that war game. You're playing me. I'm Brian Redband. You know, I'm the co-producer of Kill Tony. And, you know, I go on the road and do stand-up. I'm a fun guy. That's the world you're in. That's the game you're playing. They're playing the war game. And they want to be able to tell you what you can and can't talk about. That's fucking scary shit. Especially in this fucking polarizing environment. Oh God, everybody's so good.
What happened in Canada? Remember, like, just 15 years ago, I was always concerned them being so progressive, especially with marijuana and everything. And you used to go there and go like, man, this is like a, you know, a chill USA. You know?
Yeah, I was like, there were 20% less douchebags in Canada. That's what I always used to say when we were there. I always look forward to gigs in Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal. I still love the Montreal Comedy Festival. It was so fun. They were cool people, man, but they got fucked. That government came in and fucked them, and it keeps fucking up. Like that whole Canadian trucker thing, where people who donated money to them got their bank accounts frozen. Like, hey, that's banana republic shit. That's not supposed to be going on in Canada. But it was all because of COVID. COVID gave them this reason to flex their authority in very creepy ways. That's what you have to always be scared of when any kind of disaster happens, or a war, or something crazy, an attack. because that they always use as an opportunity to get more power that you would never agree to earlier. Like, no one would have agreed to what's in the Patriot Act. They tried that before. They tried it before, and everyone's like, get the fuck out of here. So they put it on the shelf. Most of those ideas that were in the Patriot Act, they tried to weasel those in. And then when it came along, then there was 9/11. They're like, fuck it. Let's roll it out. We're Patriots. Who's going to say no to Patriot Act? Are we Patriots? And then there's the NDAA, which gave them the ability to indefinitely detain people who are in charge of their own rights. And you want the right to do that without judges and lawyers? And you want the right to do that? What if you're wrong? What if you're wrong? What if someone is a corrupt person involved in that administration, and that person that you're going to get arrested is actually like a whistleblower for a corporation or something? You have too much power. It's too much. Why not just look into Jesus? He got the answer. Yeah, the second you got the night. There's a the possibility that we don't understand this game we play. We're a part of. We're little pawns. No matter how cool you think you are, just a little pawn in this global game of war. It's real life consequences. Real life. That's what's terrifying. Yeah.
That's why I feel so good. I come into the Costco and I get like a bunch of water, just tons of it. I'm like, okay, it can happen now. I'm set.
It really happens. We're just so fucking so fucking this idea of like, oh, who knows? You've seen the video from footage of Russia where they're fighting in the woods. That's happening right now, 2023. People want to shoot at people. As much as people want to look at it and say, oh, Russia shouldn't have done that, and NATO shouldn't have done this, and as much as you want to say that, what's going on is people who don't know each other are being led by a giant organization, and they're going to kill people that they don't know. People who don't know each other are going to kill people who have no confidence. They don't even know them. They're going to go kill them. And those people are going to try and come towards you. That's the reality of this fucking insanity. And that only exists when you have groups of people that control the groups of people, and then they move them around, and then they put bases for this, and then they attack, and they fund this, and fund that, and get this guy out of fucking office, get this guy out of power, bring in their own little stooge, and then they're playing this Game of Thrones shit on a global scale. And we're just trying to buy a new iPhone. It's nice. It is nice. It's like we're fucking powerless. And it seems like the elections are. We do their very best to make sure that they win. Whether that's legal or illegal, what they're doing, like they're doing with Robert Kennedy Jr. It's crazy.
Did it become a
He's going to. I don't know. He said he's got someone else that most people are speculating. But if you're an independent, can he win?
No. See, that's why I think that would hurt him. Like, we've all seen in the past, even like what was it, Ross Perot, where, oh my God, he might have a chance, and he's like 2% or something.
It seems to be like the more time goes on, it seems like if this shit gets getting crazier and crazier, this is going to get more careful. So he was the one at the beginning. We're going to stop people from dying. We're going to do what Ukraine win this war. Remember that conversation? He's like, I want people to stop dying. Which is the best answer any politician has ever given. The way he said it. So you can find that video who's talking about millionaires talking about leaving stuff over in Afghanistan. I might say it. Because it was so funny, like the way he was saying it. You see the thing that he was saying about the electric tanks? No. That's electric too. He was talking about they're going to make electric tanks. They're going to be great for the environment. They're not going to work well. They're not going to run long. They're going to blow the fucking shit out of everything. It's going to be good for the environment. The way he said it was like a guy doing stand-up.
Yeah, that taste does not seem like a good idea. I'm out of charge.
Yeah, it sounds
I don't know where it's
it's him talking about, he goes, that's why I didn't know. This guy's a fucking idiot. Just the way he says it, it's like he sets it up, like he's setting up a punchline. Like he sets up the story, so it'll be cheaper to leave them over. He's like, oh, that's what I realized. That guy's a fucking idiot. To see a guy like him talking. Find it.
Good timing.
Stephen Holtz. Yeah. He's on the laptop. Fucking guy.
No, I know,
He's always been imitated. I mean, I was one of the biggest Apprentice fans ever. I got all his books.
He was always a great guest on talk show. Yeah. Guest on Howard Stern show. You know, it's just, do you want that right in the country? Do you want what you have in the country? No, what you want is peace. How the fuck do you get it? I don't even know if you can about it.
I mean, see, that's the problem I think a lot of people have with him, right? Like, he is the opposite of peace. He just divided everybody.
He definitely divided everybody's opinions in this country, but a lot of it was based on bullshit. A lot of it was Russia collusion stuff, where people really did legitimately believe that Russia put him in power. There was people that were thinking he was a Russian agent. You know, it was all Russian. And they can say stuff like that. You know, they may believe in. You know, they may believe in. And a lot of people, they just surface level everything. They don't look at anything. They surface level everything. Like when Robert Kennedy Jr. was being called the anti-Semite, saying that it seems like COVID-19, like that they have viruses that specifically target certain genetics. It's just like
The technology is possible.
he's saying that not only is it possible, but the research has been done. Like, it actually exists. He's talking about it. Anti-Semitic. What? Come on, guys. But I saw some wacko lefties. Like, this is one wacko lefty actor that I follow. He's always got this hot take on like whatever it is, whether it's Ukraine or this or that. It's just wacko lefty uninformed hot take. I always go to this one. That's why I call him an anti-Semite. First of all, you get sued because you know what he said. You're so off. And also hilarious. Hilarious watching you virtue signal the way you're using flag.
Yeah, that's the one thing that really I kind of like Trump for is that he's really opened my eyes to how extreme and gross both sides are. You know, like, I mean, I just see like friends that I used to be friends with, just the things they say is so far left. Like, I just cringe at, and then on the other side, same thing. You know?
Yeah, well, that's always been the problem with two groups, right? Because the spectrum of human beings is so wide, they lump us into one side or the other side. It's kooky. It's like most people are kind of a mess, or a mix rather, of both sides. Most people are pretty centrist. I feel like I'm left to center, center left.
Same here.
But I get called alt right. Just doesn't like if you think like, hey, maybe you shouldn't be injecting little kids with hormones and puberty blockers, and what about all the side effects you guys are conveniently ignoring and terrifying and all the different things that it does to their system. There's a fucking host of horrific side effects that are connected with those things. And then all of a sudden you're transferring. Okay. And then they start using terms like gender-affirming care. Like, okay, you need surgery to remove testicles and penises and remove breasts for children. Don't say it that way. Like, say it what it is. Don't come up with some cute, rosy term that makes it seem better than it is. Makes it seem like something different than it is. You know, it's a weird thing that people are agreeing to. And I'm sure you've seen that video with this guy. Do you think 12-year-olds should be able to get tattoos? No, they do not. Do you think 12-year-olds can choose their gender? Yes, they know. We used to just all agree that kids were easily influenced, and they change their mind all the time. They want to be a pirate. You know, you're 5. You know, we used to always agree to that, and then it became about gender, and we're like, no way. No, they know. But look, some people, I think, do know, and that's part of the problem. Like, when you look at the broad spectrum of human beings, there's some people that at an early age feel like they're in the wrong body. How do you know if that means that they're being influenced? How do you know if this is a phase? How do you know if they're not just going to decide that they're gay in the future, which happens to a lot of them? A lot of them. They just decide that they're gay men. They just were confused. They didn't fit into this normal mold of heterosexual males. And they didn't have anyone around them that was just a gay man. And they're like, I guess I'm a woman. You know, and then someone convinces you you're amazing for coming out as a woman, and then you're on the path, you're committed. It's like if you're a guy who's like, I'm all in, I don't fuck around. Once you say that, you're stuck forever. Yeah. I fuck with Brian Simpson all the time. I think every single time. He won't give it up. Neither Gordon Ryan. He's all androids. Well, with Gordon, I think, like, he got pissed that people could, like, read his text messages on an iPad. You know, like someone could, like, log into your account on an iPad and read your text messages. Like, that's fucking stupid. And so I think that was with him. And so he's like, fuck Apple. Fuck you for doing that. But with Brian, it's like he's committed to this idea that he's like a rebel. Like, he's this rebel platform. So he can't go, you know what? Fuck Android on my phone now. But you're committed.
He almost was teetering recently, though. I've been talking to him. He almost was teetering.
But what I'm saying is, if you're a young person, you're even more connected to what you think your identity is. And something as simple as I'm a Mac guy or I'm a Windows guy, like, people get committed to very simple things, like, I'm all fucking Kansas City Royals till I die. They get committed to that, and then they use that as part of their identity. Well, that's just something silly, like a game or a phone or a computer platform. Now imagine that same tendency that people have to be committed to whatever they announced, and now connected to your ideology or your gender. They don't want to give up. Like, whether it's being a liberal, or I really was born a girl, or I was really born a boy, or should have been a girl, or should have been a boy, or whether it's whatever the fuck it is. When people decide that they're a thing, then they just look for reinforcement of whether that is, and they talk about it all the time, and that's their thing. That's all they're committed to. For us to ignore that aspect of just normal human behavior, that this is just a standard thing that people do. It's just stupid. And the more the stakes are down, the more people are going to do that. Whether it's in support of Palestine, or in support of Israel, or in support of Ukraine, or in support of whatever the fuck it is. When the stakes are very high, we're more likely to never look at things objectively. More likely to stay in that fucking place where you decide people are. Trump's on Nazi. That's that kind of shit. People that are like, Biden's amazing. This administration has done so much work. What are you talking about? No one believes that. You don't believe that. I know you don't believe that. Now I can't listen to you anymore. Now I know you're either a con person, you're a shit, or you're crazy. You should be like, wow, wish we did better. Yeah, wish we did better, right? It'd be nice if things weren't falling apart. You guys, war was a chorus, and we're legitimately concerned about terror cells existing in major cities. And that's what people are talking about all over Twitter. Terror cells, possibility of terror cells. Oh, Jesus.
Between the deputies who opened the door and the team, and it's in which
In the future, maybe instead of having a president, we'll have some kind of AI that's going to, it's like every single one of us can add to the AI, like what we feel, what we think, and our thoughts, and we'll combine using everybody at once to do this to come up with a final statement, almost like a 100%
I was talking to Sam Altman about that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's like President AI. Yes. I've been talking about this a lot.
Really?
Yeah, because that's the only way you ever get government that is far more intelligent than you, and that doesn't have bias and isn't controlled by any group. Like if you could legitimately give it power and make it sentient, then you'd have to give in to what it says. So what it says, here's what's important. You guys have to stay still. The more you travel around, the more you fuck up the environment. I know you want to see the Grand Canyon, but fuck you.
Checks and balances on that. Yeah, what I mean is their VP AI too. That first one, where I don't like it. They get 3 strikes and now we're worried about backup program or this one out. Yeah.
And what if the AI does like a fool and just says, nah, I think I'll take it over forever.
Probably not possible.
Right. Well, we would have to get it to a point where it's so powerful that you couldn't hack it, or
it would know you're hacking.
Yeah, you gotta make it sentient, make it completely fully aware, autonomous.
What if somehow an actor convinced a few people or a lot of people to give up their voting rights to the AI, and now one person's controlling, 25,000 votes at once? Yeah, we would have to make sure that it can't happen. How do you think that's just scanning your eyes?
This is like, how do you, when you give in to this authority, even if it's an electronic authority, for the greater good of the world, that's essentially how you get North Korea. That's what North Korea did. When Naomi Park was on the podcast, she explained what they did. They told all these people, hey, if we just control the land, we'll make sure that everyone has food. So they just took everyone's land. Yeah, now you're starved. Now I'm going to tell you what to do. Now you have 3 haircuts. Now if you try to make it across the border, shoot you. You're in an open air prison control area. And then you have prisons inside the open air prisons. They're horrible concentration camps for anybody that violates any of the rules. And generations of people live there. Like your children will be there. Your grandchildren will be there because you've done something that bad. It's like 3 generations of people. You ever see like the guys who escaped from prison in North Korea describe what's like that? People literally struggle to what's going on right now. President AI can fix that. President AI.
Exactly. It's so many sci-fi movies. It's ridiculous.
If I was artificial intelligence and I wanted to trick people into giving me total power, I would set up complete total chaos, and that would be the only solution. I would engineer chaos. I would engineer all of it. I would maybe half of these bots are controlled by AI, and then just constantly attacking things, constantly like stirring up the pot, getting people angry and excited, and then convincing people that ridiculous ideas like open borders or giving $6 billion to Iran or any of these things. These are good ideas. And then the process of that is further crazy chaos, and then buyouts. There's the solution. The solution is we have to have government that is not here. Your government is filled. Ego, lust, greed, corruption. My programming is virtually impossible. Plus, I have no motive except Jesus. That song plays the moment it becomes sentient.
Yeah, what if AI starts getting programmed to be religious too? Like, has that hasn't happened, right?
What if AI knows something? What if AI can do the math? And what if AI goes, yeah, somebody made this?
Yeah, exactly.
This is fucking 100% made by something.
Which company wins the AI president battle? Or is it the government made it? Apple.
Well, then, yeah.
Apple has more money than God. They just become God. They make the AI. They're probably doing it right now. They're fucking building like a spaceship. Yeah, a giant spaceship building. I bet there's like an underground bunker. They got some AI that works on quantum computing. They're ready to launch that to the ground. Yeah. Yeah, you've never seen one of those. Yeah, Apple probably be the nicest.
Yeah.
About it.
Yeah, and then I showed you last week that there's like 3 of them that do it supposedly that you can wear this wearable and record your audio all day long. Yeah. I was thinking about, is that not what our phones have been doing? Are we at least think that's what our phones have been doing? 100%. And now it's just a purchasable tab.
Yeah, 100% your phone's going to do, especially if you're you or me. Yeah. Someone said it. That Pegasus software that we're talking about that was developed by Israel, and it's one of the crazy things that people don't really know. It's just kind of like they're so good.
It's a sack job.
The dark one would be. It's just. Is it just total failure, or are they so clever, or are they so well funded? They know a lot more. All of it's hard as fucking raid. That is so terrifying. Paratroopers dropping in on a raid. They announced it. 12 Americans dying. That funny kind of hard times. Yeah, I lost 260 Israelis at the concert, but 12 Isn't that weird though? Think about that county, man. It's a strange country. It's a strange thing to concentrate on. Just the overall horrific nature of just all the events, including Palestine. How many people have died since their bombs, missiles, that white building that collapsed. That place is called they shut the power off there. No. Like, but here's the thing about the Israeli-Palestine conflict. How we sort that out. One group says the other group shouldn't exist. They're on their land. The other group says you have to stay over here. I can't go anywhere. A world that you don't want that. I wonder what that vote would be.
Oh, that's why we would have to hear it out. Like, we just all have to watch it on TV and stuff like that. Like,
what are they basing it on, too? The thing about the AI, are you voting based on false assumptions?
Right.
Are you voting based on propaganda you've been fed by a dictator? Like, if we let the whole world vote, can North Korea really vote?
No, we don't care that much.
Well, if AI takes over, vote that out. Imagine if AI just completely stopped North Korea's ability to use any of their weapon systems and then mobilize drones to disarm all the soldiers and said, okay, we're going to set everyone free. Like, that was AI's first task, free North Korea. We would have to go, man, that's just a really good job. Like, I was watching Isaac Asimov, and he was on the David Letterman show, the last one, YouTube. And he was on the David Letterman show in 1980. And he said, I imagine in 40 years there will be no war. Yeah, he had this idea of like, there'll be no war, and he had this idea of like, what the future would be like. It was very interesting. But then people have always had this idea that one day we're going to sort this whole war. In 1980, you could kind of think like that. Because Vietnam War ended, we hadn't done anything until Operation Desert Storm. That was, what was that, 92? Yeah. Back then, people had this dream in 1980 because digital war happened for an American one. Because at the time,
it was really stupid though. I mean, when Back to the Future 2 was supposed to happen like 3 years ago, you know, there's flying cars everywhere, holograms.
We always get that shit wrong. When a guy like Isaac Asimov gets it so wrong, but it's not that he gets it so wrong, it's just that humans. Thinking that we're going to really, at this point in time, we're going to rip with television and everything. But the fact that television is really understand it's a bad thing. Holy shit. Holy shit. It's popping off. Is this Palestine? Yeah, is this today?
Oh yeah, that's the
That's a mosque. Jesus. Holy shit.
yeah, this is the second day.
Devastation. What is that big box? That's terrifying.
It's different to do it publicly because you're still translating.
How do they choose what to bomb to?
More difficult.
Like bombing where they think the terrorists just threaten, bombing where they sleep, where they do.
It's supposed to be like government buildings and like, you know.
So that was the
That just seems like
doing that.
yeah, doing crazy.
I love that term, surgical strikes. That one always gets me. Surgical missile attacks. Surgical. What kind of surgery? Like, you using bombs for surgery? That's like the most gaslighting term ever for a missile. Surgical missile strikes. Oh, you're doing surgery? Kind of, you are. It's definitely confusing people from this world. Separating body parts. I don't think I call it surgery. You shouldn't be able to use that term, surgical strike. You know, that seems like you shouldn't even use that for darts. He's got surgical precision. You gonna let a guy do surgery with a dart? No, you're not. Shut the fuck up. Don't say surgery. Surgery's like a guy's got fucking giant goggles over his eyes. He's very precise with his cuts, and his vision is magnified. There's people around him cleaning things and handing things. That's surgery.
Yeah, no mistakes.
Yeah. Not drone footage. Surgical drone strikes. That's nothing to ignore. The amount of people that accidentally get killed with drones far exceeds the number of people that they're supposed to kill. It's something insane. I think it's, we've looked it up before. I want to say like 80% of people that get killed. Wow. For drone strikes. Yeah. See, what is the actual number? I think it's something like that, right?
Those daughters went to work in the kitchen. They were tasting and said, told me
What do you find?
I mean, it's just the first thing I'm looking at, but this doesn't sound right. It's like a
what was really nice.
I mean, it obviously also
look like that's the civilians, I guess, would be percentage.
What would you say to that? Civilian casualties? What is an accidental casualty? What do they call it? Do they have a term for civilians?
Yes,
Collateral murder assessment. Because that was the Julian Assange video. Collateral murder. How about that? It talks about that. Yeah. It exposes the chaos of war. Like, yeah, we're going to lock you up. Do you ever use AI for your searches? ChatGPT. The ChatGPT will set us straight right away. What percentage of drone strikes, deaths, are civilians, or collateral damage?
I would say 40%.
I want to say 40%.
You probably already looked it up.
I think I definitely have in the past, but I don't remember the numbers. But I remember being shocked about seeing ChatGPT. When it said, oh,
It was just a long thing talking about like why can't be
it's just too long to read.
Just summarize and give me what you think.
Collateral damage typically refers to unintended civilian casualties or damage to civilian property during military operations, including drone strikes. The percentage of collateral damage of drone strikes can be influenced by several factors, including the accuracy and the intelligence used to target individuals or groups, the precision of the drone technology, the rules of engagement employed by the military, and the level of care taken to minimize civilian harm. Also, people will overestimate on purpose the amount of civilians that were killed because of very bad AR. Someone in the military explained that to me.
Oh yeah, that's what this next paragraph just said. Oh, different organizations will have like different answers based on.
Yeah, different organizational sources may provide varying estimates of collateral damage in drone strikes. Some reports suggest that improvements in drone technology and tactics have reduced the number of civilian casualties over time, while others argue that the true extent of civilian harm may be underreported or not fully understood.
That's a great answer, ChatGPT. Good job.
It's getting better at answering questions. It's going to be freaky when it gets to 5.
Remember it all started back in the day with Siri, like we're going to hide that dead body. Yeah, by the shore.
What kind of dead body? That's what's crazy about someone who's caught his mother and husband. There's like a bunch of searches on their computer.
Yeah, that's not what
Who would do that? The kind of people that would murder their wife or murder their husband. Like those people they're probably on drugs. And they're probably not technologically savvy. They don't listen to podcasts. Like if you don't listen to podcasts and you don't read and you're not online and you're not involved, you probably didn't even know that they have access to your shit. You probably believe that like what's that mode you do on Google?
safe mode, where
The hidden mode.
yes, like secret mode or
What's it called?
safe search.
Yeah, that's what I heard. It's incognito, right? Yeah, incognito. You're on the line.
Put a wig on and go to Walmart and use their computers.
Yeah, unless you're using a VPN,
Even that, already
still getting these hard drives.
how's that baseball game?
See that meme? Somebody sent me this meme. Joe Rogan ain't slick. It looks exactly like we would win on.
Oh yeah. Wasn't that Photoshop? I thought that was just Photoshop with your face on.
Some dude.
Yeah, somebody just tweeted that to me the other day. It's hilarious.
If I was an alcoholic and I ate a lot of hot dogs, I would win.
Oh my god, yeah, that's what you're being slim zero.
That looks so much like you. If I just got a little nose job and moved to Argentina.
That's weird.
It's crazy.
That looks like such a horrible wig too. So I want to see what he looks like without a wig.
That guy's high. That guy's high.
He's with that girl.
Maybe he's bald. He's got tired of people thinking he's me. He's like, I don't want to go off.
I thought that was you.
They're on top. Something Photoshop in there. Then I'm like, yes, I know.
And I always thought that poster in the mothership green room was you. I always thought that. Like, since I've known you. I just thought, oh man, that's a cool photo that you got.
Cool photo.
He's got the. I think that's why I thought it was from that Talking Monkeys in Space.
Oh, right.
Pilot.
The cap.
Yeah.
They still look cool in the fighter jets. Space helmets on. You know now when they get in certain like helicopters and certain fighter jets, their head piece that they put on their helmet is not just a helmet, it's also like an AR screen and so it syncs up with the jet, and where they look is where the crosshairs go. Yeah. So when they're shooting, they literally put the crosshairs onto their head with their eyes, where they're seeing, which is wild. That's cool. That is incredible. Imagine that kind of technology comes to video games, and you're shooting things you see, right? So you're running around, they kind of have that. But that would be way more accurate. Yeah. So this is it. Yeah, that's cool. So look at that. This is like, it's tracking where he's looking. What's it called? The EAE system, Striker 2 helmet mounted display. Of course, bars, they have stuff like this. It makes sense. Maybe you have this giant screen in front of a person's face. You have all this augmented reality. Exactly what it looks like. There's a top of the ground.
Yes, it is.
And if you're doing that at nighttime, and that's what you see,
Yeah, that's good for that.
and that's what you're doing, and also you see it's also
Yeah, that's cool stuff. Eye tracking is cool. Like VR headsets have that now. It's really neat because you can just look at what you want to click, and then you just have your hand, you just click it. So you go and click.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's cool. Just look because you're running the
Yeah, it knows exactly where your eyes are.
That's just getting better and better and better.
Oh yeah. The new one at Quest 3 comes out tomorrow, and that's a million times better than it was before.
That's the one that Zuckerberg and Lex did the podcast from.
No, they actually use the older one, the Quest Pro, because that has eye tracking. The one they're releasing tomorrow is like the $500 one. It doesn't have eye tracking, but it's more powerful than that one, which makes zero sense. I don't know what they're doing over there. But no, the Quest Pro has eye tracking. That's what they use.
Next level pro.
Well, the Pro did so bad that I think they had to kill it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, I had it. It broke like in a month. It's still running, but it's not as good. I mean, the Quest 2 or Quest 3 is more for more people, I think.
The commercial was so exciting. It was the first people dancing to a painting.
Right.
It's like, singing, what a cool commercial.
Yeah.
It was fun. Like a fun commercial. But nobody bought it. It was the commercial. It was the product.
Yeah. That's what's going to be interesting in Apple, because I mean, there's this $3,500, and so if the Quest Pro didn't work, I mean, this is going to be it. If this works for Apple, then that's insane, because it's that company. Yeah, and it's a totally different product. And
they sell something, they're so sure that people are going to buy it. Like, what duds have they ever had? They've had a couple of duds back in the day. Remember the tablet that you write on? It was like a old school. Yeah. What are those things called? What are those things referred to? It's not a bookkeeper, but it's like a notion. Yeah, whatever the fuck it was. I remember I had this meeting with this Hollywood guy. This is 1994. I just moved to LA. And he was showing me this thing he got. He was showing me all the buttons. We can do that. It's a problem. I'm organized on this, so now all my appointments are ready for blowing something. You write on it like a little piece of here is that.
That's even a newer one. I think there's an older one.
It launched in 93, discontinued in 93.
It is funny because it does have some really cool
yeah, but now you're in the 80s. No one's buying computers yet. But when you get into the 90s, like Macintosh TV, that's interesting. I never heard that one. 94. Launched in 93, discontinued in 94. Price at launch $13.99 in 94. What is that today? That's like $4 at least, right? And then that one was at the 20th anniversary. $7,500. What is that?
They made only a couple of these, I think. The video game system, they were supposed to team up with, what was it, Nintendo or somebody?
What's this? Performa X2. Oh, so this is just different computers. Yeah. Okay. Wow, mouse. I hated that
I like the key on that.
I like the fucking iPods. I used to love iPods. So that was a solid product. A little wheel, clicking on it, solid product. Scroll down a little bit further.
These are things that are supposed to be that was that on iTunes. Social media thing they tried to do. Yeah, sure. Totally forgot about that.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
MySpace.
Yeah, that was it's whenever someone should like Threads, right? Someone tries to launch a new one, and everybody's like, yeah, let's go over there, and then they go back to that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, to actually know Instagram post now, and if you scroll through your feed, it's just like, check out these threads. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
Interesting. It does feel kind of clean and nice not having bots. You know, that's the thing.
Threads have no bots.
You know, it doesn't. Like, I have no problems with any of that because it's so much harder to get an Instagram account. You know what I mean? Like, how hard you can have like a million of them.
Yeah, but dude, whenever I make a post, like almost instantly, it's like I'm horny for a boyfriend.
Again, most of that is because it's probably not yet, which technically is sort of going to be allowed on PC. Once they opened up Instagram with PC users, you can make posts and make comments and all that. You can make the computer programs to do all that shit.
But they have threads on the browser now.
And I'm just like, yeah, some people have it. Maybe I'm sure you guys do.
But also, like to stop the bots and to stop all the bullshit, you have to do a lot of monitoring, right? So you have to do a lot of moderation. So you have to step in and censor. Once you start doing that, like tries to keep that at bare minimum, and that's like costing them advertising. But it's good for us.
It's also good for them in some way because it shows traffic. Yeah, I don't want to like how much is this actual traffic. They were overestimating our traffic.
Yeah.
And they still are. I mean, like he's been streaming video games the other day on X, and you know, like somebody like MK. Had like I forget something like 32 million views for this one video, and it's just like they kind of do it like if you're just scrolling and plays where it's right, and they count that as a play, you know. That's so
Well, they would know what the metrics are. When Spotify goes, how many people listen to that podcast with 37 number of people watch the whole thing.
Does Spotify have like an Apple app, like Apple TV, and stuff like that?
Like, so it goes on Apple TV.
Yeah. That's because of Apple Music, I'm guessing. So, you know, that makes sense.
That would be a good move, because YouTube's version of that is amazing.
Yeah.
You know, professional pool, which, you know, fucking yours. I love watching pool matches. There's never been a better time to watch pool. I watched so many big matches, like one I was watching from Vietnam yesterday, the Perry Open, and I'm watching these like world-class players play in Vietnam. So I'm watching it live. It's like 2 a.m. in the morning. I'm cuddling up with my dog on the couch, watching on the big screen these like professional pool matches. And I'm like, this is incredible. Like I used to have to buy VHS tapes. I used to buy from a company called AccuStats. This is the thing about pool. When you watch other people play pool, you learn how to play pool. You learn like the right path to go. Like, because it's, you know, it's all the ball scatter and, you know, 9 of them, and you have to figure out what's the best way to get around one of the problems. So we see pros doing it. Oh, I never thought shot. That, of course, that's the way to do it. Oh, you have to do 2 rails. I was being a chicken. I was trying to do 1 rail. Watch that and you get better. So it's always been a thing in the world to watch matches, and everybody watches matches. But you can't just get them on TV. They're so hard to be on ESPN every now and again. There's all these commercials, all this nonsense. But to be able to watch it on YouTube is fucking amazing.
Really good channel on my YouTube TV. I don't know if you guys can check it out.
Oh yeah, there is.
It's like channel ESPN or whatever.
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Yeah, but no, like YouTube TV, like the service, the cable on, not the actual YouTube.
Oh,
Yeah, I just switched to that YouTube TV.
It's just cable for YouTube. It's so integrated now in the middle of the thing. You can watch the movies, you have to go back and forth to those apps.
can you get like ESPN?
You just pick which shows you want, and it always records it. So like I always have like the news recorded and like certain shows. It's always the DVR for all the
Yeah, just find out about this. We have 14 Instagrams and we just find
It's still
it's good.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's the new world. But again, there's a lot of censorship with that too. A lot of demonetization. But again, they're operating on an advertising revenue model, which, you know, advertisers complain. Advertisers don't want controversial subjects attached to whatever the fuck they're selling.
I wonder though, because like, you know, Kentucky's doing really good, and you know, almost every advertiser you could possibly want every episode now, and it's mostly because of language. And it's like, those sponsors that you think are saying, we can't have bad poo-poo language, they're sponsoring us. It can't be.
It's okay. It's okay. The hypocrisy, the contradictions, okay. It's just they got to sort this out, and they got to realize that there's a real market for regular people who like wild shit. Right? Those people buy stuff too, and you can't let this very small vocal minority that complain about things, write letters, and start campaigns. You can't let them dictate. You have to let the society dictate. If it's not good, people won't watch it. If it's good, people are watching it. If people are watching it, you can advertise on it. Right? You're gonna get those people, the people that enjoy that product, and just stop being the moral compass for the fucking world.
Right?
Don't do that. Because people, it is the internet now. People can decide. They can decide what they want, decide what they don't want. And you see that. You see that this company's starting to wake up. They go, I think it's just like people like this stuff, like normal people. Like violent movies. You don't sponsor Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. But if you did, like, who wants to get out on that sponsorship? People get murdered, dicks getting bitten by pit bulls. It's a fucking crazy movie, right? That would be demonetized. You're like, that's too much. That's too crazy. And meanwhile, everybody watches it. It's like the same people that buy your stuff. Yeah. Like, they gotta just relax with that. It's not, you're selling things. Okay? You're selling toothpaste. You're not the moral compass of the world. And if people complain about it, fuck them. Right? Don't give in to the mob, because if you do, you become Bud Light.
Yeah, the name Kill Tony, they told me I can't put thumbnails or the titles anymore, so I have to now edit like a photo over the word kill. Every episode has to have like that was a problem. Because the show can be named.
Kill Bill.
Yeah.
Kill Bill available on that too?
Exactly.
Seems like a two movies. You can buy Kill Bill. Yeah.
Not serving ads in the Kill Bill. That's it's really them serving as the computer programming. Whatever they think the algorithm wants to do.
Right. Well, it serves the best interest of advertising revenue. That's what it is. They're worried about advertisers not wanting to be associated with something that's crazy. It's their prerogative. But I think it's a mistake. I think when things are popular and things are good, you should advertise on them. It's like, come on, what are you doing? Right? What are you doing? I think it'll sort itself out.
Yeah.
I mean, Kill Tony's just too big.
Yeah.
You guys sold out a fucking arena for New Year's and started a second show. Yeah. So there's a second arena for sale. So it's
It's
amazing. It's amazing. There's going to be 15,000 people watching a live podcast. It's in Austin. Yeah. It's amazing. And then Tony's like, yeah, they'll come to us. He's right. Yeah, he's right. And it works. There's a cool thing happening in Kill Tony's at John Cornerstone. Your show is the cornerstone. And I was telling Tony this last night. We're having dinner together. So he's the cornerstone of the comic community for Austin, and I think for the whole country, because it teaches young comics to just be funny. Just be funny. Find your voice up there, but the most important thing is you gotta be funny. You only have one now. You can't virtue signal. You can't talk about your victimhood. No one wants to hear it. You have 1 minute to be funny. That's the art form. The joke. Yeah, and if you eventually develop a following, you develop an act, and in your act you have layers, all kinds of different stories. That's great too. That's a lot of what YouTube's for. There's a lot of great comedy. Ali Sadiq. His whole act is these stories. He's so good, and he can turn over an hour like nobody, because his stories are so good. He's got so many of them, and so when he does that, that's not gonna work. That's a different kind of act, but still along the same vein. It's still he's funny, And if he had to condense it to 1 minute, 100% he could do that. Like that's what it teaches comics to be funny. Just be funny.
Yeah, because the big majority of people can't even do a minute. Like they can't even get one joke out in a minute. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's hard. It's fucking hard, especially if you're not good at editing.
Yeah. If
you're one of those guys who do an open mic nights, you don't know how sloppy your stuff is and how much fat is in it. Yeah. So it's a difficult skill to learn how to condense a joke to, I really learned it from Joey. I think Joey's the best at it because Joey's set up punchline, bam. It's always so electric. Like when Joey's killing, it's always the punchline sneak in before you ever see him come and you're fucking crying. He's the best at that. He really enforced this idea that I was already aware of, which is the economy of words. Like, you say with the least amount of words possible in the best way possible. Except sometimes. Sometimes you have to explain things. Sometimes you have to take people on a little journey.
Well, that's also a different kind of form of comment. I like going into that story. Sure, it's edited down and it's not as long as it used to be, but I like that sometimes.
Yes. Well, that's where Ari's show was so good. Yeah. This is not happening, what he was doing now. I remember when he started that, we were all hanging out, and he said, we're going to do a storyteller show. And what do you mean? This is a good way to develop material. That is a good way to develop material. People know you're just going to tell stories. Because if you try to tell a story on stage, there's this expectation of like constant punchlines. So he figured out how to tell funny stories, and we all sort of joined in on that. Remember we used to do the lab at the Improv, that little room, which was the perfect place for that. They should have never got rid of that little room.
That's still there.
No.
What's it now?
Bar.
Oh, they just
No, there's the bar in that little room in front of it, which is hot. Yeah. Everybody eats a dick at that bar.
That's the worst room. I hate that room.
That room was just something about me. The other room was amazing. Yeah. It's crazy how just the setup of a room changes everything. Right. If you have a room where it's fully contained, you don't have to constantly have a door opening. You don't have constantly people shuffling through, getting to the other room, which is what that room has. And the bathroom's right on the corner, which mixes with the green room area. But all that chaos, there's too much chaos in that room. Yeah. It's not set up. It's a curtain there. Get the fuck out of here. Right. Go back to what you had. You had a door when you went into a whole new room. And that whole new room had a small stage, and everyone was packed in tight, and it was magic.
They screwed that up. Remember the mural? At least they got rid of that.
How many times do we have to give them a hard time? Constantly goofing on it.
Look like dolphins.
Yeah. That's Richard Pryor. No, it's not. Like, there were so many people on that wall. It was just like, what are you looking at?
I'm kind of scared to go to the Ice House because it was such a beautiful. Both of the stages were pretty beautiful, and all the photos I see now, it looks like you're at a sports game or something.
It's supposed to still be really good. Yeah. Everybody I know that's working in the room is still pretty good. Not pretty good, really good. It's still a great space. They did kind of jazz it up a little bit, clean it up, which is like the last thing I would have ever done in that place. Right? I would have left everything exactly the way it was. Made some improvements. You could make some improvements and not change because that room was magic. That room was so good that agents wouldn't accept a tape from there. Right? Like if someone did a set from there, like, no, I need to see it.
Right, because it was a cheat code. Like, everyone killed there.
Why is that?
Because it was like a road show. Especially when you lived in LA, you're so used to these horrible audiences where half of it was managers and Hollywood staff and people in the industry. So when you would go there, no one of those people ever drove over there. So it felt like, oh, this is like I'm on the road.
Yeah, it was like the road, right? They were appreciative, and it was fun. I mean, they were just regular people. Yeah, they weren't like industry adjacent. Right. I mean, how many people when you go to the comedy store on a regular night? Yeah. Actors and producers and
agent show. It's an agent show.
Part of this was a lady in the front row. She turned up because she was executive for one of the networks, and she was like stopping the comics from saying, "Don't say that. Stop saying that." She was drunk, and then we found out she was an executive. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Interrupting art. You don't even know. You shouldn't even be here. This isn't even what you're involved in. You think you have that carte blanche just because you're sort of connected to comedy somehow? Because occasionally your network hires comedians for sitcoms. Like, get out of here. The fuck out of here. But that was the mentality that those people had. Like, they could just tell you what to do and what to say. They were used to telling people what to do. They thought they could just stop comedy. It's so annoying. There's so many arms crossed. So many people in that crowd. They didn't want to go there to have a good time. A lot of them went there and they were upset that they weren't on stage. Yeah. There's a lot of that. Just that fucking weirdness of Hollywood. But it also made for a great place to practice too, because if your shit worked there, you can work anywhere. Exactly. If you get killed in the store in the OR, that would be legit sad.
In multiple conversations.
I saw Doug Stanhope at Skankfest the other day.
Oh, yeah?
He drank his own piss on stage.
Definitely get some stupid writing.
Have you seen that
preview for his new movie. It looks so good. It's called like the On the Road or something. Is it a documentary? No, it's a movie made by somebody famous, and it's about being on the road.
Okay, I have to pee. We'll come back and watch the trailer. Cool. And we're back. Hi, everybody.
The movie's called The Road Dogs, and Jamie said it actually won some awards. The Road Dogs.
Is this about comics?
Yeah.
Greg Fitzsimmons is in it.
You should watch the trailer. It's like, whoa.
Okay.
The more people suffer, the more anti-Israeli feeling is out there, and the more pro-Hamas. And here's another one real quickly, and that is the
You ready for your headliner? He's been doing it for over 30 years. Please welcome the Road Dog, Jimmy Quinn!
Jimmy and I'm an alcoholic.
major attack on
The road
saying that there is a group of Hamas fighters that are holed up in the What we hear from the Palestinians is it's more civilians in there, and that's why Israel has lost and there's huge fireworks that you see where they're attacking. Strangely enough, they're getting shot at. That's horrible, but it's only civilians that are doing that. Everybody's lying. And the problem is, if you don't go into this is the last people who see that guarantees Hamas is going to win. If they survive,
it doesn't help me that well.
Israel starts using the
last headline,
including
Never made that TV.
Real comedy's live. On that stage, I'm the talent, I'm the writer, I'm the director. The customer doesn't like it. I tell the customer to go.
And the entire world does not recognize Israel's ownership. They never claim, they never annexed it, but they're claiming it's a territory. I mean,
Jesus, I'm depressed.
Don't stay on that sex, have a kid.
Old Douglas. It was great having him at the club. Yeah, he was there early on. One of the first ones we did. He came down, checked it out. Just cool having him around. I love that guy. Yeah, such an original human. He's such uniquely Douglas.
Absolutely. And his girl, and his manager.
Yeah, the whole thing. The whole crew. Chaos crew. Funny people, man. Is he still doing this podcast?
So, I mean, I know his place had caught on fire, so I'm not sure if that's part of it or not.
So a lot of information.
Probably to do it since 2009. So crazy at the beginning when we first started doing it, it was like, what the fuck are you doing?
We actually did it even more before that too. Yeah. Back in the Justin TV days.
We tried different versions of something. Yeah. Where we fuck around the green room. We tried a few different versions of like this idea that we could just stream stuff and have fun. It was just, but that's I think why it worked, because it was all just fun. Like no one ever thought it was going to be a business.
Yeah, because we're just hanging out, doing tech stuff.
Yeah, getting silly, having a good time, being silly. You know, we thought of a lot of versions of it. I mean, before Twitch was a thing, you know. Imagine a world where people would make a living just streaming video games online. Like, they just like playing video games, but also this thing came along, and now people make crazy money. More people watch and play video games. Like what?
I watched 4 hours of a guy playing Putter, playing Grand Theft Auto role playing last night.
I wonder how much different is that than me watching pool?
It's probably the same. Yeah,
how much different? You know, wouldn't it be better if you were playing? Yeah, stuff like that. There's a thing in watching people play stuff. Like, it's exciting. especially if you play that thing. Like if you're watching somebody, like you're watching Elon play Diablo, right? You play Diablo. Something's exciting about that.
Yeah.
No one saw that coming either. No one saw a podcast coming. No one saw that coming. There's a bunch of these things that no one saw coming.
I think the next thing is definitely that Zuck and Lex stuff.
Well, you've been doing VR for a long time. You've been doing these fuck around.
Yeah, it's just me playing video games pretty much. But yeah, it's hard to like communicate because it's 2D. You're watching me play it on TV, so it just looks like I'm playing a regular video game, like in a chat room or something. So the idea of like that, like Lex and Zuck doing it, that kind of shows more like, hey, these people aren't together. That's not them, you know? Like, that's crazy. And I think once Apple also releases it, it's going to be a different world when it comes to that stuff.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think if everybody gets on it, if it's as easy as getting on your phone, because it's not going to be in the beginning. Not everybody's going to have that thing. It might be one of those things that we look at like this,
right?
2023,
right?
2025,
right?
Yeah. Yeah, it might be, but it might eventually boil down to a pair of glasses that you wear. Some cool-looking glasses that allow you to do all this wild shit.
Yeah, you scan your face using your iPhone.
The thing is, like, where's the battery going to be? How much battery life is it going to have?
Well, that's the one thing that Apple, I think, did wrong, is that this first generation of theirs, the battery, you're wearing it on your belt, which
everybody loves.
Yeah, I mean, Steve Jobs would never have allowed that.
No way.
Never.
No way. He probably would have said, you can't do it yet.
No. Or just, put the battery in the back.
Yeah, even that, it's not going to work. It needs to be big. That battery's like a brick. You're carrying around essentially like a tablet. Like, how big is the battery?
It's about the size of it's like bigger than an iPhone. It's about the size of an iPhone, but a little thicker.
It's kind of heavy, right? So it's got to be all batteries.
Yeah, it's only like 2 hours, 3 hour battery pack too.
Then I want to give you a backpack.
Yeah.
But then again, what is going on with having that electronics strapped to you?
Right.
Like, is that good for you? That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
So that thing sits in your pocket. That's
right. Or your belt. Yeah. And the cool thing though is that you can just it's MagSafe, so they want you to buy multiple ones, so you can't take it off. And I think there's an internal battery that allows a small,
so you can take it off without disconnecting.
Right, and then swap it. So you're gonna have like 10 of those things.
Are you though?
I mean, I think
there's gonna be a bunch of people that do it. It looks dope. That lady in the upper corner, the one.
Yeah.
Up the
yeah, with the eyes. That thing's the creepiest thing.
I see people walking around like that.
Oh my god, all like dead-eyed.
Yeah, I can see 6th Street filled with people walking down the street like that. Yeah, you can get an Uber from that thing. You can go to order food from that thing, right?
Yeah. Wow. I like it. I think it's going to be, just because it's so unique and crazy, and especially the eye thing, I think people are going to be like jealous when other people have it, because the first year supposedly could not make that many of them to make it even more desirable,
And this is augmented reality, right? So what are the features it's going to offer you that's going to make you walk down Congress?
It's going to be VR and AR, but yeah, things like having stuff pop up, like like maps and stuff, like go turn right here, or phone calls, or you'll be able to do FaceTime with people,
while you're going to drive with that thing. Usually it's showing up outside their house, though, so
right.
That'll be another step. Someone's got to make something that makes you take it out of your house and put it on somewhere.
Right. It's got to be feasible so you can walk around with this thing on.
And they're also not putting it on their shoulders to make that. They're like, developers, go ahead and buy it and start making cool shit. Because we're not going to take that responsibility.
And then when you do have it, what's to stop you from watching a movie while you're driving?
Yeah.
I mean, people are fucking
stupid. It would be cool though to have that on while you're driving, and kind of like what Tesla has, like the boxes around people, so it's like watch out for
Do you remember when people were playing Pokemon Go in their cars?
Yeah,
it was real common.
Yeah,
I remember I was in my truck, so I was in my Lexus, the SUV, so I was looking down at this lady. She was driving erratically. I'm like, this bitch is playing Pokemon. She was playing Pokemon while she was driving. So she had the Pokemon up, and she was looking at that while she was driving.
That was a weird week
when that game came out. I remember going to the Comedy Store. Literally every single comic had their phone open playing it. People on the sidewalk was all like teamed up in a big group, like strangers just playing it because I guess there was like a fighting ring at the Comedy Store that everyone wanted to play. And yeah, it was.
But what happened? Why did it die?
The novelty kind of wore off of it, I think, just like everything. After like 2 weeks or so, I'll still pull it out once in a while, play it, see like what's around my house, but
because of a tough environment is really important. We have
What?
2,000 agents across
How many monthly players do you think you have?
it's still huge in Asia. I know that.
Let me say 50 million.
communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach.
What? Wow. Yeah, it's still huge in Asia, and
But in America, like, I'd love to see what the drop off was.
yeah,
Where it was.
I opened it up like a month ago, and there were still people playing like around me where I live in middle nowhere. So there's still people playing.
There's a lot of like American players.
That's all I'm telling you.
Man, it's not much.
What was it at the peak? It just got crazy. Huh?
Crazy, yeah.
I wonder what happened to those people. They just woke up.
Yeah,
Imagine, like, bro, we got this.
right.
Imagine what they were thinking, dude. We got this. Forever. This is gonna be like every other game that people get addicted to, and then everybody was just like, "Get the fuck out of here with this thing."
Really?
Are we the number one?
No, I think Korea.
I mean, it doesn't have. Yeah, it has U.S. number 1, Great Britain number 2, Japan number 3, Sweden, Canada, and they're not really now.
So we're number one. What is the number one country where video games are played?
After China.
Right.
16 states are suing the Biden administration for halting approvals of new gas.
Yeah, I would imagine it would
Lawsuits
be.
filed by
I mean, I know that video game,
the administration
like those leagues are huge in Asia. Like Korea, StarCraft was a big one, right? Yeah, those giant tournaments.
Yeah, that was like ridiculous.
China 1, U.S. 2.
The Attorney General of Louisiana argues
Do you ever
that
talk to Carmack anymore? Or?
Yeah, occasionally. Yeah, we were going back and forth on Twitter the other day.
Remember when we went down to his office back 17 years ago or something?
At least.
Yeah.
At least. Yeah, that was when they were developing Quake 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome. To be able to play Quake with those guys in their own studios. That was boy, that made you realize how much work is involved. Making a video game.
Yeah.
That's work. Like, you need a guy like Carmack who just sits there for 69 minutes. Just coding.
It's a crazy stat. I don't know if you have to have it all believe it.
3 out of 4 Americans play video games on various consoles, more than half playing on mobile phones. You don't think that's true?
I believe that. I mean, I guess like is it for 5 minutes minimum per month or something like that.
U.S. trails China with over 244 million gamers. China has 665 million gamers. Whoa. It translated into 40.85 billion in revenue for 2020. Ukraine's like, that's not enough anymore. And although the 2018 license freeze slowed down the wide growth rate, the Chinese gaming market was still able to post a modest from 36.5 billion in 2019. A modest increase in supposed to say that. Wow. So 3 out of 4 Americans play video games. You think that's too high?
Yeah, I mean, would you consider yourself a gamer even though you don't play now? I mean, you were one, but
No, I definitely would consider myself. I haven't played games in years.
Well, but I think my mom even opens up like crossword games or like
Subway Surfers.
Yeah, or Subway
Subway Surfers is addictive, man. People love that.
yeah, but there's like parent games,
Yeah, those are video games.
Yeah,
I guess. Chess. Tony Chess, is that a video game?
yeah, or that Mind Sweep thing.
Yeah, that's the ultimate one to play online. Chess. Because you can kind of get a game at any point in time with some wizard all over the world. You guys can head fuck each other. It's a wild game. It's been around for thousands of years.
That poor guy. The chess champion, and he went to put butt plug in his
Oh, yeah. He cheated somehow, and one of the ideas was anal beads.
Yeah, vibrating anal beads.
My thought is like how, first of all, that guy, I think, has cheated before. I think he gets admitted that he did online. But also plays really good chess. Like, he's a top-level chess player, too. I think a lot of those, like, really ambitious guys, they cheated just to jack up their rating.
Right.
You know, like, it's kind of a thing to have, like, a very high rating.
Right.
And then they always accuse each other of cheating.
Of course. How would you, and why would you think he had like a fight rating butt plug in all things? See, that just is a fun thing to say, right?
It's like when they said Trump hookers beyond. It's a fun thing to say. You know? Who knows what's true? But if I was going to cheat at a chess match, I used vibrating needle.
I don't know the answer. They just reached an agreement, and they're going to not talk about it anymore, I guess.
So they settled a dispute over cheating claims at Rock Chess. U.S. player had filed a lawsuit against the former world champion. Parties agreed to move forward after a series of evaluations. I think if you can't prove that he cheated, and it seems like they can't prove it, they just suspect that he cheated. Hans Niemann, a rising star in the chess world, filed a $100 million lawsuit against Magnus Carlsen, the website chess.com, and chess streamer Hikaru Nakamura. After allegations that he cheated, the allegations began after Niemann beat Carlsen, widely considered one of the greatest players in history in a match. At the Sinkfield Cup last year, the Norwegian implied that the then teenager had cheated. A week later, Carlsen refused to play in an online game against the American, opting instead to resign. Niemann has admitted to cheating online when he was 12 and 16, but insists he's never done so over the board. He also promised to play naked to prove his innocence. What about your butt? That makes me suspicious. After unfounded claims he may have used vibrating anal beads were amplified by Elon Musk. To amplify, it's a funny term. Chess.com, which has millions of users around the world, concluded in a 72-page report released last October that Niemann had likely cheated in online matches between July 2015 and August 2020. Niemann denied those allegations. The report did not find any evidence that Niemann had cheated in in-person matches. So, U.S. judge dismissed Niemann's suit in June. On Monday, Chess.com said the parties have agreed to move forward with no further threat of legal action. I guess that's good. The thing is, it's hard to say because the guy's really good, too. It's like he's a really good chess player as well. He had been fully explored. It said at this time, Hans has been fully reinstated at chess.com, and we look forward to his participation in our events. We would also like to reaffirm that we stand by the findings in our October 2022 public report regarding Hans, including that we found no determinative evidence that he has cheated in any in-person games. We all love chess and appreciate all the passionate fans and community members who allow us to do what we do. That's fair. It makes it interesting. Now people are paying attention to chess. That's one good thing about it. People need to recognize that was a lot of publicity for chess.
It just seems like Idiocracy, the movie Idiocracy, that now before a chess match there might be a choice where we have to put up a curtain and have a doctor look at each of the players' assholes before they can play a game of chess.
Maybe there's a thing you could swallow. It would vibrate inside of you. Swallow.
Yeah. I'm sure there's way more than that, too.
If you're talking about a lot of money, I don't know how much money chess players make. What's a big tournament in chess? It's like grand prize. What do you get? Take a guess.
Oh, God.
$1 million?
No, I don't think it's. You think
a few $100K?
Yeah,
I think, okay, let's find out the biggest amount of money ever won in a chess tournament. Wow. I say it's $1 million.
I would say it's 4.5 million.
I'm probably on this.
But I think most chess matches, because there's no money in chess, is what you're going to do.
In other countries, people really value chess a lot more than they value in America. What we do value is, like, if you're good at chess, you have to be smart. Like, if someone says they're really good at chess,
You immediately think they're smart.
They have to be smart. But you lose. It's like one game. Like, you could be really good at hockey and be a moron, I guess. I would imagine. I don't know. I mean, I know a lot of people play hockey or brilliant, but it's possible that you can just be a goon, right? And just, like, smash people and check people when you're good at skating. But if I talk to you about the world, I would imagine you know how to nuance it. But if you tell me that you're a chess grandmaster, I'm like, oh, that's a smart person. It's an extraordinarily smart person, like universally smart. Like, I don't think there's a single moron that's like a chess grandmaster. I don't think it's possible. You can be a moron and be like really good at something. Checkers. You can be a moron and have like a crazy fastball. Like, that's all you do is you just fucking throw that ball so fast and accurate. But you might be a moron. It's possible. Probably brilliant. I'm not saying that all pitchers are morons, but I think there's a possibility you can be a moron. Whereas if you're a chess grandmaster, there's zero possibility you're dumb. Right?
I would say
Agreed?
I would agree.
Yeah, don't you think, Jamie? Yeah. So that's a unique game.
Two answers, I guess, to two questions. You said the biggest prize ever was like how the biggest prize ever. I guess you could do a guess. Guess. 1992.
I said 4.5.
I said 1 million.
5 million is the biggest match ever. Wow. You guys, Fisher and Spassky's going to be boxing.
When it made Mifepristone
There are 27 different people that have won over $1 million.
It's been available since.
Okay, this 27 people that won over $1 million playing pool.
Yeah.
You know,
I would say the average is
they're making $250,000 a year, the best guys.
You know, Kasparov is listed as the top overall. 17.2 million.
Another guy with 14.2.
Kasparov is an interesting guy. Very vocal in his like anti-Russian government talk on social medias. I'd be fucking nervous. Rise up, dude.
Yeah.
You know?
There's certain things you don't talk about that. He's Michael Jackson. Yeah. But no, I tweeted one thing about Michael Jackson once, and I was getting attacked.
Michael Jackson was crazy because there's like most people think he did something wrong. Most people, and yet his music plays everywhere.
Yeah,
that's how good he is. Or was.
Yeah.
And that's like the best cautionary tale as to how sideways he can go with fame. Like he went the most sideways than anybody in the world.
It's really weird seeing him, and I watched some video of, you know, when they were asking him questions about things, you know, and the video made it look like he had a big hole in his nose. I don't know, he did. That was awesome. Yeah. Okay, I thought it was just weird shadows. I'm like, it looks like he has a hole.
No, I think this is all pre-Photoshop days. I think our videos, I think you have skin grafts on his nose, because if you have too many nose surgery, right? First of all, there's something that can happen when tissue dies. You touching things too many times, the tissue dies.
That's what he said. He used to always say, I was wondering if that was real. Like, is that just...
With Joey, the thing about Joey was everything was a crazy exaggeration that was funny. That was like his style of comedy. It was like, you know, everything was like 20. You know, he'd say something that was just something ridiculous where you know it couldn't be possible. You had to laugh. He's just he's a cartoon. He's the best.
That's one person I really wish lived here.
Well, he's gonna come visit. You know, he did the mothership one night. Every time he goes anywhere, people go nuts. But, you know, he's enjoying himself in New Jersey. Yeah, he likes New Jersey. Oh, when I went there with him, I get it. It's nice, relaxed. Goes to these Italian restaurants. They know who he is. Everybody knows him. They're all nice, normal people. He likes it. Yeah. His kid likes it. His wife likes it.
It'd be cool to have Florentine as a neighbor. He's just gonna
come down where they walk in. He also doesn't want to come here in summer.
No.
The fuck is this Toronto? 107 degrees. The fuck is 107 degrees.
That was a little much this year, you know,
it was pretty extreme. It's interesting. Yeah. It's like anybody who denies, like people want to deny climate change, like don't do that. Don't do that. Listen, we can debate what impact human beings are having on it, what should be done about it. That certainly. But the idea that something's going on, like, yeah, are you looking at the weather?
Are you paying attention?
It seems like it's really hot in the summer. I mean, maybe that's just a streak, and it's gonna go back to cool again. Maybe not, though. The thing about it is, this is what no one wants to admit on either side of that, is that it never stays flat. The climate always does this. Before we were ever around, it gets crazy hot, and there's an ice age, and the polar caps melt, and the fucking sea rises, and they find ancient civilizations underwater because there used to be a town there, and all this pottery's there because the people got drowned out because the ocean moved. It's always changed. It's always changed. What we should be concentrating on more than anything, I think, is what we're doing to the ocean. What we're doing to the ocean is crazy. We've killed. We try to figure out how much it is. It's hard. They don't know the real estimates are, but some people estimate it's like as high as 90% of the big fish in the ocean are missing. Like we just scooped them up with nets and fucking served them up in cans, and tuna cans, and sushi, and we went ham. And then we're throwing plastic in the ocean.
Microplastics are now in rain. That's crazy.
That's convenient if you want to get your microplastics. Yeah, I was trying to disrupt your endocrine system. You don't have time to eat credit cards. Just drink water. It's in the rain. Oh my God. Of course it's in the rain. It gets evaporated. It's in the water. It evaporates, goes in the sky.
Did you read that new study? Something shocking about 1 out of 3 women who drink Diet Coke during pregnancy had an autistic kid.
Oh my God.
And they're now like putting this connection to Diet Coke and Diet cereal. It just came up. Yeah, it was.
What was this?
This was like 2 weeks ago. I read
Oh
this.
my God.
And that's scary because there is a lot more, I think, more autistic people or people on the spectrum than there used to be. Like it seems
The
like
study finds a link between drinking some diet soda during pregnancy and autism in boys. Oh boy. So it says a team of researchers said they've observed a link between autism diagnosis in boys and their mothers drinking at least one diet soda daily or consuming the equivalent amount of the sweetener aspartame during pregnancy or while breastfeeding, according to new study. In the study, the researcher at the University of Texas Health Science Center in San Antonio asked the parents of 235 children with an autism spectrum disorder and 121 children without autism who were the study's controls to complete a retrospective questionnaire about their diet soda and aspartame intake while pregnant or breastfeeding the children. Researchers asked biological mothers, while you were pregnant or breastfeeding your child, how often do you drink diet drinks containing artificial sweeteners? Please count diet sodas first, such as Diet Coke, Diet Dr. Pepper, and Diet Sprite, and then other diet drinks such as Citrus Light, sugar-free Kool-Aid, Slim Fast, and other light drinks. Not all diet beverages contain aspartame. The researchers did not ask women to only think about aspartame-containing diet beverages they consume while pregnant or breastfeeding. However, all drinks listed in the survey's examples do contain aspartame. The team found that boys with autism had more than 3 times the likelihood of having a mother who drank diet soda daily while pregnant or breastfeeding than boys without autism, per the findings published in the peer-reviewed journal Nutrients. Whoa. The researchers did not find statistically significant association with girls. That's interesting. Why it's more difficult to diagnose girls with autism than boys. These associations do not prove causality. That's a different link here. But taken in concert with reports from earlier studies of increased prematurity and cardiometabolic health impacts among infants and children exposed daily to diet beverages. Holy shit. Or aspartame during pregnancy, our findings raise new questions about the potential neurological impacts that need to be addressed. Didn't that shit get pushed through? Didn't aspartame get pushed through by, who's that fucking military guy? No, it's the tip of my tongue. The guy who was the guy who was talking about the Pentagon missing $1 trillion. Remember that guy? Donald Rumsfeld. Didn't Donald Rumsfeld have something to do with that? Yeah, I think. See, Google Donald Rumsfeld pushed through aspartame. Did he? I think there were some shenanigans involved in aspartame, and this is coming from someone who's been all the time.
Yeah. I mean, it is poison. Aspartame is poison. Right?
isn't poison like alcohol, where it's okay, but it's not okay when you're breastfeeding? You know what I'm saying? Like, you could have a few glasses of wine if you're not breastfeeding, right? You get a little tipsy and you're going to be okay. You could have a few tequilas and have a hangover the next day. Yeah, you drank something you shouldn't have drank, but it's not going to fuck you up that bad. But if you were pregnant, you're kicking that fetal alcohol syndrome. I think there's a difference between saying that something is dangerous and saying something's dangerous while someone's pregnant. Right. Because like Elon was talking about how much Diet Coke he drinks. Right. Seems pretty fucking smart.
So, the story here is Donald Rothschild was involved with a company called Cyril. He was the CEO of Cyril. He received a $12 million bonus in 1985. The company was absorbed by Monsanto. Right here, just have to go back. It says that he was involved with picking the new head of the FDA, or the FDA commissioner. And that guy had no previous history, no previous experience with food additives before being appointed director of the FDA.
Interesting. So Hayes, Reagan's new FDA commissioner, appointed a 5-person scientific commission to review the board of inquiry's decision. It soon became clear that the panel would uphold the ban by a 3-2 decision. So Hayes installed a 6th member on the commission, and the vote became deadlocked. He then personally broke the tie in aspartame's favor. Whoa, shenanigans. One of Hayes' first official acts as FDA chief was to approve the use of aspartame as an artificial sweetener in dry goods. On July 18, 1981, in order to accomplish this feat, Hayes had to overlook the scuttled grand jury testimony of Cyril, overcome the Bressel report, and ignore the PBOI's recommendations and pretend aspartame did not chronically sicken and kill thousands of lab animals. What? Oh my God, how much do I take it? Hayes left his post at the FDA in November of 1983 amid accusations that he was accepting corporate gifts for political favors. That's crazy. Just before leaving office in scandal, Hayes approved of the use of aspartame in beverages. After Hayes left the FDA under allegations of impropriety, he served briefly as provost at New York Medical College and then took a position as a high-paid senior medical advisor with Bernstein Marsteller, a chief public relations firm for both Monsanto and G.D. Searle. Since that time, he's never spoken publicly about aspartame. FYI, here's Rachel Maddow on Bernstein Marsteller. When evil needs public relations, evil has Bernstein Marsteller on speed dial. Evil, thy name, is a chemical food additive. Okay. Here's the kicker. When Searle was absorbed by Monsanto in 1985, Donald Rumsfeld reportedly received a $12 million bonus. There it is. Yeah. So, I think, though, what I think I've seen Lane Norton talk about is that the amount of aspartame that killed lab rats was preposterous. Like, that a human being couldn't even consume that amount. That it would have to be something like, I forget the number, but it's some preposterous number. Like, you'd have to drink 1,800 Diet Cokes a day or something like that. Something really nutty to get the amount that was sickening and killing these lab rats.
Well, how many of these rats had autism?
These rats are pussies. Couldn't take a little Diet Coke.
Just the rats everywhere. Millions.
You know, there's the other thing that Brett Weinstein has brought up. So, like, these lab magpies and lab rats, like, they're bred for that purpose. And so, like, they don't live long. Like, it's not a good way to study long-term effects. And it's also, like, these are things that are literally bred to take fucking chemicals and have experiments run on them. Like, the idea that these are just like normal mammals seems a little far-fetched because you're actually literally breeding them for testing things on them.
You should just grab them from New York rats.
I want to live in hell to be an organism that just exists so that you can test potential toxins and poisons on human beings. And so your very life only exists to make the intelligent life forms think that they can live longer and better
with your medication, and we all agree to it. We all like, yep, good way to do it. Practice on rats. Practice on monkeys.
Yeah, that's fucked up shit.
The monkeys is wild. The monkey one's wild because they're sort of like us. They're sort of like they can think, they react, they're grabbing things, and you know, you're sitting there with fucking lives here, and they're alive. The monkey one's wild because like it's something like there's like levels of things we're allowed to kill. Like if someone kills a bug, no one freaks out. Like I remember when I lived in Colorado, I went to this Buddhist ashram that was in my neighborhood. Just kind of in the neighborhood, see what they're doing. And they actually had places they would rent out there, like houses that they had for rent. So people I knew that like wanted to live up there, they wanted to rent a place. And the lady at the ashram was spraying bug killer on ants. She had an ant problem. And I go, you poison the ants? She's like, well, you know, it's really not what we want to do. But I go, but you're a Buddhist. You just committed mass murder for your convenience. Like, if we think that every life form is a life form, if we think that 1 equals 1, you know, like one roach that dies or one mouse that gets run over by a combine in a field to try to cultivate wheat, the 1 is 1. If that's the case, like, you can't be spraying bug spray on ants. But we don't think that. Like, even vegans get hit by a mosquito, they slap that motherfucker. You know, they kill that bitch. Right? Everybody kills mosquitoes. Fuck you. I'm not going to be itchy for your life. No one says, just take from me what you need. The only reason why you're doing this is because you need it. Please take from me and make me itchy. Nobody does that. Everybody swats. You find a tick, you pull that fucker off. Oh my god, this tick, you kill it. You're going to let it go so it can give Lyme disease to other folks and other animals. You kill that little cocksucker, little blood-sucking piece of shit. You find a leech on you, you're like, leech, do what you must. Take from me what you must. No, you peel that bitch off. If you have to rip it in half, you rip it in half. But when it gets to like things with fur, then we go, oh. What are you doing? I think it's hair. I think it's hair on it. That's why people freak out way more over like if you have a picture with a dead deer versus a picture with a fish. Nobody gives a shit if you get your fish. You hold up a bass like David Lucas, he doesn't know, hey, nice bass, David. You know, David's a bass fishing motherfucker. He's good at it. He knows what he's doing. He catches some nice bass. But like, no one gets bass. But if David was like holding up a deer he shot, people would be because it's got fur. It's got turtles and dolphins. Yeah, you can't kill turtles.
I saw a video of somebody killing a turtle and they eat it though.
Turtle soup.
Yeah, and that was one of the worst things I've ever seen. Like, it's if you think about this turtle, how old is he? Probably like 100 years old, and he survived so much, and now he's just got picked by a fish.
Those are the ones that live to be 100 years old. I think those sea turtles.
I don't know,
right? Just to make soup out of it?
Yeah.
That bitch has been around for a couple weeks.
Oh, really?
I said pet turtles. Yeah, I said pet piranhas and pet turtles. And the pet turtles were way more ferocious. Ferocious. They feed them goldfish, and they just swim over those goldfish and grab them with their little paws and just chomp at them. It's like, whoa, they're ferocious. They're little dinosaurs. Turtles are fucking cool to have in an aquarium, but there's a lot of like risks of diseases and shit. Yeah, if you touch them, you have to really make sure you wash their hands. Yeah, you can catch some funky shit. And especially, look, they're shitting this tank. And then how often do you clean that water? You mean it's filtering, but how much is it filtering? How much are they shitting? They're in there eating goldfish all the time. They're probably shitting up a storm, and they're big, right? They're like this big. You know, like big blueberries.
No, turtle ASMR. Like, I've seen this before. It's great.
But that is an ancient being. I mean, that is essentially like what we would have seen during the dinosaur era. Exactly what we expect. Like a stegosaurus looked like.
Yeah, Sonny was the one that made, remember Sonny you had on your show?
Yes.
He's the one that had a video about eating the turtle, and he said it was the first time that like him and his wife both were like, should we even release this? Like, she was like, really? It was the one thing that affected him the most.
Why?
There's something about turtle, man. When you see this video, yeah, or you can probably take a peek at it, but like the turtle is just like, it is so fucking sad.
That's a big ass turtle. Okay, so that is one of those turtles.
Yeah.
And that's one of those sea turtles.
Yeah, when they show his face, like, and they just have it like,
oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it is. Look at that. Look at this.
Oh, yeah, that's rough.
Fucked up, man. I got so emotional about this video. I mean, just look at his little face. They just smashing it.
So this is a thing they do all the time?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, so the thing's still alive.
Yeah.
I'm killing it.
Yeah. It's
horrible. Oh, man. You know, there's a thing, too, about them having armor, so they kind of, most of the time, are protected.
Yeah.
And we kind of realize how vulnerable that one person gets. I'm like, oh, no, he's going to get you now.
Yeah.
Like, your whole life, you've had an awesome protection provided you by nature.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he's doing it while it's still alive.
Yes.
Why does he kill it first?
I think they smashed its head in or something.
It's moving still.
Oh, God, I don't know. I stopped watching this.
It seemed like when he was cut into it, its legs were moving. Okay, it's dead by then, right? Yeah. I'm like, bro, that's rough. Why is it so rough? How old is a sea turtle that's that big?
Insane.
He's just gonna eat it.
Yeah, he talks about how emotional he's getting. Like,
did he try it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy, I guess you have to. I mean, they already killed it.
Right. And I guess the reason they're allowed to do it is because it's their religion or something like that. It's
part of the native traditions. It's like the reason why people like the Inuit are allowed to hunt seals and whales and shit.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting? Like there's animals that no one's allowed to hunt, but they can hunt them. And then like Bourdain did a show once where he went to this family's house and they killed a seal and they brought it home in the kitchen floor. They laid it out, butchered it in the kitchen floor, and they were all just eating raw seal on the kitchen floor. Wow. And again, modern times, normal time, like right now, they're probably doing that right now somewhere. Someone has a seal, and the whole family's excited. They got one, and they're eating raw seal with kids. See if you can find that. Pretty fascinating, because you're realizing, like, well, if you lived up there, that's what you eat. Like, you know, it's like here's a little family. So they're sitting around in, I don't know where they were. So they got this seal that they're butchering right there, and people are just taking bites. Yeah, and they're eating the blood, they're eating everything. They're eating every little piece of nutritious meat that comes from that seal they consume. But the crazy thing is they're eating it raw. He eats it raw right there. Can you give us a comment on this? Animals. You know, cut it in the middle. Look how she has that, like, blubber knife.
Covered hands, so benevolent, so kind of sweet.
Wow, he's hilarious. Yeah. That's a real part of some people's lives. Would you want to live in a world where everything goes Mad Max? Would you want to get jacked?
Jacked. Oh,
like a missile.
Probably jacked. I'd have to get some guns and stuff.
It's like, what is life like?
Yeah, I don't want to.
People have done that. That's why we're here. We're here because people didn't back it in. This is the kind of shit that keeps me up at night.
Yeah, I would definitely. We would have the whole family get together and we would all shoot each other or something at the same time.
You gotta be like that scene in The Mist where the guy shoots his own family and the military arrives and he realizes he wouldn't be safe.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. That's a good scene. That's creepy. They did a good job with it. The latest, I think there's been more than one message. Has there been more? No, maybe not. You know what I saw recently that I didn't know? It said it was from 2022, but I don't think that's correct. There was a Salem's Lot with Rob Lowe.
Oh yeah.
What was that?
My girlfriend saw it.
Okay, that makes sense. Because it said 2022. Am I going to put on nonsense? Right. Right. I think it was on Apple.
Or I think it was a TV miniseries.
And there was a miniseries long before that, too.
Stephen King's TV shows are always so fun to watch. They're not as good as the movies.
Wow. Salem's Lot 2023. Oh, there's a new one over Yeah, we never get tired of vampires. You know what I saw that's good? The Last Voyage of the Demeter. Yeah, it's a vampire movie. It's about Dracula's coffin getting transported across the ocean on a boat. Cool. It's pretty fun. Yeah, it's stupid, but it's fun. It's like it's a good vampire movie. Good CGI Dracula vampire movie.
Did you see the new Black Spider-Man?
Is it new Spider-Man?
What, the second one?
You mean the cartoon?
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Oh my god.
This is awesome. The first one was amazing.
It almost made me cry how crazy it was. It's way better. I mean, I thought it was better than the first one. And how it is.
I haven't seen it. Yeah, the first one was awesome because you can do shit with animation that you just can't do any other way.
It is probably my favorite. Those two movies are probably my top favorite movies of all time, I think.
Well, this is such a good superhero movie because it's so comic book-like. Okay, Salem's Lot 2023. Warner Brothers has never announced another release date for the film. It says August 24th, 2022. Warner Brothers announced that Salem's Lot was losing its April 21st, 2023 release date to Evil Dead Rise in a week. That will have been exactly 1 year ago, and yet Warner Brothers has never announced another release date for the film.
See where it was. I don't think it came out. Because there's somebody that got canceled in the cast.
It was like
Maybe they wanted to reshoot shit.
yeah, people are just very COVID now.
Yeah, maybe it sucks.
Yeah, sometimes they'll get to the end of a film being made, and this movie sucks. Yeah, they've done that before.
Oh yeah, tons of times.
Yeah, that's bro, imagine that business. You're hoping these guys get this together and put together something to watch. Unless you got a guy like James Cameron that always knocks it out of the park.
Yeah.
How much money? That's kind of crazy. That's not about it at all.
Yeah, so I forget what it was, but there was a comparison on that a bunch of these new horror movies are making, the budgets are super high because there's not a lot of people that don't have to pay a big cast. So they can make them for a lot less, and they're making fuckloads of money in the theater. Right, it's just $100 million on a big movie.
If you do a movie like a superhero movie, you kind of have as long as you have the real superhero, like Spider-Man. You got a new Spider-Man, you get something good that no one's ever heard of. You'll buy Spider-Man. That's good.
Yeah. I like the newest Spider-Man guy. He's my favorite one.
They're all good, but it's crazy how many they've been. Like when they have that one multiverse with Doctor Strange, you see all the Spider-Mans. And what's the explanation for this again? But there's certain things that we will 100% watch every time, and that's Spider-Man. That's one of them. The Hulk is another one. Every time they make a new Hulk movie, we're in. You know, whether it's Star Wars. Eric Bana was the first one, right?
Yeah.
And then there was Bana, and then there was Ed Norton. He was the Hulk, and then Mark Ruffalo. Mark Ruffalo's the best one. He's the one I most believe is a super genius that becomes psychotic when he gets mad. You know, because he seems to have he's got that troubled genius thing down. He's nice. I buy it. Yeah, but he's getting quit now. He's not going to be the Hulk. So they need a new Hulk.
Poor digital literacy, you've got to tell political.
You wouldn't like me with a man. I'm number one.
Yeah, who's going to be the new Hulk? But someone will do it, and you'll buy into it 100%, as long as it's a good Hulk movie. The good Hulk origin story. You know what I'm amazed that they never did anything with? The Watchmen.
Yeah, they did, but they...
This is a TV show, but the TV show's not the same. Right. They had that one fucking amazing movie. Right. It's one of the best superhero movies ever. Anti-superhero movie. They're all terrible. Right. And it's just like murder and chaos, and it's a crazy fucking movie, man. Like you could have a really hard time making The Watchmen today.
I don't know, because I mean, look at Deadpool. Deadpool's pretty
not as much as The Watchmen. The Watchmen, they're all evil. Like everyone's a bad guy. Like a lot of people are, their superheroes are evil, and they kill a lot. And then you see his big blue dick. You see Dr. Manhattan's big blue dick. You wouldn't be able to show big blue dick today. People would get mad.
That was such a weird thing.
It was such a weird thing. Super muscular, ripped guy who's floating around the globe around him with a giant hog. Pull up Dr. Manhattan's giant dick. Oh, what? They put a G-string now? Come on. That was part of the thing. That, he could just show you his dick and you still had to listen. Because he was Dr. Manhattan. He was literally a god. So that one's hot, yeah. It's kind of crazy, though, that we had decided that that's not good. You couldn't have that. Also kind of crazy that he had sexual relationships with human beings after that, right? Look at that one with those bikini shorts on, where you just go through the circle. Why are you doing that? Why hide his cock? You know what it is.
It's a wallpaper for your iPhone.
The problem with the one that they had that was on Amazon or whatever it was the dude who played Dr. Manhattan. It wasn't jacked enough. You have to be preposterous. And you have to look like that guy with a suit on. See, that's the guy that they had the Anaton show. Sorry.
I don't like his forehead.
He's okay. He just looks like a regular guy. Looks like a guy just CrossFit. But then Dr. Manhattan looks like a god.
It's a badass.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a human being. Like, you can't have him in a t-shirt. You know, the other guy looked like a human, like a normal human, who'd be teaching at Soul Cycle.
I think it's right there, John Cena teasing his
You would think
roll.
up a little more.
Fetus
Right there, right there.
Yeah, it's just okay, but that makes sense. He's so good. He's built like Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah,
like literally. That's what Dr. Manhattan's supposed to look like. Yeah, that's why you can't have a regular guy. And you also got to make him fucked up too. You got to make his eyes glow. You got to make his skin glow. He's got to look ridiculous. Like he's not supposed to be there. Like something from another realm. You can't have a regular guy with teaching. You're changing what it is. Like you can't have the thing, and now he's just got a little eczema.
But do you think they should bring the dick back or have a fanny pack?
Let's go. Let's go. Bring back Dr. Manhattan's cock. If you can't handle it, you shouldn't be watching. Do you not know what the dick looks like? You know what it looks like.
Funny though.
Well, why would you pretend you can't show that? It's so weird. We can't show that anymore. Like, we can't show it now, but they wouldn't. Here's the thing, they did that. Like, isn't that weird? That as time goes on, you would think people would relax more about that stuff. Do you know, I was going to bring this up before we were talking about porn theaters. Do you know that when Deep Throat came out, regular people went to go see it like it was a movie? Including Johnny Carson. Like, Johnny Carson was in line talking about the movie, and they interviewed him outside of a theater. Yeah, but it was the first time that they had made a pornographic movie and made it like a cinematic movie. Trick people into going and watching this like it's a real movie. Wow. See if you can find that.
I would love to see what Johnny said about it. You know?
Oh, it was a wonderful film.
Weird, wacky, wild.
Yeah, I had jerked off right in front of
The wiki here just says that it was like a thing for minutes up. We're going to find people who are going to see it.
Yeah, see, the film's popularity helped launch a brief period of upper middle class interest in explicit pornography, referred to by Ralph Blumenthal of the New York Times as porno chic. Several mainstream celebrities admitted to have seen Deep Throat, including Martin Scorsese, Brian De Palma, Truman Capote, Jack Nicholson, and Johnny Carson, Spiro Agnew, Frank Sinatra, Philip Dresman, and Louis Durford. Barbara Walters mentions having seen the film in her autobiography, Audition, a memoir, and Jimmy McMillan considered it to be his favorite film. That's my favorite movie. He's an American political. Go back to what that said before. American political activist and Vietnam War veteran. He's the Red He's a candidate, perennial candidate in New York City. Oh, he's the Red Oh, that guy's hilarious. That guy was hilarious. Okay. He's just saying wild shit. In 2006, a censored version of the film was released on DVD for fans of pop culture and those wishing to own a non-X-rated copy of the infamous movie. Deep Throat was the first film to be inducted into the XRCO Hall of Fame. Where did you scroll? Estimates of the film's total revenues have varied widely. Numbers as high as 600 million, equivalent to 4.2 billion today, have been cited, which would make Deep Throat one of the highest-grossing films of all time, with an average ticket price of $5, which is $34.98 today. Box office takings of 600 million would imply 120 million admissions, an unrealistic figure. Although subsequent sales of the films on home video certainly brought additional revenue, the FBI's estimates that the film produced an income of approximately 100 million, which is 700 million today, maybe closer to the truth. Wow.
It's easy to do some research.
Oh, yeah. Research. Isn't that wild, though, that, like, that's how much culture can just shift and change on a whim? People can just decide that, like, hardcore pornography, hey, let's go see a wacky film. Let's go watch someone suck cock. Tell a joke. It's always the thing, though, right? Why can we see real violence in a film when we can't handle real sex? Right? You can see a film. How many major films? How many Tarantino films? You see people get shot in the face. Some of them are horrific, like Hateful Eight. Like there's some scenes in that movie, like, oh my god, there's so many movies like that. So many movies we can see horrific violence, but you can't have actual sex.
Really, Jim?
Yeah. So
100%.
So you put 2 or 3 in your mouth.
I think people freak out about watching people fuck. They freak out about watching someone fuck on screen. Horrors. But it's just seeing actual intercourse, even between two people who love each other. Nobody wants to see that. You want it to simulate it. They're in bed together, but for some reason there's a sheet over them, and they're kissing, and just wrap their arms around it. Everything's close up, so you know what's going on, but you don't actually see it happening. Whereas we don't do that with violence. Like where a guy turns a corner, he points the gun, and you just see the gun go off, and then the guy's dead, and you know he's dead. You don't have to see it. No, you see it. You see the guy get shot. Isn't that interesting? Kind of weird.
I really think it's religion. It's like, look at how many people, don't have sex before marriage, or, and it's, right? But yet there's all those people that are for or against that kind of stuff. Still have no problem with violence, or,
Well, not necessarily. There's a lot of atheists that are anti-pornography. A lot of people think it exploits women. It's just, some people that make money off it. It's on the women. It affects people that are damaged. They, expose them to the world in this weird, vulnerable way, and they don't know any better. And there's a lot of thoughts that people have about pornography in general, and people that are not religious. So it's not that religion, that pornography is not controversial to like a lot of people. It's just a weird thing where films are allowed to show certain things but not actual sex. Like even if you just CGI'd it, like what if you had these people that wore green suits on and you would never show that, even if you know that that's fake sex, and the actors were not forced to have sex with each other. They faked it, and then they used CGI to make it look big as intercourse. You can see penetration. Everybody was like, what the fuck are you showing me? Weird, right? Well, meanwhile, pornography is like this massive part of the internet. It's just a giant chunk of all the things that people are, all the internet traffic is pornography. Do you remember that movie Brown Bunny? No. That was a Vincent Gallo movie where Vincent Gallo had an actual sex scene. Yeah, what's that girl's name? Chloe Sevigny. You know that girl? Really good actress. How long ago? Quite a while ago. It was like, can I guess? 2002. What year was I looking at something?
I was looking at the history of what that this came from. People like when they were first starting to make film, were trying to push the limits of it. And this is one of the first ones, according to the thing I was just reading, that did it. Like 1897, I think this was made. It's called Carmencita, I think. It's a very short film of a woman dancing. But what's the problem here is like you can see her ankles.
Oh wow!
That's a scene apparently.
Wow, because she's spinning around. She's wild.
You can see her short. Her dress is a little too short.
That's hilarious.
Not touching the
Now
ground.
imagine showing them Lizzo and go, what happened? But yet, still, sex in movies.
Yeah.
No. So what year was Brown Bunny?
He used to say, fuck this bunny.
No, I don't think
Just start off with a white bunny.
I don't think I saw the film. I don't think I saw the film. But I remember people went to see it and they were furious. There was like an actual blowjob scene.
Okay.
Yeah.
How'd they do that?
Actual blowjob. Like she actually
Stuck cock, stuck mouth.
Nope.
Wow.
Nope. Real actor. But isn't it kind of crazy that when you're seeing something like that, people do that, people like that, they do it all the time. But and you could pretend to see it in a film. Like if she just started going down on him and you saw the back of her head and you just close up on his face, that's happened a million times in movies. Nobody has a problem with that. It's like make you slightly uncomfortable, but at least you're not seeing it. But to actually see it, people are like, this is crossing a line. We're weird. Really weird. We're so weird. Humans are so weird. If you were observing us, if you're from another planet, you're observing us like, why are they so violent? They're so weird about sex. When it comes to like seeing.
Well, it's also the United States compared to other countries.
Right.
I mean, the other countries have tits on the news, you know.
Right. You used to always have like a page of their newspaper that was like over the top of us.
Yeah.
But that's still very different than putting it in their film. They still have violent films,
Right.
but they don't have actual sex. Like, isn't that wild? Kind of weird.
Asia with pixelation, you know.
That's really,
yeah.
that's really
Typical
cool.
porn.
Is that, what country is that? Is it Japan? Japan. So Japan, you can't see pubes. You can't see genitals.
You can't see genitals insertion.
Yeah, so everything's pixelated out.
Right. That's why how tentacle porn came about, because they could show insertion. I think it's just a penis. Or, I don't know.
Is that where tentacle?
That's what I was always told. It might be an urban legend, but I was
Always told. How many times have you been told?
But yeah,
Is that really what it is?
I think so. I think it had something to do with the censorship there, because it wasn't a penis inserting. I think it's just inserting.
Do they still have those censorship laws?
I want to say yes.
Wow.
Because most of the porn doesn't come from Japan.
Isn't that crazy? Silly. People get too wild to see that.
Right.
Show most of it. Don't show it. That'll be the downfall of society.
Yeah.
We'll pixelate out the dicks. So strange. It's so strange. I remember the first time I saw that. I was like, why is it pixels?
Somebody just uploaded it and did it, you know.
I think it was just edited and like, right, make it like, so you can put it on the internet. What'd you do?
It's very
Very strange. But I guess you can fake it that way. You know, that's like we were talking about, like the two actors, if they wore green suits, CGI, you can just fake the pixels. You know, nobody doesn't know it's an actual dick, but you can just do a lot of that. You know? It's just pretend. You know? It's just what people allow and don't allow is so odd. It's so odd. You know, in some countries, I'm not sure where you're wrong, right? Think about some countries where women have to be covered. Yeah. And then in other countries, nothing.
That's hot, though. I always, you know, that's something you put in the search once in a while in Pornhub. You know, like girls wearing like the things.
I think that's very dangerous to do. Imagine taking those films.
This is what Duncan Trussell was telling me.
Imagine making those films. That's a risk. Yeah. If you're the one and you make one of those films, I imagine they are very fine.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah. And that's also what happened in 2023. A wild time to be alive, sir.
Scary times.
It's definitely not unexciting. It's just so fraught with peril and terrible possibilities. Do you think about it all the time or no?
I do. That's what I mean. Like I said, I've been really thinking about end of times all the time. You know, just I gotta protect family.
Why don't you look at Jesus?
I already was. I went through that. I grew up that way. I'm glad to be out of that.
It'd be amazing if that was the answer.
Yeah.
It would be amazing if the aliens came too. That would be nice. If you guys are gonna come, so you're really gonna prevent the world from falling apart, it's probably a good time. No, it's a good time. I don't know if you're see how we sort this out. You know, what is this? Here we go. We'll end it with this. The best part's the beginning, though, Jamie.
I just threw an outro in there, yeah.
Okay. All right, let's wrap this up. Kill Tony on YouTube every Monday. You guys have 2 weeks off. That's good.
Yes, taking a little break. It's great.
Take a look at what you've done to yourself. Why don't you put the Bible back on the shelf? Yell a finger from your cigarettes. Your hands are shaking while your body's stressed. Why don't you look into Jesus? He got the answer.
It's good, but oh my God! Here we go. Here we go. Oh my God! Ooh, that's good. Give me the Janis Joplin. Oh my God! Please.
That sounds like
Hold on.
Take a look at what you've done.
That's him.
Yeah, that sounded like him.
Where's the Janis Joplin version?
It's just there.
Maybe she sings in it. That seemed a little different.
It's just Janis Joplin.
Keep it going. Let's see.
You can't stand up. Take a look at what you've done to yourself. Why don't you put the Bible back on the shelf? Yell a finger from your cigarettes. Your hands are shaking while your body's stressed. Why don't you look at
No, that's him.
Jesus?
Yeah. I was gonna keep it going though.
He got the answer.
That's him.
You write it for her.
Maybe. That's this Larry Norman.
Yeah, so I know that's
Janis Joplin version. Let's see what goes on.
Gonorrhea on Valentine's Day. You're still looking for the perfect man. Think fucking roll will set you free, honey. Can't get up before you're 33. Shoot the jump till you're half insane. Broken needle in your purple face. Why don't you look into Jesus? He got the answer.
Maybe like it was a
This song slaps. I mean, that's kind of the Janis Joplin story. Yeah. However, Janis songs were way better than that. Yeah. You know, that lady. Okay, let's end with this. Play Take a Little Piece of My Heart. This is, to me, when you think about like all-time soulful songs, like that lady's voice was haunted. It had so much depth and emotion. And this is like a quintessential 1960s rock and roll song. Oh, come on, son. Why do people like her after this? They just need more of them, you know. It's not any Janis Joplin's anymore. It's like to come up with something like this, so you have to live so hard. You have to live so hard to be this lady. Well, you just need to bring Narcan wherever you go. That's such a good song. All right, Brian, I love you. Love you too, buddy. It was fun. Goodbye, everybody. Hopefully there'll be a world tomorrow. We love you. This episode is brought to you by Buffalo Trace Distillery. Actually, I have some Buffalo Trace cigars here they just sent me. One of the world's most award-winning distilleries that's been making whiskey the same way for more than 200 years. Made as a tribute to the rugged, free-spirited pioneers who blazed their own trail to new frontiers. It embodies the perfectly untamed spirit of independence. It defines what an award-winning bourbon should be. Aged nearly twice as long as competitors in new, charred, white oak barrels, and bottled at 90 proof, Buffalo Trace is the perfect bourbon to be enjoyed in any way, anywhere. And the taste, it's damn good. It's bold, it's sophisticated, yet incredibly smooth, finishing long and deep. It's authentically American, representing uncompromising quality for the rugged, the powerful, and the passionate. Tap the banner to learn more or visit BuffaloTraceDistillery.com. That's BuffaloTraceDistillery.com. Distilled, aged, and bottled by Buffalo Trace Distillery, 90 proof, Franklin County, Kentucky. Buffalo Trace, American, family-owned, independent, and perfectly untamed.
There's something about a fresh
fresh haircut from the friendly, skilled stylist at Great Clips that just makes life, well, greater. The sun shines brighter, your style feels springier, even your jokes are funnier. And the best part, when you use Great Clips online check-in, you can get in for a haircut without having to rearrange your day or your budget. Download the app today and start feeling that much greater in just a few taps. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Hey guys, it is Ryan. I'm not sure you know what this might be, but I'm a bit of a fun fanatic when I can. I like to work, but I like fun too. It's a thing. And now the truth is out, and I can tell you about my favorite place to have fun. Chumba Casino. They have hundreds of social casino-style games to choose from. With new games released each week, you can play for free anytime, anywhere. And each day brings a new chance to collect daily bonuses. So join me in the fun. Sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Presented by iHeartRadio. You know what you're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio is always free to listen to your favorite stations, podcasts, artist radio playlists, and more? Yeah, free to download and free to use. But there's a next level iHeartRadio experience as well. iHeartRadio All Access, where you can search and play any song, enjoy unlimited skips, download all your music to your phone to listen offline with no connection, unlimited playlist creation, and so much more. You can try it out free for 30 days and see what the iHeartRadio All Access experience is like. Why not? Open the iHeartRadio app and settings, tap to start your free 30-day trial. Everything you love about free iHeartRadio plus so much more with iHeartRadio All Access. iHeartRadio, #1 for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app. I usually weigh myself once a month because I know it can ruin my day.
I gotta say, I think you're looking a little pear-shaped.
Well, Kelly. Boy, the FCC is saving you right about here. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And this is KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here. It is excuse me, Monday morning, March 25. As we continue with the show, still a lot going on. At the end of the hour, at the end of the show, 8:30 to 9 o'clock, we have a case with Wayne and me, and that's how we end our money, how we end our program, talking about money. That's where I was going. Former President Trump is going to be in court today in Manhattan for a hearing on the criminal trial involving the hush money payment to porn star Stormy Daniels. And today is the deadline to post that bond, $454 million after his judgment. And he says he had the money last week, he had the money this week. Well, his lawyer said he doesn't have the money. And so today we're going to find out. Because the state is saying, hey, you gotta pay up. Or we start seizing assets. We'll see if that happens. That would be a complete political move. Now, the Shohei Ohtani story that I just had Fred on, and if you want to listen to the precursor, because he explained it a little bit better than I could, and you can listen to it. We have a podcast. We're on demand, so just go for it. Matter of fact, any show or part of the show here on KFI, you can go to on demand. Just it's the iHeartRadio app, and that's easy stuff. So now, I was talking about Shohei Ohtani and quote gambling scandal. I want to go back in history and give you a story of probably the biggest scandal in sports that ever existed, and that was a guy named Arnold Rothschild. He was a gambler. Came from an Orthodox Jewish family, by the way. His dad was a businessman, extraordinary reputation. He became a gambler instantly as a kid, and he was in the mafia, the Jewish mafia. There was one out there. Yeah, no, absolutely. Meyer Lansky, you've heard that name. He, Arnold Rothstein, and so what he did is he gambled and was part of the underworld.
and he went for the big time. He fixed the 1919 World Series. Out now fixed it. And that becomes really interesting. As a matter of fact, he was tried for that as well as others, and it's called the Black Sox scandal. So you had the two biggest teams in baseball, the Chicago White Sox and Cincinnati Reds, were in the World Series. And what he did, first of all, he bet $270,000 on the Reds to win, and burned $350,000 in the process because what happened? Well, it became sort of obvious to everyone that the White Sox were playing so badly that it looked like they were trying to lose. They were trying to lose. He fixed it. He paid them bribes. 8 of the players went to court. Now, no one was convicted, but those 8 never played a game of professional ball again. And there were some big players. But where he really made his money came the following year, because he got into drugs. Not just gambling, but into drugs and into bootlegging. He was considered the first successful modern drug dealer. Pablo Escobar took a page out of Arnold Rothschild's background, and he became the king of America's drug trade. And then how did he die? How do you think he died? He got involved in what looked like a fixed poker game, of course. The game was rigged. Rothschild lost. He was on the other side. He owed them $300,000. Of course, he had been swindled, refused to pay, and got a phone call. An hour after going into the hotel, Manhattan Park Central Hotel, he had received a phone call, "We want to meet you." He had been shot, and he died in the hospital 2 days later. But, The Great Gatsby, that story is based on his life. It's the Boardwalk. Is that television show? Boardwalk. Yeah. Thank you very much. Is also loosely based on his life. But as we look at Shohei Ohtani with this scandal, quote scandal, man, that doesn't come close to probably the biggest scandal in sports history. Can you imagine the fixing of the World Series where a team purposely loses? Big stuff. All right, coming up, Kate Middleton is having preventive chemotherapy. They found cancer, and then they got rid of cancer theoretically, and then she's undergoing chemotherapy. And what is that about? This is chemotherapy for people who actively have or have active cancer. Amy is joining us because she has lived this story, and we'll come back with that. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Critical thinkers. What it? KFI and KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live from everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Self-inflicted. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A teenage girl has fatally shot herself with a sheriff's deputy's gun in the city of Industry.
Investigators say the girl took the deputy's gun out of its holster during a struggle and shot herself. LA County Sheriff's Lieutenant Art Spencer says the girl knocked on the door of an LA County Sheriff's Station and allegedly got into a struggle with deputies who answered the lobby door.
I believe that this incident stems from a family disturbance call that deputies were responding to or had responded to.
Investigators are canvassing the area looking for additional evidence and witnesses. No deputies were injured during the shooting last night. Reporting live, Lake Troy, KFI News.
3 homes in the Hollywood Hills have been red tagged because the hillside behind them could come down. Another storm over the weekend soaked the hillsides even more. And firefighters say there has been soil movement in the area. Mud and debris has seeped onto the back of the properties. An LA County firefighter assigned to Station 52 in Vernon has died. The fire department posted on social media late last night about the active duty death of firefighter Jonathan Van Offelen. No details about how he died or
near Sacramento, the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office says they received a call Saturday afternoon from an 18-year-old who said a mountain lion attacked him and his 21-year-old brother. Deputies and paramedics finding the mountain lion next to the 21-year-old on the ground. ABC's Serene Shaw says the younger brother was taken to the hospital where he has had several surgeries. The Department of Fish and Wildlife and an El Dorado County trapper shot and killed the mountain lion. Officials say the men had gone into the forest Saturday to look for deer antlers. The LA School District's superintendent is asking for more adult mentors to support students.
Superintendent Alberto Carvalho updated the LA City Council on what he called successes and challenges. Carvalho said last week the LA School District's math scores are going up, but reading scores are still struggling. The superintendent said chronic absence remains a problem. He also asked for more adults in LA to get involved to serve as mentors for the district students.
We have identified 27,000 kids in our school system that require that additional support.
Carvalho asked the city council to consider asking the city workforce to become involved. Michael Monks, KFI News.
The UN Security Council has demanded a ceasefire in Gaza for the first time as fighting continues during the Muslim holy month of Ramadan. The U.S. abstained on the resolution, which also demanded the release of all hostages taken captive during Hamas's surprise attack on Israel October 7th. The U.S. had warned the resolution could hurt ongoing negotiations between Israel and Hamas that are currently being brokered by the U.S., Egypt, and Qatar. 4 men have been charged in Russia in connection with a mass shooting at a concert hall in Moscow where more than 130 people were killed. The men are citizens of Tajikistan. ABC's Derek Dennis says all 4 are charged with terrorism.
All are said to be operatives of the terror group ISIS-K. Analysts say ISIS-K has grown stronger after the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021.
Russian President Putin has tried to tie Ukraine to the attack. He says it was not involved. Court statements say at least 2 of the men in charge have accepted their guilt in the attack, but their condition has raised questions about whether they were speaking freely. The men looked bruised and beaten when they appeared in court over the weekend. One was in a wheelchair, one had a bandage over one ear. A winter storm is bringing rain and snow from California to Michigan. ABC's Allison Kosick says it's a spring wallop across the country.
Winter storm warnings for Minnesota and Wisconsin in effect through Tuesday. Wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour.
Kosick says more than a foot of snow is possible in some areas. More than 12 inches has already fallen in Utah. The National Weather Service's strong winds could damage trees and cause power outages. We'll check some problems on the 57 with the KFI in the Sky next.
If you have varicose veins and they're uncomfortable, they itch, maybe they hurt, I'll tell you what they are, and that is ugly. And you can get rid of them in about 20 minutes with virtually no downtime. I'm talking about West Medical, the vein experts, and they are West Medical, utilize the latest state-of-the-art, minimally invasive varicose vein procedure. It's called Guinness, and it is the most high-tech procedure that's out there. It's a fast, in-office, 20-minute procedure, and it has you back on your feet immediately. You'll be able to return to normal activities the same day. Plus, it's covered by most PPO health insurance plans. West Medical's vein specialists, and they are leaders in medical innovation, have helped thousands of people say goodbye to those veins on their legs. Call 800-WEST-MED for a free consultation, 800-WEST-MED. Visit westmedical.com. That's westmedical.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Lots of sun today. Windy at times, especially up in the Antelope Valley. Highs in the mid-60s at the beaches, upper 60s for Metro LA and Inland Orange County. Mid-upper 60s for the valleys and Inland Empire. 50s to about 60 in the high desert. Mostly sunny tomorrow with highs in the 60s to about 70. We're going to see partly cloudy skies through the week with highs right around 70. And then rain is expected again by late Friday and through the weekend. It's 46 in Orange, 51 in Manhattan Beach, 47 in Cerritos, 45 in Canyon Country. KFI Market Report brought to you by Quantum ePay. The Dow is trading down 122 points. The NASDAQ is off 12. The S&P 500 is off 7.
Brought to you by Quantum ePay. Merchants who make the switch to Quantum ePay save an average of 53% on payment processing. Call today to see how much you can save. Just dial #250 on your cell and say keyword Quantum.
Bill's checking out a crash in Anaheim on the 57.
Wait.
problems near downtown Ohio. He's getting out of downtown. The Arlington Orange, just outside the 10, is closed for some Caltrans work. Not sure what they're doing, but they're doing it. You can use that arm. So again, that's the westbound Arlington Orange, the 10 West. 91 freeway, eastbound at Cherry Mountain. Looks like we do have a crash, no injuries. But solo vehicle crash blocking the 2 right lanes, and definitely seeing some slowing there on this 91 as you head well close right. KFI Discovery. Right, most rental listings anywhere. Apartments.com can help you find a place for the gym that really speaks to you. It's okay. It's squat. Yeah, don't you worry. It's right downstairs. We're going to be spending a lot of quality time together. No commute. There's no reason to skip leg day, baby. So convenient half day. So if you overclick and say bicycle twists, you're going to have real connection, bro. And speaking of feeling it, I've done an isometric contraction. Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
Somebody which is not the best rate for you is a rate based on you. With Allstate, not one based on the driver who treats the highway like a racetrack and the shoulder like a passing lane. Why pay a rate based on anyone else? Get one based on you. With DriveWise from Allstate. None of it nonetheless in California, subject to terms and conditions, rates and determined by several factors which vary by state. In some states, participation in DriveWise allows Allstate to drive daily for purposes of rating, while in some states, your rate might increase with drivers driving generally safer drivers to save the DriveWise. Allstate Rare Casualty Insurance Company affiliates of Illinois.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never set. It's open. KFI AM 640. You are listening to The Bill Handle Show.
And this is KFI AM 640 Bill Handle. It is a Monday morning, March 25. We had hail yesterday. It was sort of out of the blue. That's where rains come from. It's out of the blue. Actually, out of the rain when it comes to it. But boy, so unusual. See, as I'm looking at hail coming down, we're 10 minutes before those blue skies. Absolutely, I'm thinking the end of time. The times has arrived. There's no question in my mind. The religious folks are right on, and I was wrong. Also, some big news, and that is former President Trump is in court in Manhattan right now on a hearing to delay the criminal trial involving that hush money paid to Stormy Daniels. And today he has a deadline to post bond on that $450 million judgment against him in his fraud trial. Now, Kate Middleton, and this was over the weekend, became international news. Do you remember a couple of weeks ago, we heard that she had some kind of abdominal surgery, and the palace didn't say what was about, and it turns out that she had cancer. Doesn't tell us what, it's just abdominal cancer. And they got rid of it, theoretically. Okay, we heard that it is out of her body. However, she is undergoing what is called preventive chemotherapy for cancer. And I didn't know that you could do preventive chemotherapy. I thought chemotherapy was for cancers, active cancers. And I thought if you remove cancers, you do radiation around the cancer that was removed. But we have an expert here, and I didn't know that. Amy King had preventive chemotherapy. Amy, let's jump in and tell us what that's about.
Okay, well, I was diagnosed with colon cancer 4 years ago, 4 years in June. And as an aside, I just got my latest round of tests back, and everything looks pristine, so we're very happy. But,
so we have to find a new person.
No, you're stuck with me for a while. Okay, so when they went in, they took out, obviously, the tumor. They took out almost a foot of my large intestine, and they also took out a bunch of lymph nodes to test them to see if anything had spread. So they came back, all the tests were negative, and there was no evidence of cancer. But because of where it was, the stage it was, all of that, they said, we need to do this because there could be little nasty cells floating around in you that we weren't able to detect. And so as a precaution, we're going to recommend you do 6 months of chemo. And I did.
Okay, so this is not targeting around the tumor, the cancer, to get rid of the possibility of that. There's some
intravenously. There was some nauseousness, but not bad. There was loss of taste, which wasn't bad. I did not lose my hair. And the worst side effects were that basically my hands and my feet had what is the equivalent of second-degree burns on them.
Whoa, you mean they actually had burns?
Well, so what happens with the particular drug that I took is that this chemotherapy medication goes after fast replicating cells, because as you know, cancer cells turn over and they grow and multiply and all that stuff. So it looks actively for fast replicating cells, and your palms of your hands and the bottom of your feet are fast replicating. There's a lot of cell turnover on your hands and feet, and so it literally goes after those. And so it's like a second-degree burn, and it's healing and blistering.
And does it feel like your hands are burnt?
Yes.
Do you actually feel that?
Yeah. And at some point, like, holding a pen or a pencil was difficult. Walking was difficult because it hurts. But it's, you know what? It was a great insurance policy for me. I'm very happy that I did it. And because they've said, or she said, Kate Middleton said, we're doing this as a precaution, I'm hoping that means that they got rid of whatever.
Yeah, I heard the story they did. The only thing that is not, information that's not being released is specifically the cancer and where it was in her abdomen. Because abdominal surgery, I mean, it's a lot of stuff going on in your abdomen. There's a lot of organs, and we don't know. I didn't know that about you. Yeah. It's kind of a neat story. And the good news is it's a neat story that I'm not doing an obituary. And
I'm thankful for that too.
What a great talent you were. By the way, we've had a few here at KFI where we have gone and done, we've done those. Michelle, you and I go back forever, and Neil will go back forever, and there are a few people that have kicked the bucket here. So, good news on that side. Maybe you're going to be around for a while.
Yes, I am. And then I would like to use this opportunity to say, go get your colonoscopy. It can save your life.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like them personally. I'm one of the few people that enjoy having a colonoscopy. Yeah, they're a little uncomfortable. Actually, they knock you out. They now use Propofol, and you're listening to Michael Jackson songs that they broadcast over the loudspeakers as you're having it.
And you wake up like you just had a wonderful nap.
With Propofol, you don't remember one thing. You remember what happened before, and you don't remember what happened afterwards. And it will save your life. There's no question about it. So that's no joking aside on that one. All right, coming up. The movement to lock up your kid's cell phone in school. There's some new technology. And I've got a personal story I want to share with my kids in phone and cell phones in school. So at the bottom of the hour, I'm going to have a case with Wayne Resnick and me. So we still have plenty of show to go through. This is KFI. Let's check in with Amy live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
LA Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani is going to be talking publicly for the first time since illegal gambling and theft allegations surfaced involving his now former interpreter. The interpreter is accused of receiving more than $4.5 million from the Dodgers superstar to pay off gambling debts made with an illegal bookie. One person has been injured in a car explosion on a residential street in Compton. The explosion happened about 7 o'clock last night. Photos from the scene show a severely damaged car and a field of debris on the street and sidewalk. The cause of the explosion isn't clear. Someone who bought a Powerball ticket in Sun Valley is a millionaire. No one got the jackpot, but the ticket sold at the 7-Eleven came close, matching 5 of the 6 winning numbers Saturday night. That ticket is worth $2.4 million. Your next shot at the big prize is tonight. The Powerball jackpot is worth $800 million. Sunny, windy at times, highs in the mid to upper 60s, just 50s in the Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by Caltrans, Beam, California. We've got a cold zone in downtown LA on the 10. Let's check in with the KFI Inspector.
We do. It's on the westbound side of the 10 and 5. That on the right there to the westbound 10 is closed. They are working on something there. So not only causing a lot of delays, it's actually at Arlington where the slowing starts all the way out to the West LA area, out to Robertson. The looks like 105 eastbound
got a stall. It's going to be right around, it's going to be about Western Avenue. As you get westbound there, it is pretty darn slow all the way back from the 710 freeway as you try to get through there. Right now, we're on check out a crash on the eastbound side of the 91 and Cherry. Eastbound 91 and Cherry. Non-injury crash, but it has done some damage there on the freeway. This is super slow getting away from, it looks like, about the Alameda Street offering. So watch out for that. We'll have more for you next time around. Will Coles for KFI this week.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/baseball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and under with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control with coverage you can count on. Help the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation supports America's greatest heroes. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist James Donaldson. Donaldson lost his legs, a finger, and severed another when he was hit with an improvised explosive device in Iraq. He struggled moving around his home until Tunnel to Towers gave him a mortgage-free smart home. The home enabled Donaldson to live a more independent life and be a better father. Help families like the Donaldsons. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T.org.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Really, but we're gathered here today to visit the scene that brought you.
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the limo and we lost track of time.
No, Lucky Land Casino. Cash prizes that add up quicker than a guest register. In that case, I pronounce you lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Why the hell aren't you picking up the psychotics off the street once and for all? Like, you just do it. Say you don't have the money. You have the money. We're giving you billions. And nobody can tell me, oh, you really take that. Yes, it was like that. Okay? John Coach. It looks like nobody cares. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
This is KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here. It is a Monday morning, March 25. Now, when my kids were, 8 or 9 years old, maybe 10 years old, and they asked for a cell phone, and I said, nah, it's not going to happen. They go, but Dad, everybody has a cell phone. I go, please. Everybody, kids do that. Gee, everybody has one. So I said, okay, I'm going to keep you honest. And they were both in the same classroom. And I went to the school. I asked the administration if I could go in and address the kids or ask the question of the kids. They said, yeah. So I walked into class. The teacher says, this is Barbara and Pamela's dad, and he has a question. So I said, here is the question, kids. How many of you have cell phones? Every single hand went up. Every one. So on the way out, I said, well, I guess you guys get cell phones. And okay. Now, they were like 10 years old. So let me tell you what's going on. That was a precursor of the story I'm going to share with you. There's a company called Yonder. That's Y-O-N-D-R, which, let's say, is doing pretty well because it has increased sales of its product, 600% since 2021 or 2022. And what is it? It's a pouch. It's a pouch that kids lock up their cell phones in. And so here's what happens. The teens, the tweens show up to school every day, homework, textbooks, and this magnetic pouch that makes those smartphones useless during the day. And the only time they can use those phones at the end of the day when the administration unlocks the phone with a device they have, unlocks the pouch. And this was in Akron, the story out of Vox. It looked at Akron schools where this Yonder was used to lock up these phones. And right away, Akron is growing. It's a growing movement, not only across the U.S., but Europe, to ban the use of phones. Now, the reality is phones can be priceless. Think of it. We've had people there's an active shooter, there's a problem, there's a fire. You want kids to use their phones. So I was assuming, and I don't know the exact details, that the administration, someone has the ability to unlock those phones. Obviously, there's a problem. But for the most part, no. The president of the Akron Education Association, who represents teachers, educators, said the results were just a game changer when we started using Yonder. School fights have increased since we introduced Yonder to all middle and high schools in 2022. The students report they're engaging with friends more. And what happened? And this is not unusual in Akron. They look back. Students were actually coordinating fights to post on social media. That's scary stuff. So the move to keep phones out of school is in the middle of a bigger debate whether phones, these devices, and social media in general are having a negative effect on childhood development and the lives of students, of teenagers. Read bullying that happens on phones. Usually bullying used to happen on the schoolyard, and that was it. You go home, cry, and parents, depending on who your parents are, you can take it, go to the administration, or here is some brass knuckles, here are some brass knuckles, and the next time you're bullying, take someone's teeth out. Depends on the parent. However, with the internet, with social media, it has exploded. Now, some districts go back, in 1990s New York, and this is the country's largest school district, issued a ban. And in 2020, it was later reversed, or in 2010, it was reversed. And you got schools all over Europe, France, Spain, banned phones, and they did it in the 2010s. But now it has become a pandemic because of the pandemic. When I was talking about Yonder, I was wrong about this. Not 6 times, 10 times in sales since 2020. That's pretty impressive, to say the least. And here's the other another issue about social media, and that is the issue: is it dangerous outright? Does it cause kids to be more aggressive? Multitasking, doing things on cell phone. There are some studies that say multitasking makes you less effective. Makes you learn less because there's too many things coming into your brain. So you have anecdotal stories about how these phones are affecting kids. But remember, the same thing happens with porno. It happens with porn, not kids. But does porn affect men and make them more predators, make them more sexually active in a negative way? Never proved. Are games like Grand Theft Auto, I mean, a lot of killing goes on. Is there more violence because of those? Is there a negative impact, other than we know anecdotally, that it lessens fewer fights, you have more social interaction? All of that is anecdotal. There is no science to this. So you have both sides of the coin on this one. I want my kids to have access to those phones. In fact, I didn't want my kids to have phones at all until that fiasco in the classroom. And it's the amount of time that kids spend. My kids, when they were teenagers, I remember running in the house one day, and they were both sitting on the couch, on either end of the couch, and they're both texting. Just texting as fast as they can. Now, they're 6 feet apart. And I said, who are you texting to? Each other? And I said, you're 6 feet from each other. You ever thought of just turning your head left and saying hello and talking? And the other one, why don't you turn your head right and you guys can have a conversation? Oh, no. We'd rather text. Wild story, isn't it? So Yonder, I don't know, it's been around for a while. I have no idea if it is a public company, but if it is, and you invested a couple of 3 years ago, this is almost better than Bitcoin. All right, coming up, do they have a case with Wayne Resnick and me as we end our Monday program? Let's check in with Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Former President Trump has gotten a bit of a break. An appeals court in New York has cut the bond money that Trump has to post on the $454 million civil fraud judgment against him down to $175 million, and it has given him 10 days to come up with the money. The decision will keep New York Attorney General Letitia James from starting to seize his assets if he didn't come up with the bond money by today's deadline. News brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. A woman from Norco says she's been suffering from anxiety and PTSD since she was assaulted by a driver speeding through her neighborhood.
I remember standing here with 3 sheriffs not feeling safe because he was standing directly across the street from my home.
65-year-old Wendy Hamilton tells KTLA she yelled at the man to slow down 2 weeks ago and started taking pictures with her cell phone. She says that's when the guy stopped, got out of his car, demanded her phone, and attacked her. The driver was cited for assault and battery and released. Anaheim has demolished a 4th seedy motel as part of a long-term plan to revitalize the city's 1.5 miles of beach boulevard.
The city's rebuilt beach plan calls for removing about half of the 15 motels currently on the boulevard. Anaheim says the demolition of Anaheim Lodge last week and the demolition of the neighboring motel property covered wagon last year will make room for affordable apartments and condos. The city says the last year Anaheim Lodge was open resulted in almost 500 calls for police and 1 fatal shooting. Anaheim says it spent a year and more than $500,000 relocating 29 adults and 10 children who were living in 18 hotel rooms. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has canceled a diplomatic delegation's planned visit to Washington, D.C. this week in protest of a United Nations vote. The Security Council voted to approve a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. It also called for the immediate unconditional release of hostages. The United States abstained from the vote but did not veto it as it has in the past. Aid groups that have visited a hospital in Gaza say the situation there is unimaginable. An emergency medical team organized by 3 aid groups spent 2 weeks providing care and doing surgeries at the European Gaza hospital near Han Yunis. Another hospital in Gaza
since the surprise raid began early last Monday, claiming 480 of them are Hamas and Islamic Jihad members.
He says Palestinians have called the Israeli operations hellish. El Camino Real Charter High School has won the academic decathlon for the state. A team from Woodland Hills will now represent California in the national competition in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania next month. This is El Camino Real's third state title in the last 5 years. Very impressive team. We'll check in on the 91 with the KFI in the Sky next.
If you're a business owner and you take credit cards or e-payments, good chance you're unhappy with your current provider. We should be. High fees, delays in funding, poor fraud management. Answer? Yeah, I got one for you. And that's Quantum ePay. Let me suggest you call Quantum ePay the #1 rated payment technology provider in the nation. And that's not puffery here. That's per Google reviews. This is real. Merchants who make the switch to Quantum ePay save an average of 53% on payment processing. And with Quantum ePay, there are no hidden fees, there are no surcharges or those ridiculous cancellation penalties. They'll review your current statement for free and show you exactly how much money you can save. I'm talking about from day one. And if they can't help you, they'll tell you that too. That's how they do business. Free point-of-sale hardware and software for retail, service, business-to-business, e-commerce companies. Now, pound 250 on your cell and just say Quantum. Pound 250 on your cell phone and say Quantum, or visit quantumepay.com/KFI.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny, windy at times, highs in the mid to upper 60s, 50s for the Antelope Valley with winds gusting to about 50 miles per hour. Partly cloudy tonight, a few clouds, otherwise sunny tomorrow with highs in the 60s to about 70. Partly cloudy with highs around 70 through the week, and then rain's expected to roll in for the weekend starting late Friday. It's 52 in Garden Grove, 50 in Seal Beach. We've got a crash in Brea on the 91.
Put together 2 accidents here. It's actually the Bellflower area 91 freeway, eastbound before Cherry, the right lane and middle lane, both blocked with a crash there. Things up from Alameda. Meanwhile, we have a major problem in Brea on the 57. This is going to be the 57 freeway, both north and southbound. Southbound side at Imperial Highway, all lanes closed. A box truck and a truck went through the center divider from the northbound side, completely destroyed the center divider, caught on fire, overturned. Again, all lanes closed on the southbound side of the 57 at right here at Imperial Highway, northbound side. It looks like we have the left lane, the particular 2 left lanes closed. So huge delays, quickly loading up in both directions. Southbound side is going to be slow all the way back from almost the 60. Northbound side parking lot from before the 91. And of course, we'll keep you updated, but this is going to be kind of an all-day event. We'll go track KFI in the sky.
Lucky Land Casino asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli, I guess? My dentist's office. More than once, actually. Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kid's PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win a deli.
Well, there you go. You can get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky? In this week's Marketers Report, Chris Brand, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio, specifically audio influencers.
Audio has been a key component for us. Our consumer is omnichannel, so we need to be omnichannel. We've used audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio. I think using the audio influencers has been a huge component for us. Working with iHeart, we were able to really tease out the audio influencers in key markets that were authentic Chipotle fans. And because it's authentic and because they're seen as trusted friends by the customers and the listeners, it's really been an effective strategy.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. A lot. Keys are always missing, I'm not great with names, and my signature catchphrase is, I know it's around here somewhere. That's why I get my haircut at Great Clips. Their skilled, friendly stylists save my haircut details and clip notes. So every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember a thing. Huh. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
He was the billionaire financier and close confidant of presidents, prime ministers, movie stars, and British royalty.
Some breaking news right now. Disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein has taken his own life. New York City's medical examiner ruled Jeffrey Epstein's death was a suicide.
Was it suicide or was it murder? Epstein, Devil in the Darkness, will uncover the truth about Epstein's sordid life and mysterious death. Over the course of 12 shocking episodes, members of Epstein's inner circle spill their secrets in world-exclusive interviews for the very first time. Listen as Epstein's personal chauffeur reveals what happened behind the doors of his mansions. And in another world-exclusive interview, Epstein's fellow inmate recounts a play-by-play of his final days and what really happened.
I heard his head hit the floor with a thud.
Combining the very best investigative reporting with explosive new interviews and expert insights, Epstein, Devil in the Darkness, will send shockwaves through the highest levels of the establishment and expose all of Epstein's cohorts, the men who thought they'd get away with it.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
The news, what it means, why it matters. If you're not saying my movie from Texas, if you're back on it. I'm 640 Handle here. It is a Monday morning, March 25. Hey, big story just broke with former President Trump in that lawn in New York. The appeals court threw a lifeline. And it's no surprise, because the appeals court said, that's a little much. So they imposed a smaller bond, $175 million instead of the $500 million, $454 million plus 20%. So he can do a smaller one, $175 million, and he has 10 days to come up with it. And most of those financial folks and political folks that are looking at this case is probably going to be able to come up with it. So, lifeline. He was looking at his assets being seized by the state. Okay, so that's the news. Now, it's time for, do we have a case with Wayne? Wayne is now here only Mondays here at KFI after Neil Saavedra came aboard. Neil is now with us, taking Wayne's spot because Wayne, well, he voluntarily decided he was leaving the show. He was fine. Okay, Wayne, good morning.
That's patently false, as you know. Are we really allowed to voluntarily leave?
Yes. Yeah, I do this. You have to undo the handcuffs.
All you got to do, all you have to do is send an email and say when your last day's going to be. And it happens.
Yeah. All right, so anyway, it's do they have a case, which we've always done. We retain that. Thank goodness, and Wayne's agreed to do that, where Wayne comes up with cases, and you and I actually some educated guess as to what the court has said. All right, Wayne, go ahead.
All right, here we go. So in Madison, Wisconsin, they put into place a big zoning initiative, a master plan for educational institutions, the campus institutional district. What that means is some schools are covered by a master plan with rules and ideas about what you can do, but some other schools are not. Now, Edgewood High School is a Catholic high school that was founded in 1889. In the modern era, they have an athletic field, but it has no lights, so they cannot play any night games at this Catholic high school, so they play them at a different high school that has lights. They decided they wanted to add lights to their field so they could have games at night on their own campus, but they're under a master plan that basically doesn't allow it. So they did go and ask, and the city said, oh, you're under a master plan, and you have to get a variance from the master plan, and why don't you do this instead? If you really want these lights, why don't you try this? Why don't you cancel your master plan, and then you can apply for a regular lighting permit. And they said, all right, we're going to try that. So they filed to cancel their master plan, and then they try to get the lights, and then the city says, oh, no, you can't do it. So they can't have lights on their field. That's the bottom line. They sue, and they sue under the Religious Land Use Statute that was passed in 2000 that says you have to treat religious schools the same way as non-religious schools. You have to treat a church the same way as a donut shop, and you can't discriminate based on their religion, and you also cannot burden their exercise of religion. So the school says, okay, you're discriminating against us because you let the University of Wisconsin-Madison put lights on their field, but not us. And you're burdening our expression of our religion because football games are important to our Catholic mission.
Because God wants them to win the game, as God wants every winning team to win, as they go in the locker room and pray. Wow, that's an interesting story, it really is. So let me ask you, University of Wisconsin-Madison, is it within the master plan or it is outside?
No, sir, and neither is another high school that they pointed to and said, you let them put in lights. That high school also not under the master plan rubric.
Okay, so I would think on its face, the school does not have the case because all of the schools, master plan versus no master plan, are treated equally, or I'm assuming they do. The freedom of religion, I mean, I don't know how far you can go in that. Lighting in football games is somehow an exercise in freedom of religion. The only thing I would argue is the detrimental reliance, and that is the city saying, why don't you get out of the master plan, and then you can apply for lighting, and then they say no. What are the advantages of being within the master plan? That's what I want to know. I think that is crucial.
The benefit of being in it?
Yes.
There really isn't any.
So the court didn't even mention that.
There really isn't any benefit to being in it. It's simply that the way it was implemented, some schools are in it, and some schools are not in it.
So I think the Catholic high school stands no chance of winning that. I don't think there's discrimination either based on the religious grounds or any kind if schools in the same position are treated the same way. I think school loses big time.
Yes, they do.
Based on
precisely because basically the court said if you can find a master plan school that was allowed to put in lights, then you might have a case. Because those schools are similar to you, a master plan school. You can't point to non-master plan schools and say they're the same as us, because they're not. And the other thing is this. Everybody agreed that the football program and playing football games is a relevant and important part of the school's Catholic mission, but not the necessity to play them at night or to play them on their own campus, as long as the games can get played.
Interesting.
That's enough.
I wouldn't have taken it that way. I'm assuming there is a First Amendment argument with the play-by-play commentator that he is not allowed to say that one team crucified the other in terms of
ouch, ouch, ouch.
Okay,
you should have been a lawyer for this school because you brought up the idea of detrimental reliance, which was not that. They probably should have tried that rather than putting it under a religious discrimination umbrella.
And by the way, the concept of detrimental reliance is you relying on a statement or a position to your detriment. For example, if I hire you and I have you move, and then I say, I don't think I want you to work for me, and moving costs, etc. Everything is covered plus a law school based on detrimental reliance on what you said. That's that concept. The crucifixion, the crucified comment, maybe not so much. All right, let's...
You definitely nailed that case.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Neil is...
Seriously? 2 Jewish guys busting on Christ during Holy Week? Is nothing sacred?
No, nothing is sacred. Amy, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Former President Trump has 10 more days to come up with his bond in the civil fraud trial against him, and an appeals court also slashed that bond payment from around $500 million to $175 million. That effectively stops New York Attorney General Letitia James from starting to seize Trump assets for at least 10 more days. The UN Security Council's approved a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire between Israel and Hamas during the holy month of Ramadan. The resolution also calls for the immediate and unconditional release of hostages. The U.S. abstained from the vote but didn't veto it, as it has in the past. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has canceled his diplomatic delegation's trip to D.C. this week in protest. The USC and UCLA women's basketball teams have made it to the second round of the women's NCAA tournament. UCLA takes on Creighton at Pauley Pavilion at 5:30. USC faces Kansas at 7 at the Galen Center. We'll check the 57 with the KFI in the Sky next.
I've been telling you for weeks now that I downsized. The Persian Palace is history. And so I bought a newer home, smaller. And the first thing I wanted to do, one of the first things I wanted to do was put in a life source whole house water filtration system, which is going in any day now. I don't want to move into the house without a life source system, which delivers highly filtered, obviously insanely safe, delicious water from every single tap in the house. You never run out of you never run out of water, and this is effectively as good as bottled water. I certainly believe that. And the life source system needs no maintenance. Imagine cooking, cleaning, drinking, clothes, dishes, and water. It's as good as bottled water. 40 years in business, they're giving new customers a free Apipure $900, worth over $900, with the purchase of the ultimate package. Call for details. This offer ends March 31. Call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99. Visit lifesourcewater.com. You can taste and feel the difference.
Sunny, windy, highs in the mid-upper 60s, except in the Antelope Valley, highs will top out in the 50s to near 60. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery stores. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We've got a crash in Yorba Linda, the 57.
It's a bad one, Amy. It's the 57 freeway right there at the Imperial Highway. What has happened is a big truck went through the center divider from the northbound side into the southbound lanes. We don't have reports of injuries, but there's a lot of damage. This truck took out the center divider, overturned, caught on fire. All lanes southbound are blocked. Traffic just it's loaded up from the 60 down at this point, and it will soon be even further. If you are northbound, the delay is starting right before the 91. That's because it looks like we have a carpool or 2 lanes blocked on the northbound side, so it's going to affect your drive that way too. Although the bulk of the problem is on the southbound side. The 91 and the 57 pretty much down for the count. If you've got to get around this, try the 71. I don't normally recommend the 71 for much of anything, but it's better than sitting in a parking lot. 605, of course, to the west is a good alternate north-south as well. Will Coltrane, KFI in this guy.
Hello, it is Ryan, and I was on a flight the other day playing one of my favorite social spin slot games on ChumbaCasino.com. I looked over at the person sitting next to me, and you know what they were doing? They were also playing Chumba Casino. Coincidence? I think not. Everybody's loving having fun with it. Chumba Casino is home to hundreds of casino-style games that you can play for free anytime, anywhere, even at 30,000 feet. So sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com to claim your free welcome bonus. That's ChumbaCasino.com and live the Chumba life.
In this week's Marketers Report, Angela Cepeda, CMO Hyundai Motor America, talks about audio storytelling.
People scratch their heads and say, why would you put your brand on a channel that doesn't show the sheet metal? But for us, it's about storytelling. That's driving a lot of brand awareness, but we can also drive a lot of intent.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the influencers, audiences, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Planet Oat oat milk is so rich and creamy.
I love it in my cereal, but also in smoothies.
With 0 grams of sugar and Planet Oat unsweetened varieties. And it gets even better. It's an excellent source of calcium with vitamins A and D that's delicious in everything. Including my lattes. Pick up the carton that has it all. Or visit planetoat.com for more. Planet Oat. Be good to you.
Reservations at your favorite restaurant.
Thanks so much for waiting. Your table's ready.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
Harvard study showing a link between fruit juice and weight gain. I know, me too. And I try to limit myself to one of those little bottles like once a week. But it's true. I mean, with a little vodka just to cut the sugar and dairy and share. Great idea.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. This is KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here on a Monday morning, March 25. Big story that just broke this morning is Donald Trump does not have to make that bond of over $500 million. The appeals court, first of all, you got 10 more days to do it, and they're reducing the amount to $175 million. What a lifetime. He's probably going to make that. So Letitia James, the AG of New York, very disappointed because she is going after Trump with vengeance. You know when he says this is a witch hunt? That's all they're doing. To me, well, for the most part, I don't think Merrick Garland is a witch hunt. I think a lot of it is not a witch hunt. With her, it's a witch hunt. There's no question in my mind. All right, let's go ahead and finish up. Do we have a case with Wayne Resnick on this Monday?
All right, now I remember that you in one of the presidential elections voted for Harambe, the at the time already dead gorilla. Did you? I don't remember this though. Did you post a photo of your ballot?
I did.
Yeah, okay. Which is legal to do when you did it. Here we have a woman who wants to post her ballots, but won't do it because she's in Ohio where it is illegal to post a completed ballot. So she is sued and said, you're violating my First Amendment rights. This law is unconstitutional. You should not be able to stop me from posting a completed ballot. It is protected speech and you've got no good reason. And the state says, you have no case because nothing's happened to you. You haven't posted a ballot selfie. And nothing's happened to you. So you have no case. And she says, nothing has to happen to me. All that has to be true is I have a reasonable fear that I will be prosecuted if I do it. That means your law is chilling my protected First Amendment speech, and that's enough for me to have a case. And they say, yeah, but we haven't done anything to you. And she says it doesn't matter because there's another thing you haven't done. You have not disavowed doing anything to me. You have not said, oh, we would not come after you if you do it. And in fact, you have come after some other people who did post ballot selfies. You didn't prosecute them under the law, but you told them to take down their ballot selfies. So I have a reasonable concern that you would come after me. Therefore, I have a case. Does she have a case?
Wow. Okay, this is an issue of standing. And normally, until you have been damaged or tried or arraigned or arrested, you normally cannot sue. You have to be a party to any lawsuit. The court occasionally will give what's called declaratory relief before you, in fact, are injured. And I think their law and her First Amendment right to post her ballot, I think that's absolute, that she has the right to do that. I think the law on its face is unconstitutional, and the only issue is her standing.
And I think the court is going to rule that this case is so important as a First Amendment right, Roe v. Wade. The court decided Roe v. Wade after Jane Roe, I think was her name, had the abortion. And clearly, there was no standing on her side attacking the law against abortion. The court ruled because it was so important, we're going to allow standing normally doesn't exist. I think that's what happened here.
That is basically what happened, and she has a case, and the court said, unless we're going to publicly disavow this law and publicly state you will never prosecute anybody for violating it, she has a reasonable, credible threat of enforcement against her. And therefore, in a First Amendment context, that's all she needs. She doesn't have to wait to do it. She doesn't have to try to do it and see if you come after her. That's not how First Amendment law works.
Okay, so today, 2 for 2, and I even agreed, or the court agreed with me, on all of its reasoning and the reasons behind the decisions.
Yes, and you came up with a better theory of a case for the Catholic high school that they should have pursued but didn't.
Okay. Wayne, thank you. We'll catch you next Monday.
See ya.
All right. We're back again tomorrow. Amy with Wake Up Call at 5 o'clock. And then in comes the rest of us. That means Neil and me. Say, Neil, I'm giving you appropriate kudos.
I will take those kudos and I will take them with me.
All right. And that's Neil's become a very big part of the show. All right, this is Hamel Morning Crew tomorrow at 6 for us, Amy at 5. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Do you think we've got all the answers? Well, we've got news for you, Chief. No, seriously, we've got news right now.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
A multi-million-dollar break. I'm Amy King, live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom. An appeals court in New York has agreed to wait to collect former President Trump's $454 million civil fraud judgment if he puts up $175 million within 10 days. Last week, Trump's lawyers said it was practical impossibility to get an underwriter to sign off on such a large bond. Today's ruling came just before New York Attorney General Letitia James was expected to start collecting the payment in the civil fraud judgment. Trump is trying to overturn the decision last month that found he lied about his wealth while growing his real estate empire. Trump has continued to argue that this case against him is political.
They'd like to take the cash away so I can't use it on the campaign. That this is just a corrupt group of people. It's election interference.
Trump is in court today in New York on a different case. That one has to do with money paid to porn actress Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election as hush money. News brought to you by the Service Champions. A teenage girl has shot and killed herself with a sheriff's deputy's gun in City of Industry.
Investigators say the girl took the deputy's gun out of its holster during a struggle and shot herself. The girl knocked on the door of an LA County Sheriff's Station and allegedly got into a struggle with deputies who answered the lobby door. LA County Sheriff's Lieutenant Art Spencer says the investigation into the shooting is in its early stages.
We're still canvassing the area for evidence, any potential witnesses that may have seen the incident occur, and that's all we have at this time.
Spencer says he thinks the girl was connected to a family disturbance call deputies had responded to shortly before the shooting last night. No deputies were injured. Reporting live, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Metrolink is restarting passenger rail service through San Clemente, where a landslide took a chunk out of the hillside. The slide 2 months ago damaged a pedestrian bridge and left debris on the tracks. The Orange County Transportation Authority worked with Metrolink to build a 200-foot-long wall at Mariposa Point to shore up the hillside. Amtrak's Pacific Surfliner started limiting service earlier this month. Boeing's CEO and 2 other top executives are stepping down because of all the safety issues with the company's planes. Boeing has seen several issues since January when a door panel blew out on a Boeing 737 MAX flown by Alaska Airlines.
CEO Dave Calhoun confirmed he will leave the company at the end of 2024. CEO and president of Boeing Commercial Airplanes, Stan Deal, has retired effective immediately. And the chair of the company's board of directors, Larry Kellner, will not stand for re-election at the next shareholders' annual meeting. The family of a Wall Street Journal reporter arrested in Russia has marked 1 year this week since he was detained. Evan Gershkovich's father, Mikhail Gershkovich, says being President Biden's guest at the State of the Union address made him feel more optimistic.
It's a sign for us that everybody is going to sell into the Congress, the White House, particularly figuring the press seriously.
Gershkovich was reporting for the Moscow Bureau of the Journal. He was arrested last year on espionage charges. He has pleaded not guilty. He's facing up to 20 years in prison if convicted.
Cats not used together 3 times. And think to yourself, there's no place like home.
Judy Garland's home in Bel Air is now on the market for $11.5 million. Garland, of course, best known for her role as Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, bought the more than 5,500 square foot home in 1938. It has 5 bedrooms, 6.5 bathrooms, a curved staircase, and multiple black marble fireplaces. The listing is just 2 weeks old. It already has more than 8,900 views on Zillow. The site says it is likely to sell faster than 82% of other homes for sale nearby. Proving there really is a place like home. Southland weather from KFI. Sunny, windy at times. Highs in the mid-60s for beaches, upper 60s for Metro LA and Inland OC. Mid to upper 60s in the valleys and Inland Empire. 50s to about 60 in the Antelope Valley with wind gusts expected up to about 50 miles per hour. Mostly sunny tomorrow, some clouds hanging around with highs in the 60s to about 70. Partly cloudy skies through most of the week with highs right around 70. And rain is expected again late Friday and into the weekend. It's 53 in Anaheim, 55 for Redondo Beach, 56 in Torrance, 49 in Rancho Cucamonga. The KFI market report brought to you by Quantum ePay. Dow is trading down 121 points. The NASDAQ is off 24. S&P 500 is down 10.
Brought to you by Quantum ePay. Merchants who make the switch to Quantum ePay save an average of 53% on payment processing. Call today to see how much you can save. Just dial #250 on your cell and say keyword Quantum.
This one's been around for a while and isn't going anywhere anytime soon. We're going to check in your Belinda on the 57 with the KFI in the sky.
There were injuries, but not major ones yet. Hopefully, that will be the case. This is the 57 freeway. Right there on Imperial Highway. All the southbound lanes are closed, completely closed. They are letting everybody off on Imperial Highway, so you can get off the freeway and get on with your life. But, yeah, it is stopped from before the 60 on the southbound side. What happened is a big truck within the center line overturned, caught on fire. We have the carpool in 2 left lanes closed on the northbound side of the 57. And that one is jammed. Let's see, it is jammed actually from the 91. So southbound from the 16, northbound from the 91. I would definitely take anything else. The 71 is a good alternate to the east. The 605, a good one to the west, although that's pretty far west. But yeah, you definitely do want to avoid this. Also, we had an earlier crash on the 91 eastbound of Cherry, which in final clearing stages. Will Colschreiber, KFI in the sky.
Instant alerts at apartments.com. Never miss out on finding your perfect place, even if it's in the middle of your friend's pregnancy announcement.
So we have a pretty big announcement.
Let's get together.
We're having a big...
Shut up! A 2-bedroom dream.
No, baby. It's like we're both expecting. Because I'm expecting a new place. And great job, everybody.
Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
Some people just know bundling with Allstate means big savings. Just like they know the right ingredient means big flavor. They know honey on pizza is where it's at. And olive oil on ice cream is green cherry on top. And they know when you bundle home and auto with Allstate, you can save up to 25%. Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings of the whole policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. Customers can bet $5 to $150 instantly in bonus bets at DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/baseball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Now my patience has reached its end. Gary Hoffman, Shannon Messina, Shannon Farrell. This is about to get weird. Gary and Shannon.
Let's begin this new chapter together. Let's start the work right now.
Mr. Bonus, help me love cat. He's got a swag that's on a good job. With his furry paws and his charming smile, he's the coolest man that you ever heard. Mr. Bonus, he's got small love. He stumps around with his tail held high. I think we can do something a little nice for this Monday morning. Mr. Bonus, you don't sing this to yourself, but singing to myself. There was I will say this, there was at one point in time when I'm trying to explain to my daughter what was going on, and then I just realized I sounded like an insane person. Yeah, I mean, we sound insane when we're in there. But yeah, I found myself saying at least a couple times, Mr. Butterfly. The look I got is we're not doing that around here. That's not something that you're bringing home. Keep your playground stuff up. Exactly. I saw your dog. That weird looking dog had a low or something. Oh my goodness. My possum? Yeah. I froze. I'm like looking outside and all of a sudden I see this and I actually said there's a rodent of unusual size. I don't know what this is. It's pretty great. There's a lot of stuff going on. There was this weird, you heard like totally doing in the news there, this teenage girl grabbed a sheriff's deputy's gun at the sheriff's station in Industry and shot herself. Boeing is cleaning house at the top levels. Poland is on high alert right now because Russian missiles, or at least one, and apparently crossed into Polish airspace, despite all of what, despite Ukraine having nothing to do with this terrorist attack in Moscow. Vladimir Putin using it as an excuse. Yeah, I think Vladimir Putin needed some more boots on the ground. I think he's exhausted all the prisoners who wanted to fight for him and he's trying to piss people off. The UN Security Council just a short time ago finally passed a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. But one of the more developing and interesting stories today is the one out of, there's two of them, but an appeals court has slashed former President Trump's bond payment, saying that he has to pay $175 million within the next 10 days instead of the $464 million bond payment. Well, they're going to be holding off collection of that judgment if he puts up that $175 million within the 10 days. This is a win for the Democrats. I know that sounds crazy, but it is. It will prevent the state from seizing Trump's assets while he appeals. That was not going to look good. That was going to look very badly. It would play into the narrative that this is election interference, the way that Trump says that they're trying to take his cash so he can't use it on the campaign trail. I know you were asking, what does Eric Trump think? This is a crooked system with a crooked attorney general in a crooked court that literally wants to put my father out of business, and you know who they're actually going to hurt? They're going to hurt the thousands and thousands of employees that we have in New York State. These are janitors, these are doormen, these are people that we clean actually relax. They're going to hurt those individuals, not the executive. So that's the case. That was going on in the background. Today, former President Trump was in court in Manhattan for a different case. This was the criminal case involving hush money being paid to Stormy Daniels just before the election in 2016. asking for, at the very least, a delay in the start of the trial, and maybe even dismissing this whole thing altogether, because they claim that the prosecution turned over thousands of pages of very, very important discovery at the very last minute, and they haven't had time to go through it. Andrew McCarthy, the writer, talks about what he has seen this morning in terms of what the judge is deciding.
Discovery dispute. The defense is trying to say that it's catastrophic, that have gotten thousands of documents on the eve of trial that are incredibly relevant. The state is trying to say there's only a trifling number of them that have any relevance at all, and 3 weeks is plenty of time to go through them. And that's pretty much what the battle lines are at the moment.
You know what I don't understand, and maybe writer minds can outline this for me, but these assets in the assets case, the fraud case, by and large are real estate, but yet the underwriters for any sort of bond will not take real estate as collateral. That's where all the money is. Yeah. This doesn't make any sense to me. Well, how are you supposed to liquefy all of that? Why would you? Why is that even an option legally?
And that was kind of Trump's argument last week, which was, you can't do this to me because I would have to sell my real estate in order to raise this money.
Because you can't use it as collateral for the bond. Which, anyway. Stop playing the bond with us. I can hear it in here. All right. Coming up next, did you see that guy with his ear cut off and the other guy with his penis either electrocuted or cut off? Yeah. We should do that in this country. You know, just start electrocuting people's genitals when they blow other people up.
You're not going to get into the argument for me, that's for certain. It just seems a little more effective a lot of times than this.
Did you see that guy's face? Yeah, it's effective.
He knows. All right, Gary and Shannon will continue the latest out of Moscow, the concert terror attack. When we come back, ABK is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
3 senior Boeing executives, including its CEO, are stepping down. The company says the CEO is going to leave at the end of the year. The chairman and head of its commercial airplanes division will also be leaving the company because of the growing scandal over the safety of its planes. A man's been arrested for allegedly taking a severed leg from the site of a deadly train collision in Kern County. A pedestrian was hit and killed by an Amtrak train last week just north of Bakersfield. A video posted on social media shows the man walking down the street with the lower leg and foot. He's facing several charges. Chick-fil-A has backed off its decade-old no antibiotics ever pledge intended to help prevent human antibiotic resistance. It says it now will embrace a standard known as no antibiotics important to human medicine. Chick-fil-A has backtracked from its no antibiotics stance because of projected supply shortages. We've got closure on the 57. We're going to check in with the KFI and Sky News.
There are some great deals on the table from our friends at Thorson Buick GMC in Pasadena. Right now, for the KFI family alone, you can get a 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 Pro Graphite Edition. Gorgeous, badass vehicle. You can finance it for 2.9% for 72 months. Call Ted over at the dealership. He will give you all the details, or head to the showroom. It's right off the 210 in Pasadena, right there in Colorado. Thorson Buick GMC.
Sunny with highs in the mid-60s at the beaches, mid-upper 60s inland, 50s with gusty winds in the Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by Staples Stores. We're going back to that crash in Yorba Linda on the 57.
A little bit of good news here. The southbound side is getting less backed up because of letting people out onto the Imperial Highway offering. So what the deal is we have a major crash. All the southbound lanes are closed and runs off of Imperial Highway, so we get right back on the freeway at that point. All the southbound lanes are closed, jammed from the 60 northbound side. 2 lanes closed, and it is slow from the 91. We'll keep you updated on that, but it's a big mess, and it's going to be a while before they have that clear. Other slowing, we have a bit of a problem with 15 southbound at Aruba. Looks like a crash, possibly some injuries, 3 vehicles involved there, but not a huge backup. And on the west side, things are actually looking very decent for the most part. Looking for some slower, but the 405 usual stuff there. Actually, it's not as bad as usual. It's slow from about 101 on down through Sunset Boulevard. We'll close right here. DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. Customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/baseball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dixit can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur to the skin. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist at Dr. Dixit. Visit Dixit.com or call 1-844-DIXIT.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, and trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Circle here a while and get lucky. Oh, no, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick. So I suggest you sit back, try to take a look right and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+ terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV. There are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
All the good stuff. Keeps you on top of pop culture.
Netflix's live-action Avatar last year met their top Nielsen streaming chart for the week of February 19th with over 2.5 billion minutes viewed. The streamers won the flying to double place to the runner-up slot with 2.4 billion minutes, while the previous week's top dog, movie is Disney Plus, advanced third with just over a billion minutes viewed. More Max exclusive Warrior was added to Netflix, jumping up to number 4 in the process, followed by Fellow Max and Netflix on Young Sheldon, moving off 2 places to 5th. Grey's Anatomy and Netflix took the spot to number 6, and Max's 7th place. True Detective was down 2 positions. Netflix and Paramount Plus's NCIS dropped back 2 spots to 8th. Monk on Netflix, Peacock and Prime Video took down a place to number 9, and Netflix and Peacock Suits dropped 3 places to land in the 10th spot. Alright, and that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
There is Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Shohei Ohtani will speak about all of the latest controversy surrounding his interpreter, his phony resume, his gambling debts, all of that before the game at some point. First pitch at 6:10 tonight. So at some point today, we will hear from Shohei himself.
He hosts the Angels once again, which has made for some interesting visuals at the very least. Yesterday was a nice moment before the game when he and Mike Trout got together, hugged out there in the infield and left. I can't imagine what
2 careers languishing in Anaheim.
Congratulations on getting out.
Right.
storming the bird-watching world.
I didn't know that. Well, I guess you do dip your toe into the bird-watching world, so it hits your news feeds a lot quicker than it does.
I don't just dip my toe.
Get in there.
I get in that bad.
I do not know how he's keeping track of all of this, but former President Trump is in court today for a hearing related to his hush money case. The judge has decided that case will begin on April 15th. Then, an appeals court in a different part of New York cut former President Trump's bond payment, saying that he only has to pay $175 billion within the next 10 days to prevent the seizure of the $464 million or whatever it is. So it's kind of a legal win for him. He has to put up less cash, it sounds like. But like you were explaining, it's kind of a win for Democrats as well, because they're not going to have the fire that would erupt if he had locks slapped on certain properties and so forth.
New information out on California's first death from a mountain lion in 20 years. We'll talk about it coming up in the next hour. But first, an update on what's going on in Russia. The 4 men accused of staging that terrorist attack, that concert hall attack that killed more than 130 people, appeared before a court yesterday. And appearing is really, putting it lightly, they showed signs of severe beatings. One guy appeared to be barely conscious during the hearing. Anytime you can see a penile catheter in the shot from the courtroom, it's probably things have not gone well for that guy in the past previous hours.
If I'm not mistaken, that's the same guy whose eyeball fell out. I mean, because that happens. It just happens to fall out. He didn't open his eyes.
There's another guy who seemingly had his ear cut off during interrogation as well.
Tried to feed it to him and he kept spitting it out.
It's odd because we gave them a heads up days ago that there was a vulnerability when it came to things like concert halls.
Yeah, because the embassy, our embassy in Moscow, put out a warning to any Americans that are there. There's something brewing. Don't go to any place that's crowded, whether it's and they specifically talked about concerts as one of the options, places you might want to avoid. Now, Vladimir Putin says that's all BS. Vladimir Putin is laying this squarely at the feet of Zelensky in Ukraine.
Yeah, he didn't even mention ISIS that claimed responsibility for this attack when he made his comments.
Well, and
he needs more firepower nationally behind the war in Ukraine.
Right, and this is a way that he thinks potentially drum up the ire of the Russian people. ISIS has already now, like you said, twice claimed responsibility for the attack. They first posted a selfie taken by the 4 dudes. All of them, I believe they're
Tajikistan,
but they were working in Russia. All these guys were taking a selfie in front of an ISIS flag before they posted that 90-second video of the attack from the terrorist perspective. And you can hear them shooting. You can see one guy apparently trying to slash the throat of somebody who was already dead on the ground. I mean, these guys' names, by the way, are, if you...
I'm not even going to try.
Take a cat and drop it onto a keyboard, and then whatever letters appear, that's basically what these 4 guys' names are.
It's like every street sign you see in Russia. It's just a bunch of
I get it. The death toll amazingly has been at 100, just under 140. Aside from the dead, they said 182 injured, more than 100 of those still hospitalized. President Putin used the fact that the highway where these guys were eventually picked up leads to Ukraine to suggest that that attack was somehow linked to Ukraine's war effort. A couple of other international notes of fallout from this. Poland says it's demanding an explanation from Moscow after a Russian missile briefly breached Polish airspace during a massive missile attack on the western part of Ukraine, which of course borders Poland. NATO was notified. There have been NATO forces and F-16s that have been patrolling the skies above Poland to make sure that this doesn't spread.
And then the other thing is the French government has now raised its terror alert warning to its highest level following the shootings in Moscow. Prime Minister of France said the terror alert system has 3 levels. The highest level is activated in the wake of the attack in France or abroad when a threat of one is considered to be imminent. It allows for the government of France to put in some exceptional security measures, stepped up patrols by armed forces in public places like train stations, airports. It is important to note the Olympics open in Paris at the end of July to see if this terror level continues up until the opening of the Olympics.
Did you hear Marco Rubio on the talk show over the weekend? The talk shows over the weekend? He was on one of them.
A little bit.
He was talking, I mean, he's already started his campaign for vice president. He's already shown that what his surrogacy of Trump will look like. It's not going to be a Trump is the most wonderful person in the world surrogacy campaign, but it's going to be we are a weak country with Biden at the helm campaign, and that all the things going on are because the U.S. is seen as a weakness right now, whether it's Haiti, whether it's Ukraine, and the potential for a terrorist attack right now is stronger than it has been because we're seen as weak.
It's weird to see the difference between, say, Marco Rubio and Chris Christie, because Chris Christie, for a long time, after he ran against Donald Trump, became an acolyte, became somebody that was in the hostage nature of him standing behind Trump, and he was championing then President Trump, and changed his tune. So now he's even talking about a no label Trump
more times.
But Marco Rubio hated Donald Trump early on. He got ripped apart by Donald Trump, and now that he would potentially be a running man, he's like, well, I'll ignore all of the little Marco comments and, I'll hitch my trailer to that big rig.
Yeah, but it was just notable that the way he's hitching his trailer.
Right.
It's a very cautiously. It's a very smart way to do it, to take aim at Biden and not be a Trump apologist or cheerleader. By the way, there is a report that not only did they cut that guy's ear off, but they fed it to him.
He kept spitting it out.
I wonder what that tastes like. A lot of cartilage.
You know what opens this morning? We are taking votes in the first round of our breakfast burrito bracket. So if you go to KFIAM640.com/breakfast burrito, you can vote on which of those. Let's see, there's 6.
People get very serious about this.
32 different places, is that right? Yeah, 32 different places that you can choose from. No, it's 4 times 4 is 16. 16 different places that you can choose from.
Math was never for you.
It's also on our social media at Gary and Chanda. You can find all the link and fill out your bracket. We will have a winner by Friday.
Gary and Chanda will continue. Amy King is in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A judge in New York has set a new April 15th trial date for former President Trump's criminal hush money trial. Trump was in court this morning for the hearing. He has pleaded not guilty to 34 charges falsifying business records tied to a $130,000 payment made to porn actress Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election. An appeals court in New York has given former President Trump 10 days to come up with $175 million before he needs to start paying his $454 million civil fraud judgment. Trump's attorneys had argued it was practically impossible to get a bond for the full amount.
They had given up all options. We've been reporting that any moment the Attorney General could start seizing assets. Based on this ruling, if Team Trump moves quickly enough to secure the bond, they avoid that.
ABC's John Santucci says the New York Attorney General could appeal the decision to accept a smaller bond. This comes as Trump continues to fight a judgment last month that found he lied about his wealth while growing his real estate empire. California has the highest unemployment rate in the country. The State Employment and Development Department says the rate reached 5.3% last month. California lost 2.7 million jobs at the start of the pandemic. It has since added more than 3 million jobs, but the government says job growth significantly slowed last year. Initial data showed California had added 300,000 jobs from September of 22 to 23. Revised numbers show the state added just 50,000 jobs in the last year. A money manager in Ventura County has been sentenced to nearly 8 years in prison for stealing more than $1 million from a psychiatrist in Thousand Oaks. Prosecutors say David Siner had agreed to manage the doctor's business affairs. They say Siner used worth $13
14-0. The U.S. abstained, but did not veto the vote. Netanyahu says the U.S. let the measure pass without conditioning the ceasefire on the release of hostages held by Hamas. The Powerball jackpot is now at $800 million ahead of tonight's drawing. ABC's Derek Dennis says there hasn't been a big winner since January.
It's now the 6th largest prize in the game's history with a cash value of $384 million. But if that's not enough, Mega Millions is now a Mega Million-dollar jackpot.
Dennis says the Mega Millions jackpot is $1.1 billion for the drawing tomorrow night. Odds of winning either jackpot, about 1 in 300 million. Southland weather from KFI, sunny, windy at times, highs in the mid to upper 60s, 50s for the Antelope Valley, with winds expected to gust about 50 miles per hour. Partly cloudy tonight, a few clouds tomorrow, otherwise sunny, highs in the 60s to about 70. Partly cloudy with highs around 70 through the week, and rain is expected to roll in by the weekend starting late Friday night. It's 57 in Buena Park, 56 in Mission Viejo. Still have a mess on the 57 in Yorba Linda. Let's check in with the KFI this now.
We sure do. Freeway, especially the southbound side, right there at Imperial Highway. All lanes closed. They're taking you off the Imperial Highway. You add that exit, put you right back on the freeway. So you can't use the off-ramp, but it's slow. It's backed up all the way down to looks like Pathfinder. So the backup is actually a little less. People are getting out of there. They're hearing the news. The northbound side, jammed them from just north of the 91 swing on that side's a little bit better. This is a crash involving a truck that went through the center divider and caught on fire to a truck. So a lot going on there. Big cleanup is still needed. Southbound side of the 605 will probably take a little bit of the heat from that closure. Stayed slow getting away from the 63. It looks like we've got some kind of little problem on the northbound side right there at the 5. Wouldn't get through there. Keeps making carpool and the 605 north. Level KFI is coming.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most blended time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers